In the mystic realm on Bailu, all the sun blazed high overhead as a carriage rumbled along a quiet forest road. At the front of the carriage sat a young man in white wearing a straw hat and lazily driving the horse with a white stick between his teeth. He held the reins in only one hand. With the other he kept drawing and sheathing a sword fixed to the carriage frame as if practicing some bizarre sword technique. There was no one else inside the carriage, only some food, drink, daily necessities, and a folded quilt. The youth was none other than Chinfong. At this moment he was staring intently at the air before him, raising his hand as if greeting someone. Hello everyone, welcome to Little Chen's otherworldly cultivation livestream. This is the 7th day of my journey to Qingyun Mountain to learn the immortal arts. I'm still on the road, and it will probably take another 2 days to reach Qingyun Mountain. On Qingyun Mountain, there are 2 major cultivation sects, Qingyun Sect famed for its thunder arts, and sword Dao, and Bailu Sect renowned for song and dance. From what I've gathered along the way, both sects just happen to be recruiting disciples right now. I plan to take part in the Qingyun Sect selection. After all, what proper person devotes themselves to song and dance? And there are no peaks named Great Bamboo Peak or Small Bamboo Peak in Qingyun Sect. It's merely a name collision, otherwise I'd have a real headache. Before him hovered a livestream interface that only he could see. In the upper right corner of the livestream interface was an area resembling a game minimap, dotted with many flickering white lights, each one representing a check-in location. Near one of the light points, a golden marker indicated his current position. Below the minimap was a section like a marketplace icon selling all kinds of items unique to Earth. The white stick in his mouth was actually a lollipop. At the bottom, there was also something like a treasure chest icon with the numbers 923410000 beneath it. The numbers represented the number of followers in his livestream. In the middle of the interface was Chen Feng's own image, and lines of viewer comments streamed across in a constant barrage. Comments flashed by someone asked why he had started today's stream so late, others jokingly mentioned the Bailu Sect famed for both singing and dancing, and some felt his earlier words sounded like tempting fate, as if a smell of irony was about to be triggered. Others urged him not to forget them if he rose to power, promising generous support in exchange for sharing cultivation methods, and even pleading for dual cultivation manuals in a half-jesting, half-earnest tone. Some coquettish praise appeared, calling him handsome. Chinfong chuckled. Relax. Once I'm admitted to Qingyun Sect, I'll eat the meat and you all can drink the soup. More cheers scrolled past the interface. Chinfong added, and that Miss Xiao AI, keep talking like that. I like hearing it. Just as Chinfong was chatting enthusiastically with the viewers, the old horse pulling the carriage suddenly halted and refused to take another step forward. Chinfong flicked it with a bamboo switch, but the horse remained unmoved, snorting repeatedly. Strange. Didn't you just eat your fill before we set out? Holding 2 carrots, Chinfong got down from the carriage and brought them to the horse's mouth. Sigh, if you all were more generous with your gifts, I'd have been able to buy a motorcycle from the system store and might have already reached Qingyun Mountain by now. Some viewers claimed they had already spent all their living expenses or pocket money on him and could only give more after they received next week's allowance, while others mocked them for taking his teasing at face value. Skeptical comments accused him of staging everything with the carriage costumes, a remote mountain road, and hired extras to pretend he had transmigrated, while others rebutted that his first day's departure had been from a genuine ancient town, not something he could have fabricated. More viewers argued back and forth, some suspecting shills trying to coax more gifts, others lamenting that if only the live stream could be recorded or screen captured, they would slap the evidence in the doubters' faces. Some insisted that Chinfong truly was a transmigrator. Just as Chinfong was about to respond, he noticed something odd about the old horse. The horse snorted loudly again and again, shaking its head and pushing away the hand that held the carrots. In the past, it would eat as much as it was given. Chinfong immediately grew vigilant. Brother, something's up. Don't tell me we're about to run into a demon beast. Didn't the map seller say this official road was very safe? Viewers suggested that perhaps it was only safe most of the time, and others joked in slang about running for their lives in a tactical retreat. The next instant, a fierce gale erupted in the sky. One sword light was black tinged with violet, the other scarlet gold. The 2 sword lights tangled in midair, sending waves of terrifying sword chi crashing down to the ground, tearing apart everything around them. Damn it, I didn't check the almanac before going out, and actually ran into immortals fighting today. Chinfong hurriedly grabbed the old horse, trying to flee back the way they had come, but a streak of violet-black sword light fell, cleaving their retreat into a massive chasm. Damn. He had trump cards and was not afraid of death, but the carriage contained all his worldly possessions, and if the old horse died, he would have to walk to Qingyun Mountain. Those who had just been doubting him in the live stream were now dumbfounded. Some muttered that the special effects looked far too realistic, only to be scolded. How could there be special effects in a real-time stream? Viewers exclaimed at how dangerous the cultivation world was and wailed that they would end up as lowly spirits on some soul banner if this kept up. Someone urged him to run forward now that the way back was gone. Good idea. Chen Feng leaped onto the carriage and snapped the whip across the old horse's rump. Old horse, run. Once we cross this mountain, we should be safe. The old horse bolted as if injected with chicken blood, running faster than it ever had before. A slower pace now would mean death. But when it reached a flat area at the mountaintop, it collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, unable to move another step. As ill luck would have it, the two sword lights in the sky turned into two human figures and descended on opposite sides of the summit. The violet-black figure was a stunning mature beauty in purple robes, wearing a black veil, her eyes enough to steal a man's soul. The scarlet gold figure was an elegant palace lady, hair pinned with a phoenix hairpin and clad in a gold-edged red robe. Her face was dignified and imposing, yet incomparably beautiful. Both women held swords, one radiating a ghostly violet energy, the other blazing with scarlet gold flames. Viewers erupted in admiration, calling them breathtaking and clamoring for a closer look, claiming that this was the true key to drawing traffic to the stream, even as some chastised others for caring more about beauty than Chen Feng's life. Others scoffed that newcomers did not understand. If Chen Feng had no trump cards, he would long ago have been captured by bandits to be their pressed-down consort. The palace-Arabed beauty spoke, her tone as cold as the frost of midwinter. Zio, you cannot escape. Be good and come back with me. Elder sister, you're still as overbearing as ever. If we don't truly fight it out, how can you be so sure I cannot leave? It was obvious the two were about to get serious. Chen Feng timidly raised his hand. Ladies, could you perhaps wait until I get down the mountain before you continue? These are all the belongings I have. I hope you can show a little sympathy and not drag me into this, making my already modest life even worse. In the end, it benefits none of us. The sisters said nothing in response. In their eyes, Chen Feng was no more than a passing insect. They saw only each other as they raised their swords in unison, clearly about to unleash their ultimate techniques. Veins bulged on Chen Feng's forehead. They dared to ignore him. He swore that later he would make them shed tears of regret. He, Chen Feng, a mere mortal, would make celestial fairies kneel and sing conquer. A purple-black sword light and a crimson-gold sword light shot up into the sky. The two attacks were condensed to the extreme, not leaking a trace of residual energy, before colliding. Otherwise, Chen Feng's old horse and carriage would have been destroyed. When their power reached its peak, they swung their swords and charged at each other like a black hole about to collide with a star. Their clash would surely cause mountains to crack and the earth to split. Just as their auras collided first, causing thunderous rumbles in the air, the swords in their hands suddenly twisted uncontrollably, pulling them toward Chen Feng. Moreover, all the sword energy they had gathered dissipated completely. Their expressions were both shocked and bewildered. Until their swords were caught between Chen Feng's middle finger and index finger, they found their bodies unable to move and their spiritual energy completely undetectable, as if their cultivation had been sealed and they had become mortals. How could this? Who are you? Chen Feng scowled at the two women. Weren't you so arrogant just now? You ignored me when I spoke. Couldn't you just let me leave quietly? You forced me to act against you. Don't you need some discipline? Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the 100 bare-handed blade catch he got from the 100 fan's chest was powerful enough. Yes, it was 100 bare-handed blade catch, not 100 forced bare-handed blade catch. He wished he had Li Jing's 100 forced bare-handed blade catch. Wave his sword and make everyone kneel, how cool that would be. But the system gave him this. One missing word made a world of difference. He became the one catching the blade. 100 bare-handed blade catch, LV1. Your finger gaps possess a strong gravitational force. All bladed weapons will be caught by your fingers. If the opponent is holding the weapon, they will be immobilized. If the opponent is not holding the weapon will completely sever its connection with them. It can be upgraded to LV2 by repeatedly sheathing and unsheathing the sword. Current progress 95271100000. The woman in black gauze with sharp eyes realized that they had encountered an old monster enjoying life. Though he appeared to be immortal, his ability to instantly subdue 2 golden core cultivators meant he was at least a nascent soul or higher. She knew she must humbly admit her mistake, otherwise, even if she were killed on the spot, she could only accept her fate. Senior, I know I was wrong. I will correct myself. Could you please let me go first? If it weren't for this widow attacking me at first sight, trying to capture me and marry me to a scumbag, I wouldn't have caused such a commotion. The palace-dressed beauty glared at the black gauze woman with fury. If you hadn't stolen his nether sword and run away from marriage, why would our younger sister have to take your place to marry the Prince of Jinbei? Now she's run away too. If you don't go back, who will take your place? Senior, I offended you earlier. Please capture her, and I will reward you handsomely later. Chen Feng was speechless. Choose. Who the hell wants to deal with their family drama? I don't want to meddle in your sister's affairs. But you almost hurt me and my belongings. If I don't punish you, you'll never learn to care about innocent passersby. The black gauze woman and the palace-dressed beauty felt a bad premonition. Before they could beg for mercy, Chinfong asked them seriously, what is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of a mother's love? After asking, Chinfong launched into an impromptu rap. A loving mother's sword cuts her child's body. 12 strikes a second, every blow a crit. Yo, check it out. The two sisters were dumbfounded. Could this strong man be mentally unstable? Soon they realized things were not that simple. My stomach suddenly hurts. Me too. It hurts so much. I feel like my belly is going to explode. My God, my belly is swelling. How could this be? What have you done to us? Their faces were contorted with pain. Chen Feng grinned mischievously. Just making you pregnant for a while. He then released the swords. The two women collapsed weakly to the ground, kneeling, clutching their growing bellies, their faces pale with pain. Pregnant? How dare you do this? Chen Feng retorted, why can't I? I'm already being kind by not killing you. In fact, they weren't really pregnant, but had fallen victim to a skill Chen Feng obtained from the Thousand Fans chest. Voice of Filial Piety Strongman Edition. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of a mother's love? It causes those who hear the song about motherly love to experience the pain of 10 months of pregnancy and childbirth within half an hour. If the target endures the test, it means they are an absolute powerhouse. If they fail, it means they still have a way to go before becoming a strongman. At this moment, the black gauze woman and the palace-dressed beauty with bellies the size of basketballs lay on the ground in excruciating pain, tears streaming down their faces. The agony of compressing 10 months of pregnancy into half an hour was indescribable. Chen Feng patted his old horse, gave it some water, then drove the carriage slowly down the mountain. Half an hour later, after experiencing childbirth pain, the two women lay numb and dazed, staring at the sky blankly. Finally, they rose in silence, wiped their tears, and walked away in opposite directions. One headed toward the capital, the other away from both the capital and Chinfong. Meanwhile, after crossing a mountain, Chinfong couldn't help but curse. The official road ahead was also destroyed, forcing him to take a small path that might lead to bandits. Leading the horse-drawn carriage along a rugged tree-shade path, Chinfong had already cursed the ancestral lineage of the two sisters who had damaged the main road 1,000 times over. Damn it, if you're going to fight, why wreck the road? Now my journey's delayed again. When I catch them, it'll make them experience 10 months of maternal love. Swish, swish. Strange noises came from both sides of the woods as a dozen ragged bandits wielding blades, spears, and clubs leaped out. With nimble steps and a few somersaults, they surrounded the carriage, trapping Chinfong and the vehicle together. Leave everything behind, and we might spare your life. Don't even think of resisting. Our boss is a cultivator. Boss, this lad is quite handsome. Let's capture him and sell him to the brothel in town. The bandits couldn't help but burst into raucous laughter, and Chinfong joined in as well. Ha ha ha. Unbeknownst to the bandits, Chinfong was already seething with anger. A bandit pointed a blade at him and demanded, "Hey kid, what are you laughing at?" Chinfong's smile faded and he asked seriously, "What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of a mother's love? Listen to your mother, don't let her get hurt." The bandits exchanged bewildered glances. One shrewd bald bandit exclaimed, "I get it. This scholar is cursing our mothers." "What? Has this kid lost his mind?" The other bandits erupted in fury. "Damn it, chop him. Ouch, my stomach hurts." The bandit who was about to strike took a step forward, then immediately crouched down, clutching his belly. Another bandit reached out to help him, but froze. "Hey, why is your belly swelling up?" The bandit with the stomachache was stunned, then pointed his blade at another bandit and shouted angrily, "Damn it, Ergo, it's all your fault. Didn't you say it would be fine?" The bandit named Ergo hesitated, then under everyone's strange gaze blushed and turned his head away. Chinfong's mouth twitched, and he nearly broke character, unable to continue his song. The bandit leader was so furious he cursed, "You two bastards. I knew there was a reason you always went to bathe in the back hills together. How disgraceful. Ouch, my stomach. Heavens, why is my belly swelling too? Boss, even you." The other bandits stared at the leader in horror. They shuddered at the thought, disgusted expressions on their faces. Ergo shook his head and cried out innocently, "It's not my fault. I never touched the boss. It must be someone else. Ouch. It hurts." Ergo fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. "What's happening? Why me too?" The other bandits, before they could dwell on it, one by one turned pale and knelt, clutching their bellies. "Oh, my stomach hurts too. It's swelling. My belly is swelling too. How can this be? It's him. He must have cast some evil spell on us." The bandits finally realized, but it was too late. They were already too weak to muster any strength and whenever they channeled their inner qi, the pain in their stomachs became excruciating. Chen Feng watched as all the bandits lay on the ground, groaning in agony with swollen bellies. He turned around and pulled out a large silver-white pistol from the carriage. This pistol had a resounding name, the Desert Eagle. All the money he had earned from the first 6 days of streaming, aside from daily necessities, had been spent on this gun from the system shop for self-defense. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bandit leader fell to the ground with his mind blown wide open. Brain matter and blood splattered in a line across the ground. Boss! The bandits stared at their leader's corpse in shock. When they looked at Chen Feng, they saw he had already turned the gun barrel toward them. How dare you become bandits in the cultivation world? Bang! 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 The bandits scrambled in terror on the ground, their swollen bodies sluggish, but the pain in their stomachs left them powerless. No, please spare us. Mercy, sir. Chen Feng shot them down expressionlessly. This isn't a chaotic era, yet you chose to be outlaws. You've probably harmed countless people. Bang! 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 He swapped the magazine and continued to pick off the bandits one by one. In the live stream, those who had doubted him fell silent. After all, the scene was too realistic to deny. Wow, Brother Feng is really ruthless. These bandits were unlucky to cross him when he was angry. He killed over a dozen people without blinking. What did you do before you transmigrated, Brother Feng? This is so bloody and terrifying. Where are those doubters now? Probably scared shitless, haha. Chen Feng shook his numb hand from the Desert Eagle's recoil and replied, I was a medical student before transmigrating. Life and death are nothing to me. If I disagree, I fight. Let me see if they have anything good. Chen Feng began searching the bandits. Besides some money, he found a tattered manual on the leader titled Qi Guidance Technique. Low-level technique detected Qi Guidance Technique. Learn. Chen Feng was surprised at this system function. Yes. The moment he mentally confirmed, the manual glowed, and the text and diagrams turned into countless glowing symbols that flew into his brow. Qi Guidance Technique. Beginner, absorb 1 point of spiritual energy per 10 cycles, about 5 hours. Some fans show purchase intent. Upload to shop cart for sale. Chen Feng was taken aback. The system even had a shop cart feature. Truly, the end of all live streams is e-commerce. System want this get pirated if sold? No. Buyers will receive the knowledge and be bound by a prohibition against sharing. Alright, upload it for sale. What price? Set price at 100 yuan. System takes 50%. Chen Feng nodded. The price was reasonable and had earned 50 yuan per sale, a cost-free business. He smiled and promoted to the audience, folks, I found a basic cultivation manual. I've uploaded it to the shop cart. If you trust me, buy it and learn. Hey, race your chance to get ahead. The live stream chat exploded. Brother Feng, you're generous. Brother Feng, I love you. Whoa, this thing goes straight into my brain. Worth every cent. Seriously, I was worried I wouldn't understand, but it's like a direct infusion. So easy. I'm off to cultivate, see ya. A cultivation manual for $100. Brother Feng, am crying. He really spoils his fans. Sending a rocket as a token of appreciation. A gala event for you, just a small gesture. As gifts flew across the screen and sales of the Qi Guidance Technique in the shop cart climbed, the gold coin count under the shop icon skyrocketed, reaching over 50,000 yuan in no time. Chen Feng was grinning like a fool, finally having a windfall. Time to buy that car. Chen Feng packed all his belongings onto a sleek motorcycle. Then he cut the rope tethering the old horse and fed it 2 carrots. Chen Feng patted the old horse on the back and said, Old horse, from now on we go our separate ways. You're free. The old horse stared at him in shock, the half-chewed carrot crumbs falling from its mouth. Freedom. This was unemployment. Having served 4 or 5 masters, it had been most comfortable, with Chen Feng enjoying cabbage and carrots 3 meals a day. Chen Feng patted the old horse again, encouraging it. Alright, don't be too moved. Go on, chase the freedom you yearn for. The old horse shook its head vigorously. Freedom be damned. Not to mention mountain spirits and monsters, even wolves and tigers would be a deadly threat. Seeing the horse reluctant to leave, Chen Feng thought it didn't understand, so he mounted the motorcycle and rode off first. He believed once he was gone, the horse would realize it was free. With a roar, the motorcycle shot away, leaving the old horse dumbfounded as it watched Chen Feng vanish on the strange contraption. After 7 days of companionship, he had abandoned it. Such a heartless man. On the main road leading to Qingyun Mountain, carriages and travelers from all over the 9 provinces slowly converged. When Chen Feng appeared on his motorcycle clad in white, he instantly became the most striking figure on the entire thoroughfare. Fortunately, this was a world of cultivation filled with all sorts of bizarre magical artifacts, so his motorcycle attracted no major commotion. It only drew a few extra glances from passers-by. Brothers, ahead lies Qingyun City. A 2-day journey, and I've covered it in 7 hours. Once I enter Qingyun Sect, what do you think? Should I major in swordsmanship with a minor in lightning arts or major in lightning arts with a minor in swordsmanship? No way. Am I the type to sing, dance, and rap? Chen Feng paid the city gate toll, then pushed his motorcycle carrying his belongings into Qingyun City. Since he wouldn't need the motorcycle anymore, he planned to find lodging first, then sell it at a pawn shop. Otherwise, a cultivator might steal it with a storage artifact during the night, and he'd be at a loss. He went to a crowded area, wrote a sign on red paper, and placed it beside the motorcycle. High-end mechanical creation. Covers 200 li in just over half an hour. More comfortable than riding a horse or flying on a sword. After much of the day had passed, a young cultivator finally approached, intrigued by the stylish and cool mountain motorcycle. Interesting. Can you give me a demonstration? Seeing isn't enough? Let me take you for a ride. Chen Feng set the sign aside, mounted the motorcycle, and patted the rear seat, signaling the other to get on. The man looked perplexed but straddled the seat behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng twisted the throttle and sped through the city streets and alleys, even racing through less crowded areas. Returning to the bustling street, Chen Feng dismounted and asked, "Well, not bad, right?" The young cultivator nodded. "Interesting. They'll take it for 100 spirit stones." 200. Chen Feng, now confident, raised the price. Huang Qingyu looked at him as if he were insane. 150 at most. After all, this iron horse isn't a spirit artifact. Fine, I'll sell it to you for that. Consider it making a friend. Chen Feng's face showed reluctance, but inwardly he rejoiced. 1 spirit stone equaled 1 tael of gold. This deal had made him a fortune. Yet he knew he had only managed to sell it because he had encountered a wealthy young master with a curious streak. After all, a horse cost far less. Huang Qingyu examined the motorcycle closely. What powers this mechanical vehicle? Refined naphtha. Chen Feng didn't plan to make extra profit on the fuel, knowing the buyer wasn't a fool. If he couldn't get fuel, he wouldn't buy. On naphtha. No wonder the exhaust smells so familiar. Chen Feng understood immediately. This man was indeed knowledgeable about mechanisms and artifact crafting, which explained his interest in the motorcycle. Huang Qingyu took out a storage pouch and poured out 150 spirit stones, counting them out to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. The system hadn't given him any storage space. A storage pouch would save him from carrying his belongings around ostentatiously. "Brother Huang, do you have an extra storage pouch? Could you sell me one?" Huang Qingyu was taken aback, realizing Chen Feng didn't even own one. "I have a small one bought for 1,000 spirit stones." "Forget it, I'm broke. Farewell." Chen Feng stuffed the 150 spirit stones into his pocket and turned to leave. Chen Feng was speechless. Was he the kind of person to sell his body for mere money? Huang Qingyu watched his retreating figure with a mix of amusement and pity, shaking his head. Another ordinary person chasing the elusive path of immortality. Cultivation is very expensive. Muttering to himself, he rode the motorcycle back to his artifact forge. What attracted him to the motorcycle was that it could run without spiritual power and could be stored in a storage pouch. Horses were cheap but couldn't be carried around. If I can produce a batch and sell them across the provinces, it'll make a huge profit. After strolling around the city, Chen Feng noticed his live stream audience had grown, nearing 10,000. "Everyone help me invite friends and family. When I hit 10,000 followers, I can open another treasure chest." Chen Feng was exasperated. Was it his fault? He found an inn to stay at, then wandered the bustling streets, occasionally spotting high-level cultivators flying by on spirit beasts or swords. His live stream finally gained a new wave of followers thanks to Qingyun City's unique architecture and culture, so different from Earth's. If passers-by didn't follow, it didn't count. Only those who actually clicked the follow button accumulated. "Congratulations, host. Your followers have reached 10,000. You've received a 10,000 follower treasure chest." Chen Feng opened the chest, and a burst of rainbow light flashed in the live stream. This time he had obtained a divine ability from the 36 heavenly arts. Paper cutting to create humans. Goushou's version used sacred tree bark to make paper cut into human shapes and transform them into paper assistants or paper clones. Comes with 4 members of Goushou's paper band, non-combatant, indestructible. Chen Feng was stunned. It was a 98% divine ability. Behind Qingyun City stretched the vast Qingyun mountain range, spanning over 300 li. Several main peaks soared into the clouds, perpetually shrouded in mist by the protective arrays, allowing distant onlookers only blurred glimpses of palaces and jade towers. Halfway up the southern slope of Qingyun City, there stood 2 estate compounds, one belonging to the Qingyun Sect and the other to the White Egret Sect. The founders of the 2 sects shared a deep marital bond, so their schools had been allied for generations. Though there was some rivalry, it had always been healthy competition. Their criteria for recruiting disciples differed entirely, so recruiting together rarely caused conflict. Rather, it attracted even more people. Chen Feng set out early in the morning, climbing the stone steps, and encountered many young boys and girls walking together, most around 14 or 15 years old, all already possessing some cultivation. Compared to them, he starting cultivation at 19 seemed utterly uncompetitive. Soon he reached a fork in the road with stone tablets on both sides. To the left was Qingyun Manor, to the right White Egret Manor. Most carrying weapons headed left toward Qingyun Manor, while those bearing musical instruments or beautifully dressed women went right toward the White Egret Sect. Watching most of the older and younger girls heading toward White Egret Manor, Chen Feng's resolve to join Qingyun Sect wavered for a moment. So many beauties, why bother with Qingyun Sect? Bro Feng, it's still not too late to choose again. Little Feng, don't listen to them. Stay true to your original aspiration. Lust is like a wolf or tiger. You can't control it. Don't go and let me handle it. Can you handle it, weakling? Hilarious. This is a proper sect, not the Joyous Union Sect. Don't get kicked out. Chinfong chuckled. Right, this was a proper sect, not the Joyous Union Sect. Going there just to look, but not touch would only be more tormenting. My Dao heart is as firm as a rock, Chen Feng declared, repeatedly drawing and sheathing his sword as he strode toward Qingyun Manor. The other youths on the same path showed little inclination to greet him. After all, his behavior seemed too strange. One hand constantly pulling and sheathing the sword, occasionally staring vacantly and chatting with the air. If this wasn't a sign of a troubled mind, then he must have been possessed. Arriving at the manor gate, 2 long tables were set up under the archway. Behind one table sat a middle-aged scholar, behind the other a stunningly beautiful young woman. Chen Feng walked over to observe. Those registering approached like patients seeing a Chinese medicine doctor, extending their hands for pulse diagnosis. The beauty closed her eyes, took the pulse, and smiled. All 12 meridians are sound, and the 8 extraordinary vessels are unobstructed. Solid foundation. Go on in. Thank you, senior. The delighted girl hurried into the manor. Nearby, the middle-aged scholar finished taking a young man's pulse and shook his head. Your 12 meridians are cold and weak, 6 vessels blocked. Your foundation is too poor. Leave the mountain. The young man refused to give up. Really, there's no chance. I can work hard. Please let me in, senior. The scholar advised, don't waste your years. Life is but a few decades. Go do something meaningful. Very well, thank you, senior. Farewell. The young man's eyes red rose and left. The beauty took another pulse. Your 12 meridians are thin and weak, 7 vessels blocked. Foundation too poor. Leave the mountain. Woo, sorry to trouble you, senior. The woman, covering her mouth, left in tears. Some rejoiced, but most departed weeping. Having observed enough, Chen Feng went to the back of the line. Brothers, this must be the aptitude test. My aptitude is surely fine. Getting into Qingyun Sect shouldn't be a problem. In front of him stood a very tall, burly man. As Chen Feng chatted with his livestream audience, the other man, thinking Chen Feng was addressing him, turned back and said, this is a foundation test, just one part of aptitude assessment. There's still the comprehension test and the character test. Pass all 3 and you become an outer disciple. After paying tuition, you can study the basic techniques on Qingyun Mountain for 3 years. Then there's a newcomer competition. Those with outstanding abilities can become inner disciples under various peak elders, learning powerful techniques and enjoying generous sect benefits. Wow, that's quite troublesome. Chen Feng clicked his tongue. By the way, I'm Chen Feng. And you, buddy? Looks like we're the oldest here. I'm Wu Zhongyan. I'm only 16. 16. I didn't look this old even at 36. Wu Zhongyan knew his appearance was easily misunderstood, so even though Chen Feng looked astonished, he wasn't bothered. But he pointed curiously at Chen Feng's restless hand. By the way, why do you keep drawing your sword? Chen Feng laughed awkwardly. Cultivation. It's a form of cultivation. Also, since you have no cultivation, if you encounter a cultivator on edge from being hunted and you draw your sword in front of them, they'll cut you down first. Wu Zhongyan warned. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Chen Feng thought to himself that he'd better not randomly practice skill proficiency on the road from now on. Yet his hand still didn't stop. After all, what Wu Zhongyan mentioned, though possible, was more likely in the city or other places, not here. He aimed to level up 100% bare hand blade catch to LV2, turning it from a single target to a group skill. Wu Zhongyan turned away and fell silent. Chen Feng didn't press him for more information, as the man didn't seem talkative and he didn't want to be annoying. Once he got into Qingyun Sect, there would be plenty of time to ask around. Soon it was their turn. Wu Zhongyan sat on the stool and placed his hand on the table for the scholar to take his pulse. The scholar closed his eyes, felt the pulse, and nodded with satisfaction. Your 12 meridians are robust, and the 8 vessels are broad and unobstructed. An excellent foundation. And you have some cultivation. Wu Zhongyan said, 6th grade martial cultivator Qi, refining layer 3. Good. Go on in. Thank you, senior. Wu Zhongyan stood, clasped his hands in salute, and stepped aside, seemingly waiting for Chinfong. Chinfong sat down with a grin and placed his hand on the table. Senior, your trouble. The scholar smiled, raised his hand, and took Chinfeng's pulse. Then his brow furrowed. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. No way. Was his illness? Wait, was his foundation really that poor? The scholar opened his eyes and said, your 12 meridians are weak and 5 vessels are blocked. Your foundation is very poor. Leave the mountain. Chinfong was dumbfounded. Was he stuck with the waste-born protagonist script? Senior, can't you make an exception? I have no other wish in life but to cultivate on the mountain. The scholar said you must come from an ordinary family, never having undergone any basic training since childhood, right? Chinfong confidently replied, yes. I believe that if you just give me a chance to cultivate, I'll soar to the heavens. The scholar, seeing through it all, said outer disciples must pay a tuition of 1,000 spirit stones each year. Good heavens, why don't you just rob people? 1,000 spirit stones equaled 1,000 taels of gold, which was 12 million yuan in soft currency. 1,200 million in tuition per year. Chen Feng immediately stood up and bowed. Sorry to bother you. Farewell. Hilarious. The cultivation world is even more real than modern society. Poverty is the original sin everywhere. The Führer failed the exam, bro Feng. Time to do something big. Chen Feng, face dark, reached the fork in the road, and his eyes lit up. Brothers, I think the White Egret sect with its singing and dancing suits me better. Ha, I told you. Bro Feng, are you trying to kill me with laughter? So delicious. The otherworldly Wang Jingza. 23333. Chen Feng looked at the road to the Bailu mountain villa where everyone was carrying musical instruments, and he bought a guitar from the system shop to carry on his back. However, his silhouette and temperament still felt out of place among the crowd. At the entrance of Bailu Mountain Villa, there was no long table set up for qualification verification, which relieved Chinfong. However, he was not clear about the specific process and felt it would be more prudent to ask someone in advance to avoid being discouraged by the exorbitant tuition fees later. He glanced around and quickly fixed his gaze on a somewhat handsome and solitary elegant youth. Excuse me, could you tell me what the process for the Bailu Sect's assessment is? Huh, you don't even know and still came to participate in the assessment. Imocho looked at Chinfong in astonishment, as though seeing a peculiar student who forgot whether he was in the arts or sciences during an exam. Chinfong awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Ahem, I would appreciate your guidance. Imocho found it somewhat amusing, but continued with her hands behind her back, saying, the Bailu Sect recruits 2 types of disciples, those with good talent, who can sing and dance well, and those with poor talent, who can create songs and dances. Both need to first demonstrate their singing and dancing abilities, after which their qualifications will be verified to determine which category they fall into. Is there a tuition fee? Chinfong asked. Imocho paused, assessed Chinfong again, and said, for the first 3 years, yes. Each year requires 500 spirit stones. If you lack spirit stones, the Bailu Sect allows for compensatory work to cover the deficit. Creating good songs and dances can offset spirit stones, and performing at the Bailu Sect's affiliated performance venues can also offset spirit stones. Wonderful. Chinfong's eyes instantly lit up. The Bailu Sect was indeed the most suitable for a financially strapped student like him. What a surprise, a work-study arrangement has emerged. It's true that cultivation novels are deceptive. Joining a sect actually requires tuition fees, damn. This is actually normal. The elders and inner disciples of the sect need salaries, and spirit stones are consumables. If they don't extract a bit from the newcomers, relying solely on mining would lead the sect to bankruptcy. This also directly eliminates those who lack wealth and resources. How can one cultivate without money? Are resources meant to be snatched? So the real cultivation world is even more brutally realistic than society. Am dying of laughter. Brother Feng plans to sing Only Mother in the World later, right? What a surprise, he almost made the sect elder's stomach turn, kicking up a fuss. Ha. Chinfong was speechless. Oh, was he that kind of person who seeks death? If it weren't for the crowd around, he would have said something. At this moment, Chinfong had already followed others into a courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, a Bailu disciple in white uniform handed each person a wooden token. Chinfong's token was 16, while Imocho's token was 68. In the courtyard on one side of the loft, 4 Bailu Sect cultivators resembling judges sat above, drinking wine and savoring the performances of the candidates below. When the candidates finished, a nearby disciple would announce whether they passed based on their expressions. Chen Feng followed Imocho to a side of the courtyard and sat down on an empty bench in the corridor. To be honest, he really couldn't appreciate the singing of the people here. It felt like listening to an opera, and he still couldn't understand a word after a long time. However, the dancing was different. The female cultivators in the cultivation world had no inferior looks or figures. Hey, it was indeed delightful. The Bailu Sect was truly fated to be aligned with him. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also immensely entertained. I told you the Bailu Sect is good. Oh look, isn't this enough? It's enough. Brother Feng must pass the assessment or I will unfollow immediately. Brother Feng, promise me definitely do not date these young ladies. I can smell the scent of lemon from hundreds of miles away. Little brother Feng Wu, I suddenly realize I am so ugly. What a surprise the little sister is losing confidence. I'm almost aesthetic fatigue. I just want to say brother Feng's follower count is skyrocketing like a rocket. Is it about to break 100,000? What a surprise when talking about cultivation you don't believe it, but when there are young ladies dancing you come uninvited. Brother Feng, look, this is the key to traffic. Chen Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. If it weren't for the crowd around, he would have sprayed these vulgar viewers who came just to see the young ladies dance. But forget it, this wave of traffic and attention is truly delightful. When the large-breasted lady in red finished dancing, the Bailu Sect disciple announced, "Fail, eliminated." Why? The lady in red protested vehemently. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. He also felt it was unfair. The audience in the live broadcast room was even less satisfied than the lady in red. Yeah, why? Her two bunnies clearly danced so well. The judges obviously lacked artistic sensibility. Isn't it true? Did they not see such big round artistry? No whale step in. Looking around, she danced the best, but after watching one wonders what the meaning of life is. I'm still hesitating, but some have already finished. He typed with both hands to express his innocence. What a surprise. It's still you guys. Chen Feng couldn't help but mumble in his heart. At the loft, sitting in the third seat, was a beauty resembling a hibiscus with willow-like eyebrows, skin like snow, and black hair styled in a beautiful bun. The Bailu Sect needs elegant singing and dancing, not base and vulgar things like those of courtesans. This person was Hua Yurong, one of the 5 peak masters of the Bailu Sect. Si Hongxiu was so angry her teeth were itching, she didn't dance provocatively at all. She wanted to retort, but feeling Hua Yurong's faint oppressive aura, could only swallow her words. With her eyes reddened with grievance, she stepped down from the stage. All right, next one. Chen Feng felt that Si Hongxiu was quite wrong. Her dance was not really that revealing. Perhaps it was her outstanding figure. Her curvaceous body with a Western proportion made whatever dance she performed feel very dazzling and vulgar. Chen Feng thought that even without dancing her voice was quite nice, exuding a cool and carefree feeling like Su Xingjia. He saw Si Hongxiu leaving the courtyard, and with over 20 people still ahead of him, he followed her out. "Miss, please wait." Si Hongxiu wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and slowly turned around to ask, "What is it?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "I think you dance quite well." "Oh." Si Hongxiu was taken aback, feeling a little better inside, and replied, "Thank you." Chen Feng continued, "Can you sing or play an instrument?" "Yes, I can do both," Si Hongxiu nodded. Chen Feng smiled again, "It was good to have that. If you trust me, wait for me at the Yulai Inn in the city. I'll prepare a song for you to try tomorrow." "Why do you want to help me?" Si Hongxiu looked at Chen Feng with a complicated expression. Chen Feng thought for a moment and replied, "You just caught my eye. Thank you, I will wait for you at the inn." Chen Feng smiled faintly as Si Hongxiu departed with unusually light steps. A wave of dismay rippled through the onlookers. "Xiaofenga, could it be that you've taken a liking to this garish woman? You wouldn't wish to be eliminated, would you?" Chen Feng asked calmly. "Ha, just yield to me, and I'll compose a song to secure your passage." A ripple of wry amusement passed among the crowd. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. "I simply found her agreeable and offered help. Nothing more salacious than that." With that, he turned back toward the courtyard to watch the next contestant take the stage. Imocho cast him a brief glance before returning her gaze to the arena. Half an hour later, Chen Feng realized, almost imperceptibly, that his follower count had surged past 100,000. A notification chimed, "Congratulations, host. Your follower count has reached 100,000. A 100K follower treasure chest has been awarded." Excited, Chen Feng glanced left and right, then tapped the chest with his fingertip. Within the live stream, the treasure chest shimmered open, bathed once more in prismatic radiance invisible to all outside the broadcast. Chen Feng froze. The skill he'd just acquired was frankly bizarre. 5-coin special effects LV. 1 enables the generation of simple visual effects around you, including subtitle overlays, dazzling light upgrades, spotlight beams, celestial merit descents, and combat victory flourishes. These effects bear no practical function, yet may be upgraded through successful displays of grandeur. 0-100. Chen Feng stared blankly. 100,000 follower reward, and this was what he got. And its upgrade condition. Grandstanding. Didn't they know hubris invites heavenly lightning? You ungrateful lot. Chen Feng's mood is already foul. Don't tease him further or he might falter in performance, and then none of you will see another maiden dance again. No way. That must never happen. Chen Feng rolled his eyes again. These spectators cared more about his admission to the Bailu Sect than he did himself. Next, contestant number 68. Here, Imocho rose and stepped onto the stage. Unfurling the satchel slung across his back, he revealed a long lacquered case. within which rested a two-stringed huqin, its dark body adorned with subtle green lotus motifs. Settling backward, he hooked one leg and reclined effortlessly, suspended midair. From the second-tier pavilion above, an elder stroked his beard and nodded approvingly. Mo Cho drew the bow across the strings. A profound sorrow unfurled with each note, spreading like mist through the courtyard, settling deep into the hearts of all who listened. Chen Feng blinked in surprise. The music struck not the ear, but the soul, stirring buried memories of grief. Had he possessed even a sliver of sentimentality, tears would have fallen unbidden. A quiet ache rose in many chests. Some recalled tender childhood memories, others murmured lines of verse. An old friend drifts across the heart. Turning to look, mountains and rivers are already autumn. Surely not. Did that actually move them to tears? Could it be he wept? Just as emotion swelled, laughter broke the spell. When Mo Cho lowered his bow, many contestants stood weeping. Only Chinfong, reading the stream of comments, clapped a hand over his mouth, barely suppressing a burst of laughter. The elder seated on the second tier nodded in satisfaction. He grasps but the surface of the melody's intent, yet still commendable. He shall enter directly as an inner sect disciple of my Jung Peak. This venerable master was none other than Feng Gua, the sovereign of Jung Peak, one of the 5 peaks of the Bailu Sect. Mo Cho accepted joyfully, bowing deeply. Many thanks, master. Feng Gua smiled gently. Come, ascend to the pavilion. As Mo Cho mounted the stairs and stepped straight into the elite ranks, bypassing 3 years of trials and tuition, envious glances swept the courtyard. Next, contestant number 69. Present. Chen Feng drew a slow breath and strode onto the stage. Setting down his guitar case, he withdrew a wooden guitar. The audience stood stunned. They had never seen such an instrument. Even the 4 judges in the pavilion exchanged puzzled glances. What manner of instrument is this? Never encountered it before. Master Feng, do you recognize it? This old man does not. Lacking Mo Chao's ability to sit upon air, Chen Feng quietly purchased a stool from the system shop and placed it on stage. Given that most cultivators carried spatial storage artifacts, such as spirit pouches or storage rings, his action drew little notice. Seated, he cradled the guitar horizontally and began to play. At the first notes, melodic fluid utterly alien to their era, the entire courtyard fell silent. It was a musical idiom entirely unknown to them. A plain porcelain body sketched with cobalt blue brushstrokes, shifting from bold to soft. Peonies painted upon the vase, just as you first adorned yourself. Incense curls softly through the window. I comprehend your unspoken thoughts. Ink flows across rice paper, then halts mid-stroke. Blue and white porcelain, an instant masterpiece. Its classical elegance and poetic resonance guaranteed universal appreciation. Yet when Chen Feng opened his mouth to sing, it struck the ancient audience like thunderclap beside the ear. A revelation both jarring and irresistible. It was an entirely new genre of song, unprecedented, unclassifiable. This melody, though seemingly simple, is profoundly soothing, indeed. And the lyrics, clear, vivid, instantly resonant. Wait, why are there characters floating beside him? At last the courtyard crowd noticed this man sang with subtitles. Strangely, no one had registered them at first. They'd seemed perfectly natural. Now faces twisted in bemusement, the words harmonized seamlessly with the music. They clarified the lyrics instantly, intuitive, accessible, and invited listeners to join in. It was quite simply kind to the ear and to the heart. Another world had just cracked open before them. How on earth does Chen Feng generate subtitles while singing? I didn't even notice them at first. I thought perhaps the noon mushrooms were undercooked again. Did someone eat subtitle mushrooms upstairs? Where can I buy some? The elegant woman seated at the foremost pavilion frowned. This feels dangerously unorthodox. What say you all? This old man finds it delightful, a rare blend of refined grace and popular charm. Feng Gua replied with a smile. After a pause, Hua Yuerong added quietly, I concur. Whether song or dance, we seek innovation above all. To stand before something wholly new and reject it would be the height of folly. The young judge on the 4th tier smiled faintly. I too approve. This appears to be precisely the kind of song I have long sought, one destined for wide and enduring circulation. Perhaps this very moment marks our chance to surpass the Tianyin Pavilion, Qilu Palace, and Qingyun Sect in the art of song. When Chen Feng finished, he looked up at the pavilion, heart pounding. Then came the single word, approved. His suspended heart finally settled. Yet, if only he could follow Mo Chao's path, entering the inner sect outright, he might spare himself 3 arduous years. And so a bold idea took root in his mind. For seniors, I actually have another song that is extremely powerful, subtly touching upon the legendary power of the laws. As Chen Feng spoke, the longtime fans in the live stream were stunned. Big fool, what are you trying to do? Don't seek death, brother Feng. You'll really get beaten to death. It's fine to obediently take the subsequent assessments and enter the outer sect step by step. Taking too big a step might lead to a fall. No, I still want to watch the young lady dance. Please don't mess up. This fool just passed and is already getting cocky. Prepare for the funeral. They'll chip in two tails. Up in the pavilion, the two peak masters and the steward were all stunned. The power of the laws. The young man on the fourth seat smiled. This young man is getting more interesting. The beautiful woman on the first seat sneered. This is pure grandstanding. You don't even have cultivation. How could you possibly comprehend the power of the laws? Even the sect leader dare not claim to have comprehended the power of the laws. This is the biggest joke in the world. Go ahead and show us. Perhaps it's just the intent of the Tao of song. After all, it's just the time for one song. Hua Yuerong said calmly. Chen Feng gave a precautionary note. Filial piety is the foremost virtue. This song was made from my longing for my mother and feeling the greatness of maternal love. It will make people experience a mother's hardships. Once I start singing, it affects friend and foe alike. Few besides me can remain unaffected under the influence of this law. If I offend anyone later, I hope you won't hold it against me, all right? Feng Guha couldn't help but laugh. Haha, don't worry. If you can really affect us, then you're impressive. Indeed, if that happens, I'll have my master take you as a direct disciple, said the young man on the fourth seat. Chinfong pursed his lips, wondering if being a direct disciple really meant being the one responsible for closing doors. The beautiful woman on the first seat rolled her eyes. Sing then. Don't talk too big. All right. Chinfeng's lips curled up slightly. This was the moment to test whether you were truly peerless powerhouses. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? After saying his preamble, he began to play the guitar again. Any song about maternal love could trigger the subsequent effect. For simplicity and efficiency in battle, singing "Only Mama is Good in the World" was the most convenient. But since this was a stage performance, he had to sing something with more technical skill. A pair of hands too rough to be adorned, always bringing warmth from behind. Though nagging and always caring, I didn't cherish it, feeling so guilty. Although he sang in Cantonese, the subtitles allowed everyone to understand what Chen Feng was singing. The beautiful woman on the first seat frowned. What kind of nonsense is he singing? As soon as she spoke, she found Feng Guha looking at her strangely, and Hua Yuerong beside him glaring at her. The beautiful woman was puzzled. What's wrong? Hua Yuerong said displeasedly. That's the dialect of our Yunhua province, not some nonsense. Ahem, sorry. The beautiful woman was very embarrassed, and at the same time she hated Chen Feng even more. Not only did he look like the man who had toyed with her feelings back then, but he also made her lose face. If Chen Feng knew her inner thoughts, he would probably curse her as a pathetic woman. What did her being cheated on by a scumbag have to do with him? In the live stream, many viewers' expressions were gradually losing control. These people don't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation. Haha, I just want to see what expression they'll have when their bellies swell up. Here it comes, here it comes. Feel the domination of the powerhouse identification technique. The examinees on the field were the first to suffer. Young men and women, older sisters and younger brothers, suddenly changed expressions, clutching their bellies and slowly squatting down, some even leaning against the wall to sit on the ground. Ugh, what's happening? My stomach hurts so much. Me too, it feels like my belly is about to burst. Heavens, is my belly really swelling up? When he said experiencing a mother's hardships, did he mean pregnancy? Damn it, I'm still an unmarried maiden. He's made me pregnant, and am a man. So. Not only the examinees, but even the disciples of Bailu Sect soon began to wail in agony. The four judges in the pavilion finally realized the gravity of the situation. The beautiful woman was about to stand up and tell him to stop, but she clutched her belly and sat back down in her seat, her face full of shock. How is this possible? Even I've fallen for it. What a... The expressions of Feng Guha and the others changed instantly. Then they too clutched their bellies, their faces changing color as cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Mo Cho wanted to seek help from Feng Guha, but seeing him also clutching his belly with a pale face, she fell into despair. That damn Chen Feng had actually made her belly swell up. Hua Yuerong gritted her teeth and stood up shouting, "Shut up! Stop singing!" Ugh, hiss. Chen Feng immediately fell silent. Since everyone had already been affected, there was no point in continuing to sing. He announced loudly, "Don't worry everyone. This isn't a real pregnancy. It will only make you experience the hardships a mother goes through from 10 months of pregnancy to giving birth to you, lasting for about 3/4 of an hour." Of course, there was a good chance he would be beaten to death after half an hour, so he needed to add an extra layer of insurance. Just as everyone was in agony thinking of killing Chen Feng once the experience was over, suddenly the clouds in the sky parted, a rainbow light appeared, and a golden beam, like a pillar, descended shining upon Chinfong. At that moment, Feng Guha and the others were shocked, seemingly forgetting the pain in their bellies for an instant. Heavenly bestowed merit. With merit on me, I don't believe you dare to kill me. Chinfong thought smugly to himself. Of course, this wasn't real heavenly merit, but a cheap special effect meant to bluff. As the golden pillar of heavenly merit faded, Chinfong put on a delighted expression. Hiss, it's actually merit. Thank the heavens. Meanwhile, Feng Guha and the others in the pavilion were dumbfounded. This kid had merit on him. It seemed they couldn't kill him now. Just then, countless figures flew through the sky, some riding flying swords, some walking on air, and others riding clouds. Soon they surrounded the entire courtyard. Damn, walking on air, riding clouds. Chen Feng was shocked. They had attracted the great powers of both Qingyun Sect and Bailu Sect. It was just a cheap special effect, but they were easier to catch than a fish. In the sky, a white-haired but youthful-looking Taoist in green robes, standing on a small cloud, and holding a whisk, looked strangely at the pregnant women lying all over the courtyard. Finally, his gaze settled on Chen Feng, who was holding a guitar with an awkward expression. Young friend, did you cause the heavenly merit to descend? A yes. Chen Feng had no choice but to brace himself and answer. Showing off in the cultivation world was indeed risky. These big shots came faster than Christian carp at the first sign of an anomaly. I see the sword on your person. Stop. Jade mystery true person, you wouldn't be trying to poach someone right in front of me, the sect leader at White Heron Manor, would you? A white-haired woman with blue eyes riding a three-tailed celestial crane looked warily at the green-robed Taoist. The green-robed Taoist was taken aback. Looking closely, he realized this was White Heron Manor, not Azure Cloud Manor, and felt a bit embarrassed. He had almost broken the rules. He changed the subject and said, Sect leader, please don't be angry. Allow me to finish what I was saying. Under the wary gazes of Bai Qianxue and the disciples of the White Egret Sect, the azure-robed Taoist Xuan Realm cleared his throat before addressing Chen Feng. I see the sword at your waist. The White Egret Sect has little expertise in the way of the sword. The Azure Cloud Sect and the White Egret Sect are bound by a shared kinship. Since you have joined the White Egret Sect, you are as a nephew to the Azure Cloud Sect. I shall bestow upon you a stroke of fortune. Here is a manual of the sword nurturing art, a gift for your supplementary cultivation. Should you wish to pursue deeper swordsmanship, you may also come to the Azure Cloud Sect to learn. After Xuan Realm finished, Bai Qianxue and the others from the White Egret Sect breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he might shamelessly steal their disciple. After all, a disciple who could attract heavenly merits, even with mediocre talent, would be an excellent mascot to stabilize the sect's fate. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He had been wondering how to get to the Azure Cloud Sect to claim the rewards there. Wasn't this like a pillow arriving just as he felt sleepy? This old man is a true benefactor. My thanks to Xuan Realm. Xuan Realm nodded, and the manual flew down. Chen Feng caught it overjoyed and couldn't resist flipping through it. Mid-grade superior secret art, sword nurturing art detected. Do you wish to learn? Learn. The illustrations and annotations on the manual glowed, transforming into streams of light that flew into Chen Feng's brow. Of course, this was a system effect visible only to the livestream audience, not to outsiders. Sword nurturing art. There are 3 ways to nurture a vessel. Nurture it with intent, nurture it with chi, and nurture it with love. This strengthens the vessel and deepens its bond with you, even granting it a chance to awaken a spirit. Chen Feng tilted his head. The system's description of the sword nurturing art wasn't limited to swords alone. A vessel encompassed a wide range. Could it be like Squirrel Voyager's heretical art of nurturing everything, even people and air? He stroked his chin. He had already mastered the 3 nurturings of the sword nurturing art. Intent and chi, spiritual and mental energy, were both too weak for him to use recklessly. As for love, he had plenty to spare. At his peak, he had followed over 3,000 bodhisattvas on Weibo. He tried nurturing the sword at his waist with love. A hazy pink light glowed on the sword, and it let out a pleasurable chime. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Pink light. This skill seemed a bit improper. In the sky, the Azure Cloud Sect members were stunned. The sword nurturing art was a required cultivation for every disciple of the sect, so they were all too familiar with its effects. Xuan Realm, who had been stroking his beard and preparing to ride the clouds back, suddenly turned his head so sharply he nearly fell off. The sword nurturing art, and at the 3rd level, the most difficult, nurturing with emotion. Bai Qianxue was also stunned. As an old neighbor, she knew the sword nurturing art inside out. If Chen Feng hadn't practiced it before, then mastering it at a single glance was truly monstrous. She couldn't help asking, have you studied the sword nurturing art before? Huh. No, didn't he just give me the manual? As he spoke, Chen Feng tried nurturing the guitar in his arms with love. Most cultivators nurtured only one weapon. He had more love to spare, so he could try nurturing several. When the guitar in his arms also glowed with a faint pink light and let out a pleasant chord. The sky filled with question marks. Xuan Zinren's neck stretched down like an old turtle's. What did you just do? I tried nurturing my instrument. It seems to work. Haven't you all tried nurturing other things? Nurture your grandmother's leg. They could barely manage nurturing one sword, who had time for other things. Xuan Jinren and the Azure Cloud Sect disciples took a deep breath, suddenly feeling their blood pressure rise. Was this something to just try casually? And he had actually succeeded. He had actually succeeded. Xuan Jinren looked at Chen Feng with a deeply conflicted expression. Maybe. He should be shameless just this once. Weren't rules meant to be broken? Would snatching a disciple make the White Egret sect outright hostile? Probably not right. Wait, where is Bai Chinchua? Xuan Jinren noticed the back of the three-tailed celestial crane was empty. Looking down, he saw that Chen Feng was also gone. Sensing with his divine sense, Bai Chinchua had already grabbed the stunned Chen Feng and was flying toward the White Egret sect. As she flew, she activated the White Egret sect's protective formation. One would think the demonic path had risen again and was attacking. Indeed, being too familiar was a bad thing if she had predicted my move. How disheartening. Xuan Jinren sighed. Win some, lose some. Let's return to the sect. Yes. The Azure Cloud Sect disciples reluctantly turned and left. Of course, two people were left shivering in the wind, the middle-aged scholar and the beautiful woman who had been on duty at the Azure Cloud Manor's gate assessing disciples. Because Chen Feng had first tried to register there and they had rejected him. In the courtyard, a group of people with swollen, aching bellies wept bitterly as they watched Bai Chinchua take Chen Feng away. They really wanted to punch him. That guy was a beast. Bro Feng's moves left me dumbfounded. I thought this would be a tough start for a useless talent, but he stunned me in no time. Damn, Bro Feng got captured by a female demon. What female demon? That's the White Egret sect's sect leader. Bro Feng really gambled, right? He's soaring straight up. Is this the beginning of being kept by a domineering beauty CEO? That beauty CEO must be 300 years old, right? Age doesn't matter as long as she's beautiful. Bai Chinchua looked back to see that Xuan the Taoist hadn't followed and breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across her face. I found a treasure this time. The White Egret sect's revival is at hand. She was lost in pleasant thoughts, but when she reached out to test Chen Feng's talent, she froze. How can your foundation be so poor? Chen Feng looked speechless. Was that his fault? And what did a poor foundation matter as long as his kidneys weren't weak? Would this woman turn her back on him now? Alas, heaven is indeed fair. It gave you monstrous comprehension, but cut off your physical foundation. Bai Chinchua shook her head regretfully. She had wanted to take Chen Feng as her personal disciple, but now she thought better of it. Wait here. They'll find you a master. Oh, okay. Bai Chinchua left him in the garden and turned away. With nothing to do, Chen Feng checked his skill progress. 100% bare-handed blade catching LV1 passive. Your fingers possess a strong gravitational pull. Any bladed weapon aimed at you will be caught between your fingers. If the opponent holds the weapon, they cannot move. If they do not, the weapon will completely sever its connection with them. Upgradable to LV2 by repeatedly drawing and sheathing your sword. Current progress 9995-210-0000. Just 48 more times to reach LV2. How delightful. 5-cent special effects LV1. You can generate simple effects around you such as subtitle effects, level up, glow, spotlight effects, heavenly merit effects, kill effects, etc. The effects have no real substance. Upgradable by successfully showing off 3100. Chen Feng was astonished. Hey, when did I successfully show off 3 times? Just as he said that. Upgradable by successfully showing off 4100. That counted too. System, you're surprisingly nice. Just as Chen Feng was stealthily typing and chatting with the audience in the livestream room, a notification suddenly popped up from the system. Detected that the streamer has arrived at the White Heron Sect and has been streaming alongside the sect leader for 3 minutes. Default check-in successful. Chen Feng was stunned. Wasn't the check-in reward supposed to be a green gate? He fully opened the mini-map, and as it expanded, the single point that had been on Azure Cloud Mountain split into 2 points, each floating above a different sect. Good heavens, it turned out the 2 points had overlapped because they were too close together. Obtained 7 types of check-in location rewards. Please draw 1 card. As the system finished its announcement, 7 cards materialized in the livestream room. Good heavens, Brother Feng just hit the jackpot. Give him an invincible skill, let him act like a big shot. Hilarious, don't let him get another weird skill again. A ridiculous skill for a ridiculous guy, isn't that perfect? LOL, what a wonderful day today, all my wishes come true. Chen Feng's hand hesitated in the air for a moment before he chose the card in the middle. All the other cards vanished except for the one he had selected. The card flipped over and a layer of golden light illuminated it. She underworld version music array skill. Play the tune she summoned the red and white duo whose combat power surpasses the band's overall level by one major realm. Friendly reminder, once the tune is played, misfortune is inevitable. Either send your enemies away or send yourself away. Chinfong gasped sharply. This time he hadn't drawn a ridiculous skill, but a netherworld one instead. If he could assemble a band of full Tribulation transcendence experts, even a god would have to kneel. This time the livestream audience also saw the skill description on the card. Holy crap, it's actually she. Quick tag the original singer and have them collect royalties from Brother Feng. Underworld version plus the red and white duo. It instantly paints a vivid picture. Does this system have any proper skills at all? Hilarious, probably Brother Feng just can't draw them. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. It was definitely the system's fault, not his own bad luck. I'm ignoring you guys, I'm off to grind my skill proficiency. Chen Feng gripped his sword and began pulling it out and sheathing it again. He almost there, almost done. Little did he know his movements and silhouette appeared utterly lecherous. And as luck would have it, a young man and woman passed by the garden. A cute girl with a large green bow tied at the back of her hair tugged at the youth beside her in confusion. Hey, senior brother, what is that person doing over there? He looks so creepy. Could he be the one the sect leader sent us to fetch? The bow-wearing girl's senior brother turned to look and was stunned. He immediately covered the girl's eyes, saying, "Junior sister, don't look. He'll go teach that pervert a lesson." Huh, a pervert? The girl tilted her head in an innocent daze. Wang Hao released a sword pellet from his hand, which flew toward Chen Feng's shoulder, transforming into a slender silver blade midair. Sword pellet, 100-fold refined steel, turned into a soft thread coiled like a ball of yarn. When used, it is driven by will and inner energy to unfold into a supple yet razor-sharp edge. And as for blades like that, Chinfong was their natural nemesis. In a flash, Chinfong spun around his left hand, moving with lightning speed, and caught the silver streak between two fingers. Chinfong was dumbfounded. What the heck is this? Are the snakes in this garden that fierce? The cultivation world really is something else. Huh, no wait. How could a snake trigger his passive skill of catching blades with bare hands? The moment the silver light was caught between Chinfong's fingers, Wang Hao realized that the sword pellet he had refined for 7 years had completely severed its connection with him. The spiritual sense entwined around the sword pellet was forcibly severed, causing Wang Hao's face to pale, his vision to darken, and his steps to falter as he staggered back 2 paces to steady himself. What shattered him even more was that Chinfong was still pulling and sheathing his sword with one hand. The motion, though somewhat indecent, wasn't actually wrong. So he had just misunderstood, and this time he bore full responsibility. Qing Dai blinked her big, sparkling eyes, momentarily unable to grasp the situation. She didn't understand why the second senior brother had suddenly attacked Chinfong, nor why his expression had turned so grim. An awkward silence fell over the scene. Chinfong looked at the two in confusion, while Qing Dai looked between Chinfong and Wang Hao. Wang Hao stared at Chinfong with a complicated expression, too embarrassed to turn back and face his junior sister Qing Dai. Is it lagging? Hilarious, this atmosphere is so awkward. Brother Feng, maybe you should speak first. This is getting boring. Chinfong found that reasonable and spoke up. Is this limp thing yours? Yes. Wang Hao replied awkwardly. Chinfong narrowed his eyes and asked, why did you ambush me? Wang Hao's face flushed red. With his junior sister right there, he could hardly say he thought Chinfong was amusing himself. What if I said it was a misunderstanding? Would you believe me? Seeing how mortified Wang Hao looked, as if he could dig a 3-room apartment out of the ground, Chinfong guessed it was because his own silhouette was just too dashing, inspiring jealousy. Chinfong, adhering to his principle of getting along with others, said, 100 spirit stones, or he'll tell the sect leader. If only you would do that. No kidding, nothing gets past him. Brother Feng is a man of principle. Ha 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 ha, that kills me. Wang Hao was speechless. This guy was so pragmatic, but it was fine. Deal. Ha ha, senior brother, you're such a straightforward person. Here, take this limp thing back. Chinfong held the noodle-like sword pellet between 2 fingers and handed it to Wang Hao, while his other hand was already outstretched in front of him, as if to say, pay up. Oh, by the way, I have some hardening glue. Want to borrow it to straighten this out? No thanks. Wang Hao stored the now limp sword pellet into his storage pouch and counted out 100 spirit stones for Chinfong. With 100 spirit stones tucked into his robe, Chinfong's waist seemed to bulge considerably, and as he walked, a clattering sound emerged like a belly full of marbles. Wang Hao had no idea what to say about this soon-to be junior brother. Qing Dai, who had witnessed the entire process, found Chinfong utterly fascinating. He had a temperament entirely unlike that of a normal person. Wang Hao couldn't help but ask, how did you do that? Chinfong was taken aback and replied a little sheepishly, oh, that. You just need to have a thick enough skin. At that moment, the barrage in the livestream room went silent as the audience was laughing too hard to type. Wang Hao was speechless. Was that what I was asking? I'm talking about that move where you caught my sword pellet. It even severed my connection with it instantly. That. You just need to be fast enough. Wang Hao was speechless again. If anyone else had been that fast, their fingers would probably be gone. Qing Dai finally couldn't help but laugh. Wang Hao took a deep breath, steadying his nearly shattered composure. The sect ordered us to take you for apprenticeship. Follow us. Also, barring any surprises, it'll be your second senior brother from now on. My name is Wang Hao. Hao as in righteous spirit. I'm 8th senior sister Qing Dai. Greetings senior brother and senior sister. Say want a huazi or some beetle nut. The White Heron sect comprised 6 peaks. Besides the main White Heron peak, the other 5 corresponded to the 5 notes Gong, Shang, Juji, and Yu. By Qinshui arranged for Chen Feng to be inducted into Yu peak. The representative instruments of Yu were the zither, guqin, and pipa. The guitar by its very shape belonged to this category, so by Qinshui assigned him to Yu peak. Mo chose Eru, for instance, was the representative instrument of Ji peak. Gong peak's representative was the drum accompanied by dance. Shang peak's representative was the gong bell or cymbals, metal instruments. Ju peak's representatives were the bamboo flute suona and other wind instruments. As they journeyed from the main peak to Yu peak, Wang Hao and Qing Dai explained the common knowledge and rules of the White Heron sect. There was also an unfortunate piece of news. The senior disciple of Yu peak was that handsome guy who sat in the 4th seat during the examination. By now, had probably already given birth. The 4 judges were Feng Guha, the peak master of Ji peak, Hua Yuerong, the peak master of Gong peak, Lin Xingdao, the senior disciple of Yu peak, and Xia Zhiyu, the senior disciple of Ju peak. There were of course many senior brothers and sisters on duty, as well as examinees who would become junior sisters and brothers. Chen Feng could already imagine how turbulent his future sect life would be. Maybe he'll just run away after I've learned enough. Chen Feng thought shamelessly. Qing Dai, sucking on a lollipop, said, Junior brother, what's wrong? You look so troubled. Chen Feng asked awkwardly, so what's the senior disciple's temper like? Qing Dai replied with a smile, very good. He's easygoing and gentle. Chen Feng forced a laugh and asked, if someone got him pregnant and made him experience being a mother, would he be hellbent on revenge? Qing Dai was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? The senior disciple is a man. Chen Feng continued, his face full of hope. I know. He's a man. And if that person became his junior brother, would he forgive him? Wang Hao and Qing Dai both stopped in their tracks, eyeing Chen Feng suspiciously. That person isn't you, is it? Yeah. Chen Feng nodded. They stared at him in horror, as if beholding a demon or monster. Qing Dai covered her mouth, her little worldview nearly shattered. Heavens! When did this happen? Wang Hao, who had been walking in the middle, warily circled to the other side of Qing Dai and warned solemnly, You. Stay away from me from now on. I already have a Dao companion. Chen Feng rolled his eyes and explained the whole story in detail. Only then did the two have a sudden realization, looking at Chen Feng with complicated expressions. We don't know if he'll beat you up, but Elder Hua and Steward Xia probably want to kill you. Stay put on Yu peak and don't wander off, or you might get a sack thrown over your head. In the live stream room, the audience was already laughing until their stomachs hurt. Now you're scared. Where was this fear before? Thrill of showing off, agony of the aftermath. Even got a tuition waiver, but pissed off a ton of people, ha. Brother Feng, watch your back. Watch out for sacks and bricks. If it gets too rough, just grab the techniques and skip town with a new alias. That's what the protagonists in other novels do. Sister Qing Dai's shocked little face is so cute. Inside the small pavilion atop Yu peak, Master Weave brought the person. Where's Master? Just as Wang Hao and Qing Dai couldn't find her, a lazy female voice came from above the small building. Come to the pear orchard. Master is in the pear orchard. Let's go. One side of Yu peak was a vast expanse of pear trees. The season was off, yet the trees here were still covered in full bloom. A gentle breeze blew and snow-white pear blossoms fluttered down from the branches like jade maidens in white silks, dancing gracefully through the air. The air was filled with the faint, sweet fragrance of pear blossoms, refreshing the heart and mind. Inhaling too much left one feeling lightheaded and pleasantly tipsy. In the grove stood a pavilion. A woman of indescribable beauty, dressed in a pale yellow feathered robe, sat barefoot on a white rug, tuning a jade guzheng. Holy crap, Master is so beautiful. Brother Feng, time to learn about being a disciple who defies the master. She's pretty, but I still prefer the silver-haired sect leader. I think Qing Dai is nice, very cute and more loyal. Ooh, I still like that eliminated lady in red better. Master Weave brought junior brother Chinfong. Wang Euro set down the guzheng, rested her elbow on the nearby table, propped up her pretty face, and appraised Chinfong standing before the pavilion. I heard your comprehension is remarkable. You learned the sword nurturing art after just one look, and even found a new path. Can you nurture musical instruments too? I don't know if my comprehension is really that strong. After all, that was only the second cultivation manual ID ever seen. Master, why not let me try some profound techniques? The more esoteric and advanced the better. Chinfong looked at Wang Yuro with expectant eyes. Good grief, I can hear you clicking that abacus all the way from Earth. Stop it, my face hurts from the beads of your abacus streamer. Brother Fong, buy a soundproof calculator from the shop. Brother Tian, ask if there's a dual cultivation manual. Dude, you're persistent. You've been asking since episode 1. There probably isn't a dual cultivation manual, but I have the contact info for an old-school doctor who specializes in impotence. You might need it. Ha ha ha, bro, why do you have an old-school doctor's number? Wang Hao and Qing Dai were both astonished and speechless. Mastering the sword nurturing art in one glance and using it to nurture musical instruments. What monstrous comprehension was this? And your abacus is practically rattling right in Master's face. Wang Yuro's lips curled slightly. She found this new disciple quite amusing, utterly different from the boring lot in the sect. She raised her fair, slender jade hand. With a flick, 3 ancient manuals appeared in her palm. Here, give it a try. If you can't learn them, I'll lose my temper and start hitting. I'll do my best. Chen Feng felt it harder to suppress his grin than to hold back an AK. This master. In a past life, was she some prince who liked to pee everywhere? Holy shit. Upstairs, are you a demon? Suddenly, Master doesn't seem so beautiful. Damn it, that's exactly the prince. Brother Feng, hold him down for me. Good grief. I just have to say good grief. Wang Yuro said lazily, what are you standing there for? Come and take them. Yes. Chen Feng stepped into the pavilion, reached out to take the 3 manuals, but as he withdrew his hand, Wang Yuro grabbed his wrist. Your foundation is indeed very poor. Your divine sense is like a flickering candle, and the spiritual energy in your body is pitifully scarce. Born in a poor family on the border of the 9 regions, I presume. You've already missed the optimal time for tempering. Your future prospects are very limited. Do you realize that? Chen Feng smiled, took the manuals, and stepped back out of the pavilion. Master, it's not my fault. I was born in humble circumstances. But it would be my fault if I deceived myself. He touched the ground, and as the mountain wind picked up, he cast a handful of dust into the air. The dust rose with the wind and vanished. He looked up at the blue sky with longing. A speck of dust, when the wind rises, can still soar into the heavens and pierce the clouds. So why not a man? But it will fall again. People are destined to die, aren't they? To die chasing a dream is to have lived a life without regret. Wang Hao and Qing Dai looked at Chen Feng with admiration, feeling an indescribable aura emanating from him. The comments in the live stream were filled with excitement and teasing. A flicker of helplessness crossed Chen Feng's face. Wang Yuro fell silent for a moment, then smiled softly. Let me see how high you can fly before you fall. Focus on the manuals. Oh. Chen Feng walked to a set of blue stone tables and chairs under the largest pear tree. He placed 3 manuals on the stone table and picked up one titled, White Crane Mystic Art, to read. Detected mid-grade upper-rank technique, White Crane Mystic Art. Learn. White Crane Mystic Art, a foundational technique of the White Crane Sect, balanced and gentle, requiring low talent. One cycle takes half an hour, accumulating 50,100 spiritual energy points, depending on the environment. Can be cultivated alongside the White Crane visualization method to generate a guardian spirit, the 6-tailed White Crane. Chinfong glanced at the other 2 manuals, who neither contained the visualization method. He set down the White Crane Mystic Art and picked up the 2nd manual, Phantom Sound Art. Detected mid-grade lower-rank spell, Phantom Sound Art. Learn. Phantom Sound Art, a soul attack using sound waves laced with illusions, requiring musical scenes to ensnare targets. Effectiveness depends on the caster's strength and the music's emotional resonance. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Combined with certain songs, wouldn't this be devastatingly powerful? Should he test it now? He glanced covertly at Wang Hao and Qing Dai, then at Wang Yuro. Both Wang Hao and Qing Dai shuddered simultaneously, feeling as though something unclean had set its sights on them. Wang Yuro narrowed her eyes, sensing a vague malevolence in the air. Chen Feng decided against courting disaster, lest he lose his place on Feather Peak or end up as the main course at a feast. Putting down Phantom Sound Art, Chen Feng picked up the 3rd manual, Demonic Sound, Piercing the Ear. What the hell? This title didn't belong in a legitimate sex collection, and would using it trigger a wild beat. Detected high-grade lower-rank spell, Demonic Sound, Piercing the Ear. Learn. This is the highest grade manual I've encountered so far, right? Regardless of righteous or demonic paths, a useful skill was a good skill. Learn. Demonic Sound, Piercing the Ear, singing or playing instruments unleashes a powerful wide-range sonic attack with both magical and spiritual damage. The more dissonant the sound, the higher the damage, the stronger the heavy metal rhythm, the greater the power. Chinfong shook his head, feeling overwhelmed by the system's infusion. After a moment to compose himself, he sat down and began circulating the White Crane Mystic Art. The White Crane Mystic Art had no strict posture requirements, as long as one wasn't multitasking inappropriately. Of course, those adept at dual tasking can manage. As Chen Feng began cultivating, a faint white glow emanated from his body. Wang Hao and Qing Dai stared wide-eyed. Wang Yuro looked as if she'd seen a ghost. This phenomenon only occurred with rapid circulation of the White Crane Mystic Art. Fewer than 100 in the entire sect could achieve such proficiency. Then they noticed Chen Feng's nose bleeding. He realized his mistake. He was trying to run high-end software on low-end hardware. His body was now locked in the technique's circulation, unable to stop. Without someone to forcefully shut it down, his nascent foundation would burn out. Wang Yuro saw the problem and acted instantly, striking the air to disperse the spiritual energy clogged within Chinfong. Chinfong was sent flying, coughing up blood as he struggled to his feet. The live-stream viewers were startled. Comments flooded in speculating about Wang Yuro's motives. Wang Hao and Qing Dai rushed over. "Junior brother, are you alright?" Wang Yuro was faster, appearing beside Chinfong and forcing a pill into his mouth. She then pressed her hand to his back to help refine the pill and heal his injuries. "Thank you, master." Chinfong smiled awkwardly, having failed spectacularly. Still, this master was reliable, and joining her sect was worth it. Seeing him stable, Wang Yuro sighed in relief, but scolded, "Your foundation is weak. Circulating the White Crane Mystic Art at such speed. Do you want to die?" "I only practiced a basic kid-drawing technique from Bandits yesterday. I didn't know this technique was so demanding." Chinfong explained sheepishly. Wang Yuro's eyes narrowed. "Oh, so it's my fault for not teaching you." Chinfong laughed nervously. No, it's my fault. Without your timely intervention, I'd be crippled." "Good that you know." Wang Yuro patted him and returned to the pavilion. The live-stream audience understood the situation. Comments compared his plight to overheating hardware and praised the beautiful master. Some noted the irony of the audience's shifting opinions. Wang Yuro asked, "Have you mastered the other two spells?" Chinfong replied, "Yes, but I lack the power to use them yet." Despite expecting this, Wang Yuro was inwardly stunned. She maintained a calm exterior. Wang Hao and Qing Dai gasped. He really learned just by flipping through them. His comprehension is monstrous. Chinfong found it ironic. It was the system, not him. Wang Hao frowned. "But then how did you catch my sword pellet?" Qing Dai echoed the question. Wang Yuro asked for details. Wang Hao explained, "When we went to find Chinfong, I tried to test him with my sword pellet. Just as it was about to hit him, he turned and caught it between 2 fingers, instantly severing my connection to it." Wang Hao produced the limp sword pellet. Wang Yuro's expression turned serious, suspecting Chinfong might be a body snatcher. "Who are you really, and why are you trying to infiltrate the White Crane Sect?" Chinfong felt helpless. How could he explain this? Confronted by Wang Yuro's interrogation, Chinfong could only prevaricate once again. "Master, have you heard of the law of force?" Wang Yuro narrowed her eyes, her beautiful gaze fixing dangerously on Chinfong. "It is the essence by which the heavenly Tao governs all things, the supreme power pursued by all spells and techniques." Chinfong continued his nonsense. "The law of force differs from spells. It is realized through enlightenment, not through cultivation. I have possessed a sharp mind since childhood, and sometimes when inspiration strikes, I can comprehend something extraordinary. I once witnessed bandits entering a village to slaughter the innocent. Out of fear of blades, I realized a technique, the ability to catch a blade with my bare hands." Wang Hao and Qing Dai exchanged bewildered glances. It was utterly absurd that such a lofty concept was realized in such a cowardly manner. Whoosh! Chinfeng's left hand suddenly moved, catching a jade hairpin. His expression stiffened as he turned his head to see the sharp hairpin mere centimeters from his face. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Then his right hand moved, catching a sharp zither string aimed at his heart. Smack! A pair exploded on Chinfeng's head. "Master!" Chinfong stared blankly at Wang Yuro, but before he could finish speaking, he collapsed, a large lump swelling on his head. Wang Yuro blinked, muttering to herself in bewilderment. There's no trace of spiritual energy or soul fluctuation. It seems he isn't hiding his cultivation or possessed. But he can only catch weapons with his bare hands, nothing else. What a bizarre ability. Wang Hao and Qing Dai were speechless. Good thing it was a pair. If it were a stone, would be holding a funeral. Wang Yuro stood and waved her hand. "You two go about your business. Not a word of what happened here." "Yes, master." Wang Hao and Qing Dai nodded and left. As Wang Yuro lifted Chinfong with her divine sense, spirit stones clattered to the ground. She shook him and more fell out. The scene was utterly bizarre. Wang Yuro collected all the spirit stones and brought Chinfong back to her small pavilion. She intended to study him thoroughly as she had never encountered such an odd individual. In the live stream, viewers froze as they saw Wang Euro place Chen Feng on a bed and begin to undress him. Wait, master, what are you doing? Brother Feng, wake up. Your master is taking off your clothes. Damn it. Take me instead. Feng is still a child. Feng, get lost. Master, please continue. Ha ha ha, LMAO. Oh, where did that holy light come from? The system treats us like outsiders. Maybe it's VIP content only visible with tips. Really, I tipped and the holy light is gone. Damn, the system knows how to make money. Yeah, really, it's huge. On Earth, Chen Feng's devoted fan Cherry immediately tipped 100 yuan, but the screen was still filled with holy light. She blinked, suspecting she had been scammed. Many other fans shared her experience. After tipping, there was still no VIP version. They could only gnash their teeth at the holy light. They wanted to expose the schemers, but after some thought they chose to stay silent. After all, they couldn't be the only ones scammed. Some even joined the schemers. Damn, it's true. If you don't tip enough, you can't see it. You need a carnival gift. The master's figure is amazing. If I find out you're lying, you're dead. Soon more people reluctantly tipped for a carnival gift only to be met with the same holy light. Oh, shameless schemers. How could you? Wah, they'll be eating dirt this month. Damn it. I can't be the only one scammed. Really, it's amazing. Even the Japanese productions are too conservative. The system is incredible. The cinematography would make even Kyo Motomichi bow down. Master Brother Feng TSK. And so more people fell for the trick. The next day, when Chinfong woke up, the lump on his head had vanished. He found himself soaking in a large wooden bucket filled with the scent of herbs. He felt an unfriendly gaze fixed on him from the side. Turning his head, he was instantly mortified. A senior brother. Indeed, it was senior brother Lin Xingdao, whom he had made pregnant upon their first meeting. After giving birth, he seemed to radiate a maternal glow. Lin Xingdao smiled gently. Junior brother, we truly are fated. Chinfong forced an awkward smile. Yes, senior brother. You have no idea, the moment I saw you on the stage, I felt an incredible warmth, like meeting family. I thought how wonderful it would be to become your junior brother. Flattery will get you everywhere. As long as I sweet-talk him, he probably won't hit me right. A tinkling laugh came from behind. Note a chorus of laughs, not just one. Chen Feng turned to see a dozen or so young women standing behind him, gazing at him with maternal affection. Lin Xingdao stood up and said, today's body tempering lesson ends here. Thank your little martial uncle. Thank you, little martial uncle. Lin Xingdao nodded and waved. All right, dismissed. The young women stifled their laughter, stealing glances at Chen Feng as they passed the tub, their smiles widening. Chen Feng realized he had been used as a teaching aid. They had probably seen every mole on his body. He stared blankly into the air. Though alive, he felt dead inside. He had socially died in the White Heron Sect. In the live stream, ha ha ha, if only we could screenshot this expression, would be the best social death of the year. Poor kid. Brother Feng faced life bravely. There's no hurdle you can't overcome. It's okay to cry if you want. Ha ha ha, senior brother must be secretly cruel. Go, senior brother. Lin Xingdao placed a set of White Heron Sect disciple robes on a nearby chair. All right, we're even now? You don't have to worry about me. Get up and dress yourself. With that, he left. Chen Feng stood, dried the medicinal water from his body, and put on the clothes. He hadn't yet noticed that his once weak foundation had significantly improved. His 12 meridians were now comparable to those of cultivators from ordinary families who had trained since childhood. Of the 8 extraordinary meridians, 2 of the 5 blocked ones had been opened, leaving only 3 obstructed. Dressed, he stepped out of the room and froze as he saw the blazing sun overhead. Damn, I broke my promise. What promise? Lin Xingdao, who was trying to nurture his zither with intent at the door, asked. Ever since Chen Feng discovered that the sword-nurturing art could nurture other objects, the higher-ups of the White Heron Sect had secretly begun practicing it. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Senior brother, I made an appointment with someone in the city yesterday, but I ended up sleeping through it. Could you please take me down the mountain? Of course. But it wasn't just one day. You slept for 3. Chen Feng was stunned. When Chen Feng and Lin Xingdao arrived above the town in riding a white egret, Lin Xingdao hoisted Chen Feng and leapt down. Chen Feng stepped into the inn and scanned the room, but he could not find the woman in red. He wondered sadly that she might have waited for him and been heartbroken. He approached the front desk and asked, Innkeeper, the day before yesterday, did a beautiful woman in red wait here for an entire day? The innkeeper saw the Bailu Sect insignia on his robes and smiled. She waited 2 days. Did she leave? Chen Feng asked with a tinge of disappointment. The innkeeper was about to say she had gone when he saw Si Hongxiu step into the inn. She is right behind you. Chen Feng turned and saw her. Indeed, it was she. Lin Xingdao recognized Si Hongxiu as well. Her elimination had felt unjust. It was not that her jump had been poor, but that her manner and bearing were too seductive, undermining the sect's image. Si Hongxiu bore no anger. Seeing Chen Feng, she assumed some mishap had delayed him. Chen Feng, slightly embarrassed, said, "Sorry, I was injured and unconscious. I woke and found that so much time had passed." "It's all right." "Congratulations," Si Hongxiu replied with a smile and a shake of her head. Chen Feng said to Si Hongxiu and Lin Xingdao, "Come to my room. I will give you something that will help you pass the first test. It should not be a problem." "All right." The two followed Chen Feng to a private chamber on the second floor. Having profited a little from slaying bandits, Chen Feng had rented a large single room and booked it for 7 days. "Sit down and I will write out the score." Chen Feng rifled through his belongings, produced a notebook and a pen, and began to write. He had loved music before he studied medicine. Otherwise, the Bailu Sect might have looked down on him. Lin Xingdao sat beside him and peered at the notation, finding not a single mark he could recognize. "Junior brother, where are you from? Is that your homeland script?" "This is..." "Oh, I forgot you cannot read it. It's a simple score from the far western lands." Chen Feng could only smile wryly. If he had to teach from the very beginning, he did not know how quickly Si Hongxiu would grasp it. Then an idea struck him. If she could not, he could. He quickly thought of a solution. "Senior brother, do you have any scores or manuals related to music?" "Of course I do. May I see them? I need to learn the local notation format." Lin Xingdao nodded and produced more than 10 scores and several notebooks on the 5 tones. "These notes are the fruit of years of study. You may look through them." Chen Feng examined 7 or 8 scores without triggering the system prompt and felt a rising impatience. System detected Xian Yin Baodian, a beginner to intermediate musical doctrine manual. "Learn it." Chen Feng's furrowed brow finally eased. "Yes." Xian Yin Baodian annotations on the 5 tones, 7 sounds, and the 12 lu. He set aside his old shorthand and began transcribing the score for Shi Mian Mai Fu ambush from 10 sides into the local notation. Although employing such a grand piece for an assessment was perhaps excessive, it was chosen as insurance. Once Chen Feng finished writing the score, Lin Xingdao had already mentally played through it. What a powerful composition! Merely evolving it in the mind conjures a battlefield rife, with killing intent, blades flashing in every direction, he said, agitated, then asked, "By the way, what is this piece called?" Chen Feng answered, "Shi Mian Mai Fu." Lin Xingdao's eyes brightened. "Exquisite." Si Hongxiu watched Lin Xingdao's admiration for the score and felt a long-dormant warmth stir within her. Chen Feng flexed his wrist and wiggled his fingers. "Hand me the pipa, I'll demonstrate it for you." "All right." Si Hongxiu tapped the storage bracelet at her wrist, and a pipa materialized in her hands. Chen Feng puckered his lips. How did everyone seem wealthier than him? The bracelet-style storage talisman was certainly not cheap. Chen Feng took the pipa, tuned it, and began to play. As Lin had said, a violent sense of battle, killing intent, and the clash of blades surged forth from the music. Si Hongxiu's red lips parted. The piece was more than beautiful. It was immortal in its grandeur. Even within the palace, she had rarely heard such mastery. When the final notes faded, Chen Feng returned the pipa to Si Hongxiu. Although he had dabbled with the instrument before, his skill had been poor. It was System Shop manual titled Pipa from Novice to Mastery had granted him instant understanding once purchased. Fans often bought manuals from the little shop to receive instant learning, so there was no reason he should labor through a skill book when a one-click learning function would trigger the same way. He also noticed something else. During the 3 days he was unconscious, the reward coins displayed in the shop had surged to over 1 million. He meant to inquire about it later, lest he appear a madman, muttering to himself. At that moment, Si Hongxiu stared at Chen Feng, surprised to find her heart beating rapidly. She pressed a hand to her chest, and her cheeks flushed. "Thank you," she said. "But this is a masterpiece of a lifetime. Is it not too extravagant to give it to me?" "Keep it then. If you feel indebted, repay me somehow later." Chen Feng's gaze flicked to the storage bracelet resting on Si Hongxiu's hand over her chest. Realizing his eyes were fixed on her chest, Si Hongxiu's face burned scarlet. Chen Feng, noticing her embarrassment, patted the senior brother, who was still studying the score. "Senior brother, let's go back." "Ah, yes." Lin Xingdao put down the score and looked at Si Hongxiu with envy. "This piece will surely be celebrated throughout the world one day. Do not let down junior brother's intent. Si Hongxiu knows." She took the score with a complicated expression and nodded. Chen Feng packed his things and prepared to leave with Lin Xingdao. At the inn's door, Si Hongxiu said, "I wish you success in the assessment. I will wait for you at the Bailu Sect." She hesitated, then added, "About what you wanted. Could I offer something else instead, eh? My background is complicated. Ooh, I fear I might hurt you in the future." Chen Feng stroked his chin. The bracelet seemed extraordinary. Perhaps it was better not to accept it and invite trouble. He smiled. "All right, then give me a storage pouch instead." Si Hongxiu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. Give me a few days. Fine, I'm not in a hurry." Until we meet again. Lin Xingdao summoned the Mount Spirit beast Qingyu Bailu, hoisted Chen Feng onto its back, and they flew toward the Bailu Sect. Lin Xingdao warned his junior brother not to be misled by beauty, for his foundation was weak. Chen Feng blinked in surprise. He had never considered courting Si Hongxiu. She was not his preferred kind of sweet girl. He had simply felt a visual affinity and wanted to give her a hand. Besides, viewers loved watching her dance. If she became a classmate, she could dance sometimes to boost his popularity and attract followers. After the 100,000 follower milestone would come the million mark. Relying on his streams alone, it was hard to retain visitors, since 9 times out of 10, they suspected he was a fraud. But if there were a beauty, things would be different. Visitors seeing a stunning woman would in most cases follow at once. Was he unfamiliar with the cultivation world and ignorant of Earth's people at the same time? After all, he had been like that before. Chen Feng said that perhaps senior brother had misunderstood. He merely appreciated her visage, figure, and bearing, and had no intention of pursuing a relationship. He added that he had come to cultivate. He had heard that a childlike body carried a blessing, and that women would only slow his progress. Lin Xingdao could not help but chuckle. The more time he spent with Chen Feng, the more he found him a delightful sort of person. There was a peculiar comic quality about him that made people smile. People on Earth would call such a character a goofball. Lin Xingdao concluded that it was an appreciation of beauty, like his own fondness for flowers and music, while Chen Feng appreciated people. Chen Feng clapped and agreed enthusiastically, declaring that a brother understood his junior best. Lin Xingdao smiled, thinking that the days ahead on Yufeng would surely grow more entertaining. Chen Feng stared at the stream of bizarre comments filling the screen and could not help emitting a snorting laugh. Lin Xingdao asked with mild curiosity why his junior brother was laughing. Chen Feng replied that he had thought of a joke. Lin Xingdao urged him to tell it, so he might laugh as well. Chen Feng said that he had originally gone to Qingyun Gate to take the assessment, but he had been eliminated at the first checkpoint during the foundation examination. Lin Xingdao smiled and shook his head, remarking that if Xuan Realm learned of it, he might be inclined to reorder the assessments overnight. He snorted softly and said that perhaps even that would not happen for someone like his junior brother was indeed rare. After a few more words, they had already arrived at Yufeng of the Bailu Sect. Lin Xingdao carried Chen Feng and landed before a small courtyard on Yufeng. He told Chen Feng that this would be his residence, that Lin Xingdao would be over there, and that second senior brother Wang Hao lived nearby. Pointing at the cluster of scattered courtyards, Lin Xingdao enumerated neighboring residences: the 4th senior sisters, the 5th senior brothers, the 6th senior sisters, the 8th senior sisters. Chen Feng asked in puzzlement where the 3rd senior sister and 7th senior sister were. Lin Xingdao sighed. He explained that the place Chen Feng would occupy had belonged to the former 3rd junior sister. She had gone on a trial and met with danger, and the life token she left with the sect had shattered. No one knew where the mishap had occurred. Chen Feng asked about 7th senior sister. Lin Xingdao grew angry and said that the traitor had fled to Qingyun Sect. If he ever met her, he would show no mercy. Chen Feng was left speechless. Wasn't the Bailu Sect perfectly fine? How could anyone go to a place like Qingyun Sect, so indecorous? Lin Xingdao reminded him about the song he had sung at the assessment, the one about ceramics, and asked him to write out a score. In return, Lin Xingdao would take him to exchange it for some cultivation resources. Chen Feng, surprised that composing a song could be traded for cultivation supplies, found the Bailu Sect most suitable for him. After watching Lin Xingdao depart, he walked toward his own courtyard. The courtyard was built of blue bricks and green tiles and enclosed by a wall. Pushing open the wooden gate produced a creak. Chen Feng noted that the door was poor and planned to replace it later with a security door and a smart lock. He added plans to mount a surveillance camera by the entrance and install a light. The yard was roughly 50 square meters, and the stone slabs bore many scars likely left by the spells of the previous occupant. Opening the tile-roofed cottage revealed a layout of 2 rooms and a hall, the parlor in the center, the bedroom to the left, the study to the right. He thought he would need to partition part of the yard to make a kitchen. He planned to add a pump to the well, and then realized he also needed a latrine. He wondered aloud whether the previous owner never needed to relieve himself or perhaps had used the nearby copse. Chen Feng felt a few unsettling images linger in his mind. He was half amused and half exasperated, having truly forgotten about Big of fasting. By the way, what happened during those 3 days I was unconscious? Why did you tip me more than $1 million, he asked. In the live stream, the audience fell silent. Chen Feng wore a strange expression. Why had his viewers suddenly gone mute? Did Earth lose power? Chen Feng tidied up the small courtyard without rushing to make any renovations. After all, he had the art of paper figures that could come to life. Once his cultivation was higher, the paper figures he commanded would move like normal people, and he could have them handle the decorations then. The spirit stone's clothes, sword, and guitar he originally had on him had already been placed in the bedroom by someone. After composing the score for Blue and White Porcelain, he wrote an introduction to numbered musical notation, hoping to persuade the sect to abandon the ancient notation format, which was entirely text-based and far too time-consuming. The system store also had items like solar generators, computers, and printers. But by the time he finished all this, the sun was already setting in the west. Chen Feng bought a bento box from the system to handle dinner, then took out spirit stones and began cultivating. He noticed his cultivation speed had increased significantly, seemingly because his foundation had grown stronger. Recalling that he had woken up soaking in a medicinal bath inside a wooden tub, Chen Feng understood. At the small pavilion atop Yufeng Peak, sect leader by Qin and peak master Wang Euro, both barefoot and with their robes partially undone, sat on a white fur rug drinking wine, the scene exceedingly alluring. Before them was a light screen, and within it was Chinfong. They had been watching him all along. He truly isn't from the 9 continents. I wonder if he's from overseas or the upper realm. He has so many strange and rare things on him. And it seems he's been communicating with many people across the void. But what's certain is that he bears no ill will toward the sect. He genuinely came to study. Keep an eye on him. It's not impossible that he's putting on an act for us right now. Bai Qianxue stood up. I should return to my cultivation as well. Wang Euro grabbed Bai Qianxue's hand, her beautiful eyes hazy with desire. Tonight, won't you stay with me? Bai Qianxue felt a stirring within, but held firm. Didn't we say last time was the last? Calm your heart and focus on cultivation. Stay. Wang Euro licked her fingers like a cat, and Bai Qianxue shuddered. Fine. A silencing array and a privacy barrier activated within the small pavilion. The next day, Lin Xingdao was watering flowers in his own courtyard. He looked up to see sect leader Bai Qianxue leaving the peak pavilion, flying toward the main peak. He sighed, shook his head, and continued watering. In a small grove, Chen Feng shook himself and pulled up his pants. Fertilizing nature first thing in the morning counts as a good deed. Fortunately, the live stream hadn't started yet, or the audience would have been cursing him. Of course, in the peak pavilion, Wang Euro, her face still flushed, was now certain. This guy had no idea he was being watched. Honestly, this was the first time she had ever seen someone use the toilet. Wang Euro waved her hand to dispel the water mirror spell and began her cultivation. Senior brother, good morning. I've finished the score for Blue and White Porcelain, and I've also organized the numbered musical notation from the far west. Oh, let me see. Lin Xingdao took the notation introduction with delight and began reading. He had already noticed yesterday that numbered notation seemed far more convenient and concise than their current method of recording music, making it ideal for promotion. As a golden core cultivator, his memory and comprehension were naturally strong, so it didn't take long for him to finish reading the entire introduction. Excellent. Even if the elders and other peak masters disagree, I will have my disciples learn the numbered notation method. Lin Xingdao spoke with great excitement. I have an idea. Let's go find Uncle Feng at Jung Peak first. With him on our side, the obstacles to promoting it across the sect will be much smaller. With that, he grabbed Chen Feng and flew into the air, carrying him on the wind toward Jung Peak, shrouded in distant clouds. Chen Feng was speechless. He felt like a cat being picked up by the scruff of its neck and flown around constantly. Sigh, when would he be able to fly on his own? As the saying goes, the mountains laugh at the horse's back, though the peaks seemed closed. They were still over 20 miles apart. By the way, shouldn't we tell Master? She no longer concerns herself with such trivial matters. Chen Feng nodded, then looked at the scenery below with curiosity. Senior brother are the outer disciples in the valley plains, and who lives on those small hills? Lin Xingdao replied, they are the sect elders. For instance, if Master passes the peak master position to me, she will become an elder and leave you peak to find a cave dwelling among these mountains. Chen Feng asked, does our sect have many elders? Lin Xingdao said 300 years ago, during the Great War between righteous and demonic paths, many fell. Those who survived mostly chose to enter secluded cultivation to break through to higher realms. I don't know how many elders remain now. Great war between righteous and demonic paths. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He liked this kind of plot. Lin Xingdao seemed reluctant to discuss it, so he said later, ask second senior brother to take you to the scripture pavilion on the main peak. The detailed records are all there. Oh, okay. Chen Feng nodded. If you Peak's charm lay in pear blossoms and clear springs, then Jung Peak's hallmark was maple leaves and waterfalls. The mountain was covered with straight maple trees and yellow-brown leaves, evoking a sense of desolation after glory. When Feng Guha saw Chen Feng, he smiled, a smile that made him want to hit someone. Xingdao, you truly understand respect for the elderly, bringing this kid here, so I can vent my anger and keep my thoughts clear. Oh well. Chen Feng shrank back, hiding behind Lin Xingdao. Thinking it was a mistake to come, he should have let Lin Xingdao come alone. Ahem, Uncle Feng, I apologize on behalf of my junior brother. Lin Xingdao bowed awkwardly in apology, and Chen Feng followed suit, cupping his hands and bowing. Then Lin Xingdao took out the numbered notation introduction and handed it to Feng Gua. We have important business with you today. Please take a look at this first. Alright, I'm not a petty person. Feng Gua took the notation introduction and began reading, his eyes growing brighter. So this is how it can be recorded. Excellent. As Lin Xingdao had expected with Feng Gu's support, the notation quickly passed through the sect's council meeting, and it was decided to popularize it across the entire sect. As a reward, Chinfong received a bottle of Qi nourishing pills and 1 foundation establishment pill. The former aided cultivation, while the latter could help strengthen the foundation during foundation establishment. You still have 3 meridians unopened. With the foundation establishment pill, you should be able to open 1 more when you establish your foundation. The last 2 will depend on your future opportunities. Thank you, senior brother. Back at Peak, Chinfong excitedly retreated to his courtyard, took his pills, and began cultivating. Unknowingly, 3 more days passed. One day a knock came at the courtyard gate. Chinfong opened it to find Lin Xingdao and see Hongxiu standing there. Hey, I knew you'd make it. Well, I owe it all to your music score, little uncle master. It turned out that Lin Xingdao, on Chen Feng's account, had transferred Si Hongxiu from the outer sect to Yu Feng of the inner sect. Since Wang Yuro was already semi-retired and no longer accepting disciples, Si Hongxiu naturally became a disciple under Lin Xingdao. Chen Feng in turn was elevated to the position of little martial uncle. In the live stream, when Si Hongxiu returned, many lurking viewers surfaced. Well done, senior brother. Little martial uncle, you can't lay a hand on your disciple. That would be a moral transgression. Feng, that's exactly the thrill I'm after. Ha ha, Feng, don't cry, you still have us. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Si Hongxiu was truly not his type. As long as his storage pouch was still there, he beckoned the 2, come in and sit. They'll treat you to something delicious. Lin Xingdao shook his head. I still have to teach my disciples. They'll take my leave. Oh, then take care, senior brother. Si Hongxiu followed Chen Feng into the small courtyard and watched as he pulled a cold, steaming iron can from a strange cabinet. He opened it, inserted a small tube, and placed it before her. This is cola. Try it. Si Hongxiu took a sip and froze as the fizzy drink exploded in her mouth, making her almost think it was poison. But her taste buds told her it was delicious. She should take another gulp. Such a peculiar texture. After 2 sips, she produced an exquisite red storage pouch embroidered with an archaic character for wind. This is the pouch you wanted. Thanks. The embroidery of wind looks nice. I like it. I'm glad you like it. Si Hongxiu's cheeks flushed slightly. In the palace, Shed thought learning needlework was useless. Now she regretted not mastering it, able only to stitch simple designs. By the way, do you have any spirit stones? I have some. If you need, I can share. Just as Si Hongxiu was about to offer Chen Feng a portion of the 100,000 spirit stones Shed secretly brought from the palace, Chen Feng turned and went into the house, then emerged with over a dozen pages of sheet music, laying them on the table. Here, take a look at these scores. Fixed price, 200 spirit stones, each, all 200. Si Hongxiu's expression twitched, her unfinished words catching in her throat. She wondered if Shed misunderstood something. Good one, Feng. Kid, you're narrowing your path. Should be 1,000 spirit stones. Feng, you fool, can't you see? The lattice expression stiffened. Talk about feelings. That costs money. I feel like Feng just missed a chance to live off a rich woman. No worries, there are plenty of ladies and young wives on the mountain. He'll get his chance. Go straight for the sect leader. That's the real deal. Smells good at the feast table. Feng, keep being yourself. Don't fall for their charms. They'll slow your cultivation and drain your spirit stones. Hard to tell if that last comment was sincere or sarcastic. 23333. Chen Feng looked at Si Hongxiu with great anticipation. If you register these scores with the sect, you'll also get some nourishing pills as a bonus. It's a sure win. Si Hongxiu took a deep breath, her delicate brows rising slightly. Fine, I'll take all of them. How many spirit stones? Chen Feng was stunned. He knew Si Hongxiu might be well off, but not this wealthy. 1,500, and he'll throw in a box of music lollipops. With that, he placed a box of rainbow heart-shaped lollipops on the table, packing them together with the sheet music in an elegant gift box. Si Hongxiu gazed at the colorful heart-shaped lollipops. The characters on them seemed simpler than those of the 9 provinces. But she could still make out some words like love, romance, sweetness, and lover. Her cheeks reddened again, convinced that Chinfong's real intent was not selling music, but giving her these gifts. Yet she could also tell that Chinfong genuinely needed spirit stones, otherwise he wouldn't resort to selling sheet music, which seemed rather inelegant. Moreover, he could have simply asked her, yet he chose to offer music instead. Thinking about it that way, it felt completely different. Perhaps it was a matter of male pride. He didn't want to receive without giving. She took out 15 excised azure crystals and placed them on the table. These are 15 mid-grade spirit crystals, equivalent to 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He knew about spirit crystals. As Qing Dai had told him, their price had risen 160 spirit stones per crystal, and they were hard to come by. Spirit crystals were far more effective for cultivation than spirit stones or pills. Pills left pill toxins, but crystals had none. Their spiritual energy was pure and easily absorbed. Generous. I can tell you're destined for great things. They'll throw in a box of 99 never-withering premium rose soap. Also, I accept custom orders. If you ever need anything, come to me. Trust me, my talent exceeds your imagination. Si Hongxia's cheeks grew even redder. She recognized roses from the imperial garden in the palace which her mother adored. She had heard they were brought by merchant caravans from overseas, symbolizing love. 99 of them represented the ultimate passion. And Chinfong had given her never-withering once. What clearer message could there be? In the live stream, the audience couldn't help but admire Chinfong's business acumen. If I had Feng's gift of gab and shamelessness, I wouldn't have lost over 100,000 on a restaurant. You dare sell something worth $100 to a lady in the cultivation world? Feng, if you add a diamond ring, you're not doing business. You're proposing. Ha, I knew something felt off. This stream is hard to recommend to friends. If they saw this, they'd call me a fool and say I've been scammed. You have to help them by a Qi introduction technique from the little card. Believe it or not, I'm already cultivating, and it's amazing. Hearing that she could custom order a song, Si Hongxiu grew curious. She blinked her captivating peach blossom eyes and said, "Then write me a song. If it's good, this lady, will reward you handsomely." All right, wait a moment. Chen Feng dashed back to the study to fetch an instrument, whispering to the live stream audience, "Guys, what should I sing? Whether I make a fortune depends on you. Any big shot here who can analyze this rich lattice personality? What kind of music would satisfy her? Try puppet play. My girlfriend has a similar personality, and she loves it when I sing that. Yes, that's perfect. The rich lady will definitely love it. Give it a shot. If it doesn't work, switch. With 2 centuries of songs, we'll find one she likes. Puppet play is a solid, ancient-style song. Give it a try." Chen Feng nodded. Puppet play was indeed a good choice. Ped, give it a try. Chen Feng emerged from the study carrying his guitar, speaker, and laptop. Wait a moment, they'll play you the complete version. With that, he pulled out a portable hard drive, plugged it into the laptop, connected the speaker, set up a microphone stand, and assembled a simple karaoke system. Si Hongxiu watched with curiosity, sipping her soda, amazed by the novelty of Chen Feng's gadgets. All right, here we go. The fully arranged version, guaranteed to satisfy. Si Hongxiu nodded with a smile, unaware that Chen Feng was merely eyeing her spirit crystals. He started the accompaniment, and the speaker emitted a piano melody as clear as flowing spring water. Si Hongxiu was taken aback, never imagining that the black box devoid of spiritual energy could produce such enchanting music. Chen Feng strummed his guitar along with the track, singing in a warm, melodious voice. Who mocks the one who flaunts beauty? How can hearts match without a soul? The bell chimes, crisp, dim lights flicker behind the curtain. You and I, the most fated pair. Such lyrics were mundane in the modern world, so Chen Feng thought nothing of them. But to Si Hongxia's ears, it was a blatant confession of love. Her heart raced like a trapped spirit rabbit, and her cheeks burned with a feverish heat. At that moment, she admitted she was on the verge of falling for him. Yet being with Chen Feng would only bring him harm. Without you, it is the original sin. Without a heart, it is easier to match. You and Rag's eye in colors walk side by side through mountains and waters. You weary, I brighten for you. It is your kiss that opens the ink, dyeing the tears at the corners of my eyes. Performing the joys and sorrows of parting for whom they circle in misunderstandings, yet I am only guided by you. I ask the world what could be more perfect. She gazed at Chen Feng, lost in fantasies woven from the lyrics. Chen Feng poured his heart into the song, hoping to earn a generous tip from the wealthy lady. Orchid fingers twist fate like water on the 3-foot stage. All is sung. Mourn long partings, not yet sorrow. In the deepest red turns to ash. Who remembers whom in the best of years? In the live stream, viewers sense something amiss. Something's off. The wealthy lady seems moved. Oh no, she's falling for the silly streamer. I'd be captivated too. Brother Feng sure can sing. Damn, I forgot people there are reserved. How can they withstand such bold, passionate lyrics? This isn't a talent show, it's a love plea. Well, we're all to blame if Brother Feng ends up living off her. Curses. A miscalculation. Should have told him to sing Chrysanthemum Terrace. Whoever suggested puppet play owes 100 self-plucks on the little guitar. Hold your ground, wealthy lady. Don't let Brother Feng succeed. By now, Chen Feng was already singing the second verse. With one pull I dance like flying, with one lead I learn to advance and retreat. Joy and sorrow follow, every move obeys, turn humility into absolute tenderness. Chen Feng sneaked a glance at Si Hongxiu, wondering if she was pleased. At that moment their eyes met and her heart melted under his gaze. Seeing her apparent satisfaction, he couldn't help but smile. You err, and I won't be right. You're naive, and am ignorant. How can the heart's fire be quenched with a ladle? You wither, and I don't fade. You tire, and I dare not rest. Oh, what can warm you for 1,000 years? Just as the chorus neared its climax, Si Hongxiu could no longer contain herself. She had been betrothed to the heir of the town North Prince, a peak divine transformation expert unmatched unless in harmony or tribulation transcendence. That scoundrel the heir was also a golden core cultivator at perfection. If she entangled with Chinfong, he would surely die unless he stayed forever within White Heron's sect. Her hiding here was only a matter of time before discovery. I'm sorry. I cannot harm you. She wept, covering her mouth, and fled. Chen Feng stared blankly at the retreating silhouette, utterly baffled. Yet from her back he could tell she was well-nurtured. Wealthy families sure raised them well. This ending caught me off guard. Good job, wealthy lady. Don't be fooled by his fleeting sincerity. Don't be sad, brother Feng. You still have us, ha ha ha. Anyone got an electronic wooden fish? Better knock it to save our karma. 23333. Am I the only one sensing Si Hongxiu has a hidden burden? Could she have a fiancé, one from a powerful family? How the plot thickens. Brother Feng, level up fast. Don't get outmatched later. Chen Feng scratched his head, realizing Si Hongxiu had misunderstood terribly. I'll forget it. I'll explain when I see her next. Just then Wang Hao entered. How did you play so many instruments at once? And what happened to that girl? She seems so upset. If you're in trouble, tell me. We can ask senior brother for help. Chen Feng felt awkward and shook his head. Just a misunderstanding. I'll clear it up when I see her. Playing multiple instruments is simple. I recorded each part beforehand and played them together. Wang Hao had a sudden realization. I like sound recording spells and stones. By the way, that song was good, but the lyrics were too explicit. Singing it to a girl might brand you a flirt. Thanks for the advice, senior brother. Anything else? Chen Feng sensed Wang Hao had something to say, but was hesitant. Sure enough, Wang Hao blushed. Could you share the sheet music? I want to sing it for my beloved. Of course. Chen Feng laughed, relieved it wasn't alone. After receiving the sheet music, Wang Hao reciprocated with a manual. Junior brother, take this flowing water flying sword art. It includes the method for refining a sword pellet which I found in an abandoned cave during my travels. If you ever venture out, it'll give you an edge. Chen Feng was delighted. Good deeds truly bring rewards. Thank you, senior brother. After seeing Wang Hao off, Chen Feng opened the manual. Intermediate top grade sword art detected, flowing water, flying sword art. Learning. Decent quality. Let's learn it. Having mastered the art, Chen Feng returned to his room with the spirit crystals to cultivate. Half a month later, he had absorbed all the spirit stones and crystals. He reached the third layer of Qi refinement, astonishing everyone with his speed, once again hailed as a prodigy. Brothers, I'm out of seclusion. Today I plan to visit Azure Cloud Sect to claim the check-in reward there. And guys, help me spread the word. Just 10,000 more followers to unlock the million fan prize box. Junior brother, why are you heading to the Qingyun Sect? To see if I can obtain a body tempering technique. Our Bailu Sect also has body tempering techniques. The 5-tone wave body tempering art is a rare method that tempers the internal organs. I need one that can withstand beatings. Wang Hao was puzzled. As long as one's spells and techniques were strong enough to subdue the enemy, why would anyone bother thinking about getting beaten? Besides, weren't there defensive spells? Yet recalling Chen Feng's ability to indiscriminately enlarge others' bellies, practicing a technique that could endure blows seemed a wise choice. After all, when they went to the main peak, if it weren't for him leading the way, Chen Feng would have been ambushed by disciples from the Gong and Jiao peaks. After all, he had impregnated both their peak master and senior sister, and he hadn't been killed, yet only because those people hadn't had the chance. Thinking this way, this junior brother truly needed a body tempering technique that could withstand blows. Was this the self-awareness of a monstrous genius? The two descended upon the mountain gate of the Qingyun Sect riding a Goushou. A gate disciple in a blue uniform inquired, "Who goes there?" "What business do you have?" Wang Hao cupped his hands and said, "I am Wang Hao, a steward disciple of the U peak of the Bailu Sect, along with my junior brother Chinfong. We wish to visit your sect leader Jade Void, true person. Please announce our arrival." The Qingyun Sect disciples recognized their Bailu Sect uniforms. "So it's the senior brothers of the Bailu Sect. Please wait a moment, I will go and inquire." "Very well, thank you, junior brother from the Qingyun Sect." Soon the gate disciple returned, accompanied by a middle-aged Taoist. Wang Hao whispered, "This is senior brother Yang Zhen, the third disciple of Jade Void, true person." As the middle-aged Taoist landed, Wang Hao and Chen Feng simultaneously raised their hands in greeting. "Senior brother Yang Zhen." Yang Zhen Taoist smiled and returned the greeting. "It's been a long time, junior brother Wang Hao." "Junior brother Chinfong, I was flying beside our master over 20 days ago. Do you recall?" "Yes, senior brother." Your heroic and majestic visage left a deep impression on me, Chen Feng said without a hint of embarrassment. Wang Hao was speechless. This junior brother was really good at spinning tales. The man's amiable Taoist appearance was hardly heroic or majestic. If he had even half of Chen Feng's audacity and eloquence, he wouldn't still be unable to win over the junior sister from the Gong Peak. Haha, junior brother Chen Feng is truly a delight. My master is waiting for you. Please follow me. Yang Jin Taoist raised his hand, conjuring 3 Qi swords before him, and stepped onto the middle one. Wang Hao stepped onto the left one, and Chen Feng joyfully stepped onto the right. Yang Jin Taoist controlled the Qi swords to lift off, carrying the 3 toward the main peak of the Qingyun Sect, the largest and tallest mountain in the Qingyun range. I haven't yet comprehended the 3rd layer of nurturing the sword with emotion. I hope you can guide me, junior brother Chen Feng. Senior brother Yang Jun is too kind. Actually, the 3rd layer has no special trick. It's all about universal love. Universal love? Yang Jin Taoist seemed contemplative. In the live stream, viewers couldn't help but laugh. Oh no, someone's about to be led astray. Can that fool's words actually work? The problem is no one knows Brother Feng's true nature is a fool. Speaking of which, Brother Feng does look cool when flying on a sword. I wonder what skill this check-in will grant. It seems location-based check-in rewards are related to the sect. The Bailu Sect, known for singing and dancing, gave out a ghostly version of Shi. I'm guessing it's something related to the sword. In the Jade Bamboo Grove of the Qingyun Sect's main peak, Jade Void True Person was playing chess with a one-armed old Taoist. Senior brother, you've never been able to fully comprehend that sword manual. Let that child take a look. He might see something you missed. The one-armed old Taoist shook his head. I've studied it for 100 years and found nothing. If a junior who hasn't even reached foundation establishment can understand it, it'll give him my frosty cold moon. Jade Void True Person said. He has accumulated merit. Perhaps he can. The one-armed old Taoist fell silent. Maybe it was possible. His lifespan was nearly at an end, and it would be a great regret if he couldn't decipher the sword manual and grasp the secrets of the sword. They're here. Jade Void True Person looked up at the sky as 3 figures descended on flying swords. Master, Second Uncle Master. Greetings, Jade Void True Person. Jade Clarity True Person. Chen Feng quickly imitated Wang Hao. Greetings, Jade Void True Person. Jade Clarity True Person. Jade Void True Person smiled. Nephew Chen Feng, what brings you to visit this old Taoist today? I'm a bit embarrassed to say, but I simply wanted to broaden my horizons at the Qingyun Sect. After all, this is a renowned sacred ground of cultivation in the Bailu Prefecture. I've long admired it. Chen Feng said with a smile. Wang Hao beside him was speechless. Sacred ground of cultivation? You really dare to say that? If the Xinqing Palace heard this, they'd slap you twice. Still, flattery pleased the ears. Jade Void True Person and the others were quite pleased. Haha, then let your senior brother Yang Jin show you around. Thank you, Jade Void True Person. By the way, you've come at a good time. My senior brother has a precious sword manual here. For millennia, and no one has fully comprehended it. Those who've glimpsed even a hint of its truth have made great strides in the way of the sword. Your insight is extraordinary and you have merit. Why not give it a try? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Such a good opportunity. Was this old man the village chief of the newbie village in his past life, so generous? Thank you, Jade Void True Person. Thank you, Jade Clarity True Person. Wang Hao was immensely envious. After all, he was one of the few in the Bailu Sect who also cultivated the sword. And this wasn't his first visit to the Qingyun Sect. Why had he never encountered such benefits? In contrast, on the day of the assessment, Jade Void True Person had gifted Chen Feng the sword nurturing art and now another sword manual to study. If not for the crowd, he would have wept. Why was the gap in fortune between people so vast? Just as he thought it was over, Jade Clarity True Person's words completely shattered his composure. If you can comprehend this sword manual, I will give you my life-bound treasure, the frosty cold moon, which I have nurtured for 500 years. Wang Hao and Yang Zhen's eyes widened. The implications were immense. On one hand, a life-bound treasure nurtured for 500 years must be immensely powerful. On the other, giving away a life-bound treasure meant the original owner's lifespan was nearly over and he was seeking a successor. Chen Feng was also stunned. The Qingyun Sect was truly generous. Very well, keep it up. Once I'm invincible, I'll look out for you all. Thank you for your kindness, Jade Clarity True Person. In the live stream, viewers were also speechless. Confirmed, the Qingyun Sect is the legendary newbie village. They're really generous. Do the old Taoists of the Qingyun Sect change into red uniforms every December, wear little red hats, ride spirit deer and magic sleighs, and pull a big storage bag to deliver gifts in the West? Now let's see if you can comprehend the sword manual. Jade Clarity True Person placed a heavy stone book on the table, its cover inscribed with 4 golden characters, Sword Dao Naturally. Chen Feng lifted the stone book. Its pages felt peculiar, bearing no words or images, only some profound patterns. At first glance, the patterns resembled clouds in the sky, mountains and rivers on earth, and microcosms of all things in the world. Detected Forbidden Supreme, Sword Manual Sunluo Sword Cannon. Learn. Attached warning: those without great fortune who learn this sword cannon will suffer 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Chen Feng paused, glancing at the one-armed old Taoist, uncertain whether to call his fortune good or bad. If it was good fortune, it was because he hadn't truly comprehended the manual, otherwise he'd have lost more than just one arm. If it was bad fortune, it was because he'd obtained this deadly manual and lost an arm. As for himself with the system, he was undoubtedly a person of great fortune. Learn. When Chen Feng came to his senses, he noticed the bamboo grove was already bathed in rosy twilight. It was already evening without him realizing it. This was the first time he had spent so much time using the system's one-click learning. Moreover, even though he had learned it, it felt as if he hadn't. His mind was utterly blank. The learning process was completely forgotten, leaving only a result ingrained in his instincts, much like those bizarre skills the system bestowed upon him. All-encompassing Sword Heart LV1, Sword Tao Divine Ability. Where the heart desires all things can become swords/burst sacrifice. Can be upgraded through sword practice 010000. Damn, the streamer finally woke up. Brother Tian, don't be like this, I'm scared. I thought we agreed to be clowns together. Why do you keep showing off and cheating? If you turn into a domineering protagonist, I'm unfollowing. Hurry up and tell us. What bizarre or underworld skill did you get this time? Chinfong felt speechless. He was just a quiet, handsome man. How was he a clown? As Chinfong opened his eyes, his gaze gradually clearing jade clarity, Elder couldn't help but ask. How is it, nephew? He had been excited and agitated all day, as if injected with adrenaline. Beside him, Jade Mystery Elder was slightly calmer, though still brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and Yangzhen Daoist were already numb. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. How could they even compete? Chen Feng awkwardly scratched his temple with a finger. I have comprehended it, but this sword manual is more like a law-based divine ability. Once learned, it becomes instinct, like how we naturally know how to walk. I can't even write down my insights because I don't know how I learned it. Haha, it's good that you've comprehended it. It's good. It must be something so profound and unfathomable that even I couldn't see through it after a lifetime of study. Don't be nervous, we believe you. By the way, this sword manual is envied by heaven. Those without great fortune will suffer 3 calamities and 9 tribulations if they cultivate it. If anyone else tries to comprehend it in the future, they should be prepared. Wang Hao and Yang Zhen quickly averted their eyes from the stone manual. This was a death sentence. 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. These were what tribulation transcendence experts had to endure. Overcome them, and one ascends to immortality. Who fail, and one is utterly annihilated. Jade Mystery Elder's expression shifted, his eyes flickering as if many thoughts crossed his mind. Old Taoist Jade Clarity's face turned deathly pale. He stood up unsteadily and walked dazedly into the depths of the bamboo grove. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. I ruined everyone, I ruined everyone. I almost strangled 2 generations of genius disciples from Qingyun Sect. Woo-woo. I shouldn't have brought this sword manual back, woo-woo-wah. I am a sinner. With that, he suddenly knelt, kowtowed 3 times, and then his entire body disintegrated into starlight, soaring into the heavens. It then fell as spiritual rain, enveloping the entire Qingyun Sect. Elder, Yangzhen Daoist's eyes instantly reddened. Jade Mystery Elder closed his eyes in agony, 2 clear tears streaming down his cheeks. All this. Brother Feng, look at me. 1 sentence and a powerhouse commits suicide. Run, I feel like you're going to get beaten again. How, why did I say again? Stop joking. Brother Tian is annoying and many want to hit him, but he's never actually been beaten. So this time we must not let him off. No matter how you look at it, it's that second Christmas old Taoist's own fault, right? Damn second Christmas old Taoist. If this were modern times, Brother Tian would be sued for everything he's got. Chen Feng awkwardly covered his mouth, never imagining that his words would lead to such severe consequences. Why couldn't they just talk things out instead of committing suicide? When part of the spiritual rain selectively fell on Chen Feng, he was stunned. Qi refining layer 4. Qi refining layer 5. Qi refining layer 6. Qi refining layer 9. Holy crap. This Jade Clarity old Taoist was way too generous. Shouldn't he kowtow to him? Absolutely. Chen Feng immediately knelt and kowtowed 3 times at the spot where Jade Clarity old Taoist had disintegrated. Wang Hao's cultivation also rose slightly under the effect of the spiritual rain, and he almost smiled. Fortunately, Chen Feng knelt down, snapping him back to reality, and he quickly knelt as well. Jade Mystery Elder took a deep breath and said, please keep the fact that the sword manual is envied by heaven a secret. I don't want my senior brother to bear a bad reputation after his death. Additionally, I will gift the sword manual and the frosty cold moon to Chen Feng, my nephew. Don't you want to keep them for future disciples with great fortune? Not only was Chen Feng surprised, but even Yang Jin Daoist looked at his master in confusion. Jade Mystery Elder sighed and said, if I keep this item, I can restrain myself today. But after I'm gone, if it's passed down, other disciples might repeat the same mistakes. It's best to send it away. Thinking of the genius disciples of the past who had made achievements in the Sword Tao after reading the manual only to die or be injured, Jade Mystery Elder grew even more wary of the sword manual. This thing was like a poison bond. If someone coveted it and took a bite, it would bring disaster. Don't worry, Il announced that I destroyed the manual in a fit of rage to bury it with my senior brother. No one will trouble you. Thank you, Jade Mystery Elder, for bestowing these treasures. Chen Feng put the sword manual and the azure white frosty cold moon sword into his storage pouch. It's getting late. You'll stay on the mountain tonight. Thank you, Jade Mystery Elder. I still need to arrange my senior brother's funeral, so I'll take my leave now. Take care, Jade Mystery Elder. After Jade Mystery Elder left, Yang Zhen Daoist wiped his eyes and said, Junior brothers, please follow me. Thank you for the trouble, senior brother. You're welcome. Chen Feng and Wang Hao arrived at a courtyard in the Daoist temple and settled into a large compound. After Yang Zhen Daoist left, Chen Feng couldn't help but remark, Qingyun Sect seems much wealthier than us. Of course, Qingyun Sect specializes in sword techniques and thunder magic with formidable combat power. They own 9 top-grade spirit mines, 16 ordinary spirit mines, and many taverns and trading houses. Unlike us, we only have 4 top-grade spirit mines, 8 ordinary spirit mines, and a dozen music gardens and dance troupes. Wang Hao sat in a chair, pulled out a bottle of Sprite, and chugged it down. Chen Feng couldn't help but complain. No wonder the sect leader's hair turned white from worry. Cough. Wang Hao spat out a mouthful of Sprite, and then explained helplessly, the sect leader's hair turned white because he had a great fortune. He obtained the Ice Phoenix Soul. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense, or you'll get beaten. After saying that, he shook his head and went to the bedroom to consolidate the cultivation he had gained today. Brother Feng, why not start some business for White Egret Sect? Lead the sect to greatness. In a feudal society, commoners have limited spending power. You need to go for high-end business to earn spirit stones. Bring high-yield crops over, and in a few years the consumption level will rise. Just take them to the 9 provinces imperial court, and you'll be in theft as a marquis or prime minister. Makes sense, Brother Feng. Follow this main storyline from now on. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. It did seem like a good idea. By the way, aren't you going to open the check-in reward? It's almost time to end the stream. Yeah, hurry up. Let's see what it is. Alright, stop rushing me. Chen Feng went to the courtyard, sat on a stone chair, and checked the reward he had earned from today's check-in. It was the same procedure as last time, but this time there were as many as 20 cards to flip, which showed that the Qingyun Sect was indeed much stronger than the White Heron Sect. However, despite the 20 cards, Chen Feng could still only draw one. He casually picked the one in the very center. Soon the other cards vanished, and the chosen card flipped over, glowing with a golden light. Oath-binding Tribulation edition. From today onward, no one can make false vows or break promises before you. The graver the breach of faith, the more severe the heavenly tribulation that falls. Reminder: the Tribulation lightning is area effect damage. If you don't want to be caught in it, you'd better get the hell out of the way. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, then a look of delight spread across his face. This ability has a lot of tactical potential. If I meet a powerful enemy, I can offer him a deal to let me go, and if he breaks his word, TSK. Haha, I was thinking the same thing. Feng, the Heartbreaker Slayer. The deadbeat's nemesis, haha. No one can ever stand me up again, Feng. Why don't you test it out on someone, Feng? Don't mess around. Who's going to take responsibility if someone dies? Damn, if I had this skill back in the day, I wouldn't have been dragged into bankruptcy by those clients. Why wouldn't have been tricked out of my money and body by that scumbag either? Alright, let's put the oath binding aside for now. How's everyone doing with the White Heron mystic art? Chen Feng asked. Don't even mention it. It feels less effective than the Qi guidance technique. The earth is such a lousy place. Only those famous mountains and great rivers have a bit of spiritual energy. In the city, cultivation is basically impossible. You can barely squeeze out a single drop of spiritual power in 10 days or half a month. I'm just treating it like a health exercise. If I didn't have to work to support my family, I'd have gone to live in seclusion in the mountains to cultivate. I've already taken a few childhood friends who don't have to worry about food and shelter to live in seclusion on Mount Song. Wait for us to come out of the mountains. Is there cell signal in the deep mountains and old forests? We're using the Huawei 60, leading the way with a mile of lead, you rich bastard. Woo, I admit I'm jealous. Damn rich, second generation. I said I wanted to go cultivate in the mountains and my dad almost broke my leg. My company can't function without me. Boss Feng, can you sell some spirit stones? He'll pay 100,000 for one. Feng can barely get enough for his own cultivation. You want him to sell you air? Well, that's right. Feng, you could compress air with spiritual energy or mountain spring water and sell it to us. Wow, no wonder they say 3 cobblers with their wits combined equals Zhuge Liang. You guys are unstoppable. Some bottled water company CEO is frantically dumping his shares overnight. LOL. Chen Feng was astonished. There was actually such a move. The system store even had a mineral water production line. Big ones for hundreds of thousands, medium ones for 2 or 300,000, and small ones around 100,000. There was also a compressed gas cylinder production line. Just as Chen Feng was getting tempted, a comment caught his attention. Feng, you'd better not do this. Small batches might be okay, but large-scale production would have a huge impact on social order here. If those rich people become superhumans, they'll be even more unscrupulous. Well, that's true. If we can't win, at least we can still force a draw in a desperate situation and make them think twice. But if they all become mini-supermen, ordinary people will be at their mercy. Since ancient times, martial artists have disturbed the peace with their skills. If the forces that maintain order are overthrown, the consequences would be disastrous. Knowing the nature of capitalists, ordinary people would really be screwed. Feng will tip you if we have money, but please don't sell cultivation resources here. Chinfong nodded. Don't worry, I don't want Earth to become a mess either. Besides, before I crossed over, I was an ordinary person. In front of the live stream camera, many powerful and influential people were seething with anger. They had just been thinking that if Chinfong sold cultivation resources, they would arrange for a large number of people to snap them up, seize those resources for themselves, and use them to cultivate and prolong their lives. But in the blink of an eye, their bubble was burst. Also, Chinfong's live stream couldn't be recorded or screenshotted, and they couldn't get the platform to intervene. Otherwise, they would have found and killed everyone who had opposed them just now. Moreover, the reason Chinfong's follower count was growing so slowly was that these capitalists and power brokers had controlled all mainstream media, forbidding them from reporting on this miraculous live stream, and had hired trolls everywhere to spread rumors that it was fake. This way, they could buy time to exploit the information gap, become the earliest cultivators, and also monopolize Earth's existing cultivation resources. For example, carving up the management rights of famous mountains and great rivers, seizing the Taoist temples on the mountains, hoarding precious Chinese medicinal herbs, and signing exploitative contracts with Chinese herb plantations. Soon the live stream time was up, and it shut down on its own. Chen Feng was about to go back inside to rest when his left hand shot up on its own and clamped down on a sword blade that was held horizontally before his neck. Chen Feng was startled and turned to see a person draped in a black cloak and masked. The other party had triggered the passive control effect of 100% empty hand blade catch and couldn't move unless Chen Feng released his sword with 2 fingers. Who are you? Why did you draw your sword on me? The other party demanded in a hoarse voice. What sorcery did you cast on me? Chen Feng sneered, thinking it was a good time to test out the 2 new skills he had acquired today. He raised his hand and struck the black-robed person's chest with a palm using the Sinluo sword heart. The palm landed as if hitting a soft lump of dough, then bounced back. Chen Feng was stunned. A woman. Ryup. The clothes on the black-robed person instantly tore apart, scattering into shreds and falling to the ground. Chen Feng drew in a sharp breath. He swore he only wanted to use all things can be swords to shred the other's black cloak to see who it was. He really hadn't meant to shred all of the other's clothes. After all, given the tall figure and hoarse voice, he had assumed it was a big man. The blue-haired bowtie's furious expression gradually turned into one of shock. Chen Feng immediately warned, "You better not scream or you'll attract everyone around." "Let me go." The blue-haired bowtie's gaze at Chen Feng was practically spitting fire. "Swear to me that when I let you go you won't attack me again, or may heaven strike you with lightning." "Fine, I swear to you that if I attack you again, may heaven strike me with lightning." The blue-haired beauty sneered inwardly. She might have been wary of swearing to heaven, but to you, humph. The moment the thought crossed her mind, a rumble of thunder echoed from the sky, and she felt in her heart that this oath had been witnessed by the heavenly Tao. The blue-haired beauty was terrified. Swearing an oath to this man actually gained the heavenly Tao's witness. Who the hell was he? Chen Feng glanced at the sky, understood immediately, and released his fingers from clamping the sword. The moment the sword blade was freed, Yu Shuang felt all her magical power return, and her body could move again. She immediately leaped back several steps and took a blue-white Taoist robe from her storage ring to put on. She stood with her sword, her expression complex, as she looked at Chinfong. "Who exactly are you?" Chinfong was speechless. "You don't know who I am, and yet you put a sword to my neck. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Who are you? Why did you sneak into Qingyun Sect, and why is your sword at my throat?" Chinfong retorted. Yu Shuang said coldly, "Give me the frost heaven cold moon, it originally belonged to me." "Huh." Chen Feng was stunned, his mind quickly racing through possible scenarios. Are you a disciple of Master Yuming? Yes. Xuan nodded. Naturally, Chen Feng had no intention of handing over the Frost Heaven Cold Moon, not even if Yuming the Taoist's own son came asking. After all, it was a gift from Yuming the Taoist himself, unless he personally requested its return. Aren't you being unfilial? Your master gave this to me, and now you come demanding it back. Where does that leave his honor and reputation? He has just passed away, yet instead of keeping vigil, you're already fighting over his legacy. Truly heartless and ungrateful. Xuan's face turned pale and flushed by turns, for she could not refute his words and was never good with arguments anyway. I will go to my master's spirit shrine and kowtow an apology, but I truly want this sword. My name is Xuan. The Frost Heaven Cold Moon was meant to be passed to me. I even nurtured it for 30 years. I cannot accept this. As she spoke, she began to weep in grievance. Chen Feng could understand her feelings. It was like your father suddenly giving away the family company to an outsider while you had worked diligently there for half a lifetime only to watch it fall into someone else's hands. No one could bear such an injustice. Chen Feng stroked his chin and asked, how long have you been apprenticed? Over 150 years. Good grief, this lady looks so young and tender, yet she's older than my great-grandmother. Ahem. Chen Feng cleared his throat and said, the Frost Heaven Cold Moon has existed for over 500 years while you've been apprenticed only 150. The sword came first, then you, not the other way around. If you can't bear to part with it, well, come be my sword attendant. Xuan wiped away her tears, glared at Chen Feng with hatred, then turned and left. She had never met such a shameless person. Not only did he take her sword, but he also wanted to take her as well. Chen Feng chuckled. Indeed, when you make an even more outrageous demand, those who initially refused might start to reconsider. Back in his room, Chen Feng took out the Frost Heaven Cold Moon to examine it closely. Though called a sword, it resembled a blade like a double-edged tang saber. The sword's body was deep blue with white snowflake patterns near the guard. As he drew it, the room's temperature plummeted by tens of degrees and ice began to form rapidly around him. Feeling the intense cold, Chen Feng quickly sheathed the sword. The temperature slowly returned to normal. He began to communicate with the Frost Heaven Cold Moon, using the third layer of the sword nurturing it with affection. Unknowingly, he found himself on an icy lake with snow falling around him and a bright full moon in the sky. A woman bearing a striking resemblance to Xuan descended from above. Having read countless tales, Chen Feng instantly recognized this as the legendary sword spirit. The Frost Heaven Cold Moon hovered in the air, gazing at him with cold arrogance. Return me to Xuan, or I'll freeze you to death. Chen Feng was amused by the audacity of this little sword. All right, if that's how you want to play, let's see who's the boss. If the Frost Heaven Cold Moon were a hammer, Chen Feng might have feared it, but unfortunately, it was a sword. And a sword was something he could completely dominate. The Frost Heaven Cold Moon sneered. This is my world. Oh, I can freeze your soul here anytime. She raised her hand, and the entire icy lake world became desolate and deadly. Sunluo Sword Heart. Chen Feng's eyes blazed with white light, and a chaotic aura swept around him, instantly dyeing the entire world black. The Frost Heaven Cold Moon realized her world had been taken over and screamed in terror. No, my world. Now it's my world, you little broken sword. How dare you defy me? Taste my unspeakable grand hell. The frozen world, now tainted with chaotic colors, condensed countless indescribable entities. No, don't. I acknowledge you as my master. You can't do this to me. Wah. See you in 3 days. Chen Feng's figure slowly withdrew from the sword spirit world dominated by the Sunluo Sword Heart. His soul returned, and he opened his eyes back in his room. By then, the once blue-white Frost Heaven Cold Moon had taken on a faint black hue, turning grayish-blue. He stored it in his storage pouch and began to cultivate. Without spirit stones, absorbing spiritual energy from the air was slower than usual. This only strengthened his resolve to make money, though collaborating with the sect would likely give him only a small share despite his efforts. Cooperating with outsiders risked being cheated, but he had the oath to bind them. The next day, Yang Zhen came to find Chinfong and Wang Hao. After all, he had promised to show them around Qingyun Sect. Brother Yang Zhen, to be honest, I have another purpose for coming to Qingyun Sect, to obtain a body tempering technique to strengthen my physique. Wang Hao thought it unlikely who would just hand over a secret manual like that. Perhaps if he asked Xuan, the true person, there might be a chance given his fondness for Chinfong. Yang Zhen, the Taoist, pondered for a moment, then produced a manual. I have a sword chi body tempering art here that should suit you. Take a look and practice it yourself, but do not pass it on to anyone outside Qingyun Sect. Thank you, brother. Chinfong accepted the manual gladly. He flipped through the sword chi body tempering art. High-grade, lower-rank body tempering technique detected sword chi body tempering art. Learn. Chinfong was somewhat surprised, The name sounded ordinary, yet it was a high-grade, upper-rank method. See, that's vision. He'll support you as the leader from now on. Learn. Sword Chi body tempering art uses various sword chi and sword intent to temper the body, making it stronger while enhancing immunity to sword chi and sword intent damage. Wang Hao was already numb. If he had asked Yang Jin for a manual, had probably have been told to scram. Chen Feng returned the manual to Yang Jin and said, "Brother Yang Jin, this sword chi body tempering art is formidable. I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, just come to me." These words were essential, otherwise how could he come back to borrow more manuals? That's called social grace. Yang Jin the Taoist smiled. "All right, junior brother Chinfong, let me take you to the training grounds." After touring Qingyun Sect and exchanging some insights on the way of the sword with Yang Jin, they paid their respects at Yuming the Taoist shrine. Chinfong and Wang Hao left before sunset and returned to White Heron Sect. This trip to Qingyun Sect had been immensely profitable for Chinfong, and Wang Hao had also gained something. As they landed, they encountered the hurried Lin Xingdao and Qing Dai. "Junior brothers, you're back. Wait, what? You've reached the peak of chi refinement. Good heavens, what did you do?" Wang Hao recounted their encounter at Qingyun Sect, naturally omitting the part about the sword cannon. After all, if anyone discovered that artifact, the sect elders would most likely come to demand a look. If they were shown at White Heron Sect, would have to prepare for a continuous feast of funerals. Yu Ming, the true person, was once a mighty Tribulation transcendence cultivator, yet somehow suffered a fall from grace, his cultivation dropping 2 major realms and losing a hand in the process. Moreover, this had caused 2 generations of Qingyun Sect to wither in talent, truly terrifying to contemplate. If one bore a grudge against any sect, they could simply gift them the sword cannon. Lin Xingdao and the others felt as if they were listening to a tale. Why would Yu Ming, the true person who had disciples of his own, bestow his magical treasure upon Chinfong? Frost Sky Cold Moon ranked among the top sword artifacts on the Cloud Continent's artifact list. Everyone knew the next inheritor should have been Yu Ming's youngest disciple Xuan. Yet now it was given to Chen Feng, utterly absurd. And even if gifting the artifact was one thing, he also conveniently performed a sword dissolution, unleashing a wave of blessings. According to the sect elders' calculations, Yu Ming still had at least a decade left before his destined end. Lin Xingdao rubbed his temples vigorously, his mind in chaos. "Let's set this aside for now. We must hurry to Master's gathering. 4th junior sister is in trouble." "What?" Wang Hao's expression shifted. Chen Feng's playful demeanor instantly sobered. In the livestream room, the bored audience perked up. "I smell trouble brewing. Finally going down the mountain." Honestly, the turtle phase was getting dull. Daring to touch the destined one senior sister. Let's see which villain is about to bite the dust. Haven't seen Master in ages, hee. Where are my tissues? Big Fool Chun, what are you doing? Chen Feng's mouth twitched. These idiots. When doing serious work, he really couldn't look at the comments. It was too easy to break character. The 4 arrived at the small pavilion atop Feather Peak. Wang Euro, usually as languid as a cat, wore an unusually solemn expression today. Yet when her gaze swept over Chen Feng, she paused in bewilderment. It was utterly baffling. In less than a month, he was nearly at Foundation Establishment. 4 ordinary people, it took over a decade to complete chi refining and reach Foundation Establishment. Even geniuses with family resources needed 3 to 5 years. This youngest disciple was simply an unreasonable prodigy. She withdrew her gaze, took out a jade token, and cast a spell to project a map of the 9 provinces in the air. A point on the map flickered faintly and rapidly expanded. Just now, Yu Yan's life tablet cracked. Her life flame is critically low. The spirit crane points to Cold Mountain in Kanglin Prefecture. Lin Xingdao's face immediately crumpled in distress. Cold Mountain. Though relatively close between the 2 prefectures, it's still a distance of over 10,000 li. Even at full speed, an airship would take a day to get there. I don't know if junior sister can hold on. Wang Hao and Qing Dai also looked pained. With her life flame critically low, surviving a single day was uncertain. Flying at full speed on a magic artifact could get us there in half a day, but the consumption would be immense. If we encounter enemies midway or at Cold Mountain, we wouldn't be able to fight at full strength. Wang Euro remained rational. Saving someone couldn't mean endangering herself and the other disciples. Chinfong blinked. Over 10,000 li. That was indeed far, half the distance from China to America on Earth. Wait, a passenger jet to America only took about 10 hours. He opened the system shop and checked a low-end passenger jet cost over 5 million, a supersonic jet over 10 million, and a supersonic fighter without weapons or radar just over 50 million. He happened to have over 50 million gold coins. With over 9,000 followers in the live stream, if each bought the Chi attraction art once, he earned 50 per person, totaling over 45 million. He immediately raised his hand. Master, I have a mechanical creation that can get us there in half a day, but it needs a flat road for takeoff. In the live stream, after a brief silence, the audience began spouting nonsense again. Man, nothing can stump him. Haha, Brother Feng is about to fly a plane. Time to show this ignorant cultivation world the power of science. See, both technology and cultivation have their merits. This plane has my contribution from one yacht. Haha, mine too. The Feather Peak group was overjoyed. Chinfong always had strange, yet convenient things, so they were accustomed to it without any suspicion. Excellent. Junior brother, you're amazing. If we can make it within a day, the chance of saving junior sister greatly increases. Yes, wonderful. Wang Yuro, noticing Chen Feng gesturing in the air, knew he was thinking of a solution. She was pleasantly surprised, but found the condition odd. Why does it need a flat road for takeoff? Chen Feng explained, it's like flying a kite. It needs a running start to catch the wind and lift off. Wang Yuro raised an elegant eyebrow. Can't I just hold it up and let it take off in midair? Chen Feng paused. Oh, that might actually work. He slapped his forehead with a wry smile. His mind just couldn't pivot. This was the cultivation world after all. I didn't think of that either. Take off in midair, no runway needed. Master's wisdom is no joke. The image of Master holding the plane as it takes off midair. Very silly, haha. Plane holding immortal Wang Yuro. LOL. Soon they arrived at a plane at the foot of the mountain. Chen Feng opened the system store, first bought a combat pilot skill book, then began selecting the fighter's configuration. The others watched his gesturing hand in the air, their gazes complicated. Because they could neither see nor sense anything. Wang Hao asked curiously, Master, can you tell what junior brother is doing? Wang Yuro shook her head. I don't know. There's no fluctuation of spiritual energy or soul power. It's probably a force beyond our senses, possibly something at the level of natural law. Wang Hao couldn't help but complain. Could junior brother be the illegitimate child of the heavenly Tao? His insights and opportunities are just absurd. Haha, impossible. Qing Dai chuckled foolishly. After all, the heavenly Tao wasn't human, so how could it have an illegitimate child? Lin Xingdao also smiled. Those blessed with great merit and fortune often had peculiarities, it was only natural. Soon a massive white mechanical creation appeared before them. Master, can you lift it? It's about 40,000 gene. Wang Yuro shot him a glare. As a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator on the verge of spirit severing, how could she fail to lift a mere 40,000 gene? Lin Xingdao laughed. Don't worry. Master can lift 100,000 gene with divine sense. Great. Let me take you into the cabin and go over some rules. Senior brother, fly me up. Lin Xingdao carried Chen Feng to the cabin door. Chen Feng opened it, and the others flew in. Seeing the interior, Qing Dai gasped in admiration. Wow, so beautiful, like a little house. Indeed. Chen Feng then explained the plane's structure and principles, stressing its fragility and which parts not to touch lest they accidentally dismantle it. Lin Xingdao urged, Junior brother, we understand. Let's depart if possible. How high do we need to fly? Wang Yuro asked, seated beside the cockpit. Chen Feng, I'm about 20 meters high. They'll control it to climb on its own later. Soon the plane was lifted by a surge of divine sense. Chen Feng started the engine, cruising and climbing steadily into the sky, eventually accelerating to supersonic speed as it vanished over the horizon. On the main peak, Bai Qinshua watched the departing plane, her eyes narrowed in thought. The aircraft soared through the sky at Mach 1.5. Were it not for Wang Yuro's constant reminders to dodge the flocks of birds, it would have crashed 7 or 8 times by now. The skies of the cultivation world were indeed teeming with avian life. After over 4 hours, the plane decelerated and came to a halt near Hanshan, then was stowed away by Wang Yuro into her storage treasure, as hers was the only one capable of containing such a massive aircraft. The 5 of them landed outside Hanshan. Wang Yuro and Lin Xingdao furrowed their brows simultaneously as they gazed at the mountain shrouded in mist. Hanshan is enveloped by some sort of cosmic array. Those inside are likely no longer on the mountain, but in some alien realm. I fear there might be a great danger within. Lin Xingdao said with a grave expression. Wang Yuro turned to Qing Dai and said, Qingdia, your cultivation is too low, stay outside. If there is a great danger within, I'll send you a message via paper crane. Qing Dai's mind struggled to process this. Wasn't Chen Feng the one with the lowest cultivation? At least she had reached the foundation establishment stage. Chen Feng shot her a glare. Don't look at me. My low cultivation doesn't mean I'm weak. If it comes to a fight, one song from me, and everyone will experience what it's like to be a mother. Lin Xingdao couldn't help but raise a hand to his forehead. If you put it that way, he thought he'd rather stay outside. He truly did not wish to endure that heart-wrenching pain again. A mothers were indeed great. The camera panned to Lin Xingdao, and the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. The senior disciple has the most say. The senior disciple is already feeling phantom pain. Ha ha, I want to see Master get pregnant by Brother Feng, hee hee, which kind? Brother Feng, please don't make such ethical jokes. LOL, let's hold hands as we go in so we don't get separated. Wang Yuro grabbed Lin Shengdao and Wang Hao by the wrists, and Chen Feng took hold of Lin Shengdao's wrist. Wrapped in Wang Yuro's divine, since the four of them flew together toward Han's Han and soon vanished into the mist. The moment they entered the fog, Chen Feng found himself back at White Heron Sect with Si Hongxiu in his left arm and Bai Qiansui in his right. Wang Yuro and Yu Shuang were massaging his feet, an utterly blissful scene. Of course, it would have been perfect if not for the barrage of comments streaming across the live feed. Brother Feng, why did you let go? Damn, Brother Feng, you've fallen behind, you know. Oh no, Brother Feng seems bewitched. Brother Feng's smile is so lewd. Could he be under an illusion? Damn, evil Uchiha. It's pitch black. What kind of place is this? Brother Feng, wake up. Seeing these comments, Chen Feng's heart jolted, and he soon sensed a sinister force entwining his soul. He immediately activated his Sunluo sword heart, turning his spirit into a blade to sever that power. Sever. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a desolate mountain range, his head spinning. He stood up and looked around. There was no one in sight, only graves. At his feet lay a broken tombstone. Hey, he's back to normal. Brother Feng, are you okay? Damn, how did we end up in a graveyard? This place doesn't seem big. Oh, where did Master and Senior Disciple go? Brother Feng, what happened to you just now? Chen Feng covered his face in embarrassment, but honestly recounted the situation. What the hell, I just fell under an illusion. I have no idea where Master and the others went. In the live stream, the audience heartlessly teased him. Woohoo, time to prepare for the funeral feast. If this were a horror movie, Brother Feng would be the first victim. Wouldn't it be better to let Senior Disciple hold you? Instead, you grabbed him and then let go. Enough joking, let's find the others first. Based on my years of writing weird supernatural novels, the graves around here might hold hidden clues. Makes sense, check the tombstones, then dig a few up. Don't be silly, oh, what if there are zombies? Brother Feng sings, and even zombies would kneel. Chen Feng scanned the area. The sky was empty of figures and desolation stretched everywhere. With no leads, he began to stroll among the graves. Tomb of Chun Wei, tomb of Yuan Hua. No clues at all. Wait, some graves seem quite fresh. Some have withered grass around them, others don't. Dig them up and see. Chen Feng paused, looked closer, and indeed some were fresher. Damn good eye, buddy. Just as Chen Feng pulled out a shovel to dig one up, a netizen named Lawless Zhang sent a gift and commented, Brother Feng, go back and check the broken tombstone where you woke up. Flip it over. Yeah, the only broken stone is the one you woke up next to. Chen Feng was taken aback, then quickly ran back and turned over the upper half of the broken stone. There was nothing on it. He then flipped the lower half, and it bore the inscription, Tomb of. Every tomb I've seen has a name except this one. In the live stream, the netizen named Lawless Zhang spoke again. If I'm not mistaken, the tomb isn't nameless. The occupant just came back to life. What the hell? Explain. Riddler, get out of Gotham. Isn't Zhang San's meaning obvious? This is my tomb. Chen Feng stammered, dumbfounded. He was silly but not stupid. See, I get it. When Brother Feng was in that pitch black space for a moment, he was inside the tomb. So those fresh graves. Holy crap. Quick, find Master and Senior Disciples. You idiots, find fourth senior sister first. She's about to die? Yes. Find fourth senior sister first. What's fourth senior sister's name? Yuyin or Yuyin? Yuyin. Suddenly realizing that subtitles are really important, Chinese homophones are too confusing. Chen Feng quickly scanned the graveyard and soon spotted the tombs of Wang Yuro and Lin Shengdao. He silently noted their positions and prioritized finding a name with the Yuyin pronunciation. Finally, he found that name behind a tree. Tomb of Qin Yuyin. This must be it. Chen Feng swung his shovel and dug furiously, unwilling to waste his spiritual energy recklessly, as he had no idea what lay ahead. Soon he unearthed a pitch-black stone coffin. He lifted the lid to reveal a woman in white combat attire, her face pale and purple, lying in a deep slumber. He felt for a pulse that was almost imperceptible. Then he placed a hand over her heart. It beat once every 2 or 3 seconds. An ordinary person would have been long dead. Chen Feng slapped her cheeks and called out, Qin Yuyin, Qin Yuyin. He then tried splashing water on her, but she remained unconscious. Try destroying the tombstone. Yeah, you woke up when the stone broke. If it breaks, will she wake up too? Don't be rash. What if breaking the stone kills her? That's a possibility. Find Master's tombstone and try her cultivation is high, she can handle it. Master. Good one, this is peak filial piety. Chen Feng hesitated as he glanced at the barrage comments, then stuffed a nourishing chi pill into Chen Yuyin's mouth before dashing off to dig up Wang Yuro's grave. Before long, Wang Yuro was unearthed. Her condition was remarkably well preserved, as though she had merely fallen asleep. Her body remained warm and supple, unlike Qin Yuyin, who had already grown cold and stiff. Chen Feng pinched her cheek gently and called out softly, Master, wake up. Master. In the livestream room, viewers commented, "Bro Feng, are you afraid of waking her up too loudly?" Everyone, I've suddenly got a bold idea. Hee me too. Stop pinching her face, be bolder. Bro Feng, a half-hour delay shouldn't hurt. Are you people? Why don't you elaborate? Chen Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at the barrage. Cut it out. Danger could strike here at any moment. I'm not looking for trouble. After carrying Wang Euro out of the grave and setting her aside, Chen Feng drew Frost Heaven's cold moon and sliced the tombstone cleanly in two with his sword. Wang Euro jolted awake on the spot, releasing countless strings from her hands to encircle herself as she warily surveyed her surroundings. When she saw Chen Feng, she froze, a flicker of embarrassment flashing across her face. Chen Feng was overjoyed, realizing that severing the tombstone horizontally was the key to breaking the spell. Master, you're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere? I'm fine. What happened? Wang Euro retracted her sharp strings and asked with a frown. Chen Feng immediately grabbed her hand and ran toward Qingyun. We'll talk later. Look, is this fourth senior sister? You found Yuyan. Wang Euro followed Chen Feng to the unearthed grave and saw that it was indeed her disciple Qingyun. Soon she pieced things together from Qingyun's grave and the spot where she had just awakened. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already swung his sword to sever Qingyun's tombstone horizontally, cutting precisely between the name and the word tomb. Master, check on senior sister. He'll dig up senior brother. All right. After examining Qingyun, Wang Yu's expression grew grave, for not only was her vitality nearly drained, but her soul was also extremely feeble. She took out 2 pills and was about to put them into Qingyun's mouth when she noticed a partially melted nourishing qi pill inside, pausing in surprise. Then glancing at Chen Feng, who was energetically digging a grave, she couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. She placed the 2 pills into Qingyun's mouth and set her hand on the latter's chest to help refine the medicinal power. After a while, Lin Xingdao was also unearthed and awakened. Senior brother, are you all right? Thank you, junior brother. This foreign realm is truly eerie. The illusions are utterly inescapable. Master and 4th senior sister are already out. Let's find 2nd senior brother's grave quickly. I have a feeling something bad is about to happen. Lin Xingdao took in the surroundings and, combined with Chen Feng's words, understood the situation. All right. They searched separately, but found no trace of Wang Hao's grave. Senior brother, did you find it? No. Strange, isn't 2nd senior brother's name Wang Hao? He's Master's own nephew. Let's ask Master. Well, I never knew that. Upon hearing this, Wang Euro smiled and said, see if there's a grave named Wang Ergu. Lin Xingdao covered his mouth and turned away. Chen Feng was also amused, never expecting Wang Hao's real name to be something like Wang Ergu. I know where it is, right next to Master's grave. I was just wondering how a cultivator could have such a name. Lin Xingdao suppressed his laughter and said, ahem, let's go dig him out quickly. With Lin Xingdao, a golden core cultivator, helping digging a grave was effortless. Soon Wang Hao also awakened. What's going on? Why was I lying in a coffin? Chen Feng chuckled. No worries, everyone's had a turn. Lin Xingdao laughed awkwardly. 4th senior sister has been found. Her life is saved, but her condition isn't great. Wang Hao sighed in relief. As long as her life is safe, we can figure out the rest. The 3 of them gathered around Wang Euro. Master, how is senior sister? By then, Qingyun's face had lost its deathly bluish-purple hue, now a pallid, haggard white, but she remained unconscious. Her vitality and soul force are nearly drained. We need to deal with the evil entity and leave as soon as possible. Can we defeat that evil entity? Lin Xingdao asked worriedly. After all, they had fallen into its trap as soon as they arrived. If not for Chen Feng breaking the dark art, they might never have awakened on their own or ended up like Qingyun. Wang Euro said solemnly, we have to fight even if we can't win, otherwise we'll never leave this place. I wonder where that evil entity is hiding and why it hasn't come out yet. Wang Hao frowned as he scanned the surroundings. Chen Feng was also panicking. Such an environment made it hard to stay calm and think clearly. But he still had his livestream think tank. Bro Feng, look at the sky. Though it's gloomy, the sun is still there. If I'm not mistaken, the evil entity will come out at sunset. The night favors it. Damn, judging by the light angle, the sun will set in about an hour or 2. I suggest we dig up all the graves to see if we can find some help. Time's sure to dig up the newer ones. Chen Feng snapped to attention. Indeed, those detached from the situation could think more clearly. Master, the evil entity is likely waiting for sunset. While it's still hiding, why don't we dig up all the graves to see if we can bolster our numbers? Everyone's eyes lit up. All right, just dig up the newer graves without withered grass on them. Yes. Wang Euro also joined in. 10 minutes later, Lin Xingdao unearthed a solemn-looking monk and shattered the tombstone with a sonic boom. Whoa! The monk spat out a mouthful of blood as he woke, then lay back down. Lin Xingdao tugged at Chen Feng and asked, Junior brother, what's going on? Chen Feng looked at the shattered tombstone and felt a suspicion confirmed. It seems the tombstone must be cut horizontally, separating the name from the word tomb. Lin Xingdao was deeply embarrassed and guiltily glanced at the monk lying motionless in the grave. Oh well then he. Chen Feng jumped into the grave, took some items from the monk's body, and put them into his storage pouch, then jumped back out. No worries, just bury him back. Chen Feng swung his shovel to fill the earth back in. Well, that was a solution. Lin Xingdao, caught between laughter and tears, ran off to find Wang Hao and Wang Yuro, only to discover they had also shattered 2 graves, and the people inside had all perished. Lin Xingdao immediately relayed Chen Feng's caution to the two. Both fell silent. Was this a case of good intentions leading to harm? What do we do now? Lin Xingdao mimicked Chen Feng by taking the belongings from the bodies and said, no worries, you just bury them back. Then he began rapidly refilling the soil. In the livestream room, the viewers were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Oh my, they're even less careful than Bro Feng. The best comforting line of the year, no worries, you just bury them back. Senior brother learns fast. Quick adaptability, oh excellent insight. Through the concerted efforts of Chen Feng and his 3 disciples, 3 valuable individuals were unearthed. The first was Sun Ming, a latest-stage golden core cultivator from the local Wushuang city sect of the Qingyun continent. A burly, seemingly simple-minded martial artist who cultivated both martial techniques and Taoist arts. The second was Zhou Meixian, an early-stage nascent soul cultivator and an executive of the Qingyun sword sect, also native to the Qingyun continent. A stunningly beautiful young matron. In the past, Chen Feng might have been thrilled. Now, however, he declared himself aesthetically fatigued. The third was Wenren, she a mid-stage golden core cultivator serving as a retainer for the Yunya Commerce Guild of the Bailu continent, proficient in alchemy and rudimentary formation arrays. Fortunately, Wenren, she hailed not from the Yunya continent. Otherwise, he would inevitably be mistaken for a lecherous rogue, even if he weren't one. After all, the dialect of the Yunya continent was virtually identical to Cantonese. All 3 had originally entered the ruin in search of others, and ended up imprisoned alongside them. As for those they sought, they were already lifeless by the time they were excavated. The sun is setting. Everyone prepare yourselves, Wang Yuro reminded the 3 recovering cultivators. Wenren, she stepped forward without prompting. I shall deploy several formations. Our survival hangs in the balance tonight. Do not withhold your trump cards, everyone. Sun Ming produced a secret manual. My ultimate trump card is this forbidden art, capable of burning one's life force to temporarily amplify strength. Take it, study it if you wish. Should we face mortal peril, it may well prove indispensable. The others exchanged wordless glances. Learning it now was utterly futile. You'd better save your theatrics for later, Zhou Meixian remarked bluntly. Last-minute cramming is long past its hour. Yet one exception stood among them. Chen Feng, delighted, eagerly accepted the forbidden art. Let me have a look, he said, flipping through the manual at once. Detected forbidden art, burning life art. Learning. This was the first manual Chen Feng had ever encountered bearing no cultivation rank. Learn. Burning life art, first layer. Burns life force, second layer. Burns vows, a third layer. Burns merit, fourth layer. Burns soul. Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, phew. Elder brother Sun, this forbidden art is truly extraordinary. Sun Ming stared blankly. You're not even foundation establishment. What use is burning your life force if it only lifts you to latest stage foundation establishment? Yet Wang Yuro and the other 2 exchanged subtle, intrigued glances. If Chen Feng deemed it extraordinary, it likely was. Actually, there's no need for such tension. Zhou Meixian smiled dismissively. I possess a sword talisman, one that seals a full power strike from a Union off-body and spirit realm master. Had I not been caught unawares, that fiend would have paid dearly. The group was stunned. None expected her to harbor such a formidable ace. Phew, a full power strike from a Union off-body and spirit realm master. Then our odds of victory have risen dramatically. Given that even Wang Yuro, a near-ascended spirit severance cultivator, had been instantly ensnared and buried upon entry, the fiend was presumed at minimum to possess spirit severance realm power, though certainly no higher than Union off-body and spirit realm. After all, Tribulation Transcendence realm masters, true to their title, endure the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Nearly all seclude themselves, conserving strength until ready to confront their final trials and ascend. It is exceedingly rare for such masters to emerge publicly, unless of course one has already succumbed to tribulation-induced delusion. Even then, any casual involvement in worldly affairs risks triggering an instant death tribulation. Having mastered the manual, Chen Feng returned it to Sun Ming. Though Zhou Meixian's talisman was formidable, Chen Feng sensed it lacked reliability. After all, protagonists aside, supporting characters seldom defeat the final antagonist with a single trump card, especially one offering zero margin for error. What if the strike missed? What if the foe seized the opening to reverse fate? Chen Feng handed pre-prepared musical scores to Wang Yuro, Lin Xingdao, and Wang Hao. Master, please review these scores. Should the enemy prove overwhelming, and should Annie Zhou exhaust her great technique, immediately bring your instruments to my side. I will handle the reversal. The others paused bewildered. Exhausted her great technique. Handle the reversal? Such audacity. True to form, Zhou Meixian's attention fixated, not on the strategy, but on his address, Annie. Boy, just who do you call Annie? And you haven't even established your foundation. Yet you presume to cover for us all. Yet Wang Yuro, the strongest among them, surprised the trio with her response. She accepted the scores solemnly and nodded. Very well, if it comes to that, we entrust it to you. Lin Xingdao took it with a smile, a music formation score. It seems younger brother harbors an extraordinary ace of his own. Wang Hao inexplicably felt a profound sense of reassurance upon hearing Chen Feng's words. He sincerely murmured, "Younger brother, knowing you stand guard puts my heart at ease." Indeed, only one blessed with immense celestial fortune could reverse destiny against overwhelming odds. Brother Feng, rest assured, I will act. Hilarious, the trust forged through constant ridicule. They've surely realized Brother Feng is the protagonist. Zhou Meixian and her companions were utterly flabbergasted. They longed to ask, have you all lost your minds, placing your last hope in the weakest cultivator present? Privately, they did wonder whether Chinfong concealed some unique hidden advantage. But what conceivable trump card could a mere Qi condensation completion cultivator wield to turn the tide? Moreover, he appeared intent on deploying a music formation, not a sealed master-level strike like Zhou Meixian's sword talisman, to avoid damaging tombstones, and thereby killing the barely alive survivors still entombed within. They deliberately relocated to an open plain to await the fiend's arrival. The entire alien realm was surprisingly compact, smaller than the Bailu Sect by a factor of 3 or 4. Wang Yuro had already dispatched paper cranes to survey the area beyond the tomb, where they stood only desolate mountainous plains stretched into the distance. Soon night fell completely. A bone-chilling wind swept across the alien realm, prompting Chinfong to don a black sable-fur greatcoat. Lin Xingdao and the others regarded it as routine. Zhou Meixian and her companions, however, rolled their eyes. How could one who couldn't even withstand a drop in temperature presume to shield the rest? Spectators in the live broadcast burst into irreverent laughter. Hilarious. Brother Feng seems a bit shaky. This really undermines confidence in your strength. Brother Feng is like a child holding the launch key to a nuclear warhead. Can't wait for the underworld skill to debut. Actually, you could make them swear oaths, then sacrifice one to break it, summoning heavenly tribulation to cleanse the land. Impressive. You truly think outside the box. We've seen living bodhisattvas aplenty, but today we've witnessed a living Yama. Unethical perhaps, but undeniably effective. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He turned immediately toward Sun Ming, Zhou Meixian, and Wen Renshi, who, sensing danger, simultaneously locked wary gazes upon him. Chen Feng knew tricking them would be perilous, misstep, and they might revolt outright. Yet binding them with sacred oaths could yield tangible benefits, and add a vital layer of insurance. With benevolent cheer he asked, "We saved your lives. Surely you owe us recompense." Faced with Chen Feng's blatant demand for repayment, Zhou Meixian and her two companions exchanged bewildered glances. In all their years navigating the world, they had never encountered someone so unabashedly pragmatic. Well, it's only reasonable, but let's first deal with the evil spirits and ensure we can get out alive before discussing this. Indeed, Wang Yuro observed Chen Feng with keen interest while Lin Xingdao and Wang Hao had already buried their faces in their hands. Ordinarily, saving someone was merely about accumulating merit, forging a favorable connection, or earning a favor. Never had they seen anyone demand benefits so directly. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes with a smile. "All right, then swear to me that once we're out, each of you will give us 100,000 spirit stones as repayment for saving your lives, and you will never do anything to harm us. After all, we're strangers who crossed paths by chance. Oh, we don't know your true characters. What if you repay kindness with enmity later?" The three were speechless. "Should you consider your master's cultivation level and ours? How could we possibly harm you?" And swearing to someone. People swear by the heavens, but swearing to a person was a first. Sun Ming was the first to agree. "Fine, I give up. In all my years wandering the world, I've never met someone so mercenary." Zhou Meixian couldn't help but retort. When Renshi said with some reluctance, "Wouldn't it be better to just forge a good connection? I've seen too many cases of twisted fate and betrayal, enough to fill dozens of books." Chen Feng said calmly, hands clasped behind his back. "Besides, that good connection might never be used in a lifetime. It's better to convert it into spirit stones and well owe each other nothing, right? Fine, since you've put it that way, I'll swear. Wen Rinchi grumbled inwardly. If not for Chen Feng's master, who was a half-step divine transformation cultivator, he would have surely been beaten up today. After all, a mere chi condensation rookie dared to make them swear an oath to him. I swear to you that after we leave, I will give you 100,000 spirit stones to repay the life-saving grace, and I will never do anything to harm you. Satisfied. As when Rinchi finished speaking, he felt a strange sensation in his heart, as if the oath had truly taken effect. No way. That actually worked. Impossible, it must be an illusion. Chen Feng's lips curled slightly. Good next. Sun Ming, speechless, repeated the oath after Wen Rinchi. In his heart he scoffed. Once he left this place, he would hide back in Wushuang City. As if he would really give 100,000 spirit stones. Dream on. Little did he know, above the cold mountains outside the other realm, dark clouds had already gathered and thunder rumbled, as if warning someone. Unfortunately, he could not hear the warning from within the realm. Zhou Meixian also recited the oath. But as soon as she finished, her expression changed as she stared at Chen Feng as if she had seen a ghost. Her sword heart clearly sensed that the oath had taken effect, and breaking it would surely invite heavenly punishment. Good heavens, swearing to a person and breaking it leads to heavenly punishment. Thinking of how Wang Yuro and the others treated Chen Feng, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Big brother, if you have such great power, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me sooner, I would have been humbler and gentler and spoken more softly. Chen Feng looked at Zhou Meixian curiously. Is there a problem, Auntie Zhou? Zhou Meixian gave a sweet smile. Young Master Chen, from now on just call me Xiao Zhou or Xiao Xian. Chen Feng tilted his head, a cheap special effect appearing around him as question marks popped up. In the live stream, the audience was also dumbfounded. What's wrong with this beautiful auntie? Has she suddenly found Brother Feng to be her type? Brother Feng, judging by her clothes and trump cards, she's probably a wealthy woman too. Why not make a date? Maybe she sensed something after taking the oath. After all, this woman is at the nascent soul stage. At this moment, the others were also stunned. Auntie Zhou, have you been possessed by some unclean spirit? When Rinchi looked at Zhou Meixian with alarm. Has the evil spirit arrived? Scram. Zhou Meixian glared at him with a darkened face. Wang Yuro looked perplexed, certain that something was off with the oath they had just taken. Soon she too sensed something and stared gravely into the pitch-black depths of the other realm. It's coming. Everyone immediately became alert, ready for battle. In the distance, they saw not an evil spirit, but the silhouette of a mountain. I recall there were no mountains around. Which means, the evil spirit is that mountain that wasn't there before. I think that's a peak. Connected to the ground beneath Brother Tian, it forms a complete mountain. No way. Chen Feng looked down at his feet. If that were true, it would be horrifying. They were standing right on top of the evil spirit. Just then, with a rumble, the ground beneath them shook violently, shattering all the formations Wen Rinchi had set up. Wen Rinchi was aghast. How is this possible? Immediately after, a swarm of shadowy figures wreathed in black mist appeared near the cemetery and scattered, flying toward them. Everyone be careful. Lin Xingdao plucked the strings of his guqin, sending out invisible attacks that repelled or dispersed several of the oncoming black shadows. Wang Yuro formed a seal with one hand, summoning a white crane guardian spirit that hovered overhead to protect them. With her other hand, she released countless colorful strings that sliced the shadows apart. Wang Hao, carrying Chen Yuyan on his back, also used his guqin to unleash sonic attacks, though his were much weaker, only able to drive back a few shadows. The three of them positioned Chen Feng protectively in their midst, leaving him no room to act, even with the frost moon blade in hand. On the other side, Sun Ming, Zhou Meixian, and Wen Rinchi also banded together to fend off the encroaching shadows. After repelling the first wave, Wang Yuro's expression darkened. We're in serious trouble. They watched as coffins burst forth from the cemetery ground. The coffins stood upright, their lids falling away. Corpses with livid purple-tinged faces emerged, and among them was a familiar figure, the monk whose tombstone had been destroyed. Lin Xingdao rubbed his nose awkwardly. Wow! The corpses opened their eyes and mouths, devouring the black mist, dissipating in the void, fully unlocking the original cultivation levels of their owners. 11 golden cores, 7 nascent souls, 2 divine transformations. Sensing the strength of those 13 dead beings, Zhou Meixian and the others turned pale. In the live stream, the audience was dumbfounded. Good heavens, isn't this a bit ridiculous? And the real evil spirit is still lurking in the shadows. Whoa, this is a peak-level match. Brother Feng, I specialize in peak-level matches. Oh, anything else is beneath me. Zhou Meixian gritted her teeth. Should I use the sword talisman? It should be able to kill one of the divine transformations and half the nascent souls, reducing the pressure. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Killing half would still leave more than enough to overwhelm them, and the main boss hadn't even appeared yet. Save it. He'll handle this wave. The filial piety sound was useless. These dead puppets felt no pain. The 100% catch blade technique was also unusable as many of the enemies were unarmed. Skills like the Sinluo sword heart and demon sound piercing the ears relied on cultivation level, and he was merely a Qi condensation stage rookie. The only thing left was the underworld skill Shi wedding. Chen Feng took out Li Gaosh's 4 paper figurines and said to the 3 beside him, Master Senior Brother Second Senior Brother, prepare for a combined performance. Step aside, everyone. Brother Feng is about to show off. Finally, get the paper effigies ready. Where are the spotlights? In the live stream, the audience had long been eagerly awaiting Chen Feng's performance of the underworld skill Shi. Chen Feng waved his hand, releasing 4 paper effigies that transformed into streaks of light, landing beside him as 4 green-robed Taoists wearing masks marked with the characters 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then Chen Feng swiftly produced 4 musical instruments for them: a jazz drum, a piano, a suona, a brass gong, and a wooden clapper. It was fortunate that the 13 corpses hadn't yet completed their soul gathering, otherwise Chen Feng wouldn't have had time to prepare. Wang Yuro produced a pipa, Lin Xingdao brought out an eru, and Wang Hao took out a Goushou. These instruments were what Chen Feng had requested for the ensemble. Although their primary cultivation was in the Guqin, they were proficient in most ancient instruments. Wang Yuro urged anxiously, "Are you ready yet? They're almost done gathering souls." Chen Feng stood on a speaker holding a microphone. "Senior brother, begin." The cheap special effects kicked in and beams of spotlight rained down from the sky, illuminating their surroundings. While the atmosphere is instantly maxed out. "Old Gu, come quick, your song is about to wreak havoc in the cultivation world." "Old Gu, don't contact me anymore, I'm afraid Xian and I might misunderstand." Upon receiving Chen Feng's command, Lin Xingdao immediately drew his eru, and the first paper effigy followed, playing the piano. A mournful melody began to play. Then Wang Yu's pipa and Wang Hao's Goushou joined in softly. An ominous aura swirled in the air with the melody, and a white mist carrying the breath of the yellow springs rose from the ground. The puppet corpses of the powerful cultivators controlled by evil spirits seemed to be stimulated and charged directly at Chen Feng and his group. They unleashed terrifying attacks. Sword, chi, giant handprints, blade, energy, curses, flames, frost. Wang Yuro was anxious, but could only place her hope in Chen Feng's musical array being strong enough. Chen Feng took a deep breath, closed his eyes as if he didn't see the incoming attacks, and began to sing. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, an auspicious day, the sedan chair is lifted high. Lifting the red dress, every inch a regret, hastily cut. Cutting away my beloved, but he cannot return, so I force a smile. The sandalwood clappers speak lightly, truly hard to guess. Just as everyone saw the attacks about to land on their heads, the surrounding mist swirled, and all the attacks vanished, leaving everyone sighing in relief. The charging puppet corpses of the powerful cultivators, seeing the terrifying mist around Chen Feng and his group, immediately retreated far away. The great monk that Lin Xingdao had accidentally killed earlier was one of those at the divine transformation stage. It grabbed a nearby golden core stage puppet corpse and threw it directly at Chen Feng. The golden core stage puppet corpse fell into the mist and vanished instantly. Damn, this musical array's defense is impressive. Brother Feng, are you really a medical student and not a professional singer? Much better than that guy who went to Hong Kong to sing and embarrassed himself. Have you forgotten that Brother Feng can buy skill books from Earth? Becoming a professional singer is a piece of cake for him. Why haven't the red and white evil spirits come out yet? Wait for the suona. At this moment, Zhou Meisian and the other 2 were trembling in fear as they were surrounded by this terrifying drifting mist. Listen at the Mao hour 3 li away it stirs. The rhythm, the sound of horse hooves rises, cutting away the word sorrow. In the blink of an eye, the door pushes open, the mist parts. Wild cats have followed for several streets, their necks crooked on the branches. As the melody quickened and became urgent, the yellow springs mist also churned and expanded outward. The puppet corpses slowly retreated a few more steps. The 2 divine transformation stage puppet corpses tried again, this time attacking with full force, managing to dispel some of the mist, but new mist soon rose from the ground. Soon Chen Feng and the others disappeared into the mist with only the mournful melody and singing echoing in the air. She laughs while crying. Guess how she laughs while crying? Crying. Look how she cries while laughing. Suddenly heads surged within the white mist, and 2 processions, one red and one white, emerged. With a cry of bow to heaven and earth, the piercing sound of the suona instantly filled the air. At that moment, everyone, the disciples of the White Heron sect, Zhou Meisian and her companions, the puppet corpses and evil spirits, and the audience in the live stream, felt their skin crawl. When the suona sounds, it heralds either great joy or great sorrow. The red and white processions emerged from the mist, led by a band playing the suona as they walked. The sound pierced the heavens, shaking everyone's souls and making their scalps tingle. Even more terrifying was the fact that every being in these two processions was at the peak of the divine transformation stage. The puppet corpses knelt on the ground in agony, roaring silently. Finally, they were completely engulfed and obliterated by the red and white evil spirits as they walked on the mist. After eliminating the puppet corpses, the red and white evil spirits headed toward the shadowy mountain peak on the horizon. The mountain's phantom trembled, and the ground beneath Chen Feng and his group shook, but they did not stop their performance. The next moment, a gravitational force descended, pressing down on everyone. Zhou Meixian and her companions instantly fell to the ground, unable to move, while Chen Feng and the others, protected by the musical array, felt it less severely. This force was primarily aimed at suppressing the red and white evil spirits. Affected by it, their speed slowed considerably. The evil spirit could influence the red and white evil spirits from another realm, yet feared them, indicating it was also at the peak of the divine transformation stage. At this point, sweat beaded on Chen Feng's forehead because the song was nearing its end, while the red and white evil spirits were still some distance from their target. However, remembering that Zhou Meixian still had a unity stage attack talisman, Chen Feng felt it wouldn't be a major problem. As the song entered its final notes, the red and white evil spirits and the mist gradually faded and finally disappeared. Why did it stop, eh? Damn, we were so close. Keep playing. Does this skill have a cooldown? After the performance, Wang Yuro and the others immediately looked at Chen Feng. Can you do it again? Anything else, but not this one. Chen Feng wiped his sweat with a wry smile. This thing didn't consume spiritual energy, but it was extremely taxing on the mind. Doing it again would kill him. Wang Yuro shot him a glare. She wasn't so naive as to miss his double entendre. Lin Xingdao, calming his awestruck mind, asked, "What do we do now? That little Zhou still has a unity stage." Slap. Before Chen Feng could finish his sentence, he was flattened to the ground by the gravitational force. Then Wang Yuro, the other two, and the paper effigies were also slammed to the ground. However, this gravitational force didn't last long before it vanished. At the same time, the entire other realm dissipated. The group felt their surroundings shift, and they found themselves lying in a valley. Chen Feng immediately sprang up from the ground, delighted. That evil spirit is also exhausted. Exhausted or not, it was still at the peak of the divine transformation stage. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled and the mountain beside them suddenly collapsed. A massive stone giant emerged from the crumbling mountain, radiating the aura of a latest-stage divine transformation cultivator. Chen Feng immediately grabbed Zhou Meixian from the ground and thrust her to the front. "Little Zhou, it's your time to shine." "Huh? Oh. Disheveled and dusty Zhou Meixian nodded. "Everyone watch me." With that, she formed a hand seal with one hand and shot the sword talisman toward the stone giant with the other. Unleash. The sword talisman lit up in the air, turning into a streak of light that struck the stone giant. Slap. A few stone chips fell to the ground. The stone giant was dumbfounded. Everyone was utterly baffled. Is this truly the full-force strike of a unity cultivation realm powerhouse? "You're mocking us." Chen Feng seized Zhou Meixian's collar, his face inches from hers, as he shouted in fury. Zhou Meixian, flustered and near tears, stammered, "I don't know either. I was told exactly this by my master when she entrusted it to me." At that moment, the stone giant raised one hand and condensed an enormous stone blade. The blade was so colossal it could cleave the entire valley in two. In the next instant, it tore through the clouds and descended with unstoppable force. "Junior brother, flee with me now." Lin Xingdao seized Chen Feng to take flight, only to discover the sky had been sealed. Wang Yuro, already dragging Wang Hao and the unconscious Chun Yuyan towards safety, paled dramatically. "This valley is warded by an anti-flight formation. My apologies, everyone. I'm leaving first." Sun Ming whirled and shot outward like a cannonball, racing toward the valley's edge. At that moment, only Sun Ming, a martial cultivator who had broken through into the Dao, stood any chance of escaping the descending blade before impact. Attack together. Wang Yuro unleashed every technique at her command to block the blade, yet each defense shattered instantly. "Impossible. The disparity is too vast. Once I survive this trial, I shall personally pay your master's female kin a most memorable visit." With those words, Chen Feng shoved Zhou Meixian aside and sprinted alone to the valley's highest ridge, standing defiantly beneath the plummeting blade. 100% barehanded blade interception. He raised both hands and clapped them together just as the blade descended, the supersonic shockwave whipping his robes into a furious roar. At that instant, every viewer lounging or reclining before their livestream feeds sat bolt upright. Fortunately, the system's skill proved astonishingly potent. Just as the gale threatened to hurl Chen Feng away, his palms met the blade's razor-sharp edge, catching it perfectly. In the next breath, the shockwind vanished. The blade's mountain-crushing momentum ground to an absolute halt. Time itself seemed suspended, frozen in a single breathless frame. All stared upward dumbfounded at the colossal weapon hovering motionless above them. He caught it. Wang Yuro recalled Chen Feng's words upon entering the sect, and gazing now upon the stone giant's blade, comprehension struck her like lightning. A stone blade remained after all, a bladed weapon, precisely the kind subjugated by Chen Feng's peerless barehanded interception art. A law-bound skill, truly terrifying in its profundity. In that moment, Chen Feng's figure loomed larger in their eyes than even the stone giant itself. Zhou Meixian felt her sword heart flutter wildly like a startled fawn. Especially his furious scolding of her moments earlier, so fiercely masculine, so commanding. No one had ever spoken to her thus, not once in her entire life. How is this possible? The stone giant stared in disbelief at its own supreme assault, capable of cleaving mountains, as it was arrested by a mere qi condensation-perfected cultivator, no more than an ant in its eyes. Chinfong exhaled in quiet relief. The system's skill was indeed extraordinary. He immediately turned and bellowed downward. What are you all waiting for? I've restrained it. Attack now. Hey. A cascade of question marks bloomed above Wan Renxi's head. To catch the blade was already preposterous. To claim control over it defied all reason. It was as if an ant had seized an elephant's tusk and declared itself master. Could anyone believe it? As Wan Renxi hesitated, still weighing escape, a decisive cry rang out beside him. Wang Yuro had already charged forward. Forward? Yes. Wang Yuro and Lin Xingdao rushed the stone giant, ancient zither in hand, fingers flying across strings to unleash devastating sonic waves. Zhou Meixian followed close behind, longsword drawn, her blade arcs blazing like silver comets across the night sky. Wan Renxi glanced at Wang Hao, who bore wounded comrades on his back, and without further pause joined the charge. He flicked out talisman after talisman. Each adhered to the giant's stony hide, flared brilliantly, then detonated. Yet their assaults merely scraped its surface, feeble as a barber's shave. Only Wang Yuro's strikes bit deeper, shattering stone fragments, but at tremendous cost. Within moments she was drenched in glistening sweat. No use, it's simply too thick-skinned. Ha! You insects dare seek to wound this mountain god. Though immobilized, the stone giant still mocked them with contemptuous laughter. Meanwhile, Sun Ming, the broad-browed, square-jawed warrior, had taken cover near the valley rim, watching warily. Just as he prepared to bolt, a thunderbolt erupted from the heavens and struck him dead. Boom. Waya. Sun Ming collapsed, convulsing violently on the ground. That thunderclap, and his shriek, could not have arrived at a more perfect moment. A realization flashed across Chen Feng's mind. He tilted his head upward and saw storm clouds churning overhead, thick with gathering lightning. He shouted urgently to Wang Yuro, Master, bind Sun Ming to the stone monster. Though baffled, Wang Yuro obeyed without hesitation. With a flick of her wrist, two shimmering zither strings shot forth from her sleeves, spanning half the valley, to snatch the unconscious Sun Ming and drag him toward the giant. The strings hurled Sun Ming onto the giant's back, then coiled relentlessly, binding him tightly around the stone colossus like a living tether. Above, the heavens could contain the storm no longer. Boom! A thunderbolt thicker than the last descended, striking Sun Ming, the Oathbreaker, and piercing straight through the stone giant. Tribulation lightning. All gasped in unison. Zhou Meixian was the first to grasp the implication, and instinctively turned to stare at Chinfong, swallowing hard. Wang Yuro watched her melted zither strings with quiet regret, but slaying a spirit severance peak stone giant rendered such loss insignificant. How? The giant had no face, yet its voice brimmed with outrage and bewilderment. Boom, boom. Two more thunderbolts struck, vaporizing Sun Ming's last trace into nothingness. The giant too was pierced twice more, its chest now rent by a molten cavity, searing magma dripping like blood into the forest below, still glowing white-hot. Wah! The giant roared in fury. Then in the next heartbeat, its massive form crumbled. Countless boulders cascaded down the slopes like a collapsing mountain. The stone blade, too, began to fracture and disintegrate. Chinfong sensed his bare-handed interception slipping, desperately cried for aid. Master, save me. Seeing the blade collapse inward, on the verge of burying Chinfong alive, Wang Yuro snapped out four zither strings, lashed them around his waist, and yanked him toward herself. Chinfong felt an immense force wrench his waist, then hurtled through the air toward Wang Yuro. Glancing back, he saw his former position utterly buried beneath the avalanche of crumbling stone. I'm saved. Turning, he found himself pressed deep into Wang Yuro's embrace, a delicate fragrance of pear blossoms filling his senses. Before Wang Yuro could steady him, she clutched her head, stabbed by sudden searing pain, and lost her balance, toppling backward under Chen Feng's weight. Chen Feng sprang up instantly, only to see Wang Yuro's face tinged with sickly cyan, while dark miasma welled from the earth around her, spiraling hungrily into her body. No way. It's not over yet. Why is this boss so impossibly difficult to defeat? Lin Xingdao and the others rushed over and immediately changed their expressions in alarm. Not good, the evil spirit is attempting to possess the master. Chen Feng said urgently, what do we do now? Without a doubt, Wang Yuro must have been distracted while saving him, allowing the entity to seize the opportunity. Lin Xingdao said with immense pain, this is a battle of souls, we outsiders can't help at all. Chen Feng looked at Zhou Meixian and Wen Rinxi, and both shook their heads in unison. Lin Xingdao paused for a moment, then said, that evil spirit claims to be a mountain god. In this cold mountain, it is more powerful than the master. Let's first take the master out of here. Right? Let's leave this cursed place first. Wang Hao agreed, carrying Chen Yuyan on his back. Just as Lin Xingdao crouched down to lift Wang Yuro, she suddenly opened her eyes. The whites were pitch black while her pupils were a ghastly green. Her gaze locked onto Lin Xingdao in an instant. Watch out. Lin Xingdao raised his hand to form a defensive incantation, but Wang Yuro struck him, sending him flying. The blow was heavy. Lin Xingdao flew back 7 or 8 meters, steadied himself in the air, and landed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother? Wang Hao immediately retreated with Chen Yuyan on his back. Wen Rinxi, needless to say, had already fled far away. Fortunately, Zhou Meixian had some conscience. Seeing Chen Feng frozen in shock, she grabbed him and ran off with him. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping in all directions like a shockwave. Zhou Meixian stood in front of Chen Feng, swinging her sword to cleave the oncoming gale. Wang Yuro floated 2 meters above the ground, her face shifting from pale and pained to dark and twisted. Chen Feng's heart was in turmoil. At this moment, the only skill that could affect Wang Yuro without harming her was the voice of filial piety. But with her physical body carrying a child, she would suffer more than the evil spirit potentially aiding the enemy instead. Chen Feng immediately looked towards the live stream, hoping his over 900,000 fans might have a solution. His eyes suddenly lit up. Without realizing it, he had broken through 1 million followers. Congratulations, host, for reaching 1 million followers. You have received a 1 million fans treasure chest. Chen Feng opened the chest instantly, and a dazzling array of rainbow light flooded the screen. Heart-piercing strike, National Essence Edition. Curses directed at the target will transform into arrows, dealing physical damage. Words that strike the core will directly inflict soul attacks. Reminder: maximum taunting effect. Do not use if you lack strength or you risk being beaten to death. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Afraid he'll get killed? Can't you give me a proper powerful skill? He took a deep breath and placed his hand on Zhou Meixian's shoulder. She blushed slightly as she looked at him. What is it? Chen Feng said earnestly. I'm going to curse that evil spirit out of her. Please protect me. All right. Zhou Meixian nodded seriously. Seeing that Chen Feng seemed to have a plan, Lin Xingdao quickly strode over. Senior brother, protect me. All right. Lin Xingdao drew his Guqin, and he and Zhou Meixian flanked Chen Feng, guarding him in the center. Chen Feng felt a surge of security. Mountain god of cold mountain, my foot. You are just a pitiful wretch with no worshippers. As Chen Feng's words fell, the evil spirit within Wang Yuro felt its soul struck, as if by a heavy blow. Simultaneously, Chen Feng's words pierced its heart like a sharp blade. Seeing Wang Yuro suddenly calm down, Chen Feng pressed on with his curses. Hey, there's a dilapidated village on the mountainside. Where did all the people go? Did they all die? Can't even protect your people, and you call yourself a mountain god. Serves you right for having no incense offerings. Chen Feng didn't realize he had inadvertently struck the evil spirit's most sensitive nerve. This was a triple heart-piercing strike. Shut up. The evil spirit burst out of Wang Yuro's body, coalescing in the air into a massive face that roared at Chen Feng. Wang Yuro collapsed to the ground, her complexion finally returning to normal. Everyone was stunned. Just a few words had done the trick. How fragile could this evil spirit's heart be? The next moment, the face in the sky roared and charged at Chen Feng. Died. Zhou Meixian and Lin Xingdao immediately launched attacks to intercept it. The evil spirit's remnant soul made a sharp turn and dove into the earth. Rocks from the ground flew up, hurtling towards Zhou Meixian and Lin Xingdao. They quickly shattered the stones with sword energy and sound waves. Soon they realized something. Damn, a feint. They turned around only to see a wisp of black smoke rising from the ground and burrowing into Chen Feng, who was supposed to be protected between them. I knew it. Chen Feng managed to say before his head lolled and he fainted. Junior brother. As Chen Feng's soul entered his sea of consciousness, the evil spirit's remnant lunged at him, biting. Sun Luo. Chen Feng was no pushover. Just as he was about to summon the Sanluo sword heart for a desperate fight, he heard a most welcome sound. Detected that the host is in danger of being possessed. System initiating cleansing procedure. A jolt of electricity flashed, and the evil spirit's remnant was blasted into fragments. Chen Feng dumbly dispelled the divine sword he had been forming in his hand. Ah, the system is incredible. Then those fragments slowly dissolved and merged into his sea of consciousness like fertilizer. And he found his mind flooded with fragmented visions like dreams. Vision 1. A mighty cultivator at the Tribulation Transcendent stage failed his tribulation and was burned to death by tribulation fire within Cold Mountain. Her body dissolved into nourishment absorbed by the entire mountain. Vision 2. A group of commoners fleeing war entered Cold Mountain to establish a village. Seeking safety, the village elder led everyone to worship Cold Mountain, praying for the mountain god's blessing. Vision 3. A thunderbolt struck Cold Mountain, piercing through a sealed cave dwelling on the mountainside. This cave was precisely where the great cultivator had perished. Inside, a black stone baptized by the thunder gained spiritual sentience. Vision 4. After an unknown span of time, the black stone gave birth to a mountain spirit. The spirit bore a striking resemblance to the fallen cultivator. From her cave in Cold Mountain, she silently observed the village below, gradually learning many things and developing human emotions. Vision 5. In the snowy, icy forest, a little girl lost in the mountains was on the verge of freezing to death when the mountain spirit brought her into the cave. The girl had a fever. She clung to the mountain spirit, calling her mother. The mountain spirit, like a mother, held her gently, using her spiritual energy to help her recover. At that moment, the mountain spirit finally understood the beauty of human emotion. And she finally understood what had been making her feel so empty. It was loneliness. Vision 6. After the girl woke up, the mountain spirit escorted her down the mountain. Seeing her return, the girl's parents embraced her joyfully. "My precious, Mama, beautiful sister brought me back." The girl turned, but the mountain spirit was already gone. Vision 7. The girl had grown much older. She came to the cave carrying a stick of candied hawthorns. "Mountain spirit sister, I brought you some candied hawthorns. Today I went to the city with father. Thanks to the ginseng you gave us, father sold it for a lot of money and bought me new clothes and this candied hawthorn. You know, the city is so different from here. There are so many people and so many fun things. When I grow a little older, I'll take you to the city. Well, eat delicious food and see all the wonders." All right. Although the mountain spirit could not leave Cold Mountain, she still nodded with a smile. She didn't want to disappoint the girl, and she too yearned to see the world outside with her. Scene 8. The mountain spirit prepared to advance to the harmony stage and began secluding herself for cultivation. Meanwhile, the wild ginseng sold by the girl, imbued with spiritual nature, was discovered by 3 disciples of unrivaled city who were scouring the lands for spiritual herbs. Through extensive inquiries, they eventually arrived at Cold Mountain. Soon they found numerous spiritual herbs and medicinal plants on the mountain. To keep the discovery secret, cruelty took root in their hearts, and under the cover of night, they massacred the village. Scene 9. The mountain spirit, having failed to break through to the harmony stage, emerged from seclusion only to witness the desolate remains of Cold Mountain village and the corpses of its inhabitants lying exposed in the wilderness. In that moment, for the first time, anger, panic, and sorrow surged within her heart. How could this happen? How could this be? She must be safe. She has to be safe. When she found the girl dead in her parents' embrace, she completely broke down. Scene 10. Following the village's customs, she buried all the villagers and erected tombstones for each one. She knew every single name, for she had watched the entire village grow up. From the mountain's animals, she learned that the 3 cultivators had already harvested many spiritual herbs and left, but they would surely return. Thus, the corrupted mountain spirit sealed off the entire Cold Mountain. Everyone who entered Cold Mountain village was buried by her within the graveyard. And those buried became nourishment for Cold Mountain, just as it had once absorbed the fallen mighty cultivator who perished during Tribulation transcendence. Burial and absorption. These were the 2 innate divine abilities she awakened after her corruption. Now Chen Feng had acquired these 2 powers. After witnessing these fragments of memory, Chen Feng wept uncontrollably. I truly deserve to die. Why did I say such things to her? He never expected that his casual curses would strike directly at the painful past of the Cold Mountain spirit. At that moment, he desperately wanted to slap himself twice. Chen Feng woke up, and as soon as he sat up, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Lin Shengdao exclaimed in joy, "Junior brother, you're awake." Chen Feng bit his lips, sobbing like a child. "Wu, senior brother, I truly am a wretch." He opened his arms, seeking an embrace. Lin Shengdao was taken aback. "Junior brother, why are you crying?" Zhou Meixian immediately rushed over, pulling Chen Feng into her arms and soothing him. There, don't cry. Big sister will hold you. Shoo, it's alright. In the live stream, viewers who had been worrying about Chinfong moments ago now cursed him as a shameless old rogue. Let go of Aunt Zhou's embrace, let me take your place. Woo-woo, Brother Feng, tell me quickly, what scent does she have? Shameless old rogue, why are you crying? Move aside, let me cry for a while. I need an embrace like that to comfort me. How about I give you all a hug? Thanks but no thanks, Officer T. Ha ha. Wang Euro, standing nearby, let out a sigh of relief. It seems he hasn't been possessed. Wang Hao nodded solemnly. This demeanor, ordinary people can't fake it. It's indeed him. Wenren, she was left speechless. What kind of strange being was this Qi refinement perfection cultivator? At times he seemed overwhelmingly powerful, yet at other times he hid behind others seeking their protection. Even his master, a nascent soul peak cultivator, had nearly succumbed to the sole possession of a spirit-severing powerhouse, yet this fellow lay there as if nothing had happened, sleeping it off. Wang Euro looked at Chen Feng helplessly and asked, "Alright, what exactly are you crying about?" Chen Feng sniffled, pulling away from Zhou Meixin's embrace. It's like this. He omitted the cause of the Tribulation Transcendence cultivator's fall and began his tale from the appearance of Cold Mountain Village. When everyone heard the end, their expressions turned complex. They hadn't expected the evil spirit to truly be the Cold Mountain deity. The words Chen Feng had hurled at her were indeed incredibly heart-wrenching for the mountain spirit. In the live stream, after a moment of silence, the barrage exploded once more. Brother Feng, stop crying. Go ahead and slap yourself a few times. Woo-woo, how could you say such things to her? The Cold Mountain deity sigh? In that moment, how deep her grief must have been. A stone given human emotions only to endure this. Fate plays cruel tricks. So heartbreaking. Lin Xingdao patted Chen Feng's shoulder to comfort him. Junior brother, don't blame yourself. No one could have foreseen this. It's all those bastards from Unrivaled City. Zhou Meixian couldn't help but curse. Wenren, she seeing that the matter had concluded, raised his hand and said, "Thank you all for your assistance. I need to return to the Merchant Guild to report. I will personally deliver the 100,000 spirit stones to White Egret Sect within a month." Lin Xingdao cupped his hands respectfully. "Very well, Brother Wenren, travel safely." "Wait," Chen Feng suddenly called out. "Wenren," she asked humbly, "is there anything else you require, Brother Chen?" Initially, his greatest apprehension might have been toward Wang Euro, a nascent soul peak cultivator. But now he realized Chen Feng was far more dangerous. Once the array of music was activated, 200 peak spirit-severing ghost cultivators appeared. Even a harmony stage cultivator would find it daunting. Chen Feng warned, "You must keep my matters confidential. If you speak of them to my detriment, you'll be struck by lightning." Wenren, she was taken aback, recalling the image of Sun Meng being obliterated by heavenly thunder as he fled. He shuddered and nodded emphatically. "Understood. I will never reveal a single thing about you." "Good. Farewell then. I take my leave." Wenren, she mounted a compass artifact and flew away. Zhou Meixian also raised her hand. "I must return to my sect to report. I'll deliver the 100,000 spirit stones myself within a month. Farewell." Chen Feng waved goodbye. Little Zhou, be safe on your journey. Oh, and remember to tell your master to stop boasting to his disciples. Okay. Zhou Meixian nodded awkwardly before flying off on her sword. After the two had left, Chen Feng immediately turned to Wang Euro and Lin Xingdao and said, "Master, go search the place where the stone man emerged. There used to be a cave dwelling on its head containing a precious pagoda, a divine artifact left by a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator. Senior brother, check the area where the stone man collapsed. See if you can find a black stone of this size. That's the origin essence of the Cold Mountain spirit." The master and disciple exchanged glances, then immediately took to the air, heading to the locations Chen Feng had pointed out. In the livestream, the origin essence of the Cold Mountain spirit. Could it nurture a new mountain spirit? Brother Feng, if the spirit revives, be sure to take it out for a stroll. Let it taste rock, candy, hawthorn sticks in the city. Watch a play. This time, don't let yourself die before it. Damn it, that's enough. I'm almost out of tissues. Is this even possible? Get lost. And at that moment, outside Cold Mountain, 3 flying vessels sped at full sail. On the sides of the vessels hung plaques inscribed with the ancient characters, "Unrivaled City." At the bow of the lead vessel, a harmony stage cultivator stood proudly. "Whoever dares to kill my people from Unrivaled City, I will make them pay a grievous price." Wang Euro handed a dusty gray stone pagoda to Chen Feng. "I found it, a self-sealed, dust-laden artifact pagoda. With proper nurturing and refinement, it should be reawakened and activated." Chen Feng nodded and put away the stone pagoda. After all, even if he gave it to Wang Euro, she couldn't nurture it. She already had 2 artifacts to tend to. From a pile of rubble nearby, Lin Xingdao called out, "Junior brother, I found something too, but this stone is strange. I can't lift it." "Can't lift it?" Wang Euro flew over with Chen Feng to take a look. Her eyes lit up as she said, "This is a realm-stabilizing stone. The core of our sect's mountain-protecting formation is a fist-sized piece of this stone." Then this piece. Lin Shengdao's expression turned to shock. Wang Yuro replied seriously, "If used to set up a formation, it could probably shield an entire continent." Hiss. Chen Feng couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. If word of this got out, everyone in Qingyun continent would likely come hunting them. Wang Yuro's gaze suddenly flickered. She immediately stowed away the realm-stabilizing stone and turned to face the night sky on the left. Someone's coming. The leader is at the unity stage. It's too late to flee. The faces of Chen Feng and his companions fell. Was there no end to this? In the livestream, viewers were also exasperated. Good heavens, are they not letting us sleep tonight? A unity stage powerhouse, friend or foe. Today's been absolutely thrilling, making up for all the boredom of the past 20+ days. Soon 3 flying boats appeared above the cold mountain. A swarm of golden core and nascent soul cultivators fanned out, encircling the entire peak. 2 divinity stage elders accompanied the unity stage deputy city Lord Shangwan Long as they flew down before Chen Feng and the others. The 3 of them looked down upon Chen Feng and his master and 4 disciples from on high. One of the divinity stage elders was a tall, bald, old man who bore a resemblance to Sun Meng. This man was none other than Sun Meng's father, Sun Yan. "Tell me truthfully what happened here, or I won't hesitate to seize 1 or 2 of you for a soul search." As he spoke, he released a faint oppressive aura, already eyeing Wang Yuro, the highest cultivator present, as the culprit. Lin Shengdao and Wang Hao looked distressed. Chen Feng had thought that only certain individuals in Boundless City were domineering and held life cheap, but now he realized that the fish rotted from the head down. If not for having absorbed the remnant soul of the Cold Mountain spirit and the protection of the Sanluo sword heart, which mitigated such attacks, he would probably have already kneeled. In the livestream, viewers were also angered by Boundless City. Damn, how arrogant. So this is the real cultivation world. The strong prey on the weak, no reason needed. I'm really losing patience with this Boundless City. Boss Feng, go wipe them out later. We're doomed. Feng has used all his trump cards, and they're hostile. This is tough. Don't underestimate Boss Feng. He's definitely got more tricks up his sleeve. Wang Yuro said darkly, "We're from the White Egret Sect in White Egret Continent. My disciple was trapped on Cold Mountain and his life tablet cracked. We came to rescue him. This place was previously shrouded by a foreign domain, trapping many who entered. The returnees were likely among them. We fought the demonic mountain spirit for a long time before killing it alongside several other cultivators, one of whom was Zhou Meixian from the Qingyun Sect." Deputy City Lord Shangwan Long eyed Wang Yuro with a greedy gaze, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "So you're from a sect in White Egret Continent. Quite a tale, but why should I believe it?" Sun Yan pointed at Chen Feng, Wang Hao, and Lin Shengdao. "Pick one of your disciples yourself. Let us perform a soul search." Wang Yuro knew all too well that the people of Boundless City had already decided to devour their group. Even if they were innocent, they would likely be killed here to silence them. After all, if they died here, it would be hard for the White Egret Sect to investigate. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of a mother's love? Chen Feng's voice rang out in the night wind. Woohoo, the strong identifier technique. Will it work on a unity stage cultivator? Isn't unity stage considered a big shot? That depends on whether the system considers him strong. System, you little punk. Under the heavens all are ants. Senior brother's face has already changed. Ha ha, the phantom pain is starting. Lin Shengdao's expression shifted, and he slowly raised his hands to cover his ears, though it might be useless. The people of Boundless City exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what Chen Feng was talking about. Then Chen Feng began to sing. "Only mother is good in the world. A child with a mother is like a treasure." Wang Yuro and Wang Hao looked at Chen Feng with strange expressions, wondering what he was up to now. Someone from Boundless City finally couldn't help but laugh. Sun Yan also sneered, "So he's an idiot. Then seize him for a soul search. It won't matter if he gets even dumber afterward," Shangwan Long said with folded arms. As his words fell, disciples and followers in the air began clutching their stomachs, wobbling and landing on the ground. "Ugh, my stomach hurts so much." "Me too. No good, I've been hit too." "What? Elder, save me. My belly's swelling up." A Boundless City disciple sat on the ground, staring in horror at his expanding stomach. "What's going on?" Shangwan Long was startled. Someone had managed to secretly strike so many people right under his nose. Sun Yan locked onto Chen Feng, who was still singing. "Wretched. It's you, isn't it? Ugh, how can this be?" As he moved to attack, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, which intensified the moment he channeled his mana. He felt too weak to even fly and immediately landed on the ground. Feeling his belly gradually swell and his skin stretch near its limit, he clutched his stomach, daring not to use a shred of mana. Sure enough, as long as he refrained, it was just ordinary bloating pain. Shangwan Long also realized that Chen Feng's singing was the cause. He raised his hand intending to smite Chen Feng and his group with a single palm strike. You little brat. You're asking for death. Hiss, how did I? When? The moment he acted, his stomach erupted in agony. Damn it, what kind of evil sorcery is this? Wah, my stomach's about to explode. City Lord, don't circulate your spiritual energy or soul power. The more you use it, the worse it gets. Sun Yin quickly warned. How infuriating. Someone kill him. Shangwan Long landed on the ground, clutching his stomach and howling in rage. He turned his head and saw. Good heavens, the entire Boundless City force was wiped out. Everyone was lying on the ground with swollen bellies, wailing in pain. His heart sank. This was a disaster. If the opposing nascent soul peak cultivator attacked, now wouldn't it be a massacre? Shangwan Long looked at Wang Yuro and froze. Because Wang Yuro was also sitting on the ground, her belly huge, biting her lip with a pained expression. Beside her were Lin Xingdao looking utterly despairing and Wang Hao on the verge of tears. Good heavens, it was an indiscriminate group attack that hit friend and foe alike. And the livestream viewers were in stitches. Good heavens, total wipeout, including our own side. The master with a big belly is still beautiful, you scoundrels. I just love watching senior brother. On the scene, only Chinfong remained unscathed. Chinfong was now standing with his hands on his hips, looking down his nose at everyone. In his hand, he held a large megaphone. In the past, he wouldn't have had a solution. Even with the frosty cold moon, he couldn't break through the defenses of a Divinity Stage powerhouse, let alone a Unity Stage 1. But now he had Critical Hit National Essence Edition, where insults could turn into actual damage. What was actual damage? It was true damage to the body. You bastards, look at me. As his words fell, countless arrows shot out from beside him, striking the knees of everyone in Boundless City. Wah! The Boundless City folk wailed even louder, clutching their arrow-struck knees. Some didn't know whether to hold their stomachs or their knees. Chinfeng's eyes lit up. This skill was incredible. Weren't you all so tough just now? What's wrong? Can't handle it. All of you are weaklings. Divinity Stage powerhouses, Unity Stage big shots. Pa. Trash. His words once again transformed into arrows flying out. Thwip. Thwip. All the arrows struck their knees once more. Wah! Shangwan Long and the others panicked. The enemy's attacks ignored their physical defenses, dealing real damage. Chen Feng was also panicking. Why the hell did it only attack the knees? Chen Feng cursed for a full 10 minutes, yet all his attacks landed solely on the knees of the Wushuang City men. Their knees were already pierced like hedgehogs. In the livestream room, the audience had begun to discern the pattern. Good heavens, Brother Feng's curses can actually transform into attacks that wound. No need to guess, it must be a new skill from Feng's million-follower chest. But why doesn't this skill hit the head? The system skills are always a bit peculiar, you know. Ha. However, once the knees were fully embedded with arrows, the projectiles gradually crept upward, and for those with short legs, they were nearing the upper thighs. As for Shangwan Long, Sun Yin, and the other elder who had received the most focused attention, the arrows were just a hair's breadth away from their vital parts. The three of them now had faces as green as grass. Losing a leg could be remedied by taking someone else's, but losing their manhood, that would be far less satisfying to replace. Stop. Don't shoot any more arrows. I apologize. Shangwan Long reacted the most fiercely, as he was a lecherous man who had just been contemplating whether to seize Wang Yuro for his pleasure. We can also offer reparations. Whatever you want, we can give it to you. Sun Yin, clutching his enormous melon-like belly, cried out in discomfort. That's right, let's talk this over. We're not unreasonable people. Indeed, killing us will bring you absolutely no benefit. Our city lord is at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, added another nascent soul elder. In truth, even if they hadn't begged for mercy, Chinfong had been planning to negotiate with them, because the time for the Filial Voice was running low and he wasn't sure he could curse them to death. Moreover, the Filial Voice could not affect the same person twice within an hour. There was a half-hour cooldown for the skill, and during that half-hour these people would have ample time to unleash their final trump cards. Find 1 million spirit stones, plus a vow. Shangwan Long immediately agreed. All right, well, gather them for you right now. Chinfong rolled his eyes. I meant 1 million each from the three of you. Additionally, 100,000 from each nascent soul cultivator and 50,000 from each golden core. Anyone who doesn't pay, I'll kill. In the livestream room, the viewers were all astounded. Good heavens, Brother Feng is about to get rich. A single windfall, not bad, not bad. Repairing bridges and roads leaves no corpses. Murder and arson bring gold and silk. Brother Feng has grasped the true essence of navigating the underworld. You think the spirit stones are the main prize. No, once they take the vow, you'll see the vow is the real treasure. 23,333. Sun Yin immediately howled. Where are we supposed to get that much? Even if we had it, who carries 1,000,000 spirit stones on them? Chen Feng sneered. If you don't have them, trade with techniques, treasures, or elixirs. Shang Wanlong's face turned extremely sour. Don't go too far. Chen Feng sneered. Fine, I'll take my time killing you all, then loot your bodies myself. Before your city lord arrives, we still have a good chance of escaping. Shang Wanlong took a deep breath. He didn't want to gamble on whether their city lord would avenge them. Fine. Well, give it. Well, give it. With that, he removed a storage ring from his finger. He had 8 such high-grade storage rings in total. Chen Feng couldn't help but inwardly curse him as a filthy rich bastard. Seeing that time was short, he immediately said, Hold on, take the vow first. All right, tell us how to swear it. Shang Wanlong now only wished to be freed quickly and to stay as far away from the freak Chen Feng as possible. Chen Feng had already prepared the content of the vow. Swear to me that from this day forward you will do nothing that harms me or our White Egret sect. The scope of this harm clause was very broad. It even prevented them from telling others to act against him. Shang Wanlong almost laughed out loud. Swear to you. Who the hell do you think you are? Haha, just you wait. Fine, I swear to you that from this day forward we will absolutely do nothing that harms you or your White Egret sect. As soon as Shang Wanlong finished speaking, his heart jolted. He had an uncanny feeling that his vow to heaven had been recorded by the Tao. No way, that's impossible, right? Your turn. I swear to you that from this day forward we will absolutely do nothing that harms you or your White Egret sect. Sun Ming initially thought the vow was ridiculous. Swearing to an individual, how could that be binding? But once he finished, he felt as though he had opened an altar and sworn before heaven, receiving the Tao's recognition. This sensation was the same as when he had sworn before heaven alongside others at the oath-taking assembly upon joining Wushuang City. The third elder, unaware that Shang Wanlong and Sun Yan's expressions had already shifted dramatically, disdainfully followed suit and took the oath. Then he froze. His feeling was even more intense than theirs. He couldn't help but exclaim, Just who in the world are you? I'm your grandpa, Chen Feng replied as he walked toward the others. To his surprise, that elder, after a long internal struggle, responded, Yes, grandpa. Chen Feng nearly stumbled and fell. Turning back with a speechless expression, he asked, Where is your dignity? The elder replied earnestly, I lost it when I joined Wushuang City. This old fellow is a real character. Chen Feng ignored them and approached the other members of Wushuang City. Take the vow. Yes, yes. I swear to you that from this day forward. After everyone had taken the oath, there were exactly 5 minutes left until the Filial Voice experience ended. During those final 5 minutes, they felt as if they were splitting apart. Stop it. We've already sworn. Wah, heavens. I'm going to split open. Someone save me. Chen Feng said with a smile. Don't worry, the experience will be over once you finish giving birth. Childbirth. See. The expressions of Wushuang City's men shifted once more. Their faces were a mix of emotions: 70% disbelief, 10% pain, 10% resentment, and 10% bewilderment. You've made us pregnant. How could you do this? Aya, you beast. I'm a grown man, how can I give birth? Why, it hurts. I'm tired, let it all end, woo. With so many people, this guy definitely won't take responsibility, wah. Senior sister, the thing you're focusing on is really strange. By the way, I've thought of 3 names for the baby, help me decide later. Yes, it's coming. The people nearby were even more speechless. You've already thought of names. Meanwhile, Wang Yuro and her 2 disciples remained relatively calm as they knew the ins and outs of this skill. All right, the experience is over. Chen Feng picked up the megaphone just in time and announced, Congratulations, you now know what filial piety and love are. Do you all understand the greatness of a mother's love? Whether it was the contingent from Wushuang City or the 3 disciples of White Egret Sect, they all lay on the ground with expressions that were 30% numb, 30% resigned, and 40% relieved. Their eyes stared at the night sky as tears trickled from the corners. A mother's love is truly great. Soon Chen Feng's voice, like a demon's, pulled them back from the enlightenment of the filial voice. All right, pay up. Are you lying there waiting for your postpartum confinement? If you don't pay, you'll sing it again. No. The men of Wushuang City and the 3 from White Egret Sect instantly sprang up, like corpses, raising their hands to stop him. Damn it, singing it again. Are you a demon? It's not you giving birth, don't you get tired? Shang Wanlong tossed a storage ring to Chinfong, then turned and flew back to his airship. Remember, don't blab to others. Leaking my information is an act against me, and you'll be struck by lightning. Someone didn't believe it. Then rumble. A thunderclap rumbled in the sky as a warning. The people of Wushuang City fell silent. Shang Wanlong flew back to the airship even faster. Today he was utterly crushed and wished he could find a secluded corner to cry for a while. The same was true for others, some were already weeping. The female cultivators looked at Chen Feng as if he were a heartless ex-boyfriend who had gotten them pregnant and refused to take responsibility. The male cultivators' gazes were even more complex. Tonight they were truly crying their hearts out. In all their years they had never suffered such humiliation. And not only could they not retaliate, they couldn't even speak of it, for the heavenly thunder had warned them. "You beast, why didn't you say you were this powerful from the start? We're really crying our eyes out." Chen Feng, his fingers laden with storage rings and a dozen pouches hanging from his waist, had already risen to become the wealthiest man in the White Heron Sect. Of course, it would have been better if the lump on his head from Wang Yura's sharp knock wasn't there. In the realm of cultivation, there were those who had gotten their master pregnant, but Chinfong was undoubtedly the first to be beaten for it. As for his senior brother Lin Xingdao, his gaze still held a trace of bewilderment. After all, he was the first in the entire cultivation world to have endured 2 blasts of the Filial Piety sound. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was far more lucid, yet a lingering doubt had troubled him for a long time. Why did Chinfeng's eerie musical formation song contain the line "Wang ergo's shoes left outside the door"? He had changed his name long ago. Chinfeng had no reason to know it, and the master was not one to gossip. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Meanwhile, Qing Dai had already received a paper crane message and joined them outside the cold mountain. Listening to all that had transpired within, she found it utterly absurd. Wang Yuro, seated in the co-pilot's position, suddenly spoke. "After you return, don't rush to break through to Foundation establishment." Huh? Why? Chen Feng was puzzled. Did they also believe here that the more layers of qi refining one had, the stronger they were? Wang Yuro kept her eyes closed, her pink flawless fingers without a trace of nail gently tapping the armrest. She spoke with a languid tone. "In half a month, a cave world on the 3 Yuan Mountain of White Heron Isle will open, accessible only to those below Foundation establishment. Someone once found something there that could enhance one's foundation." Chen Feng's eyes lit up. What he needed most now was something to strengthen his foundation. "Alright, I'll hold off for a while." In the live stream, viewers still watching grew excited again. Great, a preview of trouble. I thought with the resources in hand, Brother Feng would lie low for a decade. Woohoo, a newbie dungeon to dominate. I'm off getting sleepy. Fellow cultivators, I'm leaving too, time to cultivate. See you in half a month. Lin Xingdao, Wang Hao, and Qing Dai were left speechless. He had made a combined body integration and divinity transformation powerhouse, along with a group of golden core and nascent soul cultivators, cry from frustration. Going to a cave world to bully qi refining novices. Wasn't that just bullying the weak? Yet thinking about those arrogant geniuses from various sects being brought to tears by Chinfong, why did it feel so amusing? It was past 2 in the morning. The 5 of them finally returned to the White Heron Sect. This time the plane didn't need to be put away by Wang Yuro, as Chinfong now possessed an exquisite grade storage ring. It was the one handed over by Sheng Wanlong. Its interior was vast, containing 3,000 spirit crystals and 200,000 spirit stones, with a total value of roughly 1 million spirit stones. Sun Yin had given him 1,000 spirit crystals and 300,000 spirit stones, along with some pills. Though the total value was under 1 million spirit stones, it wasn't far off. As for that divinity transformation elder who had acknowledged Chinfong as his master, his situation was far worse. He had handed over nearly all his possessions, and his storage ring was filled with a chaotic mess of items. The other nascent soul and golden core cultivators, while not required to pay a huge amount of spirit stones, had still bled heavily, mostly settling their debts with spirit stones and some materials. As for Lin Xingdao and Wang Hao, Chinfong didn't intend to share with them, as they would be too embarrassed to accept anyway. Besides, they had looted quite a few corpses while grave robbing, their pockets already bulging. After sending Chen Yuyan to a small pavilion, Wang Yuro went to fetch an elder from Feather Peak. She was a middle-aged woman at the divinity transformation stage, known as Lady Lianxiang, the wife of Wang Yuro's senior uncle. Hailing from the second-rate sect 100 Herb Garden, she was one of the few in the White Heron Sect skilled in medicine and alchemy. Led by Lin Xingdao, they greeted her. Lady Lianxiang nodded and began to examine Chen Yuyan's condition. In the live stream, the sparse barrage suddenly thickened as lurkers revived. A mature widow. This Lady Lianxiang game. Brother Feng asked if she has children. If not, you could give her one. This type is the most enticing, truly. Chen Feng rolled his eyes and quietly typed back, "A bunch of old perverts, careful you don't croak." After a while, Lady Lianxiang finished her diagnosis. Her condition is very poor. Vitality is easy to replenish, but the soul is difficult to save. Unless you can persuade my father, the old master of 100 Herb Garden, to refine a third-turn soul-nourishing pill, no matter what you invest, she will only live for another 3 months. Wang Yuro quickly asked what must be given to refine the third-turn soul-nourishing pill. With my intervention, about 100,000 spirit stones can secure his help, but you must provide the materials yourselves. Lady Lianxiang said. Wang Yuro nodded. Alright, I'll trouble the elder to list the required materials. It's a small matter. Soon Lady Lianxiang wrote down the materials for the third turn soul-nourishing pill, including the origins of several key ingredients. Wang Yuro took the list, and her expression changed instantly. The main ingredients are soul-nourishing grass or the flower of the other shore from the nether forbidden land. Lady Lianxiang sighed as she looked at Chen Yuyan. So saving her is very difficult. No matter how hard we must try. Wang Yuro was unwilling to let her disciple die. Lady Lianxiang said, I advise against going to the forbidden land yourselves. Keep an eye on major auctions, or entrust ordinary mortals to search there. The higher your cultivation, the more likely you'll encounter trouble. Is that possible? Lin Xingdao was surprised. Lady Lianxiang shook her head with a bitter smile. There are specific conditions for those who enter. They must be a pair of deeply in love lovers. One enters while the other calls out from outside to prevent losing direction. If one's feelings are not genuine, they will be utterly lost inside, becoming food for the wandering ghosts and spirits. The one entering should be a martial artist or a low-level cultivator, as the ghosts there are not something ordinary people can handle. Moreover, as more people die within the forbidden land grows increasingly dangerous, and the chances of success become slimmer. After Lady Lianxiang finished, everyone fell silent. Wang Yuro sighed. Wang Hao, go down the mountain tomorrow and visit the major merchant guilds and auction houses. Tell them we will pay a high price for soul-nourishing grass or the flower of the other shore. Yes, master. Wang Hao nodded. After Lady Lianxiang left, Chen Feng also returned to his own courtyard. The others had already achieved Anidia and didn't need to eat, but he hadn't, so he returned home exhausted, hungry, and sleepy. After reaching 1 million followers, there was no longer a time limit on his live streams. Chen Feng could control when to start and stop. That's all for today. See you all tomorrow. With that, Chen Feng ended the live stream. Then he bought a few dishes and a bowl of rice from the system shop and ate. The next day, just as Chen Feng finished using the restroom after waking up, a paper crane from Wang Yuro arrived with a message asking him to come to the small pavilion on the mountaintop. I'm returning the realm stabilizing stone to you. Unlike you, I don't have great fortune weighing on me. Carrying a heavy treasure might invite disaster. While the master is so level-headed, it's great to see the master's lazy beauty first thing in the morning. Brother Feng, aren't you thinking of making a move? LOL. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Last night before sleeping, he had been thinking about how to ask Wang Yuro for the realm stabilizing stone back, and now she had voluntarily returned it. Thank you, master. Come with me to see the sect leader. The white heron mystic art is still incomplete without one more secret technique. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, knowing it was the matching white heron visualization method. What a wonderful day this was, with good fortune coming one after another. Wang Yuro brought Chen Feng to find by Qinxue. Sect master, I want Chen Feng to practice the white egret visualization method. Bai Qinxue glanced at Chen Feng and nodded. All right, follow me. She already knew everything that had happened yesterday when she went to look for Wang Yuro in the late night. She could never have imagined that Chen Feng's song could even influence those in the combined body stage, and there was a powerful musical formation as well. She felt fortunate to have Chen Feng here, otherwise the Yufeng lineage would have almost faced extinction. Chen Feng followed behind by Qinxue, observing her hands as she walked with her hands clasped behind her back, noticing that she had not kept her nails either. It seemed that only Bai Qinxue and Wang Yuro in the entire sect did not keep their nails, while Lin Xingdao and Wang Hao both had some nails to facilitate playing instruments. Of course, this was a matter of personal preference, and he had no intention of delving deeper. Soon they arrived at a hall. In the center of the hall there was a mural emanating a very mysterious aura. At a glance, the system immediately activated the one-click learning function. Detected mid-grade high-level visualization diagram. Would you like to learn? Learn. White egret visualization method enhances spiritual power through meditation. Visualization can be practiced alongside white egret mystic art. Can use spiritual power to generate a six-tailed white egret guardian spirit. Focus here and visualize until you remember it. No need, I've already learned it. After Chen Feng said this, he raised his hand and condensed a miniature version of the white egret guardian spirit in his palm. This white egret guardian spirit had no tail. This was already his limit. After all, Wang Yuro's white egret guardian spirit was only 3 meters tall and had only 2 tails. Bai Qiangshu's white egret guardian spirit had 3 tails and could even be used as a mount. What a prodigy! Bai Qinxue couldn't help but complain. After all, other inner disciples had to sit here for at least 2 or 3 days to learn it. Moreover, even after learning, generating a white egret guardian spirit required gradual adaptation. Leaving the main peak and returning to Yufeng, Wang Yuro sent Chen Feng back to his small courtyard. I wonder what master is doing at night, being so lazy all day long. Chen Feng couldn't help but complain in the live broadcast room. Perhaps she is diligently cultivating. This lackluster appearance is quite similar to my roommate, who has some kidney deficiency. Haha, that analogy is not good. Please don't make analogies in the future. A CP debut of Master and Sect Master would definitely look great. You better be talking about singing and dancing, not fighting. 2333. Alright, since there's nothing to do today, I plan to renovate the small courtyard. Any suggestions? How about an outdoor swimming pool? Invite those juniors to swim, and I'll buy you a swimsuit for the carnival. This sounds good, this sounds good. Hee with Si Hongxia's figure, wouldn't it be great to have a bikini? Add me to the carnival, get Qing Dai a set of school swimsuit. Wow, if you dare to do that, Master might just break Feng Ji's legs. Chen Feng held his forehead in frustration, asking for suggestions from you guys. I must be crazy. After buying a few skill books related to decoration, he took out the paper figures that had been gathering dust. After all, he had only fought once, and it was a high-level match. These paper figures were of no use. 20 paper figures already infused with spiritual energy scattered and landed on the ground, glowing and transforming into white-clad cultivators wearing masks. If their masks were removed, one would see that each of them looked exactly like Chinfong, Li Gaosh's signature skill paper figure clones. Among these 20 paper figures, half were at the level of Qi Refinement Stage 1, while the other half were comparable to 5th-grade martial artists. Once the 20 paper figure clones were in position, Chinfong immediately started the massive renovation. He installed solar panels on the small courtyard roof, set up a generator, laid down water and electricity, installed a water pump in the well, expanded the courtyard to add a bathroom and toilet, replaced the doors with smart locks. Indoors, he added rock slabs, laid flooring, installed ceilings, lighting, replaced glass windows, added curtains, bought a sofa for the living room, and set up a home theater with a large bed and mattress in the bedroom. In just one day, Chinfong transformed the entire small courtyard into a modern residence. When Qing Dai came by in the evening, she was extremely envious. After all, such a residence was truly comfortable. Thinking of her own courtyard, it felt like a doghouse. She couldn't help but grab Chinfeng's hand and plead, "Junior brother, could you help me renovate mine too? I'm begging you." All right, tomorrow, I'll have the paper figure team help you renovate. You should pack your things in the morning to avoid getting them dirty. Chinfong was not stingy. After all, the two courtyards were the same, so he could just let the paper figure clones do the renovation without having to supervise it himself. Thank you, junior brother. Qing Dai was overjoyed. Chinfong turned to Lin Xingdao and asked, "Senior brother, do you want to renovate yours too? Although I think it's nice, I don't need to turn my house into this kind of place. I'm fine without it as long as it can shelter me from the wind and rain. That's enough. I don't have so many requirements." He is already a mature cultivator, so he doesn't place much importance on the residence. Even without a house, he could make do with a cave if he dug one in the mountains. However, you might want to consider if Master needs any renovations. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I plan to ask her tomorrow. Chen Feng nodded. After all, she was his master, and he should show some appreciation. Plus, Wang Yuru didn't seem like someone who could settle for less. At this moment, atop the mountain, a certain master who was peeking couldn't help but chuckle. At least you all have a bit of conscience. Not to mention anything else, just that soft sofa and bed made Wang Yuru yearn for them. She loved soft things. If it weren't for Chen Feng triggering a wave of heavenly merit effects upon entering the sect, she might not have been able to resist the urge to soul-search him to see what secrets were hidden in his mind. Since he needed to suppress his cultivation, Chen Feng couldn't cultivate spiritual energy during this period, which was why Wang Yuru took him to learn the white egret visualization method in the morning. At night, Chen Feng lay flat on his bed and began to cultivate the white egret visualization method alone. In the morning, after washing up and having breakfast, he worked on skill progress for Frost Sky Cold Blood while cultivating the sword Qi body refinement technique. While others raised swords, Chinfong was raised by the sword. The Frost Sky Cold Moon Sword Spirit Frost Moon had completely become Chinfeng's loyal servant, releasing sword Qi daily to help Chinfong with body refinement. Recalling the years at Qingyun Sect where old Taoist Yu Ming fed her with spiritual energy and sword intent, an old Taoist disciple, Yu Shuang, nurtured her with genuine affection for over 30 years, treating her like a revered ancestor. And now, needing spiritual energy for nourishment, Chinfong simply placed her in a pile of spirit stones and let her cultivate by herself, needing sword intent for nourishment. The terrifying sword intent hell evolved from the incomprehensible Sunluo sword heart had already left a fearsome shadow in her heart, needing genuine affection for nourishment. This was indeed something Chinfong was doing, and in large quantities. While others raised a single magical artifact for a lifetime, Chinfong was raising, he was raising everything. The Frost Moon Sword Spirit felt as if she had fallen into the hands of a scumbag, watching him raise 7 or 8 magical artifacts and spirit tools at the same time. Looking at the other magical artifacts and spirit tools happily chirping under his care, the Frost Moon Sword Spirit was the one who felt disgruntled. Unfortunately, she didn't dare voice her opinion because she would get hit. Not only was she living poorly, but she also had to use her cold frost sword Qi to help Chen Feng cultivate, which was utterly distressing. 10 days swiftly passed. During this time, Si Hongxiu still had not come to see Chen Feng again. Of course, Chen Feng was utterly engrossed in his cultivation to the point where he had nearly forgotten her. Fourth senior sister Chun Yuyan remained unconscious, her life sustained only by medicinal pills. Wang Hao was busy traversing various trade associations and sects, spreading word that they were purchasing soul-nourishing grass and the flower of the other shore. Master Wang Yuro had been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for 50 years. After Chinfong renovated her small pavilion, she entered seclusion to break through to the spirit-severing stage. 3 days before the Sanyuan mountain cave heaven was to open, Lin Xingdao brought Chinfong to the main peak to assemble. Master is in seclusion, and you peak cannot be left unattended. So I cannot accompany you on this expedition to the Sanyuan mountain cave heaven. It's fine, senior brother. I'm not a child anymore, ha ha ha. The main issue is that the team is led by Peak Master Hua of Gong Peak and Senior Sister Xia of Jiao Peak. You know, the ones from the assessment. Son. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. In the live stream, the audience was already in stitches. Brother Feng's smile just froze. I'm new here. Who are Peak Master Hua and Senior Sister Xia? During the assessment, Brother Feng's expert appraisal technique got their bellies swollen. Wu, Brother Feng is doomed. The most dangerous part of this journey is actually the teammates you're traveling with. Can you believe it? 2333 Chen Feng curled his lip and set his face, saying directly, it's fine. At worst he'll sing. 6. Having spent a long time with Chen Feng, Lin Xingdao had picked up some modern slang, like the classic WTF and 6. Lin Xingdao counted himself lucky that he had other matters to attend to and couldn't go. Otherwise, if those two ladies provoked Chen Feng into a rage, he would be caught in the crossfire. At the entrance of the main peak's Great Hall, disciples from 3 other peaks had already arrived. The chosen disciple from Ji Peak was none other than Mo Cho, an old acquaintance. Chen Feng smiled and started to greet him, but was met with a resentful glare that made him lower his hand. How awkward. He had forgotten that Mo Cho had also fallen victim to his technique. Brother Feng, isn't this awkward? Mo Cho, you still have the nerve to greet me. What's the story with this guy? Another victim of the expert appraisal technique. Well, it's no wonder Brother Feng doesn't dare to wander around the sect. 23333 At the same time, a grating sound of teeth grinding came from nearby. There was no need to guess. It was Xia Zhiyu, the senior disciple of Jiao Peak, who had always harbored a grudge against Chinfong. During the assessment, she had been the one who found his music to be neither fish nor foul and heretical. Later, not only had Chinfong proven her wrong, but he had also left her in a state of utter torment. Lin Xingdao raised his hand in greeting, Peak Master Hua, Senior Sister Xia. Chinfong followed suit, Peak Master Hua, Senior Sister Xia. Hua Yuerong nodded faintly, her cold and beautiful expression revealing nothing. I wouldn't dare to accept such courtesy. Xia Zhiyu tossed her head, refusing to give Chinfong a pleasant look. This old fairy was really asking for a beating. Chinfong couldn't be bothered with her anymore. The disciples behind the 2 women also nodded in greeting to Lin Xingdao. As for Chinfong, they considered it polite not to beat him up, greeting him in their dreams. After all, their beloved senior sister and respected master had had their bellies swollen by Chinfong. Although it wasn't Chinfong's fault, it had still tarnished their reputation to some extent. The disqualified examinees had long since spread the story, and it had already been twisted beyond recognition. After a while, the senior disciple of Shang Peak also arrived. He entrusted his disciples to Hua Yuerong and Xia Zhiyu before departing. With all 5 disciples for the Sanyuan Mountain Cave Heaven expedition assembled, Hua Yuerong produced an airboat. Board the airboat. Let's depart. The 7 of them boarded, and the vessel rose, leaving the Bailu Sect and heading towards Sanyuan Mountain. A cave heaven was a naturally occurring subspace, often appearing in mountains, rivers, and lakes rich in spiritual energy. Its opening and closing followed natural laws much like the tides, and it also had its own unique set of restrictions. The Sanyuan Mountain Cave Heaven opened once every 20 years and had existed for over 600 years. When it first appeared, the Qingyun Sect, which resided in the mountain, tried to claim it for themselves, but it was eventually discovered by the major sects. The Qingyun Sect was merely a mid-ranked sect. Knowing they couldn't hold on to it, and fearing annihilation by a larger power, its leader decided to make the Cave Heaven a shared domain for the major sects of the entire Bailu Prefecture. Any major sect that then attempted to forcibly seize the Sanyuan Mountain Cave Heaven would find itself at odds with all the other sects in Bailu Prefecture. Because of this shrewd move, the Qingyun Sect earned the protection of all the major sects and was appointed as the steward of the Sanyuan Mountain Cave Heaven. After negotiations among 30 major sects, it was decided that each sect could send 5 disciples into the cave heaven for 1 month of training each time it opened. Thanks to the Qingyun Sect's clever maneuver, smaller and medium-sized sects that discovered a cave heaven in their territory would immediately imitate this strategy, proclaiming it a shared domain for the major sects. This not only saved them from destruction, but also allowed them to reap some benefits. Of course, there were those who tried to keep a cave heaven for themselves. But within days their disciples would be provoked by experts from the major sects, leading to an attack on their mountain gate, and their sect being destroyed or turned into a puppet sect. Qingyun Mountain also had cave heavens, 3 in fact, 1 in the Bailu Sect, 1 in the Qingyun Sect, and 1 jointly owned. However, none had reached their scheduled opening time. The airboat flew for a day, and Chen Feng spent the entire time cultivating in the cabin. The journey was remarkably smooth. Neither Hua Yurong nor Xia Zhiyu caused him any trouble, leading him to reflect that although they seemed narrow-minded, they did possess a degree of magnanimity. What delighted Chen Feng even more was that Qingyun Mountain was also a clock-in location. The group followed a Qingyun Sect steward to a large manor in a valley which was designated for receiving guests and contained many courtyards. I am going to pay a visit to the Qingyun Sect leader. You may rest and move about freely after you settle in, but be careful not to get into conflicts with disciples from other sects. Yes. Mo Cho and the other 3 nodded in acknowledgement. However, Chen Feng wanted to follow Hua Yuerong to the main peak to clock in. Peak Master Hua, could I come along? Hua Yuerong frowned. What do you want to go there for? I feel that there is an opportunity for me up there. I want to go and have a look, Chen Feng said with a smile. It was a powerful excuse, though it sounded rather far-fetched to most. Hua Yuerong looked at Chen Feng, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. All right, but you must behave yourself. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Chen Feng followed Hua Yuerong to the main peak of the Qingyun Sect, while the others, under Xiaozu's arrangement, returned to their rooms to cultivate. The best way to avoid complications was to stay put. The spiritual energy density of the Qingyun Sect was naturally far inferior to that of the Bailu Sect, but their buildings were indeed constructed on a grand and imposing scale. The architectural style of the entire sect gave off a nouveau riche vibe, making one feel as if they had arrived at an imperial palace. The Qingyun Sect leader was named Zhu Jinbao, which somehow seemed to fit perfectly. When Hua Yuerong and Chen Feng came to visit, he happened to be receiving guests from 2 other sects. As luck would have it, those 2 sects were the sworn rivals of the Bailu Sect in the fields of music and business. The Heavenly Sound Pavilion and the Joyful Union Sect. No sooner had Hua Yuerong stepped into the garden than before she could even greet Zhu Jinbao, the people from Tianxin Pavilion and Hahuan Sect launched their attack. Hey, isn't this peak Lord Hua? I heard someone got you pregnant. Why aren't you resting well for the pregnancy still bustling about? The speaker was a scantily clad, beautiful young woman with captivating watery eyes, unmistakably a member of the Hahuan Sect. Oh, haven't you given birth already? Counting the days, you've just finished your postpartum confinement. Congratulations. Following her, a dignified woman in palace attire with a seemingly sincere tone, yet inexplicably dripping with passive aggression, chimed in. Hua Yuerong's expression instantly turned icy. Chen Feng felt unbearably awkward, for this was indeed his fault. In the live stream, the audience was already in stitches. Bro Feng stepped forward and say, it's your responsibility. Good heavens, he might be expelled from the sect on the spot. Say no more. Bro Feng is already dying of embarrassment. 2 more uniquely charming beauties, but their passive-aggressive and snarky vibes are too strong. Gotta say, honest folks love this type. That TR auntie is mine, the rest are yours. Typing with both hands to prove my innocence. Choosing to ignore the 2 women, Hua Yuerong greeted the host, Zhu Jinbao. Greetings, Sect Master Zhu. Zhu Jinbao cleared his throat. Ahem, peak Lord Hua, long time no see, still as cold and captivating as ever. Please wait a moment, I'll have someone arrange your seats. Zhu Jinbao was also troubled. Everyone in Bailuzu knew these 3 factions were at odds, yet they all chose to come today, which was extremely vexing. Soon a maidservant set up a new long table in the garden, placed spiritual fruits and tea, and laid down 2 clean meditation cushions. After Hua Yuerong and Chen Feng took their seats, the Hahuan Sect across from them began to stir up trouble again. Shi Lian, the hall master of Nonghua Hall, suggested, since our 3 factions are rarely gathered together today, and we all have disciples with us, why not have a friendly competition in poetry and song? Recently, Confucian cultivators have risen, and the Tao of literature has flourished like the Tao of music. Running a garden restaurant without some literary foundation would be embarrassing. Xiangnong, the pavilion master of Tianxin Pavilion, brightened. The disciple she brought today had just switched to the Tao of literature. This would be a sure victory. Hall Master Shi Lian makes a valid point. Meeting in this peach blossom garden so poetic and picturesque, we should indulge in some refined elegance. Haha, indulging in elegance, composing poetry. How could our Wenchang Academy miss this? A middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar led two young men in scholar robes into the garden. Sect Master Zhu, a pleasure. Our friends from Wenchang Academy attendants bring seats. Zhu Jinbao wore a smile on his face, but cursed inwardly. The Qingyun Sect was a martial arts-based sect. Was it appropriate to hold a literary gathering here? Hua Yuerong's face darkened further. The direction of this banquet was now set, and she had no choice but to follow their lead. The Bailu Sect specialized in the Tao of music and dance, who among them studied literary poetry. At present, the garden restaurant business relied heavily on patrons from the literary path. If they lost or backed down today, these three factions would make a big issue of it, severely impacting Bailu Sect's business. Chinfong wore a strange expression. So the Tao of literature exists in the cultivation world. This poetry contest was practically forcing him to show off. Oh man, the classic historical novel poetry show-off scene is here. Rubbing my hands ready for the face slapping. This plot is so cringy, I need to crap everywhere. Is the garden restaurant a brothel? The garden restaurant should be an opera house. Bailu Sect wouldn't run a brothel. Bro Feng, take us to the Qingyun Sect's brothel sometime. Hua Yuerong's face is dark. Looks like she's not good at this. Hua Yuerong turned to Chen Feng and asked seriously, do you know literary poetry? Chen Feng smiled confidently. To put it bluntly, if the world's talent were 8 bushels, I alone possess 10, and everyone else collectively owes 2. Hua Yuerong looked at Chen Feng as if he were a fool boasting. She quickly realized that everyone present had keen senses. The others had probably heard it too. Damn it, she shouldn't have asked. In the live stream peak, Lord Hua, isn't that bullshit? Haha, total distrust on her face. The inexplicable confidence from thousands of years of ancient Chinese civilization. The people from Qingyun Sect and Tianyin Pavilion were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Shi Lian laughed coquettishly. Peak Lord Hua, this disciple of yours from Bailu Sect is truly amusing. Possesses 10 bushels, others owe 2. Hell, what audacity. Xiangnong shook her head with a cold smile. The Confucian scholar was even more blunt. Nonsense. A clown seeking attention. Hua Yuerong could have killed Chinfong. These words would definitely spread, and the backlash from literary cultivators might drown Bailu Sect. Worst of all, it would also damage the garden restaurant business. She shot Chinfong a cold glare. You'd better win. Rest assured, ma'am. Chinfong still wore a cheeky grin, deepening Hua Yuerong's displeasure. She swore that once back at the sect, she would have the sect master severely punish Chinfong to correct his attitude and mouth. Luckily, she only swore in her heart. Saying it aloud would have been disastrous. Zhu Jinbao, seated in the host's position, shook his head helplessly. This Bailu Sect disciple was far too unreliable. What a mess. Shi Lian smiled. Since the Bailu Sect disciple is so exceptionally talented, you may go first. No need to make it too hard. Just let the content match the present scenery. Xiangnong added with a smirk, hey, don't disappoint us. Zhou Zuan, the Confucian scholar from Wenchang Academy, sipped his tea expressionlessly. His silence spoke volumes. Chen Feng glanced at the barrage of comments. Countless netizens were already posting poems about gatherings, peach blossoms, and gardens. Chen Feng's eyes were nearly blurred. The depth of ancient Chinese civilization was truly formidable. Alright, I'll make a humble attempt. Chen Feng felt it was time to let the cultivation world experience the spirit of the Tang dynasty's poet immortal. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then, with a voice blending 2 parts pride, 3 parts composure, and 5 parts grandeur, he recited, Heaven and earth are the inn of all creation. Time is the passing traveler of 100 generations. With just this one line, he stunned every cultured person in the garden. Shi Lian's mocking expression froze. Xiangnong frowned deeply. The disciples behind them were also dumbfounded. Zhou Zuan's hand trembled, causing his teacup to shake as he looked up at Chen Feng in disbelief. At that moment, Chen Feng tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the sky, as if only this expanse of heaven and earth existed in his eyes. Then he lowered his head slightly to look at the cup in his hand. And this floating life is but a dream. How many moments of joy are there? The ancients carried candles for night excursions, and rightly so. Moreover, the bright spring summons me with misty scenes, and the great earth grants me with literary grace. Gathering in this fragrant garden of peach blossoms to recount the joys of familial harmony. We chant our songs, yet I alone feel ashamed before Kongla. The secluded appreciation knows no end as lofty discussions turn to refined talk. We spread a lavish feast amidst the flowers and pass the winged cups drunk beneath the moon. Without a fine poem, how can one express such elegant sentiments? If the poem is not completed, the penalty shall be according to the Golden Valley rules. Chen Feng finished reciting the immortals' parallel prose, then picked up his teacup to moisten his throat. Clatter! Zhou Zuan's teacup fell directly onto the table. Stunning, truly stunning. Even the great literary masters of their Wenchang Academy could not produce such an apt and imposing piece in such a short time. Shi Lian turned to her talented female disciple with an awkward smile. Seeing the look of utter shock on her face, it was clear her pride had been thoroughly bruised. Madame Xiangnong similarly glanced at the disciple of the literary path behind her. He had even achieved the rank of Tanhua in the imperial examinations, but his temperament was too unsuitable for officialdom. At this moment his expression was like that of a stunned fool. Madame Xiangnong raised a hand to her forehead. Hua Yuerong, even without her own judgment, could tell from everyone's expressions that Chinfong had delivered a decisive blow. She turned to look at Chinfong with a peculiar expression, not expecting this young man to have such skill. If Chinfong could hear her thoughts, he would have vehemently denied being young at all. In the live stream, the audience also saw everyone's expressions, and a deep sense of pride unique to the Chinese people welled up instantly. After finishing his tea and moistening his throat, Chinfong looked at the other three groups. All right, it's your turn. Starting with a royal flush, how were they supposed to follow? The expressions of the other three groups were indescribably awkward. Finally, Zhou Zuan steeled himself and recited a poem about peach blossoms to get through the situation. Then disciples from Tianxin Pavilion and the Qingyun Sect recited a CI poem about peach blossoms and another poem respectively. Shi Lian of the Qingyun Sect, feeling her face wasn't stinging enough, spoke to Chinfong with her characteristic slyness. It's your turn again. Since you're so talented, why not compose a poem and a CI each? Madame Xiangnong's lips curled slightly. Indeed, if there was trouble to be made, it had to be the Qingyun Sect. Hua Yuerong's face darkened again. This Shi Lian was simply going too far. She was about to refuse on Chinfeng's behalf when she heard him say, "Is that enough?" "What do you mean?" Shi Lian was puzzled. Chinfeng stood up and picked up the teapot from the table. Pouring tea into his cup, he strolled through the peach orchard. How could just one poem and one CI possibly highlight my talent? Since he was going to show off, he had to do it thoroughly. After all, those cheap special effects needed an upgrade. Arrogant, truly too arrogant. First poem, the peach blossom ashamed to die, without passion thanks the east wind. It blows down the delicate red flying into idle windows to accompany the melancholy. Who pities the toil that made me thin like Dongyang? It is also the languor of spring. Not as good as the lotus, a secluded sentiment thick in the cold. Fearing they wouldn't hear clearly, Chinfong even conjured subtitle effects. As he recited each line, a peach red line of calligraphic text with a white outline appeared in the air, then dissolved into falling petals. This added a brilliant visual spectacle, leaving everyone utterly mesmerized. Second poem, Peach Blossom Cove, a peach blossom nunnery. Beneath the nunnery, a peach blossom immortal. Sober I sit before the flowers, drunk I come to sleep beneath them. Half drunk, half sober, day after day, of flowers fall and bloom year after year. Others laugh at me for being mad, I laugh at them for not seeing through. Do you not see the tombs of the heroes of Wuling? No flowers, no wine, they till the fields. Third poem, in the human world, April's fragrance has faded, the mountain temples' peach blossoms have just begun to bloom. I long for spring's return, finding nowhere to go, unbeknownst to me, it has come here. Fourth poem, peach blossoms warm in spring are the first to bloom, their bright beauty who would not come to see. But pity that after the wild wind blows them down, crimson patches the moss. Fifth poem. Shi Lian felt that with every poem Chen Feng recited, her face was ruthlessly slapped, the pain so intense she nearly ground her pearly teeth to dust. The talented courtesan, Lian Xin behind her, had gone from shame and awe to sheer adoration. Madame Xiangnong was glad she hadn't spoken, or her face would be the one hurting. Behind her, the Tanhua scholar Situ Xiu was now trembling with excitement. The second poem, the peach blossom immortal, felt like it was written for him. If the occasion and their positions were more suitable, he would surely have shared a drink with Chinfong and become his bosom friend. Zhou Zuan of Wenchang Academy had gone from shock to sheer terror. Behind him, one of his disciples looked at Chinfong with burning fervor, maniacally recording every poem he recited. The other was already emotionally numb. When it comes to showing off, I only respect Brother Feng. Hilarious, he even brought out the subtitle special effects. Tell me, is he cool or what? Cool is all that matters. Brother Feng, don't use them all up. Save some for future peach blossom viewing to create more brilliance. Didn't you see? That female disciple from the Qingyun Sect, her gaze is almost syrupy. That male disciple from Tianxin Pavilion. He looks like he's about to climax. That female disciple from Wenchang Academy, manically taking notes. Anyone want her? If not, I'll take her. No way, I like that type too. Me too. It would be perfect if she had a pair of glasses. 66666. Having recited a full 20 poems about peach blossoms, Chinfong had also walked a full circle and slowly sat back down in his seat. My mouth is a bit tired from reciting. Let's stop here for today. Alright, it's up to you all now. The pressure was back on the other three groups. Shi Lian, Madame Xiang Nong, and Zhou Zuan were now so awkward they could have carved out a small villa on the table. Every single poem by Chen Feng was stunning. Any one of them, if released, could outshine all the masters. Some were even worthy of being passed down through the ages. Seeing their expressions, Hua Yuerong finally couldn't help but smile. Although Chen Feng was sitting behind her, the livestream system captured her, so he could see her through the broadcast. This was the first time Chen Feng had seen this icy beauty smile. A single glance, 100 charms bloom. I have attained enlightenment. Forgive me, master, forgive me, sect leader, forgive me, Qing Dai. This time I choose Hua. The person above is too fickle. Unlike me, I only love one a day. Today my devotion is solely to peak Master Hua. Sorry, but right now I love no one. Everyone, let's discuss the true meaning of life. That fast. In the Qingyun Sect, you wouldn't even qualify to be a furnace, you scrawny dog. Sorry, senior brother, I think I've turned straight. 6666666. Damn, I've been thinking for ages, but can't squeeze out a single witty remark. Were you all raised on mutton? 233333. Zhou Zuan suddenly felt something was off. Were these poems written by you before, or did you just think of them now? Chen Feng replied, I just thought of them, of course. Zhou Zuan smiled. Good. Then please write them down now with a spirit brush and spirit paper and see if literary merit descends. No problem. Bring the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Would Chen Feng be afraid? Not at all, because he had his convincingly real cheap special effects. By the way, you all recited poems too. If we're writing, let's write together. Anyone who didn't compose on the spot down 3 cups as a penalty. Zhou Zuan was a bit embarrassed as the one he recited was written before. However, Chen Feng's poems had given him immense inspiration. He could easily write a new one and attract literary merit. Everyone waited for a while, but no one brought any writing materials, so they exchanged bewildered glances. Ultimately, their gazes converged on the host, Zhu Jinbao. Zhu Jinbao, who had been on the verge of dozing off, blinked in confusion. Zhou Zuan prompted, Sect leader, Zhu, may we borrow some brushes, ink, and paper? Zhu Jinbao was speechless. Fellow cultivators, the Triple Essence Sect is a martial arts school. Do you really think a bunch of rough men like us would have spiritual brushes, spiritual paper, or spiritual ink? With that, Chen Feng couldn't hold back the tea he had just sipped and sprayed it out. Fortunately, he turned aside in time, missing Hua Yuerong, but soaking the hem of a female disciple of the Triple Essence Sect. The young woman's face instantly scrunched up in dismay. Chen Feng casually tossed a small pouch of spirit stones to her. My apologies, I couldn't help it. Take these stones and buy yourself a new set of robes. Thank you. The female disciple clutched the heavy pouch of spirit stones, feeling as if she were dreaming. After all, at the Triple Essence Sect, she only earned 5 spirit stones a month. This small pouch contained at least 20 stones, equivalent to 4 months' worth of her salary. Shi Lian couldn't resist teasing. Peak Master Hua, this disciple of your White Heron Sect, is quite generous. Hua Yuerong glanced at Shi Lian, but ignored her. Shi Lian felt a surge of frustration at being snubbed. In response to Zhu Jinbao's retort, Zhou Zuan was momentarily at a loss, then produced 2 sets of brushes, ink, inkstones, and a stack of spiritual paper from his personal belongings. He sent 1 set to Chen Feng's table with a wave of his hand, then instructed the 2 disciples behind him. Zisong Ziqing, lend your writing materials to our friends from the Joyful Union Sect in the Heart of Heaven Pavilion. Yes, master. Chen Feng slowly ground the ink with one hand, while secretly purchasing a calligraphy skill book from the system shop with the other. He deliberately slowed his pace, waiting to see how others would acquire literary virtue. Zhou Zuan's disciples ground the ink skillfully, so he was the first to set brush to paper. His brush danced like a dragon and serpent, inscribing a poem in the distinctive calligraphic style of the Wenchang Academy. As the poem was completed, a wisp of azure gold light descended from the heavens, merging into his body. A mere 1.5 inches of literary virtue. A humble display. Zhou Zuan raised his hand with a smile. Chen Feng ignored the barrage of comments. After all, showing off was fine, but going overboard would surely invite trouble. He then noticed that the skill 5-cent special effects had automatically added a literary blessing effect to his repertoire. This meant he could activate it with a mere thought without needing to simulate it himself. It seems these skills have hidden mechanics to uncover, and they call a literary blessing literary virtue. These scholars really know how to gild the lily. Chen Feng grumbled inwardly as he picked up the brush to write a poem. He used the yin style of regular script, simultaneously employing his all-encompassing sword heart to infuse the ink with sword intent. It wasn't intentional. He had consumed too much spiritual tea and needed to expend some energy lest he be forced in a foundation establishment prematurely. As he wrote the opening parallel prose, Lian Xin, the talented courtesan of the Joyful Union Sect, and Situ Xiu also completed their works, attracting wisps of literary blessing. Zhou Zuan stroked his beard and smiled. 1 3/8 of an inch, 1 2/10 of an inch. Truly commendable. Lian, Xin, and Situ Xiu smiled outwardly, but inwardly they were cursing. How could a literary master like him compare himself to them? Shouldn't he have let his disciples compete instead? All eyes turned to Chen Feng. He had just finished writing Li Bei's parallel prose, and upon confirming it hadn't attracted a literary blessing, he immediately activated the effect manually. A dazzling beam of azure gold light measuring 7 qi and 3 zhang descended like a ribbon of silk pouring into Chen Feng's body. 7 qi and 3 zhang. Zhou Zuan slammed his hands on the table, rising involuntarily as he cried out in shock. The other literati in the garden were equally stunned. This is utterly astonishing. A master of Tendo of literary qi, truly terrifying. Chen Feng, expressionless, tossed the finished sheet aside and began writing on a fresh piece of paper. His nonchalant attitude was a dagger to the hearts of the literati in the garden. Zhou Zuan could barely restrain himself from grabbing Chen Feng by the collar. He wanted to demand why Chen Feng was so calm. Was he always this accomplished? How could he be so outstanding? How were they who had dedicated their lives to the literary path supposed to cope? Situ Xiu the Tanhua stared at the discarded masterpiece that had summoned 7 qi and 3 zhang of literary virtue, feeling an urge to pick it up with both hands and then kick Chen Feng. Lian Xian, however, had fewer such thoughts. She simply saw Chen Feng as a true eccentric embodying genuine, unrestrained boldness and unbridled freedom. Unlike the fake eccentrics in pleasure houses who ranted drunkenly and behaved crudely, his wildness stemmed from his talent, his terrifying aptitude, and his unyielding pride. It was not a mere bluff. As Lian Xian watched Chen Feng repeatedly summon 3 qi, 5 qi, or 2 zhang of literary virtue with an ever-calm demeanor, her gaze gradually grew entranced. By now Zhou Zuan had become a numb automaton, mechanically observing. Shi Lian and Lady Xiangnong desperately wanted to leave. Their plan to humiliate had backfired spectacularly. Once news of this peach garden gathering spread, the White Heron Sect's taverns and music gardens would surely boom, surpassing both of their establishments. Shi Lian was relieved the White Heron Sect didn't run pleasure houses, or they'd be doomed. Realizing this whole affair was her doing, bitterness flooded her heart. When the sect leader and elders found out, they would surely punish her. Those perverse women had no shortage of cruel methods. Phew. Finally done. Exhausting. Chen Feng shook his hands, having activated the final effect, and thought it was time to leave. But suddenly a strange sound echoed from the sky. Above White Heron Isle, countless phantom peach blossoms materialized, linked by branches, forming a colossal peach tree in the heavens. Zhou Zuan's voice trembled as he cried out, "A literary phenomenon. His poetry has drawn the attention of the Tao of literature." Everyone, initially tense and worried, breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Feng, however, was on high alert. He had been cheating and now encountered the game master. Would his account be banned? The celestial phenomenon continued to construct the peach tree, then a peach orchard, and finally figures appeared within it. The crowd in the garden was dumbstruck, for the figures were unmistakably them. The Tao of literature seemed intent on replaying everything that had just happened. Hua Yuerong couldn't help but laugh again. Meanwhile, Shi Lian and Lady Xiangnong wished they could simply sink into the ground and disappear. When the sky finished replaying the earlier segment of the literary gathering in the peach blossom garden, it all dispersed, finally transforming into a peach blossom branch that fell. Chen Feng stared blankly, reaching out to catch that peach blossom branch. The moment he caught it, a wealth of information about this peach blossom branch flooded into his mind. Expressed in the system's skill template, it was roughly as follows: a peach blossom branch, a literary Tao blessing, the literary Tao's recognition of your appreciation of peach blossoms. Passive wards off all evil, doubles charm, increases romantic fortune. Active skills: spring breeze caress, dispels negative energy in the area. Peach blossom wine toast transforms wine into exquisite peach blossom wine. Peach blossom heart transmission: for each person who admires you, a blossom appears on the branch. When a petal is plucked, it flies to convey your longing. Ink brush transformation transforms into a spiritual brush for writing. The peach blossom branch originally had only 5 blossoms, but as soon as Chen Feng touched it, 5 more appeared. Chen Feng's heart was laughing like a fool. So there are already 5 girls secretly in love with me. Hong Xiu Qing Dai. Hey, who are the other 3? Whom could they be? Master the sect leader or a disciple of senior brother? The peach blossom branch desperately wanted to tell Chen Feng that he had only guessed one right. In the live stream, the audience was also sweating for Chen Feng. Li Gui meets Li Kuei scared me to death. Good heavens, I was worried the style would get the account banned, but the literary Tao rewarded him instead. I feel the literary Tao is showing signs of great resurgence. Heaven did not give birth to me, Sue. San Feng, the literary Tao, would be eternal night. 2333. Meanwhile, Zhou Zuan's emotions had reached an extreme level of complexity. The last time the literary Tao bestowed a treasure was 2,000 years ago when the founder of Wenchang Academy Kong De received a ruler of education for his scholarly achievements. He believed Chen Feng was a born prodigy of the literary Tao. Having him stay in the White Heron Sect, a sect of the joyful Tao, was a complete waste of his talent, a loss for the world of literary Tao cultivators, and a disgrace to them. He felt it was his duty to guide Chen Feng onto the right path to prevent him from continuing down the wrong one, perhaps even creating a legendary tale in the future. With this thought, he enthusiastically said to Hua Yuerong, "Peak Master Hua, I have an impertinent request." Hua Yuerong sneered, knowing exactly what Zhou Zuan wanted to say, without asking, and directly refused. "Since it's an impertinent request, don't say it." Zhou Zuan was speechless. Why wasn't this person playing by the rules? He said firmly, "No, I must say it." Hua Yuerong sneered. "But we don't want to hear it. Chinfong, let's go. Sect Master Zhu will take our leave." "Ah yes. Peak Master Hua, please go ahead," Zhu Jinbao said with a smile. He felt he had gained a lot of insight today. He never thought the literary Tao could be so easy. Just casually writing something could yield a bunch of benefits. Unlike the martial Tao, which didn't deign to acknowledge them. He thought he might cultivate some descendants to study the literary Tao. And what delighted him most was naturally gaining some fame along with it. Zhou Zuan was unwilling to let Hua Yuerong take Chinfong away just like that. Peak Master Hua, your White Heron Sect cannot mislead a talented youth. With Chinfeng's brilliance, specializing in the literary Tao is the most suitable path. If your White Heron Sect is willing to let him transfer to Wenchang Academy, when the Xianshan Cave Heaven opens next year, we can give you 30 slots, and also allow your disciples to enter the Book Mountain and Sea of Learning Secret Realm to cultivate their minds. To be honest, if Chen Feng weren't so monstrous and the sect leader had specifically ordered to keep a close watch on him, Hua Yuerong might have actually sold him out. What if I told you his talent in the joyful Tao is even greater? Impossible. Zhou Zuan completely disbelieved it. If his joyful Tao talent surpassed his literary Tao talent, just how monstrous would that be? But it is the truth. In the path of the joyful Tao, he has already touched the Tao. Hua Yuerong knew that if she didn't completely dispel the ideas of these literary Tao cultivators, they might stir up trouble later. So she added another sentence to thoroughly quash Zhou Zuan's thoughts of poaching. Our sect leader intends to groom him as a successor, so Mr. Zhou, don't think too much. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Unless you prove it, I will call upon all literary Tao cultivators to boycott your White Heron Sect. Hell, I can prove it, but don't blame me for the consequences. Fine. Consequences. What consequences could there be? He was merely at the peak of the qi refining stage. It's not like he could make my ears pregnant. Zhou Zuan scoffed inwardly. Shi Lian and Madame Xiangnong exchanged glances, seeing curiosity in each other's eyes. Peak Master Hua, we are also extremely curious. What does it mean to touch the joyful Tao? Could you let us have a look? Yes, as music cultivators not knowing what the joyful Tao is, it's truly shameful. The two had no idea what terror awaited them. Because the earlier assessments involved too many chaotic and false rumors, the true version was completely unbelievable. Listening to music could make someone pregnant. Ridiculous, it must be false. The most credible version circulating in the martial world was that the White Heron Sect had a playboy who got many people pregnant, including Hua Yuerong and Xia Zhiyu. In the live stream, the audience was already amused. I find these two are pure suckers. Typical drama seekers. Ha ha ha, they either get slapped in the face or are on their way to getting slapped. I feel for them, but I really want to laugh. Everyone laugh freely. Im at Jinshan Temple just donated some incense money. Today's merit is on Buddha's tab. Buddha, you are such a dog. Hearing that the two wanted to experience it, Hua Yuerong could barely suppress her smile. Hey, you asked for this yourselves. You'll be crying soon. They'll say this up front, you can listen, but the consequences are yours. Of course, no problem. Yes, he. Shi Lian and Madame Xiangnong replied nonchalantly. Hua Yuerong said to Chinfong, you saw and heard that. Stay here and sing for them. I'm tired, so will take my leave. Chen Feng grinned. No problem. Hua Yuerong then turned to Zhu Jinbao and said, Sect Master Zhu, please evacuate all your disciples from the vicinity and leave this space for Chen Feng and them to prevent anyone from being overwhelmed by Chen Feng's joyful Tao performance. Oh, and our sect leader asked me to convey something to you. Why don't you come with me to discuss it elsewhere? Zhu Jinbao pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, please. Zhu Jinbao followed Hua Yuerong out of the Peach Blossom Garden with his people, leaving the space for Chinfong and the other three factions. Peak Master Hua is a straight shooter. She even took the innocent bystanders away. All right, start your performance, Chen Sandiao. Filial Piety Victims 7. Zhou Zuan, seeing Hua Yuerong leave, began to persuade Chinfong. Chen Feng, leave the White Heron Sect and come to Wenchang Academy. You yourself said you have 10 measures of literary talent. Wouldn't it be a waste not to cultivate the literary Dao? But my joyful Dao talent is 12 measures high. The world owes me 4 measures in total. The female students behind Zhou Zuansong Ziqing and Lianxin couldn't help but laugh. That line again, and this time with 2 more measures. How much do the rest of this cultivation world owe? Tanhualang Situ Xiu also had a look of mixed amusement and exasperation. Saying such arrogant words twice, each time more exaggerated than the last, only Chinfong dared to do that. But this time, they didn't find Chinfong a clown, instead they were terrified that he might actually possess it. Madame Xiangnong looked speechlessly at Chinfong, who was 12 do higher than the Tao of music. All right, begin your performance. Let me see how you can touch the Tao of music. Even our old sect master, who was about to ascend to immortality, dared not claim to have touched the Tao of music. Of course you can't touch it since everyone owes 4 do already. Shilian said sarcastically. Chinfong took out his guitar and said, before I sing, please all swear an oath to me, bear the consequences after listening, don't settle scores afterward, and don't spread it around. Zhou Zuan frowned. Cultivators were most wary of making rash oaths. Is this necessary? Chinfong insisted, yes, or I won't sing. Final swear. Zhou Zuan thought swearing to Chinfong was harmless. I swear to you, bear the consequences after listening, won't settle scores, and won't spread it around. As soon as he finished, Zhou Zuan felt something, but he didn't attribute it to Chinfong. Instead, he thought the Tao of literature was still watching. He was overjoyed, believing the Tao of literature was observing him, guiding Chinfong back to the right path. The others also swore, though they dismissed the sensation as an illusion, finding it absurd that such a trivial oath would catch heaven's attention. Seeing everyone had sworn, Chinfong said, good, since you're all cooperating, I'll begin. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of a mother's love? With that, he began strumming the guitar strings. After leaving the peach garden, Hua Yuerong said to Zhu Jinbao, sect leader, Zhu, I lied to you. Our sect leader didn't ask me to pass a message. Zhu Jinbao was puzzled. Then why? Hua Yuerong replied, just to keep you from being caught in Chinfeng's crossfire. Go to the peach garden in half an hour and see for yourself. Oh, this gets more interesting. Zhu Jinbao couldn't help but chuckle. Half an hour passed quickly. Chinfeng walked out of the peach garden with a smile and met Hua Yuerong admiring the lotus by the pond. In the cultivation world, plants had no fixed blooming season. In areas rich with spiritual energy, some flowered and bore fruit monthly. Most ornamental plants were cultivated to stay in bloom as long as spiritual energy flowed. All done. Let's go. Without Hua Yuerong flying him down the mountain, it would take Chinfeng an hour or 2 to reach the manor below. Learning Chinfeng had left the peach garden alone, Zhu Jinbao curiously entered for a look. He was stunned. There, whether it was the mid-nascent soul Madame Xiangnong and Shilian, the high-nascent soul Zhou Zuan, or their disciples. They all lay on the ground gazing at the sky with the survivor's relief, eyes red and tears still clinging to their lashes. It was utterly absurd. A Qi refining stage cultivator had taken down 3 nascent soul experts. No wonder Hua Yuerong had tricked him into leaving. Imagining himself in their shoes, Zhu Jinbao felt his face burn with embarrassment. That disciple from White Heron Sect is truly terrifying. Has he really touched the Tao? Zhu Jinbao glanced twice and quietly left the peach garden, ordering others to stay out for now. He then found the 10 Qi refining disciples set to enter the Sanyuan cave heaven, warning them to avoid Chinfong and not compete with him for any fortune, no matter how great. Though the disciples found it odd, they heeded Zhu Jinbao's words, for the Sanyuan sect had survived through the ages thanks to their sect leader's wisdom. After recovering, the people from Hahuan Sect, Tianxin Pavilion, and Wenchang Academy left the peach garden in silence and complex emotions, retreating to the manor at the mountain's base. Back at the manor, they locked themselves in their rooms, wallowing in melancholy. If Chinfong knew, had be shocked. How could they be suffering from postpartum depression? Could they not be depressed? When the hymn of filial piety ended, Shilian and Madame Xiangnong felt a murderous urge toward Chinfong. Others, though less extreme, desperately wanted to beat him to vent their frustration. But a thunderclap echoed across the sky, making them realize the weight of their oath. They had to swallow this loss, unable to trouble Chinfong in the slightest lest lightning strike. Heaven's favor toward Chinfong made wild thoughts inevitable. If what Chinfong said, that literary cultivators owed 2 do and musical cultivators owed 4, were true, what did that make them? That was the root of their depression. Elsewhere in the manor, Chinfong cheerfully opened his skill panel and checked the experience bar for 5-cent special effects. 5-cent special effects, LV1. You can generate simple effects around you, such as subtitle effects, upgrade glow effects, spotlight effects, heavenly merit effects, kill effects, literary blessings, etc. The effects have no practical use. can be upgraded through showing off 33,100. Today's showing off in the Peach Garden had earned him 12 experience points. What did I really show off that many times? I was just being myself later on not showing off. As Chinfong spoke, the count increased again. Good grief, are you showing off to us now? Check if the count went up again. Hilarious. Don't be so modest. Check today's check-in reward. Right, almost forgot. Claim it quickly. I bet it's either a silly skill or a cursed one. Maybe. Trust the system for once. Chen Feng opened the check-in reward and 3 cards appeared on the Livestream interface. He tapped the middle one. Choice was pointless. The system gave what it wanted. The chosen card flipped over glowing with golden light as the other 2 faded. Farmer's 3 punches. Each punch is stronger than the last. Chen Feng was baffled by the skill's simplicity. The check-in reward skills were visible to the audience. What a farmer's 3 punches. Each punch stronger than the last. That pun, definitely a silly skill. How much did Zhong Dan give you? Il doublety bow. That character is Dan third tone, not Tan. If 3 punches is just a figure of speech, this skill could be strong. Quantity can lead to quality. But will enemies give you time to stack in battle? Wait, it doesn't say you can only stack in battle. And it doesn't mention the stacking duration. Whoa, if you can stack anytime, this skill would be invincible in the late game. A serious punch could part the cultivation world like a middle part. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he began throwing punches to test it. At first the effect was subtle, but after dozens of punches he felt a clear difference. Brothers, it's subtle, but I'm really getting stronger. Shouldn't you practice fist techniques? Prioritize attack speed and power, no flashy stuff. Is Brother Feng going to walk the martial path and leave no room for martial cultivators? Can he really manage all this? Skills don't weigh you down, and this one's worth cultivating. It has no limit. Speaking of fist techniques, Chinfong had acquired no fewer than 8 or 10 of them from the city of Twin Peaks. After all, martial arts manuals held little value for those who had already mastered them, making them the least costly means to settle debts. Thus, during his extortion of the city of Twin Peaks, he had amassed numerous martial arts secrets. Yet his primary focus remained the way of the sword, supplemented by the way of music. He had no intention of dabbling in martial arts, as one who bites off more than he can chew only chokes. However, now that he had acquired the latest skill, Farmer's 3 fists, it would be a waste not to cultivate it. After using the system's one-click learning to master the 8 fist manuals, Chinfong did not choose the highest quality advanced mid-grade technique, the Blazing Sun Fist Scripture. This technique emphasized converting fist intent into blazing sunlight to emit heat and kill, having little to do with power or speed. In contrast, the intermediate high-grade Thunderclap Divine Fist prioritized fist speed like lightning and strength like thunder, with the later fist intent manifesting as lightning being quite spectacular. Thus, Chinfong's cultivation plan expanded to include practicing the Thunderclap Divine Fist while conveniently stacking the passive effects of Farmer's 3 fists. Currently, his cultivation regimen also included nurturing his artifacts with love while repeatedly drawing and sheathing the Frosty Cold Moon to grind experience for the 100 empty hand blade catch skill, all while allowing the Frosty Cold Moon to temper his body with its Frosty Sword aura. These 3 tasks were largely performed simultaneously. Afterwards, there were still music skills to practice, such as illusory sound, art, demonic sound, piercing the ear, and the 5-tone ripple body tempering technique. As for the remaining time, it was naturally devoted to cultivating the White Heron mystic art and the White Heron visualization method, both of which could be cultivated together. However, since he needed to suppress his cultivation base, he had not practiced the White Heron mystic art for nearly half a month. The next morning, Chinfong practiced his fists in the courtyard. His fist struck the air, leaving over a dozen afterimages, much like the Pegasus Meteor Fist. Each punch landed on the air with a sharp crack of exploding chi. Soon the others in the courtyard found their cultivation disturbed by the noise. Xiaojiu stormed into the courtyard, her face flushed with anger. What in the world are you up to so early in the morning? Cultivating, just casually burning off some spiritual energy to avoid being forced into a breakthrough, Chinfong replied, continuing to punch with sharp cracks. Xiaojiu was nearly driven mad. You're a music cultivator. Why are you practicing fist techniques? I discovered I have some martial talent last night, so I'm just messing around, Chinfong said, still not stopping his punching as the tangible sensation of growing stronger was addictive. Xiaojiu's face darkened completely. She decided to teach Chinfong a lesson. With a flick of her hand, a jade flute materialized out of thin air. She brought the jade flute to her lips and began to play. A wave of sound surged directly at Chinfong. Xiaojiu controlled the force perfectly, intending only to knock him over without causing injury. But the sound wave was dispersed halfway by a surge of spiritual sense power. Xiaojiu turned her head in disbelief toward the room where Hua Yuerong resided. Peak Master Hua. If this brat isn't disciplined, he'll soon be out of control. Since when does a music cultivator practice fists? Hua Yuerong opened the door and stepped out. Let him be. In matters of cultivation, we cannot interfere, nor need we. After all, in the way of music, he has long surpassed us. Xia Zhiyu wanted to argue, but recalling how one song from Chinfong could make them all feel pregnant, she fell silent. She put away her jade flute and returned to her room, without a word, choosing to turn a blind eye. Half an hour later, the sharp cracks of punching ceased, replaced by the rhythmic swish of a sword being drawn and sheathed. When Mo Cho and the disciples from the other 3 peaks emerged from their rooms, they saw Chen Feng sitting on a stone stool, repeatedly drawing and sheathing the frosty cold moon. The frosty cold moon emanated a frigid sword aura that enveloped Chen Feng. He also released a pinkish affection to nurture the frosty cold moon, the storage ring on his finger, and a peach blossom branch tucked into his waist on the other side. Since he was not within the sect, Chen Feng dared not take out treasures like the cold mountain boundary steering stone or the stone pagoda for nurturing, lest someone covet them upon seeing them. As for the frosty cold moon and the peach blossom branch, others would not dare to scheme against them lightly. The frosty cold moon was a renowned sword gifted to Chen Feng by the old Taoist Jung. The disciples of the Azure Cloud sect could not reclaim it from him. But if someone else took Chen Feng's frosty cold moon, it would be a different story. The Azure Cloud sect would go to great lengths to retrieve the sword. As for the peach blossom branch, it was bestowed upon Chen Feng by the way of literature. To literary cultivators, it was a sacred object. If anyone seized the peach blossom branch, they would face pursuit by the entire literary cultivation community, not only to protect the way of literature, but also to gain its favor. To draw an analogy, the heavenly Tao is the chairman of the cultivation world. Then the ways of the sword, music, literature, and martial arts are the presidents of various subsidiaries. Sword cultivators, music cultivators, literary cultivators, and martial artists are the employees of these companies who rarely see their president. If they could do something to gain the president's attention, their chances of promotion would greatly increase. Thus, Chen Feng had no fear of flaunting these 2 items, for only those with a screw loose would covet them, and anyone with a brain would realize the karmic burden was too heavy. Chen Feng's exceptional talent in the way of the sword was no secret within the White Heron sect or the Azure Cloud sect. Otherwise, the old Taoist Yuming would not have entrusted him with such a precious life-bound artifact. Yet the way he kept drawing and sheathing the sword for cultivation looked truly bizarre. And amidst the strangeness, there was a hint of indecency. After cultivating all morning, Chen Feng decided to find something to do to relax. He turned his attention to the peach blossom branch. The 5 extra peach blossoms piqued his curiosity. Who could they be for? He decided to test the ability of the peach blossoms to convey thoughts and longing. After all, if he plucked the petals, they would regrow in a month, as long as the other party did not transfer their affections. He plucked a petal, held it before him, and recited, in life, 1 pair through ages shared, 2 places sadly parted. In dreams we meet, but wake to find no spring for us. At Blue Bridge the elixirs sought, but to the moon's sea none can run. If we could meet by the cowherd stream, we'd forget our poverty. After reciting, he released the petal from his fingers. Just then a gentle breeze blew, carrying the peach blossom petal far away in the direction of the White Heron sect. Then Chen Feng plucked another petal from a peach blossom. He repeated the same process 4 more times. To his surprise, only 2 petals flew toward the White Heron sect, while the other 3 drifted to different places. In the live stream, the audience had long heard Chen Feng explain the peach blossom branch's ability, so they knew what he was doing. Wow, you've really figured out the peach blossom branch's function. Is it really okay to plagiarize poems to flirt with girls? Little wind, brother, you've turned bad. Men are all big pig trotters. If you're not marrying, why flirt? Yeah, and flirting with 5 at once. Hilarious there in the cultivation world where there aren't so many rules. Support Brother Wind in building a harem. Brother Wind, be careful not to get hacked. Chen Feng shook his head. I'm testing who likes me. But it's strange. Why did 3 petals fly elsewhere? I thought they'd all be from the White Heron sect. Wow, you dare to flirt without even knowing. I knew you were a rebellious disciple, seducing your master. Probably the sect leader is among your guesses. Aren't you afraid 1 petal flies to the senior brother? Good thing it didn't, or I'd cry. You guys are weird. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. What a bunch of goofballs. Yesterday, the Wen Dao phenomenon that Chen Feng and his companions provoked in the Peach Blossom Garden, when replayed throughout the Bailu Sect, set off an enormous sensation. At first, many cultivators assumed the anomaly had been caused by Zhou Zuan of Wenchang Academy. The people of Wenchang Academy were elated. When everyone heard Chen Feng say his talent was 10 do, and that the whole world owed him 2 do, they thought him a mere jester. What followed, however, struck them so profoundly that they began to doubt everything. Faces burned with embarrassment as each of Chen Feng's poems fell like a merciless slap upon the mockers. His talent left every onlooker incredulous. Each poem was a classic, more than half seemed destined to be passed down through the ages. Over 20 instances of when Dao's blessing culminated in a scene replayed across the region. That boast of 10 Do of talent was in effect authenticated by the one Dao itself. All the literary cultivators spent a day and a night in a daze unable to cultivate or attend to anything else. Some obsessives even suspected their inability to compose fine works stemmed from Chen Feng having monopolized all the talent. Several academy magnates shared Zhou Zuan's thought such a gifted prodigy should not be allowed to languish at Bailu Sect. We must recruit him, pluck him away at all costs, drag him back, and have him study the One Dao. The One Dao phenomenon had already drawn many great masters out of seclusion to investigate. Many elders seeing the One Dao manifest so flamboyantly realized the heavenly Dao seemed intent on favoring the One Dao's prosperity. Countless cultivators mired in bottlenecks or despair immediately considered taking One Dao as a secondary path. When the people of Bailu Sect saw the phenomenon, they were utterly bewildered. For most within Bailu Sect, Chinfong was a newfangled oddity, known only by name, never seen in person. They did not recognize Chinfeng's face, but Hua Yuerong was unmistakable. It was absurd. Why would a music cultivator have his Wen Dao talent erupt so spectacularly? Si Hongxiu had not seen Chinfong for nearly a month. She never imagined their next encounter would be by such an outrageous Wen Dao manifestation. When Chinfong recited peach blossom verses about love, she could not help but wonder whether they were written for her. His talent is truly beyond imagination. On Yufeng Peak, Lin Shengdao and Qing Dai wore puzzled expressions. Could this brilliantly talented Chinfong really be the foolish junior they knew? On Jiaofeng and Gongfeng peaks, junior brothers, junior sisters. This is Chinfong. Remember his face. If you meet him at the mountain gate, seize him at once. On the main peak by Qinxue could not help but rub her forehead. This fellow is truly troublesome. The literary cultivators will not sit idly by, though we must notify the masters to emerge from seclusion. Within Qingyun Sect, Yuming Zhenren and Yang Zhendaoren exchanged smiles. Their investment had paid off handsomely. Yet Yushuang, who tended Yuming's spirit, was enraged and thought Chinfong a scoundrel. A music cultivator favored by the sword Dao now courting the One Dao. Truly provoking. I wonder whether Xuan Yue suffered any wrongs at his hands. Xuan Yue's sword spirit retorted, not merely wrongs. Do you know what I have endured? One Rinchi and Zhou Meixian, who were sending 100,000 spirit stones in debt to Bailu Sect, though apart, both shook their heads with a smile when they saw the phenomenon. If Chinfeng's Wen Dao gifted him 10 Do, his Yu Dao talent reached 12 Do. When his music formation sounded, it could summon 200 peak Funshun ghost cultivators. None would have believed it without bearing witness. Add to that the terrifying oath that reminded them daily to repay their debt. Chinfeng's dreadfulness truly exceeded everyone's imagination. Most chilling of all, he wandered about with only the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage. 2 days passed amid all the commotion. On Sanyuan Mountain, a thunderclap rang out. Heaven and earth trembled. Within the Sanyuan range, in a valley guarded by Sanyuan Gate, the space rippled like water. Soon the space steadied and a mirage-like vista appeared in the valley. This was the entrance to a Dantian. The mirage marked the region of the Dantian closest to the outside world. Zhu Jinbao stroked his beard and smiled. The Sanyuan Mountain Dantian opens. I will not repeat the rules. Please enter. Qi refinement disciples from the major sects rushed into the valley, for opportunities missed by a step were gone. Some disciples bearing magical treasures piloted them straight into the Dantian. Chinfong was among them. Though he could not ride a sword, Xuantian Lingyue had already birthed a sword spirit. She could fly herself, so carrying Chinfong posed no problem. Take care, I'll go ahead. Chinfong, Mo Cho, and 2 companions waved and vanished into the valley. Mo Cho was left speechless. The 5 from Qingyun Sect watched Chinfong mount Xuantian Lingyue and fly off in a victorious sweep, and their hearts burned with resentment. They still could not comprehend old Taoist Yuming's choice. Xuantian Lingyue could have been entrusted to other Qingyun disciples as a treasure of the sect, yet it had been given to an outsider. Outside the Dongtian, the leaders of the major sects felt their faces twitch. If their juniors encountered Chinfong inside, they would surely suffer dearly. Someone could not help saying, Chief Hua, is what Bailu Sect is doing rather improper. Others replied, indeed, allowing Qi refinement disciples to bring such top-tier treasures to this event seems inappropriate. Hua Yuerong glanced at the speaker and replied with a helpless tone. The sword is called Xuantian Lingyue. It was given to Chinfong by Qingyun Sect Yuming Zhenren before his final passing. It was not a gift from our sect. Had it been ours, we would never have let him take it. What if it were lost? but rest assured he will not use that sword to bully others. Zhou Zuan seemed to recall something, and with a complicated expression said, if he truly wields that sword, those bullied by him might at least be somewhat consoled. Shi Lian and Madame Xiangnong nodded in deep agreement. Others hearing even the usually hostile Qingyun Sect and Tianxin Pavilion speak thus felt a surge of incredulity. Remembering that Chen Feng had triggered the One Dao phenomenon 2 days prior, everyone began to speculate Chen Feng was likely far stronger than the genius disciples of the major sects, and his methods were alarmingly formidable. Otherwise Zhou Zuan and the others would not have shown such a disposition. Now they only prayed their sect's disciples would not be unlucky enough to meet this bane. Within the Sanyuan mountain Dantian, the landscape resembled a primeval Jurassic forest. Chen Feng flew on scattering paper figures as he went. The paper figures did not immediately assume human shapes. They retained their paper forms and streamed outward in every direction. Their cultivations varied. Some were made of fine materials and were consummate in the Qi refinement stage, matching Chen Feng's own level. Before entering the celestial realm, Wang Yuro, Lin Xingdao, and even Hua Yuerong had all advised him to fly to the core region as swiftly as possible. That area harbored the most concentrated spiritual energy, where the finest spirit treasures were found, including the grade 3 spirit herb Sanyuan Qilong fruit capable of strengthening one's foundation and unblocking the extraordinary meridians. Also present were the grade 4 spirit herb Sanyuan Bodhi seed, which enhanced insight, and the grade 4 Sanyuan Vajra grass, which fortified foundation establishment. As for the demonic beasts guarding these herbs, none exceeded the foundation establishment realm. The entire secret realm imposed a ceiling at foundation establishment. Any cultivator entering would be forcibly suppressed below that threshold. Thus, those surpassing foundation establishment would never venture in. Perishing here would be an unforgivable tragedy. Though compact, the celestial realm spanned over 100 li. Chen Feng flew 50 li with his speed-measuring device, then sensed the surging spiritual energy. Confirmation he was nearing the central zone. Raising his telescope, he scanned the terrain while addressing his livestream audience. The Sanyuan Qilong fruit drains all vitality within a O'Neilly radius, leaving barren ground utterly desolate. Its natural habitat is typically either miniature desert or bare stony wasteland. Soon, amidst vast emerald mountains and dense forests, he identified 2 such terrains potentially concealing the fruit. One was a pale yellow miniature desert, the other a grayish-brown expanse of lifeless stone and soil. He descended no further, instead deploying 4 paper golems, 1 to each site. Deploying paper golems first was a hallmark of cautious mastery, truly embodying the essence of survival wisdom. Why bother? 1 frostlace strike from Shuangtian Yue would suffice. Though if combat were indeed intended, discretion was warranted, the Frost Moon Sword Spirit was after all female. The 4 paper golems landed upon the desert and instantly assumed human form. 2 wielded swords unmistakably modeled after the classic Li Bai and Yao from the realm of kings. The other 2 bore musical instruments, their forms drawn from the classic Gao Jianli and Yang Yuhuan. In the live stream, after a brief silence, the comment feed surged anew. Incredible. Brother Feng truly knows how to play. Master Ma, someone's copied your game. Haha. Send Tencent's legal team after him. A judge watching this cultivation livestream fell into deep contemplation. This feels just like clearing jungle monsters in the rift. Brother Feng, if you keep this up, I'm sending you a carnival. With Yao building semi-tanky, only a marksman remains missing from this lineup. And isn't Brother Feng hovering overhead precisely like that notorious marksman from the rift? Lei Xiao, you might as well recite my ID number. After searching the desert, the 4 golems discovered a bamboo-like plant bearing several large crimson lanterns. A faint smile curved Chen Feng's lips high above, unexpectedly easy to locate. Instantly, Paper Golem Bai and Paper Golem Yao darted left and right, employing the peerless body maneuver techniques Chen Feng had mastered from the Wushuang city manuals, rushing toward the Sanyuan Qilong fruit. Every non-system skill Chen Feng possessed could likewise be wielded by his paper golems, a testament to Li Goushou's refined art of paper-folding animation, far surpassing even the original 36 heavenly methods of the Celestial Gang. Whoosh! Beneath the deceptively tranquil sands, peril stirred. Several large scorpions, each at the 7th or 8th layer of Qi refinement, burst forth from the earth, kicking up billowing clouds of dust. Their venomous tails, glowing with eerie emerald light, lashed forward with blinding speed through the haze, aimed straight at Paper Golem Bai and Paper Golem Yao. Both golems instantly retreated, weaving fluidly through the airborne grit. Meanwhile, Paper Golem Gao Jianli and Paper Golem Yang Yuhuan strummed their strings, unleashing waves of sonic force. Yang Yuhuan's resonance carried hypnotic illusion arts, capable not only of inducing delusion, but also assaulting the soul itself. For a fleeting moment, the 6 colossal scorpions froze mid-motion. Gao Jianli's sound waves infused with the sword heart of Senryo coalesced into invisible razor-sharp shockwave blades, each edged with lethal precision. They radiated outward in concentric circles. The other 2 golems leapt clear to avoid collateral damage, while the expanding rings of shockwave blades cleanly severed all 6 scorpions' legs. Deprived of support, the 6 beasts collapsed onto the desert sands, writhing in agony. Paper Golem Bai and Paper Golem Yao immediately closed in, swords flashing, delivering the final blows. In midair leaps, they decapitated all 6 scorpions. Viewers in the livestream, aided by the system's auto-capture features, witnessed every seamless exchange of their coordinated assault. Incredible synergy. They're literally from the same production line. How could they not be synchronized? Yang Yuhuan controls Gao Jianli, cripples and slows Li Bai and Yao finish. Impeccable. Master Ma, your official Realm of Kings promotional reel is ready. Pity we can't record video. With the scorpions vanquished, harvesting proceeded smoothly. Yet Chen Feng took only 5 mature Qilong fruits, leaving 5 unripe, 1 untouched. After harvesting, he tossed a handful of spirit stones down, instructing the golems to bury them beneath the roots of the Qilong fruit. 5 fruits taken, I leave 50 spirit stones in return. This sovereign champions fair exchange and mutual courtesy. The livestream audience burst into laughter. Truly a son of great China. Mastery of social reciprocity has reached its zenith. You misunderstand. This is about avoiding karmic debt. All things possess spirit. Heaven observes all deeds. Brother Feng is cultivating goodwill, not just with sentient beings, but with heaven's Tao itself. I suspect Brother Feng simply abhors freeloading. Ever since his windfall in Wushuang City, even stray dogs passing by receive a few spirit stones. Such is the absurd generosity of this sandbag cultivator. Truth revealed. 233,333. Say what you will. I'll now investigate the other side. Perhaps Qilong fruit grows there too. Chen Feng retracted the 4 golems into his spatial ring to recharge, then mounted Shuangtian Linyue and soared toward the stony expanse. Before his arrival, the golems merely observed from perimeter positions, taking no premature action. Within the stony terrain stood a solitary Qilong fruit, sapling bearing only immature green fruits, and across the way a cluster of grasses tall and rigid as swords gleaming with metallic luster. The cluster formed a pyramid. Lower fronds were azure middle stalks of vibrant blue-green, and the tallest central blade, deep inky green, resembling a colossal sword forged from celestial steel. By the heavens, it's Vajra grass. Clearly spirit metal lies buried beneath this stony ground. Such herbs are notoriously elusive, but today's fortune shines bright. The Qilong fruit stripped away surrounding vegetation, exposing the grass. Chen Feng raised his hand to act, when suddenly a hollow vessel streaked toward them at breakneck speed, pursued closely by a level 3 Foundation establishment avian demon. Chen Feng instantly descended, concealing himself within the canopy of a towering tree. Woohoo! Brothers, spectacle incoming. The vessel bears a maiden. Brother Feng, shall we witness a heroic rescue? With so many beauties across the cultivation world, how could one possibly save them all? Shall he intervene? Chen Feng shook his head, pulling out a bag of potato chips. I choose to forego the rescue trope, honoring the sovereignty of others' destinies. As the empty boat passed over Chen Feng's head, it was caught up by a flying beast. The flying beast kicked off with both claws, sending the empty boat crashing down from the sky into the forest. The 5 redrobed cultivators on board leaped out just as the boat crashed. One of them, cursed with misfortune, was snatched midair by the flying beast, performing a swallow return. Oh, help! Senior brother, senior sister. The others couldn't help but scream. No, Junior Feng. A gush of hot blood spilled from high above, and the unlucky one fell silent, presumably dead. Oh my God! Someone died. How tragic. Landed in a lunchbox. Beast, thanks for the offering, Lord. The flying beast circled in the sky, either unsatisfied with just one person or wanting to pack 2 portions to bring back for its young. Chen Feng speculated foolishly. The other 4 had already fled into the woods to hide. Just then the flying beast seemed to spot the Vajra grass and circled low over the rocky ground. Damn, it's after me. Chen Feng tossed his chips to the ground, ready to fight the flying beast. Suddenly a large tongue shot out from under the rocky ground, striking at the flying beast. The flying beast rolled sideways to dodge. Chen Feng realized a camouflaged chameleon beast was hidden in the rocky terrain, lying on a large boulder beside the crimson cage fruit. It likely thought the flying beast was after the small crimson cage fruit. The flying beast let out a roar, adjusted its stance, and dove down to attack the chameleon beast. But the boulder was empty. The chameleon beast had vanished, as if invisible. The flying beast struck nothing only to be ambushed from the side by the chameleon beast, which wrapped its tongue around one wing and slammed it heavily to the ground. Chen Feng shouted at the perfect opportunity. He immediately ordered the 4 paper figures hidden nearby to swarm and attack the chameleon first. Then he deployed the 4 charged paper figures to besiege the flying beast. Meanwhile, he himself went to harvest the Vajra grass. The 4 paper figures attacking the chameleon flashed with light and transformed into human silhouettes still bearing the likeness of characters from the king's game. There was Zhong Wuyan with a giant hammer, Zhou Yu in a skin with an electronic keyboard, Xiao Qiao with a violin, and Diamo with iron fists. 4 against 1 with crowd control and damage. Even the Foundation Establishment First Layer Chameleon Beast and the Foundation Establishment Third Layer Flying Beast could only shriek under the paper figure's assault. Chen Feng used the frosty cold moon to cut down the Vajra grass, then dug out a piece of spirit metal beneath it, burying 100 spirit stones. After stowing everything away, he immediately went to assist. After all the paper figures were fighting above their level, dealing only superficial damage. Chen Feng beheaded both beasts with the frosty cold moon, then had the paper figures extract their demon cores and valuable parts: eyes, horns, hearts, sinews, hides, rare, feathers, reverse scales, and so on. Demon cores and beast parts were excellent materials for alchemy, artifact forging, array formation, and beast taming. Wang Yuro had said that if spirit herbs were scarce, hunting beasts was just as rewarding. As for not taking the entire carcass, the rest of the beast's body was useless. Humans would become beastly if they ate it. Cultivators would suffer poisoning if they consumed too much. Spirit beasts would grow wild and rebellious. Better to leave it as fertilizer for nature. The paper figures finished dressing the 2 beasts, packed the useful parts into storage pouches, reverted to their paper form, and returned to Chinfong's hand. Chinfong glanced toward the woods, then flew off on the frosty cold moon. After he left, the 4 disciples of the Red Cloth Sect emerged from the forest onto the rocky ground. Heavens! There's a crimson cage fruit and Vajra grass. Damn, he's already picked all the ripe fruits. He's taken the best part of the Vajra grass and dug up the spirit metal beneath. Seeing the ground dug up, they didn't bother checking again, missing a potential surprise. Bastard. The leading young man slashed down the unripe crimson cage fruit tree with his sword. A junior sister exclaimed, "Senior brother Zhao Kong, how could you destroy the crimson cage fruit?" Zhao Kong snorted. "If we miss this opportunity, no one else shall have it." The others exchanged glances, but said nothing. After all, losing a member early on soured the mood. Another disciple groaned, "Senior brother, we need to find spirit items quickly, or we'll have trouble explaining the loss of the boat back home." Damn it, that man was clearly strong, but deliberately ignored us. Zhao Kong grumbled again. The others didn't know how to respond. This was a classic case of blaming the ground for one's own incompetence. On the other hand, Chinfong was incredibly lucky. He had wanted to find a scenic spot for a picnic and discovered a lone ancient tree in a vast wilderness. With no dangerous beasts nearby, only grazing cattle and sheep, he landed under the tree to eat. Then a fruit fell from above, hitting him on the head. He picked it up, and a bracelet-making fan in the livestream reacted. "Brother Feng, that looks like a Bodhi seed." "A Bodhi seed hitting your head. Has the Buddha taken a liking to you?" Good heavens, could this be the 3rd treasure of the Triple Yuan Cave Heaven, the Triple Yuan Bodhi seed? Chinfong immediately caught on. Triple Yuan Bodhi seed. Chinfong pocketed the seed and circled the tree, finding no more seeds, but a small stone tablet beneath a root. The tablet read, "Triple Yuan Bodhi tree, kowtow to receive 1 seed. The divine tree has spirit, do not force it." Chinfong looked puzzled. He hadn't kowtowed. Good heavens, Brother Feng is truly a child of destiny. Try kowtowing once more. Master and the others can use this too. Go ahead, no shame. For Master, for Senior Brother, for Qingdia, for the sect leader. Brother Feng, do it. Chinfong rolled his eyes. Only a fool would kowtow. It might be someone's prank given his own nature. Since the divine tree has spirit, let's make a deal. Here are 100,000 spirit stones, 2 demon cores, and 100 books for entertainment. They'll bury them all under your roots. And they'll dig a pond beside you, so you want fear drought. If you agree, show your sincerity, buddy. As Chinfong spoke, a wind swept across the wilderness, rustling the Bodhi tree. Then light shone from the tree and countless hidden Bodhi seeds rained down. Pat, pat, pat. What the a? Chinfong covered his head as the seeds piled up to his waist. It felt like the tree had gifted him centuries worth of seeds in one go. After all, over the years, few humans had been as considerate as Chinfong. Most just came to freeload. In the live stream, viewers were stunned. Holy crap, that actually worked. Good heavens, kowtowing until your head bursts wouldn't yield this much. Brother Feng is a man of integrity, and so is the Bodhi tree. Bodhi tree, after 10,000 years, I finally met a decent person. The rest were all dogs. Compared to Brother Feng, only Goushou can be called decent. That certain someone just wrecks everything. I get it, blue-silver entanglement. See, God, just say my ID. Chen Feng immediately deployed paper figures to work, even pulling 2 excavators and a drilling rig from the system shop. Chen Feng buried 100,000 spirit stones, 2 demon cores, and those books in the 50-meter deep, while he had dug then filled all the soil back in. Afterward, he excavated a large pond not far away, laid several layers of waterproof fabric at the bottom, covered it with some soil, scattered some aquatic plant seeds, and then exchanged for hundreds of tons of spring water to fill the pond. He then tossed some fish and turtles inside and planted a few Bodhi trees from earth around the area. The Paperman construction crew finished their work, and Chen Feng had also eaten his fill from the picnic. Those little Bodhi trees are a gift for you, so you won't feel lonely. Farewell. May we never meet again. After bidding farewell to the 3 yuan Bodhi tree, Chen Feng exchanged for an armed helicopter and flew away. Crying brother Feng is truly too gentle. It's just that his style is absurd sometimes, like now. A cultivator like you piloting a military helicopter. Is that really appropriate? I feel like there's nothing wrong with Feng wearing that outfit and flying a helicopter. As expected of the absurd Feng, no matter what he does, it seems perfectly normal. I plan to record and map out the terrain of the 3 yuan cave heaven while searching for things. When other disciples come in the future, they'll be able to precisely locate spirit items like the scarlet cage fruit. After piloting for a while, Chen Feng handed over the controls to his Paperman clone. He then began cultivating inside the cabin. If any Foundation establishment stage flying demon beasts appeared, he would have Shuangtian Lingyue deal with them. As for Qi refining stage demon beasts, they couldn't withstand the attacks of a Gatling gun and RPGs. Inside the helicopter cabin, besides the cultivating Chen Feng, there were 3 fully armed Papermen. Gatling Bodhisattvas ready to physically enlighten any Qi refining stage demon beasts at any moment. The next day, disciples from many sects also arrived at the central region of the cave heaven. Some held maps, but those crudely hand-drawn sketches were difficult to decipher for correct directions. They could only rely on vaguely similar landmarks to slowly feel their way forward. The 5 members of the Xianqing Palace, holding their ambiguous map, finally found their way near the wilderness. The Bodhi tree should be around here. Uncle Master said the Bodhi tree is on the wilderness, very easy to recognize. Nothing around, just a single large tree. Could it be that one? The map doesn't show a pond, and there are many trees there, so it can't be. Then let's look elsewhere. After circling around and finding no other wilderness or solitary tree, the 5 returned here. Landing beneath the Bodhi tree, they searched and soon discovered the stone tablet. It really is here. This pond looks like it was dug recently, and the trees are newly planted. After saying this, the 5 fell into a collective silence. Are you insane? Who in their right mind would come here to dig a pond and plant trees? The leading senior rubbed his brow. Truly there are strange people every year, but this year seems especially full of them. Add an annotation to the map. Yes, senior brother. The disciple holding the map nodded. The leading senior said to the others, begin praying for Bodhi seeds. The others nodded. One of them knelt and kowtowed 3 times. Great sacred tree, grant me a Bodhi seed. After waiting for a long time with no response, the disciple rose in disappointment. It seems I am not fated for this. The others tried as well, but still gained nothing. Finally, the leading senior kowtowed until his forehead bled. Yet the Bodhi tree did not drop a single seed. The Bodhi tree, a bunch of freeloaders. Sigh, if I gain it, it is my fortune. If I lose it, it is my fate. Let us seek other opportunities. The group left in disappointment. Half an hour after they departed, another group arrived. Damn it, who was so bored as to dig a pond and plant trees here? Bastards. They made us circle around for nothing. Enough talk, hurry up and kowtow for Bodhi seeds. 10 minutes later, another group came cursing and left in disappointment. Even when the refined and polite scholars of the Wenchang Academy found this place, they couldn't help but swear and left empty-handed. Boundless horizon is my love, under the lush green hills flowers bloom. When a helicopter blasting rustic DJ music flew overhead, everyone couldn't help but have question marks pop up above their heads. Which sect's airship is that? It looks quite unique. That singing sounds so energetic. It's awful. Strange, I think it sounds good and my body can't help moving after hearing it. Macho and the 3 other disciples of the White Egret sect stared at the strange airship hovering above and immediately went on guard. On the helicopter. Hello, Mr. DJ, don't stop the beat. There's a party in my head, I can't help but sway. Macho held her aero magical artifact ready for battle. With music this bad, it must be from the Music Note Pavilion or the Joyous Union sect. I think so too, it has that style of the heretics from the Joyous Union sect. Hovering over us like this, they're definitely looking for trouble. Or maybe they're here to show off. The other 3 chimed in. But then, members of the Joyous Union sect walked out of the nearby forest looking exasperated. The leader Lien Xin said with a helpless expression, Your White Egret Sect's prejudice against us is truly deep. The four from White Egret Sect were stunned. It wasn't the Joyous Union Sect. Then they were overcome with embarrassment. They had insulted the wrong people and been overheard by the very ones they maligned. Hey sister from the Joyous Union Sect, you're here too. An unexpected figure appeared at the cabin door. Chen Feng leaned against the doorframe, took off his sunglasses and smiled. Everyone, how are your findings? The sun is almost down. How about we have a barbecue party together tonight? Young Master Chen, Lien Xin exclaimed in delight. The others from the Joyous Union Sect all looked at the White Egret Sect members. So this is the heretic you were talking about. Macho and the others covered their faces, already turning away, too ashamed to stay. They had been cursing their own ally all along. And why didn't this bastard come out to greet them sooner? Was he waiting for them to make fools of themselves? Macho and the others roared internally. In truth, they had wronged Chinfong. He had been cultivating, and it was only when the paperman discovered Macho and the others that he was notified. Sure, if young Master Chen doesn't mind tonight, our two groups can set up camp together and exchange insights. Lien Xin agreed with a smile. The pretty girl in green behind her tugged at her clothes. She whispered, Sister, didn't the hall master tell us to stay away from this guy? Lien Xin whispered back, that's when competing for opportunities. There's no conflict here, he won't bully us. Besides, his talent in the Tao of music is outstanding. Exchanging ideas with him will only bring us benefits, not harm. All right. The girl in green nodded. She didn't refuse anything that could aid her cultivation. The others felt the same, and they were also very curious about Chinfong. After all, he was the one who could trigger literary anomalies and make Xiling depressed for a day over music. Neither the members of the Joyful Union Sect nor the others from the White Heron Sect could have imagined that Chinfong had built a house within the cave heaven. Yes, a house. Since he had to stay in the cave heaven for 7 days, Chinfong directly exchanged for a quick assembly house from the system and set it up on a scenic mountaintop. The flying beast that originally occupied the mountaintop refused to leave even when offered spirit stones, not only acting like a stubborn holdout, but also trying to devour Chinfong. The result was that Chinfong simply obliterated it. It's just a temporary setup, a bit crude, don't mind it. Good grief, do you have any idea how we spent the night? Everyone else had to brave the elements, but here you are building a house. Building a house is one thing, but that pool beside, it looks like it's meant for soaking. There's even a parasol and a lounge chair by the pool. Are you really here for training? Fenggo, maybe you should check where everyone else slept last night before saying something like that. You can skip the gifts, but you can't skip buying the Qi guidance art or the sword nurturing art, right? With 1.5 million fans now, even one purchase from each would be an immense fortune. If it weren't for some higher-ups and capitalists suppressing the news, Feng guest livestream followers would have probably surpassed 100 million by now. Lien Xin watched the paper figures around her who were setting up a grill and pitching tents and wondered how Chinfong had found so many people to work for him in the cave heaven. Xiangdong, a burly male disciple from the Commerce Peak of the White Heron Sect, couldn't help asking, Junior Brother Chen, who are these people? Oh, them. They're all people who admire my talent and were conquered by my virtue, wanting to follow me. Chinfong shamelessly fabricated a story. He didn't intend to reveal the divine ability of paper cutting to too many people. His fellow disciples from the Feather Peak knew, but wouldn't spread it, but without an oath from outsiders, he wouldn't disclose it. After all, this divine ability was highly versatile. In the future for his misdeeds, for doing good deeds in the martial world without leaving a trace, he would rely on this trick. Admiring your talent and virtue, how laughable. Chinfong glanced at the live stream, speechlessly typing with one hand to fire back at the comments. Streamer Chinfong, I go through all the trouble to build good relations with the girls of the Joyful Union Sect, and you guys talk about me like this. I'm so hurt. Don't you want the dual cultivation technique? Damn father, I want it. Who just cursed my phone? Go. Step forward and apologize, or you'll find 100 witches to curse you with paper dolls. Phone go. I'm your long-lost blood brother. I don't care about the others, but be sure to give me a copy of the dual cultivation technique. I'll send 10 super festivals. Phone go, I heard you don't have a son yet. How about I be your son? I'll take care of your parents for you. Please give me a copy. Whether they get to hold a great-grandchild depends on you. 66666. Chinfong rolled his eyes. What a bunch of shameless people. The paper figures Yang Yuhuan and Xiao Xiao placed sodas and various snacks on the table. Chinfong then beckoned to everyone. Come on, have some soda and snacks first. Thanks. Lien Xin and the others nodded, picked up the glass bottles of cola, and imitated Chinfong by drinking through a straw. As soon as it entered their mouths, some frowned. Suman, a female disciple from the Horn Peak of the White Heron Sect, even spat it out in one gush. The cola hit the ground, bubbling like sulfuric acid, making a sizzling sound. Everyone's expressions changed. This looked just like poison. Others quickly spat out the cola in their mouths. Except for Lian Xian, everyone else stood up abruptly. You fed us poison. Your White Heron Sect indeed. Before the Joyful Union Sect members could finish, the White Heron Sect disciples shouted even louder, even drawing their weapons. Chen Feng, what are you trying to do? Have you lost your mind? You're harming your own sect mates. The Joyful Union Sect members, good grief, you've left us speechless. Hilarious. The effect of cola on the ground is exactly like a deadly poison in a TV drama. Next time serve coconut juice, you can even root out spies. Chen Feng was somewhat speechless and also very dissatisfied with Mo Cho and the others' attitude. It was one thing for the Joyful Union Sect to suspect him, but you guys are my fellow sect mates. What's wrong with you people? This is called soda. It has gas in it so it bubbles. It's meant to enhance the taste. A bunch of country bumpkins. Saying this, he poured his own bottle on the ground, and the bubbling effect was the same. See, mine does the same. And if I wanted to kill you, would I need to use poison? I'm not boasting. I could tie both my hands and feet behind my back, and still make your lives a living hell with just my mouth. The female disciples from both the White Heron Sect and Joyful Union Sect all blushed. You shameless pervert. The few men fell silent, wondering if Chen Feng's words included them too. If Chen Feng knew what they were thinking, he'd probably throw them off the mountain. He wasn't one to indulge them. What shamelessness. Dirty minds think dirty thoughts. I meant singing with my mouth not. Damn, you guys are sick. Well said, don't indulge the princesses. Didn't you notice they don't have fingernails? What's so special about no fingernails? Whoa, I think I found something. The female disciples from both sects turned bright red, especially those from the Joyful Union Sect, who felt Chen Feng was even more devious than them. Lian Xian found it both amusing and exasperating, never imagining Chen Feng could be so unrestrained. If anyone else were here, she would have scolded them for being vulgar. She soothed the Joyful Union Sect members. All right, sit down. This drink isn't poisonous. And Chun Gongzi indeed has the ability to make everyone miserable with just his mouth. As she spoke, she recalled that day's experience and couldn't help casting a resentful glance at Chen Feng. Others misinterpreted that look. It seemed like a pitiful woman gazing at a heartless man. After the Joyful Union Sect members sat down again, Mo Cho and the other three awkwardly returned to their seats. After all, they had overreacted earlier. Why would Chen Feng harm them? All right, let's talk about cultivation. The White Heron Sect's music Dao focuses on the 5 notes Gong, Shang, Jiao, Ji, and Yu, corresponding to the 5 elements and 5 organs. Chen Feng led the discussion and the others listened quietly. Of course, his goal was to transition from the 5 elements to the topic of yin and yang, so that later borrowing the dual cultivation technique from the Joyful Union Sect wouldn't seem too abrupt. A novice music cultivators exchange meeting lasted until dusk. Aside from Chen Feng, the others had gained something, for they were merely ordinary qi refining disciples. Although they had learned some musical attack techniques after taking masters, none were particularly formidable. A secret manual would take them 3 to 5 months to master. Yet Chen Feng could learn it instantly with a single flip. Fortunately, I play the Goushou, so I caught the gist. I'll ponder it later and see if I can develop the ability to heal the 5 organs with the 5 notes. Lucky I'm a musician, I have some foundation and glean something too. I'm from traditional Chinese medicine. My dorm mates and I plan to take up the Goushou or Guzheng music therapy is within reach. I'm from a Chinese medicine hospital. I believe the 5-note therapy has excellent healing effects on 5-organ disorders. Fellow cultivators interested can join me to form a team for research. We might make history. Damn, I just asked casually, and you guys actually understood it. Just by the 5-note therapy from Brother Feng, it benefits the nation and people, so he should put it up for sale. Right, Brother Feng? Chen Feng glanced at the live stream and secretly gave an okay gesture. Seeing everyone had talked enough, he clapped his hands and said, "We've chatted for nearly an hour and the sun is setting. Let's grab some food together." He stood up and clapped again. Barbecue party starting now. Lights, music on. Nearby paper figures turned on the ambient colored lights set up around them. The dimming surroundings were lit by twinkling LED stars. Then a light, cheerful melody began. The paper figure orchestra began playing. The members of Xuan Sect and Bailu Sect fell silent once more. How could he enjoy himself so much in this cave heaven? Was the gap between people truly that vast? Chen Feng carried 2 plates of well-balanced skewers of meat and vegetables, handing one to Lian Xian. "Come, let's sit over there." Lian Xian followed his gaze and saw a small round table and 2 seats already set up with a bouquet of flowers and a candle on the table. It exuded a unique elegance and romance. Lian Xian took the plate and nodded with a smile. As Chen Feng sat down, he felt something was missing. "Xiao Qiao, go get me a bottle of red wine and Sprite from the fridge, and don't forget the wine glasses." "Yes, my lord." Xiao Qiao and her maid dress skipped toward the house. Chen Feng looked at the others from Xuan Sect and Bailu Sect. Don't just stand there. If you want something to eat, go to the grill and ask Wu Yin and Chatterbox Yao. Don't be shy. Feel free to sit on the sofas around here. In life, you must seize the moment to enjoy yourself lest you die, and looking back on a joyless existence deserve your fate. Well, what a way to put it. Yet they had to admit, though harsh, it was profoundly true. Along the way, they had seen many disciples from other sects ambushed or killed by demonic beasts. If by Qinshu and knew Chinfong was corrupting others like this, shed probably beat him black and blue. After all, most sects abhorred disciples indulging in pleasure or failing to restrain desires. Yet Chinfong was teaching them to unleash their desires. Seeing the others slowly joining in and immersing themselves in the atmosphere, Chinfong couldn't help but smile. That's right. Cultivation doesn't need so many rules and constraints. Live as you wish. That's what makes it interesting. Lian Xin gazed at Chinfong with admiration. She felt that he lived with the clearest vision and greatest joy, something she deeply envied. Chinfong snapped his fingers and said, "Eat up. This is a delicacy you won't find in the cultivation world." Lian Xin took a bite of the grilled rice noodle roll, and her eyes lit up. The bold flavors of salt, spice, and numbing heat opened a door to a new world for her taste buds. Good. It's heavy but very appetizing. I plan to promote this cuisine across the entire cultivation world. Thanks for your valuable opinion. Chinfong raised his glass in a toast. Lian Xin blushed and mimicked him clinking glasses. By the way, beyond the 5 notes and 5 elements lies yin and yang. What's your take on yin and yang? Lian Xin was taken aback. Instead of romance, you bring this up. I haven't studied that aspect, so I don't understand it. Though he expected this, Chinfong was still disappointed. He apologized. Xuan Sect is one of the few sects that specialize in yin-yang studies. I assumed you had some knowledge. My apologies. Lian Xin blushed and asked, "Young Master Chen, are you interested in yin-yang dual cultivation techniques?" Chinfong shook his head, his expression righteous. "I'm interested in the Tao of yin-yang life and death and extremes. It's just that your sect's yin-yang research happens to focus on dual cultivation techniques. We must approach issues academically. Even dual cultivation techniques, as long as they involve the yin-yang Tao, will yield insights." In the livestream, fans were scornful. Brother Feng, stop pretending. You just want dual cultivation techniques. If I hadn't been watching, I'd have been fooled by that sanctimonious look. You guys are ungrateful. Brother Feng is doing this for us. If the cultivation world had anti-fraud campaigns, they'd make him a poster boy. Little Lin naughty. Did this fool con many girls back on Earth? In Brother Feng's ex, send me 50 and he'll tell you our story. When Brother Feng becomes an immortal and returns, hell crush your balls. Lian Xin, unaware of Chen Feng's true intentions, was completely taken in by his righteous facade. Since young Master Chen is interested, when I return, he'll study such techniques thoroughly so we can discuss them in the future. She lowered her head as if trying to bury it in the valley of her chest. Chen Feng's body stiffened. Damn, this barbecue was really worth it. Sister Lian Xin, you truly are my soulmate. Chen Feng then shouted toward the grill area. Chatterbox Yao, add 2 chicken legs, 2 chicken wings, and a grilled eggplant for my dear sister Lian Xin. Honey glazed with a little spice for the chicken. The paper figure Chatterbox Yao, swaying to the music, replied, "No problem, 2 chicken legs, 2 chicken wings, honey glazed with a little spice, plus a grilled eggplant. You'll check it out. By the way, any other esteemed guests want to add something?" A green-clad girl from Xuan Sect raised her hand. "They'll have the same." "Me too," the others chimed in. They hadn't eaten barbecue before, but they knew whatever Chinfong ordered must be the best. "Hey, no problem." The paper figure Chatterbox Yao transformed into a 10-year barbecue master, grabbing ingredients and starting to work. Meanwhile, Lian Xin's face was flushed crimson. Dear sister Lian Xin and all. Such an intimate address was truly embarrassing. After the barbecue party, everyone retired to the tents arranged by Chinfong. The next morning, Lian Xin bid farewell to Chinfong and departed with her people from the Xuan Sect, as they had entered this place for training with a mission. Whether sect leaders, elders, or hall masters, all desired a Bodhi seed to aid their cultivation and enlightenment. They hunted demon beasts and gathered various spiritual herbs along the way, eventually arriving at the wilderness. The girl in green surveyed her surroundings, her delicate brows furrowing. Sister Lian Xin, didn't the hall master say the only tree standing alone in the wilderness is the Bodhi ancient tree? But I don't see it. That big tree over there looks similar, yet there are other trees and a pond, completely different from the description. Lian Xin felt a headache coming on. Time changes all things. Perhaps the wilderness has turned into a forest and the forest into wilderness. The others couldn't help but lament. Then we're completely in the dark. Lian Xin pointed toward the Bodhi tree area. Let's check over there first. I feel those trees are arranged too neatly, as if someone planted them around the pond. Haha, impossible. Who would be so bored as to plant trees here? The girl in green shook her head. 10 minutes later, she stared at the stone tablet beneath the Bodhi tree and the newly planted trees by the pond falling into utter silence. After a long while she couldn't help but roar to the heavens, "Which wretched soul is so bored?" Lien Xian, however, was deep in thought. No one does such a pointless thing without reason. There must be a deeper meaning. The others were puzzled. What deeper meaning could there be, eh? Yet could it be intentionally misleading others? Wouldn't that be harming others without benefiting oneself? Lien Xian suddenly recalled something. Last night, while chatting with Chen Feng, he had made a thought-provoking remark: heaven nurtures all beings, yet beings offer nothing in return. If we take from all living things without giving back, do we incur karmic debts to the world and all creation? She suddenly understood. Everything was done to repay the Bodhi ancient tree. The pond stores water to ensure the Bodhi tree has drink during droughts. The others were astonished, and upon reflection realized it was true. Lien Xian then examined the newly planted Bodhi trees. These are all Bodhi trees as well. Perhaps the planter feared the ancient tree would be lonely. After all, it stands alone in this wilderness. The others fell silent. If that were the case, the one who did all this was incredibly gentle, thinking of those who had taken Bodhi seeds in the past without giving anything to the tree. The person they had just despised now became a figure of radiant greatness they admired. Lien Xian smiled faintly, as she already knew who had done all this. Aside from him, no one else would be like this. The girl in green looked embarrassed. She had been the one leading the curses only to realize her own shallowness. Then she thought perhaps everyone was like that, and only the one who dug the pond and planted the trees was unique. Lien Xian walked around the Bodhi ancient tree and indeed found a spot where the turf had been disturbed. At that moment she understood, and she smiled. The others beside her understood nothing. Lien Xian had no spade or sword. She could only slowly dig a hole near the roots with her hands. Then she placed 10 demon cores inside. The girl in green couldn't help but cry out, "Sister Lien Xian." Lien Xian raised her hand to signal silence, then refilled the earth, making it as inconspicuous as possible. "Great Spirit Tree, please accept these 10 demon cores as a humble offering and grant me a Bodhi seed." After speaking, Lien Xian kowtowed. A breeze swept across the wilderness, rustling the canopy of the ancient Bodhi tree. A faint green light flickered, and a not-so-ripe Bodhi seed fell, landing on Lien Xin's head. Lien Xian picked up the seed from the ground and smiled as she bowed in thanks again. She turned to the others and said, "We cannot just take, we must also learn to give. I have shown you how. Whether you obtain one depends on your sincerity." The girl in green thought for a moment, then produced 5 demon cores and 100 spirit stones. She followed Lien Xin's example and buried everything under the tree roots. "Great Spirit Tree, this is all I have. If I could receive a Bodhi seed when the hidden realm opens again, I'll have my junior disciples bring you more treasures." After speaking, the girl in green kowtowed in reverence. The canopy swayed again in the wind, and another equally unripe Bodhi seed dropped. It was only about half the size of the ones Chinfong had obtained. The others exchanged glances, reluctant to part with their demon cores or spirit stones, merely mimicking the girl in green's promises. Unsurprisingly, they gained nothing. Lien Xian shook her head, inwardly cursing their short-sightedness. The value of a single Bodhi seed far outweighed a few demon cores or spirit stones. And if they were unwilling to give now, would they really send offerings later? Not even the Bodhi ancient tree would believe that. Neither did she. "All right, let's go. It's already the 3rd day. We only have 2 days left in the core area. We must set off back the day after tomorrow." The girl in green could barely suppress her laughter, seeing the other 3 fail to obtain seeds through their petty tricks. Time flew by. On the 7th day, Chen Feng recalled all his paper figures. About half returned, and they had all reaped good harvests. Chen Feng paid one last visit to the Bodhi ancient tree, buried a few cases of wine beneath it, and then departed atop the frosty cold moon. A breeze swept across the wilderness. A shadowy figure under the tree waved at him. Chen Feng sensed something and looked back, but saw nothing. Nevertheless, he waved toward the Bodhi ancient tree in a final farewell. Behind the tree, a long-haired, ethereal figure held a book in one hand, took a sip of wine with the other, and curled the corners of its mouth slightly. Outside the valley, the returning disciples gradually regrouped with their sect elders. Many elders asked as soon as they met, "Did you seek a Bodhi seed?" The crestfallen disciples all shook their heads. Alas, never mind. The elders sighed in disappointment. Soon they exchanged information and discovered that no one seemed to have obtained a Bodhi seed this year. Did the Bodhi tree fail to produce this year? Impossible. Did we happen to catch the ancient tree in a bad mood? Then an untimely sound arose. Shi Lian had been prepared to return empty-handed, seeing that no other sect had obtained seeds. But Lian Xin and the girl in green pulled out Bodhi seeds. She couldn't help but laugh heartily holding the 2 seeds. Haha, Lian Xin green garment. You actually got Bodhi seeds. You're amazing. When we return to the sect, I'll make sure the sect leader rewards you handsomely. Perhaps the elders will even take you as personal disciples. The other 3 disciples were filled with regret. If given another chance, they wouldn't have begrudged their demon cores and spirit stones. The surrounding crowd fell into brief silence before erupting into clamor. What? The disciples of the Joyful Union sect actually obtained 2 of them. How did they manage it? Our disciples couldn't even get one. Could it be that the Bodhi ancient tree favors beauty? Impossible. Our disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley are far more beautiful than them. Exactly, our disciples from the 7 Rhythms Palace are no less either. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while those who failed to obtain a Bodhi seed felt utterly humiliated and ashamed. The 2 little enchantresses from the Joyful Union sect had succeeded, yet they had failed. This was an immense insult. The Joyful Union sect had always walked the line between righteousness and wickedness. On the one hand, though they harmed no one, they ran establishments like brothels and theaters. On the other, they operated these businesses openly and honestly, never forcing anyone into prostitution. Moreover, the cultivation path of the Joyful Union sect was built on mutual consent. Many martial artists with no livelihood would go to the sect to earn money as cultivation cauldrons. Of course, occasionally some naive youngsters would be swindled by the sect's scoundrels. But this was hardly a major flaw, as such scoundrels existed in most sects. Nevertheless, many overly righteous sects still labeled the Joyful Union sect as heretical, calling its disciples enchantresses and scoundrels. Today, however, Shi Lian was reveling in triumph. You couldn't obtain the fortune, but we did. Doesn't that just burn you up? After flaunting her success to others, she twirled 2 Bodhi seeds in her hand and headed toward the Heavenly Sound Pavilion and the White Heron sect. Madame Xiangnong, how did your harvest go? A faint smile played on Madame Xiangnong's lips, but inwardly she was cursing. It went all right, but my fortune wasn't ripe. I didn't obtain any Bodhi seeds. Shi Lian feigned sympathy. Is that so? What a pity. Among the 3 treasures of the Sanyuan Cave Heaven, the red cage fruit, the diamond grass, and the Bodhi seed, the Bodhi seed is the rarest. She covered her mouth with a light laugh. If one obtains a Bodhi seed, the others can be forsaken. Madame Xiangnong. So infuriating, she wanted to strike someone. The disciples of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, including the scholars Situ, Xiu, hung their heads in shame. Just then Chinfong leisurely returned, stepping on the frost sky cold moon. Shi Lian's eyes narrowed. A few days ago, Chinfong had slapped her face swollen and caused her unbearable pain. Later, the sect master had even sent a letter scolding her, leaving her seething with pent-up anger. Hell, let's go see how things are at the White Heron sect. I'm curious about young Master Chen's harvest. Whole master. Perhaps it's best not to go, Lian Xin advised with a wry smile. Shi Lian shot her an annoyed glance. What, afraid young Master Chen will lose face? It's not that. It's just. Lian Xin didn't know how to say it. Could she say she feared Shi Lian would be slapped in the face again? Enough, stop stammering. Let's go. A smirk curled at the corners of Shi Lian's mouth as she strode toward the White Heron sect, twirling a Bodhi seed in front of her ample chest, as if afraid no one would notice. Lian Xin pressed her hand to her forehead, already imagining the resounding slaps that would soon land on Shi Lian's face. Madame Xiangnong followed with her people. Whether the White Heron sect was mocked by the Joyful Union sect, or Shi Lian was humiliated again, either outcome delighted her. Because bidding farewell to the Bodhi ancient tree had taken some time, Chinfong was among the last to emerge. Hua Yuerong and Xia Jiu had already inquired about the harvest of Mo Cho and the other 3. It was just some ordinary spirit herbs and over 20 demon cores from Qi refining stage beasts. In other sects this might have earned a scolding, but for the White Heron sect it was considered a decent performance. After all, their sect wasn't primarily focused on combat. With limited means at the Qi refining stage, killing over 20 beasts of the same rank in 7 days was quite an achievement. As for Bodhi seeds, they had never even hoped for them. Few in the sect had ever ventured to the core area to see the ancient tree. Surviving the outer and middle regions was already a feat. Not everyone was like Chinfong, who possessed a powerful flying sword at the Qi refining stage. Nor were all major sects willing to provide their disciples with an airship. If they encountered flying beasts, it would likely crash. Most people traveled through the cave heaven on foot. As Chinfong landed, Shi Lian approached. Young Master Chen, with such a treasure in hand, your harvest must be impressive. Haha, not bad, not bad. Chinfong chuckled as he sheathed the frost sky cold moon. He couldn't help but think this little darling is offering her face for another slap. Does she have a masochistic streak? Even the viewers in the live stream couldn't resist teasing. Big Sister Biao's asking for a beating again. Has her face healed yet? LOL, is this chick a masochist? Show off win, bro. Let her see what real strength is. She's either getting slapped or on her way to getting slapped. Shi Lian said sarcastically, a good harvest. Then you must have obtained some Sanyuan Bodhi seeds. She shook the 2 seeds in her hand. But Chen Feng's gaze lingered more on her chest. Hall Master Shi Lian truly understands me. I was fortunate enough to obtain a few. Chen Feng said calmly, first producing an empty basin, then shaking a storage pouch, letting Bodhi seeds fall into the basin one by one. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, and disciples from sects that hadn't obtained any seeds cried out in shock. These are all Bodhi seeds. Impossible. They must be fake. A powerful nascent soul elder said bitterly, they seem real. I once obtained one, and the Tao resonance is identical. Did this guy strip the Bodhi ancient tree bare? I just want to know how he did it. Shi Lian was stunned speechless. The large mature Bodhi seeds fell into the basin with a clatter. Each sound was like a slap echoing on Shi Lian's face. I think this should be enough to give one to each elder and peak master. Chen Feng said nonchalantly, then looked at the seeds in Shi Lian's hand with feigned surprise. Oh, why are yours so small? Poor things forced into service before they even matured. Many around couldn't hold back their laughter, including the usually stern Hua Yuerong. Killing with words, bro, wind. He seeing Peak Master Hua smile again. Big Sister Biao's composure is impressive. She hasn't even spat blood. Stop tormenting her, or she'll get addicted. Suddenly the seeds in my hand don't seem so precious. Shi Lian gritted her teeth and put away her seeds. She felt Chinfong was her nemesis, a natural-born counter. If she were from the Joyful Union sect, she might have wanted to drain him dry to vent her hatred. After Chinfong finished showing off, the others refused to let it slide. Some, driven by envy and jealousy, shouted, damn it, so that's why I didn't get any Bodhi seeds. This guy took them all. Many disciples from various sects joined in exclaiming, that's right. The opportunities in Sanyuan Cave Heaven are shared by all sects. Why should he be the only one to snatch all the Bodhi seeds before anyone else? He just relied on his superior weapon to get ahead, and now he's taken all the Bodhi seeds. How infuriating. With so many Bodhi seeds, he must give at least one to each sect. That makes sense. I agree. The senior sect members remained silent, watching the White Crane sect to see how they would handle the situation. Chen Feng looked exasperated. How could these people be so shameless? Hua Yuerong and Xia Ziyu's faces immediately darkened. Hua Yuerong warned the troublemakers, the fortune of the Bodhi ancient tree depends entirely on the tree spirit's will. You'd better not cause trouble. Chen Feng scanned the crowd with disdain. If I had really picked them all, where would the Hahuan sect's Bodhi seeds have come from? You didn't get any because you lack skill. You're useless, all of you little losers. He extended his pinky finger in a taunting gesture. Though the crowd had never seen this gesture, they understood from Chen Feng's tone and mocking demeanor that it was an insult, the pinky being the smallest and weakest of the 5 fingers. It was harmless yet profoundly degrading. This was without even activating his heart-seeking strike, otherwise they would have all been struck down with spiritual wounds. How dare you? What did you say? If you've got guts, put away your magic tools and fight me. Let's see who's the real loser. A martial arts sect disciple stepped forward shouting. Unfazed, Chen Feng tossed Frost Sky Cold Moon to Xia Ziyu and rolled up his sleeves. Everyone step back, or you'll get splattered with blood. Chen Feng's farmer's 3 fists had already stacked to the point where one punch could shatter a Foundation establishment beast's skull. Fighting a group of unestablished peers was like Mike Tyson taking on kindergartners. One punch, one whimper. A quick-witted disciple from another sect jumped forward. Wait, I challenge you to. If you lose, you must give me a Bodhi seed. Chen Feng countered. And if you lose? The other was speechless, having nothing of equal value. A bunch of freeloaders. No wonder you didn't get any Bodhi seeds. Chen Feng taunted again. Are you idiots just kneeling and kowtowing to the tree expecting it to hand you seeds? The disciples who had failed to obtain seeds grew furious. How dare you speak like that? What else? Didn't you kowtow? Yeah, didn't you? And are you really a cultivator of the White Crane sect? Your speech is cruder than a warrior's. You are the one who triggered the literary phenomenon. Can't you be more refined? Chen Feng laughed, hands on his hips. Hell, I have a trait that's both a virtue and a flaw. I speak human to humans, ghostly to ghosts, and bark with dogs. The troublemakers lamented that they couldn't out-argue him at all. After trading words with Chen Feng, they realized how limited their vocabulary was. And they couldn't lower themselves to trade vulgarities with him. The White Crane sect members were stunned. Normally, they would have despised such a scene. But now, with roles reversed, being the oppressed side, they found the counterattack exhilarating. Someone with a cunning glint stepped forward with feigned righteousness. Let's skip the nonsense. You said you got Bodhi seeds without kowtowing. Fine, then tell us how you did it. Others perked up thinking that if they knew Chen Feng's method, their own sects could harvest many seeds in the future. Yes, spill it, or how else can you prove it? Chen Feng sneered. Why should I prove anything to you? Who do you think you are? The hot-tempered martial artist roared again. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. I challenge you to a duel. Chen Feng cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. Bring it on. They'll show you why the flowers are so red. A senior martial arts sect member suddenly spoke. A simple duel seems dull. How about this? If you lose, give us a Bodhi seed. If we lose, we'll give you 10,000 spirit stones. Deal. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Can you buy a Bodhi seed this big with 10,000 spirit stones? He raised a finger toward the crowd. 100,000 spirit stones or 1,000 spirit crystals. Anyone at the same cultivation level who wants to challenge me, line up one by one. Then he pulled out a table and chairs, sat Moros down, and slapped a registration book on the table. He then grabbed a loudspeaker and announced, I swear I won't use any magic tools or weapons. Sign up now with spirit crystals and enjoy a discount of 1 spirit crystal. Only 999 spirit crystals. For 999 spirit crystals, you can't buy a single Bodhi seed, but you can have a chance to win one. A little gamble brings joy. Trust your disciples and let them take a shot. Bodhi seeds are limited. Only 30 spots available. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. They felt Chen Feng's style was completely out of sync with theirs. Everyone present was bewildered. They had never seen such a scene before. Moros, sitting behind the registration desk, hadn't reacted yet. He tried to stand, but Chen Feng pushed him back down. You'll get 10 spirit crystals if this works out. Moros said nothing. He quietly opened the register, picked up a pen, and his gaze turned resolute. He was determined to earn those 10 spirit crystals. Hua Yuerong already had her face in her hands, trying to hide her uncontrollable smile. But Xia Jiu was furious, storming over and slamming the table. What nonsense is this? Who gave you permission to gamble with the Bodhi seeds? And you've only been cultivating for a month. Most of your power came from Jade Ming, true person's dissolution. Without Frost Sky Cold Moon, how can you fight? How dare you? The crowd's eyes lit up. Whoa, he's that weak. So most of his power came from Jade Ming, true person's dissolution. Isn't that foundation even flimsier than a castle in the air? A sect elder rushed to the table, pulling out a storage pouch. Our Crimson Sword sect wants to sign up. Us too. Our true martial hall wants 2 spots. The Divine Monkey sect also wants in. Chen Feng was delighted, silently thanking Senior Sister Xia for the assist. Everyone line up orderly. Xia Jiu was fuming. Damn it, Chen Feng. If you lose all the Bodhi seeds, how will you explain to the sect leader? Xia Jiu, seeing that Chen Feng not only ignored her, but was also collecting spirit crystals, was on the verge of losing her mind. How dare you? Give me the Bodhi seed, and don't you dare use it as a bet. Chen Feng helplessly took out a Bodhi seed and pressed it into her hand. Here, take one. Now go away and stop bothering me while I handle serious matters. Clutching the Bodhi seed in her hand, Xia Jiu felt an overwhelming sense of being dismissed and scorned. Just as she was about to explode with rage, Hua Yuerong pulled her back. Let it be. He earned those Bodhi seeds with his own skill. Let him do as he pleases. If he truly loses, it will serve as a lesson he won't soon forget. Those who had already signed up, having feared that Xia Jiu might disrupt the proceedings, were now overjoyed to see Hua Yuerong so permissive of Chen Feng's antics. Haha, Peak Lord Hua is truly magnanimous, unlike some who are so petty. Indeed, that's what true breadth of vision looks like. What a pity that only 1 person per sect can sign up. The members of the Joyous Union, Celestial Music Pavilion, Wenchang Academy, and 3 Elements sect quietly observed the drama, fully aware of Chen Feng's true capabilities. Challenged Chen Feng at the Qi refining stage. Wasn't that just throwing spirit crystals away? Only 1 person per sect could sign up precisely to prevent them from reneging after suffering too many losses. Shi Lian couldn't help but remark, that kid is so cunning. With just a few words, he's tricked all those greedy fools into falling for his trap. Indeed, they'll end up losing everything instead of gaining an advantage. But why didn't you step in to warn them? Madame Xiangnon looked at Shi Lian with confusion. Shi Lian's mouth twitched. I don't meddle in other people's business. The truth was, she simply didn't want to confront Chen Feng again for fear of being humiliated once more. It was infuriating to the point of pain, a deep searing ache. Madame Xiangnong's lips twitched as she saw right through Shi Lian's cowardice despite their long history as rivals. As for exposing Chen Feng herself, she had no desire to offend such a prodigy. From their brief encounters, it was clear that Chen Feng possessed an extraordinary fortune, as if he were chosen by heaven itself. In a few years, Chen Feng might very well become a towering figure. Over at Wenchang Academy, Zhou Zuan was even less likely to expose him. After all, he still needed to persuade Chen Feng to switch to the path of literature, or at least to cultivate it alongside his current path. He could not allow such talent to go to waste. Seeing that 30 names had already been registered, Chen Feng picked up a loudspeaker and announced, "All right, everyone, the 30 spots are filled. Those sects that didn't make it in, don't worry. Once I went around and secure a Bodhi seed, I'll add another slot. Sects that have challenged and lost can sign up again, but those who've won cannot. Sects that fail to win after 3 attempts will receive a guaranteed Bodhi seed as a consolation." The crowd listened silently to Chen Feng's rules and, finding no fault, nodded in agreement. Chen Feng's goal was simple. This way, each sect that challenged 3 times would effectively buy a Bodhi seed from him for over 2,900 spirit crystals, tripling the price, without leaving them with nothing to cause trouble. "All right, the battlefield will be in this valley. Macho, you call out the names for me." With that, Chen Feng jogged into the valley. His retreating figure resembled a schoolboy, dashing out of class, a blend of childishness and unbridled carefreeness. Hua Yuan couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead again, feeling that the elegant and noble image of the White Egret sect was being thoroughly squandered by Chinfong. Macho, holding the list, announced, "First challenger Lu Yinjia of the Crow Mountain Sword Sect." A young swordsman in gray robes used his lightness skill to leap into the valley in a few bounds. The long sword in his hand was strikingly a magical artifact. Xia Zhiyu was furious. How can he use a magical artifact? It seems Junior Chen didn't specify any restrictions on what weapons his opponents could use. A middle-aged man with a goatee from the Crow Mountain Sword Sect chuckled. Others chimed in, "That's right. He only said he wouldn't use weapons, not that we couldn't." Xia Zhiyu clenched her fists, wanting to argue, but not knowing how, since Chinfong had indeed set no conditions for his opponents. In the valley, Lu Yinjia had already launched his attack on Chinfong. As both a martial artist and a swordsman, he was among the strongest at the Qi refining stage, further empowered by his magical artifact. Xia Zhiyu could already envision how badly Chinfong would be defeated by the opponent's sword. Lu Yinjia thrust his sword with all his might, the blade glowing with sword light, a strike capable of breaking through the defenses of even a foundation establishment martial artist. Chinfong shook his head, simply raising 2 fingers to catch the blade. Someone outside the valley exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, does he want to lose his fingers?" Just as the sword light approached Chinfong's fingers, it dissipated instantly. The unstoppable thrust came to a dead halt between his 2 fingers, freezing Lu Yinjia in place as well. How is this possible? Before Lu Yinjia could recover from his shock, he received a resounding slap across the face from Chinfong. Smack! The sound echoed throughout the valley. Woohoo, a one-hit kill. Hilarious. Trying to place swordsman in front of Brother Feng. Even an immortal would have to stand still. Do you realize how cruel that catch and slap is for a swordsman? A double blow to shatter his sword heart. Ha! Chen Feng released the sword from his fingers, and Lu Yinjia collapsed limply to the ground, unconscious. Carry him away. Next, everyone outside the valley fell silent. Those too weak to understand were baffled. Even the golden core and nascent soul cultivators found themselves unable to comprehend how Chen Feng had done it. It was just an ordinary catch with no fluctuation of spiritual power or divine sense whatsoever. A move so natural, yet so bizarre and inconceivable. The goateed man from the Crow Mountain Sword Sect, who had been so smug, was so shocked that he pulled out a few strands of his beard. Impossible. Lu Yinjia could even hold his own against a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he lose so ridiculously? No. This guy is trouble. Damn it, you set us up. As the goateed man spoke, everyone turned their gaze toward the White Egret sect. To their surprise, Xia Zhiyu and the other White Egret sect members looked equally dumbfounded, even more shocked than they were, leaving everyone speechless. Just then, someone from the Azure Cloud sect stepped forward. "Everyone, if you had just considered why Frost Cold Moon is in his hands instead of our Aunt Yushuang's, you would understand how terrifying Chen Feng's talent and swordsmanship truly is." The crowd fell silent again. They had been so caught up in Chen Feng's seductive pitch that they hadn't thought it through. Suddenly, someone laughed loudly. "Haha, don't be fooled by him. A junior, not even at foundation establishment. How many times can he use a move that looks like an ultimate technique?" The realization dawned on the crowd. Exactly. Maybe after 1 round he'll be exhausted. The goateed man's eyes lit up, and he rushed to Macho, shouting, "Register me. Our Crow Mountain Sword Sect wants to sign up again." I refused to believe it. "Sure." Macho nodded and noted it down. Xia Zhiyu couldn't help but interfere again. "How can you do this?" The goateed man glared fiercely at Xia Zhiyu. "Don't you meddle. The rules are his own. If he breaks them, he'll have to spit out all the spirit crystals he took from us." With that, the goateed man deftly shoved a pile of spirit crystals and spirit stones onto the table, afraid the White Egret sect would refuse his registration. Xia Zhiyu, fuming, stepped back again. Watching from afar, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. The more Xia Zhiyu acted out, the more eagerly the sects paid up and signed up. It was just like a live streaming sales tactic. One might even think she was a shill he had hired to orchestrate the whole thing. After Lu Yinjia was carried out of the valley by the disciples of Wushan's sword sect, the second challenger charged into the valley. Using his sprint to build momentum, he unleashed a strike carrying a 3-meter blade aura with overwhelming force. Watch the blade. Unfortunately, he wielded a saber. The blade aura dissipated the instant Chen Feng extended his fingers. Then, as if the saber had delivered itself between Chen Feng's 2 fingers, the blade was caught firmly, and the man was instantly immobilized. He was utterly dumbfounded. Smack! A slap landed, and Chen Feng released the opponent's saber. Thud! The man collapsed stiffly to the ground. Chen Feng waved his hand. Carry him away. Next, outside the valley, silence fell once more. The full-force strike of that blade master had been comparable to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Yet it was still effortlessly caught by Chen Feng. If not for the fact that the opponent's sect elder had paid spirit crystals to register him, others would have suspected a fixed match. Don't worry, keep going. Wear him down. Yes. If we can defeat him just once in the second round, we'll get a Bodhi seed. Not a total loss. Soon came the third, the fourth. Most cultivators used swords, sabers, or spears as weapons, so the results were brutal. One after another they went up only to receive a package of slaps. In the live stream the audience was thoroughly entertained. Laughing my ass off, these people are like paying to queue up for slaps. No help for it. In the cultivation world, flying swords are the mainstream weapon. Even the White Crane sect has many members wielding swords, let alone other sects. Isn't anyone thinking of going in barehanded? If you can use a weapon, who fights barehanded? Here comes one. No weapon. Isn't that the hot-tempered guy who earlier shouted for a solo duel with Brother Feng? True Martial Hall Hao Chong. After announcing the name through the megaphone, Mo Cho paused, puzzled. What a lousy name. A 2-meter tall, burly man strode into the valley, grinning savagely at Chinfong. Finally, it's my turn. It was supposed to be my duel with you from the start, but it turned into this. I'm not like those weapon-reliant bastards. I'm a pure martial cultivator. Let's see who makes the other sea stars. With that, Hao Chong stomped hard and shot toward Chinfong like a cannonball. His body surface took on an iron-gray hue, and a layer of earthy yellow light enveloped his fists. Get down. Bang. Against all expectations, Chinfong simply rolled up his sleeves and met Hao Chong's punch heat-in. The ground beneath their feet sank in a circle. The collision of fists generated a shockwave that swept outward. After a brief stillness, Hao Chong flew backward like a boomerang. Thud! He tumbled to the ground, his face full of disbelief. How is it possible? The hand that had clashed with Chinfong's fist was already deformed and spurting blood, muscles and skin torn open, bones protruding. Fortunately, this was the cultivation world where such injuries were minor. Everyone was stunned as events were growing increasingly absurd. A body-refining martial cultivator had lost a fistfight to a music cultivator. How is that possible? Isn't he a music literary or sword cultivator? Exactly. Why did he win a fistfight against a pure martial cultivator? Damn it. No need to ask. He must have secretly trained in martial arts and has great talent. That punch was almost at the high stage of Foundation establishment. Wait, wasn't he said to have extraordinary talent in literary path? Stop joking. The Azure Cloud sect said his sword talent is astonishingly high, which is why true person Yumming gifted him the Frost Heaven Cold Moon. But his main path is music cultivation. I suspect he also has a trump card in music. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That would be too monstrous. I'd rather believe he chose the wrong path, and his music talent is poor. Hao Chong dragged his severely injured right arm out of the valley in disgrace. Chen Feng lowered his sleeves and said, "All right, next." Mo Cho snapped out of her shock and dully announced, "Mystic Talisman Sect." Yi San. A young man in a yellow Taoist robe trudged into the valley with a bitter expression. He held no weapon, so Chen Feng immediately grew alert. "I am Yi San. I beg Senior Brother Chen to show mercy. Make your move." "Yes." Yi San produced 3 yellow talisman papers in his right hand, sending them flying like daggers toward Chen Feng. With his left hand, he held a jade talisman between 2 fingers and began forming hand seals. The 3 soaring yellow talismans lit up in midair, transforming into a bolt of lightning, a massive fireball, and a huge boulder. Except for the lightning, which was too fast and nearly struck Chen Feng, the other 2 projectiles were too slow and easily dodged. As Chen Feng steadied himself, Yi San's jade talisman glowed and expanded into a ring of light. 3 feet of frost. The entire valley was instantly frozen in ice, including Chen Feng and Yi San themselves. Exclamations arose from outside the valley. Damn, such power. Even a golden core early-stage spell cultivator would be no more than this, right? Hua Yuerong was furious, glaring murderously toward the Mystic Talisman Sect. Mystic Talisman Sect. You're asking for death. The Wenchang Academy and Azure Cloud Sect members were also enraged. How can you be so despicable? Using such a jade talisman to ambush in a Qi refining disciple competition is going too far. The leading elder of the Mystic Talisman sect looked wronged and anxious. He waved his hands frantically shouting, "Don't misunderstand everyone. This jade talisman was not given to Yi-san by us. He spent 3 years refining it himself as a life-saving tool. Yi-san's talent is very poor. To obtain a Bodhi seed from the Sanyuan cave heaven to enhance his comprehension, he has suppressed his cultivation for 3 years. During those 3 years he nurtured this jade talisman day and night. He begged me to lend him spirit stones to register. It's not what you think. I swear by heaven everything I said is true." Boom! A thunderclap echoed in the sky. The leading elder of the Mystic Talisman sect was startled, but fortunately, it was just thunder. Seeing that heaven bore witness, and he was not struck down, the crowd believed his words. However, Hua Yuerong's expression remained grim. "Let's go down and rescue them first," Zhou Zuan said, starting to descend, but soon stopped. Strange sounds came from within the valley. Cultivators from sword-focused sects like Azure Cloud Sect all brightened, staring intently at the massive block of ice imprisoning Chinfong. Such a powerful sword intent from this child. Crack! The 3 feet of frost encasing Chinfong suddenly shattered into ice shards and exploded. Chinfong brushed off the ice shards as if nothing had happened. Though he appeared unharmed, this move had cost him considerable energy. After all, he had used the Sword Qi Body Tempering Art's protective Sword Qi to withstand the freezing cold, and then the myriad manifestations Sword Heart's ability to turn all things into swords to break the outer 3 feet of ice. These were real expenditures. Chinfong twisted his neck and glared fiercely at Yi-san. "You little bastard, you really dared." "Huh. Why is this guy frozen too? Damn, now I feel bad about hitting him." Outside the valley, the Mystic Talisman sect elder was dumbfounded. How is this possible? How did he withstand it? That was Xiao Ye's 3-year nurtured freezing jade talisman. That's the Sword Qi Body Tempering Art's protective Sword Qi from our Azure Cloud Sect. The leading deacon of Azure Cloud Sect gazed at Chinfong in the valley with blazing eyes. Junior brother Chinfong's talent in the sword path is truly astonishing. If he were in our Azure Cloud Sect, he would surely become a transcendent sword giant in the future. At that moment, he finally understood why true person Yuming had gifted the Frost Heaven Cold Moon to Chinfong. Other sword sects also looked on with burning eyes. They too wanted a disciple with such sword talent. Hua Yuerong finally realized why Bai Qianxue had repeatedly urged her before leaving, never let anyone steal Chinfong away. It took the people of Mystic Talisman Sect some time to dig the frozen and unconscious Yi-san out of the ice. The time they consumed also allowed Chinfong to recover some spiritual energy. Outside the valley, the members of those sects immediately reacted and began urging, "Can we start now? Yeah, let's continue. Don't waste time." Chinfong smiled. "All right, next." Mo Cho announced, Crimson Cloud Sect Huoying. A young girl with black hair tinged with red, clad in light armor, walked into the valley. "I already know your weakness." "Oh." Chinfong was somewhat surprised. "Speed and long-range spell attacks can counter you." Huoying ignited spiritual energy flames on her hands and feet, gradually lowering her body like a fiery feline. Chinfong nodded. Speed was indeed his shortcoming, as most of his skills only required him to stand still and attack. "All right, since that's the case, I'll have to show some real skill too." After all, those whose bodies had mutated from cultivation were not to be trifled with. Huoying's hair had turned from black to red, and her eyes had become crimson like a rabbit's. Serious. Huoying's ruby-like eyes narrowed slightly. Then, with a flicker of movement, only a flash of firelight remained in her original spot. Immediately after, a barrage of flame attacks shot forth. Though Chinfong's eyes couldn't keep up with Huoying's figure, he could still see the incoming flames and dodge them. As he dodged, he scanned his surroundings. Flames flickered all around, leaving him completely unaware of Huoying's location. However, his greatest skill lay in his mouth. If his eyes couldn't keep up, his mouth could. Flat-chested girl. Critical strike activated. Damage, judgment, heart-piercing. Soul attack initiated. Huoying's head throbbed, her vision darkened, and she fell flat on her back. Since she had been charging toward Chinfong's side, she slid across the icy ground and landed at his feet. Chinfong was both amused and exasperated. She had been taken out instantly. It was clear just how deeply the words "flat-chested girl" had pierced Huoying's heart. Would she hold a lifelong grudge against him once she woke up? After all, the taunt effect of the critical strike had no time limit. Outside the valley, everyone fell silent once more. Previously, they could still see the movements in the barehanded blade catch. But this time Chinfong hadn't moved at all, which was absurd. He had merely insulted her with words. Did verbal attacks count as an actual attack? In the live stream room, the audience was laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Do you realize how much damage your words do to an undeveloped girl? Judging by the effect, it's a soul-crushing blow. You're truly despicable. Those 3 words Sister Hua Ying will remember them for life. Stop abusing the critical strike. You'll only make more enemies. Members of Crimson Cloud Sect immediately rushed into the valley. The leading burly man with a red beard placed a hand on Hua Ying's head to check her condition, then glared menacingly at Chinfong. A soul attack? How despicable. If anything happens to our young lady, we won't let you off. Chinfong shrugged helplessly. Who knew her heart was so fragile? The Crimson Cloud Sect members shot a fiery glare at Chinfong before carrying Hua Ying out of the valley. Chinfong spread his hands in resignation. Next, White Egret Academy. Song Yushu. Mo Cho immediately picked up the register and shouted through the loudspeaker. Of course, this White Egret Academy had nothing to do with the White Egret sect. The prefix White Egret was used by many sects in White Egret continent. Only 3 were most renowned: the White Egret sect, known for song and dance, White Egret Academy, excelling in literature and swordsmanship, and White Egret Palace, specializing in spell cultivation. Song Yushu wore a light gray scholar's robe draped with a white cloak embroidered with an egret. I humbly wish to engage in a literary duel with Brother Chen. Chinfong was amused. Wasn't this just asking for a beating? All right, how shall we duel? Song Yushu spoke with an air of confidence. We each improvise a line on the spot. Whoever attracts more literary merits wins. What do you think? Though claiming improvisation, Song Yushu had long prepared a line destined to be remembered for ages, intending to show off at the literary gathering next year. Now he was forced to use it early. Chinfong corrected him. That's called literary blessing, not merit. Merit is only bestowed by the heavenly Tao on those who make immense contributions to all beings in the world. Song Yushu was momentarily speechless. In this matter, he truly couldn't argue with Chinfong, especially since the latter had caused a major stir just 8 days ago. All right, let's begin. Time is limited, Chinfong said as he placed a table on the ground and spread out a sheet of spirit paper used for crafting paper figures. He transformed a peach blossom branch into a peach blossom brush and began writing. By the time Song Yushu was still grinding ink, Chinfong had already finished. This time he refrained from triggering special effects to avoid being caught by the literary path again. Once or twice was fine, but doing it repeatedly wouldn't be good. Strange, why hadn't it come yet? Maybe my writing isn't good enough. Just as Chinfong was about to rewrite a line, the spirit paper spontaneously ignited with 7 colored flames. What the a? Chinfong stepped back in shock as the 7 colored flames looked quite dangerous. Outside the valley, everyone was bewildered by what was happening. Why did it suddenly catch fire? This fire seems extraordinary. Could it be another literary phenomenon? They looked toward the people from Wenchang Academy and White Egret Academy. They saw Zhou Zuan and the scholars of White Egret Academy already kneeling in advance. The next moment, multicolored clouds appeared in the sky and a line of golden characters unfurled across the heavens. This phenomenon wasn't limited to White Egret continent. It appeared simultaneously across the 9 provinces and beyond in all nations and islands. As the golden characters spread out, a majestic voice that made all souls tremble resounded. Heaven nurtures all beings to sustain humanity, yet humanity offers nothing to repay heaven. Everyone from humans to ants on the ground instantly knew who was speaking. The words were etched into their souls like a brand. Except for Chinfong, everyone around him had already fallen to their knees trembling. Chinfong was stunned. This time he had gone too far. His boastful words had been recorded by the heavenly Tao. Judging by the attitude, the heavenly Tao seemed to hold a grudge against humanity. Damn it, I've become the ultimate filial son of the human race. Why did my hands have to be so reckless? Write that song, I should bear at least half the blame. If he hadn't challenged me to a literary duel, none of this would have happened. Still, I was lucky. I had been thinking of writing my fate is mine to command, not heaven's. If I had written that, I might have been permanently banned. The 14 golden characters in the sky descended as golden light coalescing into a long brick-shaped object before Chinfong. Chinfong reached out to catch it, and the light slowly faded to reveal its true form. It was a golden brick that looked and felt exactly like a brick. On one narrow side of the brick was inscribed, "Heaven nurtures all beings to sustain humanity," and on the other, "Yet humanity offers nothing to repay heaven." On the front were the words, "Acting on heaven's behalf." It seemed to be a simple seal capable of stamping the words, "Acting on heaven's behalf," onto someone's face when used as a weapon. The attack method was also just like a brick. Ahem, thank you, heavenly Tao, Lord, for the gift. Chinfong held the brick in thanks. The next moment, the multicolored clouds dissipated and a delayed cascade of green light poured into Chinfong's body. It sent him stumbling forward. So that's why the literary blessing was late. It was waiting for the Heavenly Tao chairman to first appreciate and bestow a reward. He found it both amusing and exasperating. He wasn't a literary cultivator. What use did he have for a literary blessing? Brother Song from White Egret Academy stopped kneeling. The Heavenly Tao and literary path have both left. It's your turn. I am not skilled in writing. Farewell. Song Yushu packed his things, turned, and fled the valley. A mere literary duel, and he had summoned the Heavenly Tao. Was it really necessary? I ask you, was it really necessary? The crowd in the valley slowly picked themselves up from the ground. This wave of the Heavenly Tao's gaze was truly terrifying. Some people's legs were still trembling even now. Many cast resentful glances at the people from White Egret Academy. Damn it, of all things, why did you have to start a literary duel? Showing off your skills, were you? Didn't they know this guy had 10 times their talent? They were already 2 measures short, and still they flaunted before him. As for blaming Chinfong, don't joke. He had just received a divine gift from the Heavenly Tao. Cursing him now would be like asking to be cast out from this world. As for the words Chinfong had spoken to invoke the Heavenly Tao, no one found them inappropriate. They didn't suspect him of betraying humanity before the Heavenly Tao. After all, how could the Heavenly Tao despise an entire race over a single phrase? It was no tyrant. Rather, it seemed the Heavenly Tao was using Chinfong's words to admonish humanity, to teach them this lesson. It was also a warning to all cultivators: cease your reckless plundering of heaven and earth. The world asked for no repayment, but humanity should at least know gratitude. Zhou Zuan's eyes burned with fervor as he gazed at Chen Feng in the valley. He saw him as a born sage of being destined to revive the path of literature. Perhaps he could rally White Egret Academy, ambush White Egret Sect after this, and kidnap the man. Zhou Zuan turned to look at White Egret Sect only to meet Hua Yurong's wary and warning glare. Good heavens, even scholars had to be on guard. This woman was utterly unreasonable. She had anticipated his move. Over at the joyful Qingyun Sect, Shi Lian touched her face and swore that if she ever crossed words with Chinfong again, she'd be a dog. Behind her, Lian Xian stared fixedly at Chinfong's figure, already entranced. Behind Madame Xiangnong, Tanhualang C2 Xiu was also staring, but with admiration, not homoerotic fervor. Chinfong finished reading the information from the brick seal, then transformed it into a small pendant and hung it at his waist. Bro Fong, write a couple more lines like, when Yin and Yang are in chaos, I'll dye the sky with my demon blood. Try my fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Good one, trying it would be courting death. If the great gods who love defying heaven like the red-haired Dong and Air Jin were born in the cultivation world, they'd probably face the 8-9 heavenly tribulation every day. Not that severe, at worst an inauspicious old age. 23333, the Heavenly Tao bestowed a brick. Is Brother Feng going to follow the path of convincing with virtue from now on? They'll have to discuss the brick's info properly when no one's around. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up to the live stream, then shouted toward the valley's edge, next. Mo Cho paused, then picked up the registration book and the loudspeaker to call out names again. Divine Monkey Gate. Yuan Bauer, a slender girl in a red martial arts outfit, stepped into the valley. Her hair was tied into 2 small buns, making her look quite adorable. Chen Feng glanced at his fist. Hitting such a cute little sister with one punch would probably make her cry for quite a while. Please enlighten me. Come on. Yuan Bauer looked delicate, but her strength was considerable. With a whoosh like a Pikachu sparking with lightning, she darted left and right to close in on Chinfong, then swung a small fist that carried an explosive air burst. Chinfong immediately turned serious and punched back at her. But Yuan Bauer didn't meet his fist. Like a nimble monkey, she instantly changed her move, spun to the side to evade his punch, and then kicked him in the abdomen. Slap! Chinfong took the kick solidly, stumbling back 3 steps. If not for his sword aura protecting him, he would have been severely injured and fallen. In that single exchange, Chinfong exposed his abysmal combat instincts. It was like 2 players using the same Luna. One could pull off infinite combos under the moonlight, while the other could only play her like a ghost master without invisibility. Chinfong patted the footprint on his belly. Expressionless, he watched Yuan Bauer charge in again. He opened his mouth and let out a battle cry. Oh! A demonic sound pierced the ears. Terrifying sound waves radiated from Chinfong, an all-encompassing area effect attack that was an absolute nightmare for any assassin. Boom! Yuan Bauer's fist was less than half a foot from Chinfong's face when she was sent flying. Her ears ached, her head swam, and her soul throbbed with pain. The world was reduced to a piercing hum that drilled straight into her brain. Thud! She hit the ground, rolled once, and fell unconscious. In the live stream, the audience was stunned. Wow, Brother Feng's roar is pretty impressive. Couldn't he be gentler with such a cute girl? Gentle. It's not you taking the beating so you don't feel the pain, right? With airburst attacks like that, if you took one hit you'd probably explode. The coroner would need a year to piece you together. Losing means a loss of 100,000 spirit stones. Do you know how many small goals that is? The people from Divine Monkey Gate rushed into the valley to check on Yuan Bauer. Finding her only lightly injured and unconscious with no life-threatening danger, they shot Chen Feng a glare and left with her. Chen Feng cleared his throat and called out to the valley's edge next. Outside the valley, many had brightened at seeing Chen Feng take a kick, thinking they'd found his weakness. But the next moment his roar sent them crashing back into the despair of reality. The disciples from various sects were in despair. This guy knows way too much. Swords and blades earn slaps, bare fists can't win, long-range spells are easily dodged, piss him off, and hell counter with a soul attack, get close and nimble for an advantage, and you'll eat a foolin' sonic blast. Someone tell me, how do you fight him? Don't even think about it, heating, you can't beat him. Unimaginable, and this is without him using weapons. If they hadn't banned his weapons, he'd probably take one down with a single sword strike. His main profession is a music cultivator. The first round of 30 quickly passed. Most sects that had lost once signed up again. They were all waiting for Chen Feng to exhaust his strength. If that happened, even spending 200,000 spirit stones on a triple yuan wisdom fruit, which permanently enhanced enlightenment, wouldn't be too great a loss. In the second round, after Chen Feng stunned a few more people, he began to show signs of fatigue. This gave the major sects a jolt of hope. But as it turned out, the master remained the master, and they were still destined to take a beating. Of course, some did manage to injure Chen Feng. His clothes. A Taoist from the Mystic Clear Palace entered the valley with his hand seals ready, unleashing a sudden lightning strike spell without warning. It hit Chen Feng at lightning speed, making him stumble. Slap! A bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking Chen Feng's shoulder at incredible speed and scorching a patch of his clothes. He patted his charged shoulder, his face darkening. This move was practically a sneak attack, but since the opponent had entered from the front, it was hard to argue. If he hadn't been cautious and layered multiple defenses against unarmed opponents, he would have been injured, instead of just having his clothes singed. You little bastard, you've got some nerve. Do you know how expensive this outfit is? The young Taoist from Mystic Clear Palace was momentarily at a loss, having prepared a speech to counter accusations of a sneak attack. But Chen Feng didn't mention the sneak attack. Instead, he complained about his ruined clothes, completely throwing the Taoist off. This was made by the best tailor in Azure Cloud City. It cost me 20 spirit stones. I'm really angry now, and the consequences will be severe. The people outside the valley were speechless. You're angry over a 20 spiritone outfit. Do you realize how much you've swindled from us with this challenge? Hua Yuerong raised her hand to cover her face again. If you want to go all out, just do it. Why make up so many excuses? Curse the mother first, shoot the legs first. Your mother exploded. You scoundrel. A critical hit National Essence Edition was triggered. Whoosh. The moment Chen Feng finished speaking, 2 spiritual arrows materialized in the air and shot forth. The young Taoist from Xianqing Palace immediately activated his movement technique to dodge, but the arrows, as if equipped with automatic tracking, pursued him and struck his knees. Uft, uft. The opponent fell to the ground, clutching his leg and crying out in pain. Oh. In the live stream room, an arrow in the knee looks painful. A piece of clothing isn't Brother Foam overreacting. Is this about the clothes? If your eyes are useless, just donate them. He had it coming. Who told him to be clever and prepare his hand seals beforehand, then strike Brother Foam with lightning immediately upon entering? To put it nicely, it's a surprise attack. To put it bluntly, it's a sneak attack. It is a sneak attack, preparing skills outside the arena and attacking the moment you enter. Those who use spells before all form their hand seals only after entering. I just want to say to those who disrespect martial ethics while shot, knowing they were in the wrong, the people of Xianqing Palace quietly led the disciple with the arrow in his knee out of the valley. Those who had originally planned to follow Xianqing Palace's example of preparing skills beforehand and sneaking attacks immediately abandoned the idea, as those 2 arrows looked incredibly painful. Outside the valley, many couldn't help but wail again. Damn it, what kind of bizarre technique is this? Isn't he only at the Qi refining stage? How can his spells have tracking capabilities? Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above should be able to use their divine sense for such spell manipulation, right? To tell a scary story, he didn't use his divine sense to control it. The spell locked onto the opponent's knees the moment it was released. Just then, I know what this is. Zhou Zuin excitedly said to the crowd. This is the supreme divine ability of the literary path, word manifestation, word spirit. However, he has only just glimpsed the threshold and hasn't fully comprehended it. It seems it can only be triggered by cursing. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Damn, this guy comprehended the supreme divine ability of the literary paths, word manifestation, word spirit. Isn't that something only literary grandmasters above the nascent soul stage can possibly achieve? This man's talent is extraordinary. Perhaps the literary Tao has given him special treatment. How enviable and infuriating. Then everyone's expressions turn strange. Speaking of which, it feels weird that it can only be triggered by cursing. Other literary cultivators produce elegant prose and speak like blooming lotuses, but he produces foul language and speaks like a blooming cesspool. Curse the mother first, shoot the legs first. It does seem to have some logic. It's just a bit too vicious. The crowd looked towards the white egret sect. Hua Yuerong simply closed her eyes with an expression of I know nothing, don't ask me, and I don't want to deal with you. The subsequent challengers were troubled. According to Zhou Zuan, using underhanded tactics was no longer an option because angering Chen Feng meant enduring a vulgar version of the literary path divine ability. Of course some refused to believe it. True martial hall. Haoshen, the one who will defeat you. A burly man with red hair charged at Chen Feng like a wild bull, throwing a punch at his chest. Chen Feng punched back to meet him. This time the cumulative force of the farmer's 3 punches failed to send the opponent flying. Instead, a powerful rebounding force emanated from the opponent, pushing Chen Feng back 4 or 5 steps before he steadied himself. Chen Feng rubbed his sore wrist, his eyes scanning, and quickly noticing the tiger head belt around the opponent's waist. It was a defensive treasure. A defensive treasure. Haoshen rotated his fist, grinning fiercely as he charged at Chen Feng. What, it's a family heirloom. Can I use it? Chen Feng dodged his attack and replied with a cold smile, sure, then there's no problem if I go all out right. I bring it on. Haoshen didn't believe Chen Feng could breach his defense at all. Chen Feng didn't hold back, either dodging while cursing, you're really ugly like a bald mountain troll. Damn it. What did you say? Ugh. Haoshen was enraged, but just as he was about to erupt, he felt his head spin and his soul ache, his steps immediately becoming unsteady. Nevertheless, he forced himself to endure, raising his fist and staggering towards Chen Feng. He'll kill you. Seeing he could still move, Chen Feng continued to press his attack. You horse-faced, chamber-pit-mouthed bastard, and you have body odor too. Ugly and stinky, even if you went to a brothel, they'd probably charge you 10 times the price before serving you right. You? Uffed. Haoshen pointed at Chen Feng in grief and indignation, spat out a mouthful of old blood, then fell straight to the ground with a dull thud. Chen Feng clasped his hands behind his back and called out to those outside the valley, carry him away. Next. The people outside the valley were speechless. I think I understand why he can trigger word manifestation by cursing. This mouth of his is truly vicious when cursing. Just listening from the sidelines is unbearable. That guy from True Martial Hall is really pitiful. Pitiful my ass. He was the one who criticized others for relying on their treasures during the challenge, yet he himself came in wearing a defensive treasure. It is indeed somewhat disrespectful of martial ethics. That golden tiger ring belt is a powerful defensive treasure that can withstand attacks from the golden core stage even in the hands of a chi refining cultivator. The people from True Martial Hall were also thick-skinned. Faced with the pointed fingers and whispers from other sects, they pretended not to hear or see. They even went to Macho to register again for the 3rd round of challenges. After all, they had already spent 200,000 spirit stones. If they couldn't obtain at least 1 Bodhi seed, this trip would be a complete loss. Fortunately, in the 3rd round, regardless of winning or losing, Chen Feng would guarantee a Bodhi seed as a consolation prize. Otherwise, many people would probably have been unable to sit still and cause trouble. As for the other sects that hadn't registered initially, none of them bothered to get involved. Chen Feng's consumption was a mystery. An ordinary person would have already exhausted their spiritual energy after the 1st round. But he was almost done with the 2nd round, yet he only appeared slightly tired. Being tired didn't necessarily mean high consumption. Even cultivation could make one tired. When Chen Feng took out a pill and popped it into his mouth, the people outside the valley who were waiting for him to run out of steam became frantic. Damn, we miscalculated. We didn't restrict him from using pills to recover his stamina. So we exhausted ourselves for nothing. No wonder he set a guaranteed reward for 3 rounds. He led everyone by the nose. Damn it. I should have given up in the 1st round. Now that I've lost so much, I have to participate in the 3rd round. Xia Zhiyu was stunned. Remembering how Chen Feng had told her not to interfere with his important business, she felt her face burning with shame. 30 challengers per round meant about 3 million spirit stones. 3 rounds made 9 million. The spirit crystals and stones earned from these 3 rounds were more profitable than mining. A top-grade spiritual vein couldn't yield this much, or in a year. Hua Yuerong was already getting a headache. 9 million spirit stones. With such a huge fortune on them, they probably wouldn't be able to return safely to the White Egret Sect. The Qingyun Sect might not even dare to let them stay. She didn't know, however, that Bai Qianxue had already brought a group of elders to drink tea within the Qingyun Sect. and sitting opposite them were precisely the academy heads and literary grandmasters who had come to poach disciples. Within the council hall of Qingyun Sect leader Zhu Jinbao sat in the position of honor with the former sect leader Zhu Chuqing by his side. To the left of the hall were the 12 members of the Bailu Sect, their cultivation levels ranging from the lowest soul division to the highest, a peak harmony realm cultivator. To the right of the hall stood the deans of various academies and great literary masters, 21 in total. Their cultivation levels spanned from the peak of nascent soul to the mid-harmony stage, and there were 3 at the mid-harmony realm alone. The father and son sipped their tea with anxiety, their gazes darting left and right. At the slightest sign of conflict between the two sides, they were ready to flee. There was no helping it. They could not possibly mediate the dispute. If the sect was destroyed, so be it, survival was paramount. After all, even the most powerful cultivator in the sect, the former sect leader, had only reached the soul division stage. In the center of the hall, several water curtain projections displayed the situation in the valley from different angles. Of course, when Chen Feng summoned the heavenly Tao, everyone had taken a break to kneel in unison. So now it could be considered the second half. The old patriarch of the Bailu Sect by Goushou stroked his beard with delight and pride, growing more satisfied with his grand disciple by the minute. The elders beside him also chatted and laughed, praising Chinfong. It seems our Bailu Sect is destined to flourish. Indeed, to have drawn a gift from the heavenly Tao, this child is undoubtedly blessed with immense fortune. He could probably ascend to immortality even while lying down. Haha, an exaggeration. He still needs to cultivate. I heard that when we accepted him, Yu Xian of Qingyun Sect almost snatched him away. Luckily, our Xiao Qinshue was one step ahead. Don't mention it, the literary cultivators across from us are green with envy. The literary masters were speechless. How infuriating. Perhaps they should invite a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator to launch a decisive strike. The old dean of Wenchang Academy said, Patriarch by Chen Feng's talent in the literary path is astonishingly brilliant. If it goes to waste, no literary cultivator in the realm would stand for it. How about this? Let him become a nominal disciple of our 3 academies. He can occasionally come to learn the essential skills of a literary cultivator. As a concession, when the mountain of books and sea of learning of the 3 academies open, your Bailu Sect can send some disciples for training. The Bailu Sect members were deeply tempted. This was undoubtedly the best solution. It could be said that the literary cultivators of Bailu Sect had already made a huge concession. If this was not accepted, all literary cultivators in Bailu Prefecture would unite against the sect, dealing a severe blow to their many secular industries. Bai Dongshu nodded. It's feasible, but you must swear not to use any means to seduce or entice him into abandoning the path of music. The old dean of Wenchang Academy chuckled. The paths of literature and music have always been the closest. Most of us literary cultivators choose an instrument for cultivating the mind or enjoy listening to songs and watching dances to refine our temperament. Patriarch, you worry too much. The dean of Bailu Academy said seriously, what we must guard against most are sword cultivators and martial cultivators. Judging from these 2 rounds of combat, Chinfong also possesses considerable talent in the sword and martial arts. Everyone nodded in agreement, especially noting that Qingyun Sect's act of gifting Chinfong a sword was a clear attempt to poach him. Cultivating both literature and music could actually complement each other, as they both belong to the mage class. But if sword and martial cultivation were added, it would undoubtedly divert most of his training energy. After all, the cultivation methods of the warrior class were entirely different from those of the mage class. One was movement, the other stillness. It was hard to find common ground like the literary and musical paths. Unbeknownst to them, the 3rd round of challenges in the valley had also ended. It was now sunset. Chen Feng distributed 30 Bodhi seeds to the 30 sects that had received the consolation prize. But the gazes of those people were filled with anger, resentment, and coldness. After all, they had bought a single Bodhi seed at triple the price. Fortunately, Chen Feng's Bodhi seeds were larger than usual, which somewhat eased their minds. With matters concluded, many sects directly left Sanyuan Mountain. As soon as Chen Feng finished distributing the seeds, Hua Yuerong immediately reminded him, we must leave at once. If word spreads that we are carrying a huge fortune, the journey back will be fraught with danger. 9 million spirit stones. Even a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator might be tempted to act, Xia Zhiyu said with a troubled expression. Zhou Zuan and the leader of Bailu Academy exchanged a few words, then told the students to return on their own. The 2 then came over to the Bailu Sect members. Peak Master Hua, there may be trouble on the road. Let us travel with you to the Bailu Sect. If anyone seeks trouble, our representation of the academies behind us should put some pressure on the enemy. This? Very well, thank you both. Hua Yuerong hesitated for a moment before agreeing. After all, surviving the immediate crisis was paramount. Hua Yuerong released an airship, and everyone boarded. They immediately left Sanyuan Mountain racing at full speed toward Qingyun Mountain, where the Bailu Sect was located. After flying for over 200 li, they indeed encountered an ambush. A harmony-level attack slammed directly into the airship. The enemy's intention was clear: kill first, then loot. Hua Yuerong, Zhou Zuan, and the others' faces changed drastically. Damn, it's a harmony cultivator. How are they here so fast? It must be a powerhouse from a sect near Sanyuan Mountain. As a giant hand descended from the sky, Chen Feng felt the threat of death for the first time. Though he had trump cards and was not afraid of dying, watching so many people perish because of him would leave him in guilt for a lifetime. Since the incident at Hanshan, he had become somewhat arrogant and too high-profile. His seemingly invincible skills were now useless to save anyone. No, there was still a way. Just as Chen Feng prepared to use a forbidden technique obtained from Sun Ming to sacrifice a skill and unleash a burst of power, boom. A thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Several attacks flew in and shattered the giant hand into pieces. Terrifying waves of spiritual energy spread in all directions, but the airship remained as steady as a mountain under multiple layers of protection. You bastard! How dare you ambush my Bailu Sect? Die! A furious roar rang out in the sky. 7 or 8 figures like shooting stars swarmed the harmony-level martial cultivator who had attempted the robbery. On the airship, Chinfong and the others were completely stunned. It was not until Bai Qinxue and other big shots of the Bailu Sect along with the literary masters appeared before the airship that they cried out in joy. It's the sect leader and the elders. Fighting the enemy seems to be the old patriarch and the supreme elders. Our dean is here too, and the various literary masters and great literary masters. Chinfong smiled. Indeed, in this world one needed background and strength. Having a group of big shots backing him felt absolutely wonderful. The battle in the sky was nearing its end. The physical body of the harmony-level martial cultivator was already battered beyond recognition, leaving only his primordial spirit fleeing in panic. But the Bailu Sect and literary masters would not let his primordial spirit escape. Don't let that rat's primordial spirit get away. He'll refine it into a soul-shaking drum and make it suffer endless agony. Ere we are a righteous sect, let's just give him a quick and clean annihilation. First, search his soul to see which bastard sect he belongs to. This matter cannot be let go so easily. At the end of the siege, Chen, the old headmaster of Wenchang Academy, used a magical ink pool artifact to imprison the fleeing nascent soul of a cultivator at the harmony stage. A group of high-level cultivators flew to the side of the sky boat. Hua Yuerong quickly led everyone in, bowing respectfully. Greetings to the old sect master and esteemed supreme elders. Bai Dongshu nodded and said, Elder Piaro, Elder Feiyong, and Master Danxiu will escort you back. Go now. Yes, Master. Bai Qinxue took control of the sky boat and led the group away without delay. The longer they lingered, the greater the risk of attracting Tribulation stage bandits. Tribulation stage cultivators rarely caused trouble as they had to evade the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Yet a bounty of 9 million spirit stones was enough to tempt even the most desperate and ruthless. After watching the sky boat depart, Bai Dongshu and the others turned their gaze to the crippled harmony stage primordial spirit imprisoned in Censuran's ink pool. An elder spoke, Sect Master is nearing tribulation, soul-searching incurs heavenly wrath. Best not to provoke it. I will handle it. Bai Dongshu nodded. At the peak of the harmony stage and approaching tribulation, he could not afford such deeds. Others might have time to accumulate merits to atone, but he had little time left. The elder reached into the ink pool, plunging a finger into the crippled primordial spirit. After a long moment, the spirit collapsed and dissipated. The elder withdrew his finger and said, he was a supreme elder of Qingyun Sect. The sect lies 300 li west of Sanyuan Mountain. He received word at the start of the 3rd round of challenges and set up an ambush here. A second-rank sect. Their last tribulation stage cultivator perished during tribulation a century ago. Should we destroy them? Bai Dongshu looked at Censuran and asked, what do you think, Master Chen? Since enmity is already sown, let us annihilate them outright. Censuran replied calmly, having already considered Chinfong as one of Wenchang Academy's own. Hell, let's go then. Bai Dongshu flew ahead with a smile, and the others followed. A group of 10 harmony stage cultivators and over a dozen spirit-severing cultivators made short work of a second-rank sect without a tribulation stage guardian. They did not, however, resort to total slaughter. Only the sect's high-ranking members and inner disciples were executed. The outer disciples were all dispersed. Outer disciples had not formally taken masters and thus held little deep loyalty or connection to the sect. Such was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Once enmity was forged, one uprooted it entirely, unless they lacked the power to finish the job. Destroying a sect was no trivial matter. Sinshoran preserved the soul of the steward who had tipped off the enemy at Sanyuan Mountain to present to the Haochi Alliance's inspector as justification. The Haochi Alliance was a coalition formed by the various great sects and imperial dynasties of the 9 provinces established 5 centuries ago. Originally a temporary alliance to combat the demonic sects, it was retained after their great victory, following negotiations among the leaders of the sacred lands to manage and mediate disputes among the sects. Its purpose was to prevent renewed conflict among the sects and stem the tide of hatred that could drive avengers into demonic paths, birthing new demonic sects. On the surface, the Haochi Alliance governed peace among the world's sects, but behind the scenes the sacred lands and the imperial family held the reins. First rank and special rank sects offered only nominal respect, paying the alliance little heed. It was much like a certain earthly coalition. On the sky boat, the supreme elders Master Danqiu and the others gazed at Chen Feng with knowing smiles. Chen Feng felt awkward. Say something, why just stare? It's really weird, okay? In the livestream, viewers couldn't resist teasing him. Reminds me of visiting relatives during New Year and facing a room full of elders. The worst part of ancient clothes is no pockets, nowhere to hide your hands. I can feel Brother Feng's awkwardness through the screen, haha. Brother Feng, why not pull out some cigarettes or Erica nuts and pass them around? Chen Feng paused, thinking the fan had a point, but cigarettes and Erica nuts seemed too cheap. He suddenly turned and pulled out an iron basin, pouring a handful of Bodhi seeds from his storage pouch. Everyone on the sky boat widened their eyes. How does this guy still have so many? Hadn't he already sold them all to the sects at a guaranteed minimum? Then they understood. No one would be foolish enough to sell every last Bodhi seed. Some had suspected Chinfong held some back, but none imagined he still had a whole basin. Could he really have stripped the Bodhi tree bare? Under their peculiar gazes, Chen Feng poured mountain spring water, a specialty of Yufeng, into the iron basin, washed the Bodhi seeds, and tossed the water out over the side of the sky boat. Finally, he brought the basin over. Sect Master, have a taste. Fresh Bodhi seeds. Bai Qiangshu's mouth twitched. Such precious Bodhi seeds, yet Chen Feng made them seem like cheap wholesale fruit. But since he offered, she still reached out and took one. Chen Feng smiled and brought the basin to the others. Supreme Elders, Elder Master Danqiu Sr., Zhou, please try some. Haha, very well. What a fine young man. The elders were delighted. Master Danqiu also took one with a smile. I never thought I'd receive such fortune today. Thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. Chen Feng then brought the iron basin to Hua Yurong and Xia Jiu. Peak Master Hua Senior Sister Xia, please try some. The two looked speechlessly at the Bodhi fruits, each as large as a tangerine. They were less seeds and more like Bodhi fruits. Once the flesh was peeled away and the shell cracked, the kernel inside was the true Bodhi seed. Chen Feng then approached Mo Cho and the other 3. Senior brothers and sisters, have one too. Mo Cho and the others were startled, shaking their heads frantically, too afraid to accept. That wouldn't be right. Better leave them for the sect's elders. Yes, they're too precious. After all, the various sects had paid 30,000 spirit stones for a single seed from Chinfong. They had done nothing to deserve such a gift. But Chinfong pressed one into each of their hands. It's fine, I have more. Bai Qiangshu knew Chinfong well. The last time he was so generous was when he swindled Wushuang City out of millions of spirit stones. His current largesse likely meant this basin of Bodhi fruits was just the tip of the iceberg. It was possible he really had stripped the Bodhi tree bare. She said calmly, keep them. This is your fortune as well. Yes, Sect Master. Thank you, Junior Brother Chinfong. The 4 immediately stowed the Bodhi fruits and repeatedly thanked Chinfong. Seeing everyone had one, Chinfong took one for himself and bit into it. The next second his face twisted in agony. How can this taste so awful? Everyone froze. Who told you to eat it raw? This is a medicinal ingredient, not a fruit. Bai Qiangshu helplessly pressed her forehead and explained to Chinfong, the Bodhi fruit is used for alchemy. One Bodhi fruit combined with some herbs can produce a batch of Bodhi pills. The Supreme Elder with flowing hair chuckled softly. This fruit is so large it should yield a few more Bodhi pills. With so many Bodhi fruits, most disciples of the sect can get a Bodhi pill. It's hard not to prosper, added Elder Feiyong with a smile. Chinfong glanced at the Bodhi fruit he had bitten into and silently used a cheap special effect to mark a sign above it, pill production too. Those nearby glanced over and nearly burst out laughing. A snicker escaped. No, someone had already burst into laughter. Xia Jiu covered her face and turned away. Oh heavens, how embarrassing. Hua Yuerong strained every ounce of her composure to suppress her smile. Maintaining the icy beauty persona was impossible when Chinfong was around. Bai Qiangshu rolled her eyes. Having grown accustomed to Chinfong's absurd antics and nonsensical behavior through surveillance, her tolerance for humor had unknowingly risen significantly. The elders and Master Danqiu couldn't help but smile. Little Chinfong is truly a delightful character. Zhou Zuan chuckled and asked curiously, Master Danqiu, how did you and the dean end up with the seniors from White Heron Sect? Master Danqiu stroked his beard and laughed awkwardly. Oh well, naturally we came for Chinfong. After all, admitting they initially came to snatch him away sounded unpleasant, and they had been caught red-handed by the White Heron Sect elders upon arriving at Triplegate Sect. Caught in the act of a group abduction attempt, though no fight broke out, they had lost all face. Zhou Zuan's eyes lit up. He knew the major academies wouldn't let Chinfeng's talents go unnoticed. Master Danqiu said, after negotiations with the Taoist Friends of White Heron Sect, Chinfong remains a disciple of White Heron Sect, but from now on he is also a student of our 3 major academies. He may come to any of our academies to study literary cultivation techniques and secret arts, and he can access all training grounds owned by our 3 academies. Zhou Zuan exclaimed excitedly, cultivating both the literary and musical arts, drawing parallels and complementing each other. How wonderful! For him this outcome was perfect. Chinfong was stunned. Becoming a student of the 3 major academies and participating in their literary trials. Wasn't this like an imposter trying to pass as a hero? He had no literary talent whatsoever. It was all borrowed. If things went wrong, his true colors would be exposed. Chinfong paused. Right, lacking intelligence could be compensated with external help. No, that wasn't it. He was highly intelligent, just specialized in the wrong field. Hua Yuerong and the others exchanged puzzled glances. The notion of a shared disciple was absurd and had never happened before. Yet here it was, and they suspected this precedent might profoundly impact the cultivation world. Chinfong, when do you plan to visit Wenchang Academy with me? Zhou Zuan eagerly wanted to take Chinfong to Wenchang Academy for further study. Chinfong pondered for a moment and said, well, after I return and establish my foundation, I'll visit the 3 academies to get familiar with the places. Zhou Zuan smiled. Good, then I'll wait here until you've established your foundation to go together. Chinfong understood that he was offering to act as a temporary bodyguard. He expressed his gratitude. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Zhou. Haha, no trouble at all, Zhou Zuan replied cheerfully. By Qinshua said, everyone rest inside the airship. Especially you. You fought 90 matches today. Aren't you tired? Of course I am. Chinfong slumped like a deflated balloon, his shoulders drooping. I'll take my leave then. Chinfong waved and entered the cabin first. The airship was like a ship with large ones resembling towering vessels. Thanks to techniques like wind avoidance, the cultivation world ignored aerodynamics, entirely building for practicality and aesthetics. Of course, there was also a single-person flying artifact called an air shuttle designed with strict aerodynamics for speed. Rumor had it that in some continent air shuttle races passed through a forbidden zone with extremely high mortality rates, even more thrilling than Earth's car races. Entering his cabin room, Chinfong shed his outer clothes, leaving only a pair of beach shorts and a vest, and laid down on the small bed. Oh folks, finally I can chat with you all. Chinfong sat up abruptly and corrected seriously. What do you mean absurd comedy? This is clearly an inspiring and passionate story. Don't you want to know the ability of the gold brick? Chinfong rolled his eyes. These guys were full of perfunctory tones, treating him like a fool. Hey wait, that's not a gold brick. It's a seal. Alright, now I'll explain the purpose of that gold brick. Chinfong used a cheap special effect to project a skill description window onto the gold brick. Skywalker seal, the heavenly Tao favors you, finding you sensible and rewards you with a plain seal. Passive, untainted by karma, repels ghosts, and evil wards off misfortune, attracts blessings. Active, indestructible, strikes painfully but cannot kill. Has a chance to imprint the words acting on heaven's behalf on the target, drastically reducing their luck and regressing their cultivation. Seeing this, everyone in the livestream couldn't help but gasp. Damn, reduced luck and regressed cultivation. For cultivators, that's worse than death. I think the passive is amazing too. Going to that underworld forbidden zone to gather herbs for 4th senior sister, no more fear of ghosts. Isn't getting lost the real issue? Didn't you get a peach branch to guide the way? Chinfong was taken aback. Holy crap, the equipment is all set. As the saying goes, 3 humble cobblers can match the wisdom of Zhuge Liang. How much more so when there are 2 million cobblers in Chinfeng's livestream. With 2 treasures in hand, he hadn't even realized that together they would allow him to safely enter the Yellow Spring Forbidden Land to seek medicine for his 4th senior sister. My dear viewers, you are truly brilliant. However, the lower one's cultivation when entering the Yellow Spring Forbidden Land, the less likely one is to encounter anomalies. So if you can enter at the Qi refining stage, don't wait until foundation establishment. Foundation establishment will have to be postponed again. After all, 4th senior sister doesn't have much time left. Even after finding the main ingredient, you'll need to find someone to refine it. All time-consuming tasks. Wow, Brother Foam is really going for it. Don't worry, given how fearless he is, he almost certainly has a trump card. Brother Feng, can you give us a hint about your trump card? A newbie gift pack. Chen Feng chuckled. My trump card is simply that it guarantees I won't die. They'll explain the specifics after I die once. Didn't you promise no riddles and a feel-good story? Can you really trust everything a goofball says? Makes sense, huh? Brother Feng, all rights of interpretation belong to me. Alright, I'm signing off. I need to rest. I'm truly exhausted today. With that, Chen Feng collapsed and fell asleep. When he woke up, the airship had already returned to the White Heron Sect. Everyone else had already disembarked and dispersed. He ran his fingers through his messy bird's nest hair and stepped out of the cabin only to find the airship hovering in the main peak's docking yard. Another sunny day, feeling great. Hey, where is everyone? Are we here? Why didn't anyone wake me? The sect leader said you should rest well. After all, at the White Heron Sect you're at home. Leaving you asleep alone on the airship, no one would kidnap you. A voice drifted up from beneath the airship. Chen Feng leaned over the railing and looked down. It was Mo Cho. Haha, Mo Cho, were you waiting for me specially? Mo Cho said expressionlessly, you still owe me 10 spirit crystals. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. So he was here to collect a debt. Alright. He jumped down from the airship, counted out 10 spirit crystals, and handed them to Mo Cho. Mo Cho took them and cupped his hands in thanks. Much obliged. With that, he turned and left. Chen Feng opened his live stream to use as a mirror, tidying his hair and tying it back up while chatting with the sparse audience. After all, starting a stream suddenly meant no one would be there instantly. Folks, I'm back at the White Heron Sect. This is the main peak's docking yard where airships are parked. Since no one gave me a ride, I have to walk down from the main peak and then over to Feather Peak. It's about 4 or 5 kilometers. What a pain. Why not buy a personal flying device? Don't you still have a helicopter? Frost sky, cold moon, am I dead to you? So why doesn't Brother Feng fly? Haha, isn't it nice to check out the girls along the way? Damn, I was wondering why this goofball was complaining while walking yet grinning like an idiot. Haha, some of you really get me. Chen Feng's grin widened. And this is a spring breeze-like sunny smile of mine. If you don't appreciate it, keep your comments to yourself. Someone's practicing dance at the 1 o'clock direction. Brother Feng, go check it out. Damn, are you all snipers? How are your eyes so sharp? Where there's a beauty, there's me, Fu Su. I am the armed saint of Guangdong province. Have you heard my name? Good heavens, what a motley crew this netizen group is. Chen Feng followed the viewer's suggestion and went over to look. Indeed, a group of young women was practicing dance there. It was a truly delightful sight. Folks, I'm suddenly feeling a bit hungry. They'll have breakfast here. Chen Feng took out a picnic blanket, found a spot to lay it out, then brought out his breakfast and sat down to eat while watching. Even though it's just plain steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, right now you couldn't tempt me away with a feast of delicacies. Lin Shengdao stood behind Chen Feng, his face dark with exasperation. He had just been about to pick up Chen Feng when he saw him spreading a cloth on the grass. As he descended, he heard him muttering to himself again. Feeling a shadow blocking the sunlight, Chen Feng turned around. Seeing it was Lin Shengdao, he smiled and greeted Senior Brother. What a coincidence. Are you here to watch the dancing too? Lin Shengdao couldn't help but roll his eyes. The master is looking for you. I came to fetch you. Alright, let's go then. Chen Feng immediately got up, packed his things, and summoned Frost Sky Cold Moon to ride alongside Lin Shengdao as they flew away. Calling it riding a sword, it was really Frost Sky Cold Moon flying on its own, carrying Chen Feng. A magical artifact carrying a person on its own consumes far more energy than a person riding a sword. Most cultivators begin learning object manipulation at Foundation establishment, but they cannot sustain long flights. Only at the Golden Core stage with abundant spiritual energy can one freely ride a flying sword. However, for long distances, airships are still preferred, as sword flight consumes too much spiritual energy, leaving one without strength to fend off bandits encountered along the way. The two arrived at the hilltop pavilion on Feather Peak. Wang Yuro was as languid as ever, but since the pavilion had been renovated, she loved lounging on a large sofa covered in a white plush blanket. Her bare feet gently teased a small white furry spirit beast at the end of the sofa. Folks, what is the meaning of life? Not so fast, is it? I'm still typing with one hand, and you guys are already done. Woo, I absolutely adore the master. Promise us, Brother Feng, if anyone ever tries to court the master, help us beat them to death. Brother Feng, beat myself. Damien, please don't make such ethical jokes. Yangguo, it's not entirely off limits. 2333. Chen Feng shot a speechless look at the live stream, then raised his hand in salute. Master, congratulations on advancing to the divine transformation stage. Wang Yuro gave a soft hum and looked at Chen Feng with a half smile. I heard you made a killing at the Triad Sect. Haha, just a small profit, a small profit. Chen Feng replied with a modest smile. Lin Shengdao's mouth twitched. The entire White Heron Sect knew you'd swindled 9 million spirit stones with just 30 Bodhi seeds, and you call that a small profit. When you make a big profit, would you plunder a top-grade spirit vein? Chen Feng pulled 2 storage pouches from his robe. This one is a token of respect for you, and this one is for the sect. After all, without the sect's backing, even if he could earn that many spirit stones, he wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Wang Yuro smiled with satisfaction. You know how to behave. Lin Xingdao was already holding his forehead. He had never expected such a scene, like dividing spoils. Indeed, as soon as the little junior brother returned, the atmosphere on Feather Peak changed. Wang Yuro put away the storage pouch, then felt around beside her, and finally pulled out 2 ancient tomes bound in beast hide. These 2 manuals are sect secret arts. Read them here, but I have to return them to the old sect leader afterward. Chinfong knew there would be something good waiting for him. Thank you, Master. Sonic Evasion Art, a high-grade superior escape technique utilizing sound waves for movement. Illusory Music Array Art, a high-grade intermediate technique that combines musical intent with sound waves to form a domain array evolving the imagery within the melody, integrating offense and defense. After reading the 2 sects' profound arts, Chinfong could only say they were incredibly formidable. Master, how many people have successfully cultivated these 2 arts? Wang Yuro closed her eyes and said, no one has ever mastered the sonic evasion art. As for the illusory music array art, perhaps 2 or 3 have achieved it over the past millennium, but only to a minor degree. Did you understand? Chen Feng replied with some resignation. I understood what I read and I've learned it as well, but the starting point is too high. I might be able to attempt it after reaching the golden core stage. Wang Yuro's eyes snapped open, staring intently at Chen Feng for a moment before uttering 2 words. Prodigy. Hell, take that as a compliment from Master. Chen Feng returned the manuals to Wang Yuro. She stored them away, then closed her eyes again. Go on. If there's nothing else, proceed with your breakthrough. Actually, there is something. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Wang Yuro asked languidly, oh. Chen Feng stepped back and began laying out spiritual herbs on the floor. This is the red cage fruit, this is the diamond grass, and this. Well, I'm not sure what this herb is. He displayed all his recent gains on the ground. And these, and all these others. Soon the entire hall floor was covered. Lin Shengdao stared dumbfounded at the pile extending to the doorway, then asked in astonishment, Junior brother, did you sweep the entire secret realm clean? Did you forget I have paper figures to help? Dozens of them working together are incredibly effective. Chen Feng said with a smile. Lin Shengdao wanted to say amazing, but it seemed too crude, so he forced out a single word, 6. Oh, and there are these Bodhi seeds. Chen Feng shook his storage pouch, and dozens of large green Bodhi, fruits the size of citrus, piled up by the door. Here to show off and farm experience points with cheap special effects again. The experience bar from those cheap effects must be over 80% by now, right? Ha ha, the goofy Feng starts showing off at the drop of a hat. Big senior brother is completely numb by now. Master has perked up instantly too. LOL. Wang Yuro slowly sat up, her gaze towards Chinfong shifting. Chinfong chuckled. There were actually many more in the storage pouch, as the Bodhi tree had shed so many fruits that they had buried him up to his waist. But bringing out some was enough, too many would devalue them. Master, please have someone refine all these into pills. For the auxiliary herbs and labor costs, just settle it with these Bodhi seeds. I entrust everything to your arrangements, Master. Whoosh. Wang Yuro instantly appeared beside Chinfong. Her delicate hands firmly grasped his shoulders as she said earnestly, good, no problem. Leave it to me, rest assured. The art of alchemy is treacherous, you can't handle it. Others are untrustworthy and will surely covet your possessions. If you ever have such troublesome matters again, feel free to entrust them to me. I have the connections. Chen Feng was speechless that this speed master might as well have already mastered the sonic evasion art. And she wasn't this spirited when fighting the cold mountain spirit. He nodded with an awkward smile. Okay, good disciple. Wang Yuro smiled contentedly and ruffled Chen Feng's hair. I never knew Master was like this. I think others might be a little greedy, but Master. TSK. Haha, whether she can become the richest woman in White Heron Sect depends entirely on her disciples' efforts. Big senior brother has a look like he doesn't know these 2 people. Lin Xingdao raised a hand to cover his face, feeling he couldn't bear to watch. Master must still be affected by that near possession by the cold mountain spirit last time. Or perhaps influenced by junior brother. The atmosphere on Feather Peak was indeed becoming stranger. After entrusting the alchemy task, Chen Feng brought up the final matter. Master, also I don't plan to break through to Foundation establishment yet. I want to go to the Nether Spring Forbidden Ground while still at the Qi refining stage to gather the main ingredient for 4th senior sister. Wang Yuris' expression instantly turned stern as she refused unequivocally. No, absolutely not. Even if I agree, the sect leader, the former sect leader, and the elders would never allow it. Lin Xingdao also advised earnestly, Junior brother, the Netherspring Forbidden Ground is too dangerous. Out of 100 cultivators who enter, maybe only 2 or 3 return. You must not do anything reckless. Master Senior brother, since I dare to go, I am confident I can handle it. Chen Feng then pulled out a peach branch which had somehow gained 2 or 3 more blossoms and a golden brick. Look at these. A peach branch. A golden brick. Lin Xingdao asked, puzzled. Chen Feng smiled. This is the literary Daos auspicious treasure, the one peach branch, and the heavenly Daos auspicious treasure, the celestial walker's seal. Lin Xingdao was once again dumbfounded. Wang Yuro, however, had already heard about it from Bai Qianxue, who returned in the latter half of the night. So she wasn't too surprised. Chen Feng said confidently, with these 2 treasures I could enter and exit the Netherspring Forbidden Ground 7 times without any trouble. Really? Wang Yuro looked hesitant. Chen Feng held up the peach branch. The one peach branch can keep me safe from all evils, and its petals can guide me out of the Forbidden Ground's miasma. He then picked up the golden brick. The celestial walker's seal repels ghosts and gods and dispels all malevolence. It bears the power of the heavenly Tao. Those anomalies, unless they have a death wish, won't provoke me. Lin Xingdao felt an urge to crouch down and hug Chen Feng's leg, demanding to know if he wasn't the heavenly Tao's illegitimate son. Wang Yuro was silent for a moment, then nodded. I can allow you to go, but just in case I will accompany you and wait outside the Forbidden Ground. Lin Xingdao thought for a moment and said, bring Hongxiu along too. If the peach branch fails to guide the way, she might still be able to lead junior brother out of the Forbidden Ground's miasma. All this? No, that would be so awkward. Chinfong's face was a mix of laughter and tears. He and Si Hongxiu weren't a couple. This would be mortifying. Wang Yuro couldn't help but glare at him. Awkward, my foot. With a face as thick as yours, since when do you feel awkward? Chinfong was left speechless. I find you all have a deep prejudice against me. I'll take my leave now. Fourth senior sister doesn't have much time left, so please prepare quickly, master. You don't need to tell me you I know. Wang Yuro shot Chinfong a look. Convincing Bai Qianxue was easy, but getting the others to agree would be tough. Now Chinfong was the apple of the elder's eyes. If she took him away directly, she'd probably be chewed out by everyone when she got back. Wang Yuro rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Wang Yuro spent an entire day persuading Bai Qianxue before finally convincing the members of the White Heron sect. However, as a precaution, Elder Feiyang lent his own magical artifact to Chinfong. Little Chinfong, this is the mystic brass golden bell, a treasured artifact passed down through our Hongzhong lineage for a millennium. Wear it, and even if you're ambushed by a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator, it can save your life. The little bell shook and a phantom emerged, a chubby child. Old man, don't brag. If I take a hit from a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator, it'll shatter. And is this kid your biological grandson? Wait, you're a 600-year-old bachelor. Where would you get a grandson? Chinfong and Wang Yuro exchanged glances at Elder Feiyang. Elder Feiyang awkwardly pushed the chubby child back into the bell. The more intelligent a defensive artifact's spirit, the more cowardly it became. He wasn't exaggerating. It would take at least a dozen strikes from an ordinary Tribulation Transcendence cultivator to shatter the mystic brass golden bell. Of course, peak Tribulation Transcendence cultivators on the verge of ascension were a different matter. In the live stream, viewers couldn't hold back their laughter. Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. Exposed on the spot without any regard for face. The bell's spirit is quite a character. Elder Feiyang must have already dug himself a luxurious cave mansion to hide in. Chinfong smiled, tied the little bell with a strap, and hung it around his neck. At least defense is better than nothing. Elder Feiyang nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. Although you have treasures to protect you from the Forbidden Land's horrors, you must be cautious. Human hearts are often more dangerous than anything else. Just then the chubby child slipped half his body out again like a genie. Oh my god. Forbidden Land horrors. This brat isn't going to the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land, is he? Old man, we have no grudges. Don't drag me into this. Elder Feiyang raised a hand to his forehead. Raising an artifact spirit too, well, came with its own problems. It was like rarely using a border collie as a police dog. They were too smart. Police, there's a criminal, attack him. Border collie, no way, he has a knife. Do you think I'm stupid? You go first. Seeing Elder Feiyang's headache, Chinfong took out a gold brick and rubbed it against the little bell. The chubby child shuddered, turning to stare in terror at the gold brick in Chinfong's hand. Brother, what's that in your hand? A treasure bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Chinfong smiled. Let it touch you with the aura of the heavenly Tao. Are you moved? I dare not move. Dare not move. I'm moved, very moved. The chubby child was completely cowed. After speaking, he realized his slip and quickly corrected himself. Being rubbed by the gold brick felt as thrilling as being licked by a dragon, checking if he was salty enough. Brother, from now on, you're my real brother. Wherever you take me, you'll go without a single complaint. Can you move this big shot away first? Don't accidentally hurt me. All right, I like obedient kids. Chinfong put away the gold brick. The chubby child cast a resentful glance at Elder Feiyong and retreated into the bell. Speaking of which, isn't the sword spirit of Frosty Cold Moon a girl? When she can come out like this, wouldn't that mean? Don't stop halfway, speak boldly. Yeah, elaborate. Frosty Cold Moon, you don't want to be touched by the heavenly Tao gold brick, do you? Tisk, you're all beasts. Luckily I am too. Seeing the chubby child submit, Elder Feiyong couldn't help but smile. Looks like there's no need to worry about this little rascal misbehaving. Elder Feiyong, we'll take our leave now. All right, go on. Wang Yuro flew Chen Feng back to Feather Peak. Lin Xingdao was already there waiting with Si Hongxiu. Half an hour earlier, Lin Xingdao had found Si Hongxiu practicing the pipa. Hongxiu, Chen Feng needs your help. It's a matter of life and death. Si Hongxiu immediately set down the pipa and asked anxiously, Chen Feng, little uncle master, what's wrong with him? Master. Lin Xingdao sighed, hands clasped behind his back. Hey, race the situation. Your fourth uncle master's soul is severely injured and she doesn't have long to live. Chen Feng plans to enter the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land to gather a key ingredient for her. Si Hongxiu was both agitated and angered. What the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land? Is he insane? With his cultivation entering there is suicide. Seeing her so upset, Lin Xingdao felt reassured. If she didn't care, she wouldn't react this way. Don't worry, he has protective treasures and won't be in danger. But you know about the miasma in the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land? I know. Si Hongxiu's cheeks flushed crimson. Lin Xingdao smiled. Only true lovers can find the right direction when one calls from outside and the other hears from within. So you need to call out to him from outside the Forbidden Land so he won't get lost and fail to find the way out. But what if he? Si Hongxiu hesitated. After all, nearly 2 months had passed and Chen Feng hadn't come to see her. If it doesn't work, it's not your fault. It's just an extra layer of assurance. Lin Xingdao said calmly. Si Hongxiu nodded. When do we leave? Lin Xingdao replied, soon. If you need to prepare anything, go ahead. No need, just take me there. Si Hongxiu kept all her personal belongings in her storage pouch, always ready to flee if the royal family or the Prince of Xinbai's men tracked her down. If they were truly traced to the White Heron sect, her chances of escape would be slim. When Chinfong saw Si Hongxiu again, he felt a bit awkward. After all, the last incident, selling a song that turned into a confession, was far too absurd a misunderstanding. Of course, there was no need to explain deliberately. Si Hongxiu had already rejected him. Long time no see. Are you getting used to life at the foot of the mountain? It's fine. Si Hongxiu gave a faint smile. Wang Yuro glanced at Lin Xingdao, her eyes asking, are you sure these two have something going on? They seemed rather unfamiliar with each other. Lin Xingdao smiled awkwardly. It seemed they had only met 3 times in total. Could he have been mistaken? But he'd try anything. Si Hongxiu was just a backup, likely unnecessary. Wang Yuro said, take your mechanical airship. It's faster. The Yellow Springs Forbidden Land is in Lanyu Prefecture, over 70,000 li away. That far. Chen Feng calculated they'd need to refuel 4 times to reach the destination, and it would take 2 to 3 days of flight. He had to admit the 9 prefectures were truly vast, larger than Earth's entire surface. Beyond them lay countless nations, barbaric wildlands, and endless seas. It was Si Hongxiu's first time on an airship, and she found the cabin's various features quite novel. Chen Feng summoned 2 paper figures to pilot the aircraft, while he introduced the cabin's facilities to Si Hongxiu. Of course, to avoid awkwardness, Chen Feng finished the introduction and returned to the cockpit, sitting behind the main pilot seat to practice his visualization technique. Although Wang Yuro appeared to be resting with her hand propping up her cheek, her divine sense enveloped the aircraft's exterior as a protective barrier, preventing it from falling apart if it collided with flying beasts or demonic birds. After 3 days of travel, they finally arrived at Lanyu Prefecture. To Chen Feng's surprise, the area outside the Yellow Spring Forbidden Ground was not desolate, but rather bustling with activity. Though there were few tourists, many stalls lined the path. It gave the impression of a remote, obscure scenic spot. A large town lay a dozen li away. The aircraft hovered to a stop in the outskirts, and after the 3 disembarked, Chen Feng stored it in his spatial artifact. Wang Yuro led Chen Feng and Si Hongxiu flying to the city gate. After paying spirit stones, they entered the town. Though the town's anti-flight formation was useless against a nascent soul cultivator, it was best not to break rules while traveling, as every family might have a reclusive ancestor. The cultivation world wasn't without arrogant people, but most learned their lesson after a slap. If you met a haughty cultivator, don't worry. They were due for a slap. The law of causality spared no one. For instance, a certain deputy city lord of Wushuang City, despite being at the unity stage, was brought to tears by a Kair-finding cheat. Master, why are we entering the city? to buy some things for you to use in the Yellow Spring Forbidden Ground. Oh, the three arrived at a shop called Lingbao Pavilion. Wang Euro placed a piece of paper on the counter. I need these items. The shopkeeper glanced at the list, then at Chinfong and Si Hongxiu behind her, and immediately understood. He smiled faintly. Honored guests, please wait a moment. They'll have my assistant prepare them. Soon many items were brought over. The shopkeeper placed a roll of red thread on the table. This is a top-grade one-line tie. Light one end, and the other will ignite on its own. Then he set down a heavy pouch, the contents sounding like crystals. These are top-grade blood crystals refined from the voluntary bloodletting of mortal warriors. They are excellent for luring away wandering ghosts or corpse fiends. These are death chi pills, barrier-breaking pills, illusion-dispelling pills, 100-herb antidote pills, and corpse-eating worms. Chen Feng was stunned by the array of items, realizing how much preparation was needed. The shopkeeper smiled. That will be 30,000 spirit stones. Chen Feng glanced at Wang Euro and noticed her brow furrow slightly, realizing the price was indeed excessive. It was clearly a tourist trap. Wang Euro questioned, isn't this a bit expensive? The shopkeeper, knowing he overpriced, replied, my prices are already lower than other shops. In other parts of the 9 provinces, you'd need to gather materials and commission alchemy months in advance to get these. If you lack spirit stones, you can trade with information or other items. Wang Euro was about to pay when Chen Feng stopped her hand. He leaned in mysteriously. I do have some information, but I'm afraid you can't afford it. The shopkeeper's interest piqued. Oh, what scope? Chen Feng looked around and whispered about the origin of the Yellow Spring Forbidden Ground. What a... The shopkeeper was startled and immediately gestured. 3 honored guests, please come upstairs. We'll discuss it in a private room. Wang Euro raised an eyebrow, unsure of Chen Feng's game. He hadn't even known about the Yellow Spring Forbidden Ground before. Where did he get intelligence? The 3 followed the shopkeeper to an upper room. After activating a soundproofing array, he poured tea. Please share your information. Lingbao Pavilion always operates with integrity. Of course, to avoid falsehood, you must swear to heaven that your information is true. We will also swear to heaven to offer a fair price and never disclose the informant's identity. In the live stream, viewers perked up. Woohoo, swearing tricks in front of Brother Feng. That's like teaching a fish to swim. This'll be fun. Once sworn, you can't set the price, haha. Brother Feng's a good guy. Hell, just make the profiteer go bankrupt. The shopkeeper finished speaking, and Chen Feng smiled. Fine, no problem. You go first or me? The shopkeeper gestured for him to proceed. Chen Feng raised his hand and swore, Heaven above, I swear that the following information is absolutely true, without a word of falsehood, all from the hidden records of the only ancient mythological classic in the world. If I made it up, may I be struck by lightning. Brother Feng's oath is clever. Laughing to death. The ancient mythological classic is probably Chinese ancient myths he read on the plane yesterday, ha. The only one, ha. Published by the People's Press. Brother Feng didn't fabricate a thing. Heaven, no problem, all true. 23333. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. This intelligence seemed truly valuable. Chen Feng smiled. Shopkeeper, your turn. The information is precious. I hope you'll give a satisfactory price. All right, I swear to heaven that the price will be fair, and I will never reveal the informant, or may I be struck by lightning. The shopkeeper also raised his hand and swore. Inwardly, he chuckled. A mere finding cultivator's oath wouldn't move heaven. How many oath-takers were actually struck dead? And fairness was his to judge. But as soon as his oath ended, thunder rumbled in the sky. No way, it must be about to rain. The shopkeeper thought wishfully, then said to Chen Feng, All right, young friend, please share your information. Chen Feng spoke mysteriously. Do you know about the underworld? Underworld? The shopkeeper shook his head. Indeed, the cultivation world had no myths or legends. To them, immortals were just a transcendent realm. The immortal realm was a peaceful, eternal world full of immortals where ascending to the upper realm granted true immortality. Without myths, there was naturally no information about the underworld. Yet worlds influenced each other. With the appearance of the Yellow Spring and Spider Lilies, the existence of the underworld became an unknown. Of course, this Yellow Spring and Spider Lilies might just share names with Earth's mythological creations or be remnants of a bygone-era fragments of the cosmos. All of this was speculation by Chinfong and his livestream viewers. Chinfong smirked and continued, according to that ancient mythological classic, the Yellow Spring Road is part of the underworld. When one's lifespan ends, they die, a natural death. The deceased first pass through Ghost Gate, where their soul becomes a ghost. Next is the Yellow Spring Road, the path of guidance. On this road roam many wandering ghosts, those who died unnaturally before their time. They can neither ascend to heaven, reincarnate, nor enter the underworld, so they wander the Yellow Spring Road. Along the road bloom fiery red spider lilies, the guiding flowers growing by the river of forgetfulness. They blossom in vast numbers looking like a carpet of blood and are called the Path of Fire for their orange flame-like hue. They are the only scenery and color on this long yellow spring road. Ghosts follow the flower's guidance toward the underworld. Moreover, the fragrance of the spider lilies can awaken the memories of the dead. Upon hearing Chen Feng's introduction to the Yellow Springs Road, the shopkeeper grasped 3 key points. The netherworld, the river of 3 crossings. What lies at the end of the Yellow Springs Road, Chen Feng's lips curled slightly. Heck, curious. That means you've taken the bait. Want to know more? That's premium VIP content. That's another piece of intelligence. What I initially intended to discuss was the origin of the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone, and that origin is the netherworld. I've shared my information, now it's your turn to name a price. The shopkeeper hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so shrewd. After a moment's thought, he quoted this. The intelligence is too vague. It's probably worth about 1,000 spirit stones. Chen Feng's expression showed he had anticipated this. Even without expertise, he knew crucial intelligence about a forbidden zone couldn't possibly be worth only 1,000 spirit stones. Shopkeeper, think carefully. You've sworn an oath. You can sell what I've told you to others for 1,000 spirit stones each, but you cannot fob me off with that price. The shopkeeper stood up excitedly as if wronged. How am I fobbing you off? If I were, why wouldn't the heavenly Tao strike me with lightning? Boom. A sudden thunderclap roared across the sky. The shopkeeper was stunned. Did it have to be this coincidental? Oh, a tribulation is coming. We'll take our leave. Enjoy it yourself. Chen Feng immediately stood up, pulling Wang Euro and Si Hongxiu to leave. After all, the skill had warned him this was area effect damage. Back then, Sun Ming alone had triggered a tribulation nearly dragging even the stone giant, the manifestation of Hanshan Mountain's spirit, to its doom. A tribulation. How is that possible? You must have set this up. The shopkeeper refused to believe it. He had broken his vows countless times before, so why had it triggered today? Wang Euro glanced at him speechlessly and reminded, your cultivation is too low to sense it, but you'd better ask your shop's enforcer immediately. Forget him. Time to watch the feast. With that, Chen Feng pulled the 2 women straight out of Lingbao Pavilion, running to a rooftop by the street to watch the show. In the live stream, the audience was already amused. Woohoo, someone's about to be done for. Even now, he doesn't realize the gravity of the situation. Laughing my ass off, the tribulation triggers, and brother phone bolts. I can forget the payment for the info, but if you try to fool me, sorry, Lord of Thunder help me. With the way he is, one strike will turn him to ashes. Just as Chen Feng fled, the nascent soul stage enforcer of Lingbao Pavilion arrived. He pulled the shopkeeper anxiously and said, bad news, shopkeeper. Some damned soul is hiding in our Lingbao Pavilion to undergo their tribulation. Our pavilion is shrouded by tribulation clouds. The tribulation is coming. We need to leave now. Huh. The shopkeeper was stunned. If he wasn't mistaken, that damned soul might just be him. No time to explain, let's go. Before he could react, the nascent soul enforcer dragged him out of Lingbao Pavilion. By now, half the street around the pavilion was empty. The higher one's cultivation, the faster they fled. Damn it, who's so wicked as to undergo tribulation in the city? Yeah? Hope he fails and perishes body and soul. A powerful cultivator suddenly exclaimed, this isn't right. This doesn't seem like tribulation clouds. It's a goddamn. Ahem, it's the heavenly punishment from the venerable old man in heaven. No way does such a thing as heavenly punishment really exist. Why don't you go over and curse the old man in heaven and find out? Do you think I'm stupid? When the nascent soul enforcer carried the shopkeeper out, they naturally drew a large crowd of onlookers. Hey, the Lingbao Pavilion shopkeeper is out. What on earth did their pavilion do? Could they have taken in some cursed object? As the enforcer carried the shopkeeper farther from the pavilion, someone noticed the tribulation cloud in the sky moving too. Hey, is that cloud following them? Oh, it seems so. Holy crap. Good heavens, run. That damned soul is the one who caused this. Oh hell, he's coming toward us. Damn it. Don't come this way. In an instant, everyone on that side of the street turned and fled, running like in a temple escape game, not daring to look back. Seeing everyone fleeing from them as if for their lives, the nascent soul enforcer finally realized something was wrong. He looked up. Good news, the cloud had left Lingbao Pavilion. A bad news, it was right above them following. The entire Yellow Springs ancient city was thrown into chaos with their movement. Chen Feng and his 2 disciples sat on a rooftop laughing as they watched. You profiteer, daring to swear recklessly in front of me. The nascent soul enforcer finally figured it out. He set the shopkeeper down in an empty lot and ran far away. He looked up and saw the tribulation cloud hadn't followed him, but had stopped over the shopkeeper in the lot. Enraged, he shouted, Shopkeeper, what the hell did you do? Why did you attract a heavenly tribulation? You nearly got me killed. The shopkeeper said anxiously, I just made an oath when I received some intelligence. The enforcer, watching the rolling clouds, couldn't help but step back further and warned, what oath did you make? Fulfill it quickly, or when the tribulation falls, no one can save you. Clutching at this lifeline, the shopkeeper immediately shouted to the surroundings, "Where are you? I'm willing to pay 10,000 spirit stones. Come back, please." The enforcer suddenly exclaimed in delight, "The cloud has thinned a bit. Raise the price." The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and said 20,000. The enforcer was speechless. "Multiply it by 10. What's your life worth?" Clutching his heart, the shopkeeper quoted again through tears, 200,000. This time the cloud dispersed by half. Overjoyed, the enforcer urged him on. "Half is gone. Quick, continue." With tears streaming down his aged face, the shopkeeper quoted again, 400,000. Still a bit left? That bit is enough to strike you dead. 500,000. The shopkeeper, face covered in tears, raised 5 fingers. The enforcer clapped and shouted, "It's gone. It's gone." The shopkeeper covered his mouth and wept profusely. "Wah! My little treasury is gone too." He finally understood what Chinfong meant when he said he was afraid the shopkeeper couldn't afford that piece of intelligence. The surrounding onlookers also gleaned much from their conversation. Good heavens, what intelligence is worth 500,000 spirit stones. No choice, I'll have to go buy it later. Same here. Speaking of which, the Lingbao Pavilion shopkeeper is an honest man. Made an oath, and the tribulation cloud came right away, ha. Seems we can't swear recklessly anymore. Scary. But the fact that this cloud can hear a price quote is truly novel. Forget what happened a few days ago. As you sow, so shall you reap. Everyone be careful. When the enforcer brought him back to Lingbao Pavilion, a clerk immediately approached and said, "Shopkeeper, those 3 are back and waiting for you in the private room." Wah! Wiping his tears, the shopkeeper entered the private room. There Chen Feng and his 2 disciples were already eating and drinking, looking as if they had just enjoyed a show. It was infuriating. "This is 365,000 spirit stones and 1,000 spirit crystals. The items you requested are also inside." With tears in his eyes, the shopkeeper handed a storage pouch to Chinfong. Chinfong raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are there still 5,000 spirit stones missing?" The shopkeeper replied, "The storage pouch costs 5,000 spirit stones. All right, let you make a small profit." Chinfong wore an expression of having suffered a great loss, which made the shopkeeper want to strike him. The nascent soul cultivator standing nearby was speechless. It was the first time he had seen the shopkeeper suffer such a loss in a deal. Wang Yuro, however, laughed with her eyes narrowing into crescents. This little disciple always had a knack for making money. Yet this was the 3rd time someone had sworn an oath before him and was immediately caught by the heavenly Tao. It seemed that one must never make a rash vow in his presence, or else failing to fulfill, it would bring down divine punishment. Si Hongxia's beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement. In less than half an hour, Chinfong had earned 500,000 spirit stones. Even banditry couldn't match this speed, and without any risk. Chen Feng smiled and patted the shopkeeper on the shoulder, saying, "All right, don't look like you've lost your father. Smile, and he'll give you a piece of information for free." The shopkeeper was at a loss for words. Wang Yuro and Si Hongxiu expected him to explode in anger. Instead, the shopkeeper immediately wiped away his tears and flashed a fawning smile. "Really?" Wang Yuro and Si Hongxiu were stunned. Your mood changes faster than flipping a book. Truly, the world of merchants was beyond their understanding. Chen Feng said, "According to that ancient mythological text, if you follow the banks of the Sanzu River where the spider lilies bloom, you'll eventually find a Naiha bridge. Crossing the Naiha bridge leads to the true netherworld, the realm of the dead. If anyone wants more detailed information, come find me at Qingyun Mountain in Bailu Prefecture. The price is negotiable, honest business, no deception." In the live stream, the audience was in hysterics. "You're baiting the hook here. Free information. Think again, it's bait." So even in the cultivation world, people fish for suckers. What fishing rod does Brother Feng usually use? LOL. Skits are just for fun, but real comedy is Brother Feng's cultivation. Wang Yuro pressed her hand to her forehead. She knew it wouldn't be that simple. Si Hongxiu covered her mouth and giggled. "Free information. Don't fall for it." The shopkeeper was completely speechless. "Young man, you have a talent for business. If your cultivation path ever fails, come be the shopkeeper of our Lingbao Pavilion. A 3,000-year-old establishment with over 500 branches across the 9 provinces, plenty of perks. Consider it. Haha, alright, I'll remember that. Until we meet again." After Chinfong left, the Lingbao Pavilion shopkeeper shook his head with a wry smile. He had once resented Chinfong, but now he felt a grudging admiration. Chinfong truly had a knack for this trait. The nascent soul cultivator asked curiously, "Should we teach them a lesson?" The shopkeeper shook his head and smiled faintly. "Forget it. If he can make money from me, that's his skill. Besides, with proper handling of those 2 pieces of information, I can recover the loss in time." The nascent soul cultivator was stunned. "Since when did you become so generous?" The shopkeeper's face twitched and his anger flared up again. Watch the shop for me. I'm going to Heluan Tower to unwind. I despise you for not taking me along, the nascent soul cultivator said disappointedly. Because fourth senior sister Qingyun had only about 2 months left to live, time was limited and couldn't be wasted. So after purchasing the specialized tools for the dungeon, Chinfong and the others headed straight to the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land. Outside the Forbidden Land, there were many small stalls selling various items. Chinfong glanced at them. They were much cheaper than the Lingbao Pavilion, but he doubted the quality. One stall even sold mortal slave couples. Chinfong exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? They're selling people." Wang Yuro explained with her hands behind her back. Some stalls capture male and female slaves, lock them together, and let them go through various experiences. Once their bond deepens, they sell them as pairs specifically for searching treasures in the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land. It's common here. Si Hongxiu couldn't help but say this. Isn't it too cruel? Yet isn't this demonic behavior? Chinfong was also shocked. This was hard for a modern person to accept. In the live stream, the audience felt the same way. The harsh side of the cultivation world was vividly displayed here. Wang Yuro turned back and smiled lightly. These slaves come from legal sources permitted by the imperial court. No one bothers to interfere, and the interest chain behind it is not something anyone can touch. Finally, for most cultivators, as long as it doesn't affect their cultivation, they don't care. Chen Feng gave a wry smile and raised his thumb. Well summarized. In the live stream, the audience also found it amusing. As long as it doesn't affect my cultivation, that's the real mindset of a cultivator. The inclusiveness of this cultivation world is extraordinary. When I saw the Qingyun Sect coexisting peacefully with other sects, I knew things weren't simple. Everyone has their own sense of right and wrong, without hypocrisy or moral coercion. It's fine. No one wants to farm merits. At the end of the day, the slaves are legally sourced, and the operators paid real money for them. Others can't interfere. During Earth's feudal era, slaves were also at the mercy of others. Look up the Forbidden City and the Roman Colosseum. Chinfong glanced at the live stream and felt the fans were right. The Yellow Springs Forbidden Land lay on a desolate vast plain surrounded by 2 crescent-shaped mountain ranges, leaving only an opening near Yellow Springs town. The cliffs on either side of the opening were steep and sheer, like 2 doors slightly ajar. Seeing the entrance's layout, Chinfong thought of the Ghost Gate. Though it looked like a narrow slit, it was about 40 to 50 meters wide, stretching deep like a chasm, filled with yellowish-white mist. The mist grew yellower near the ground and whiter near the mountain peaks. Beyond the peaks, only rolling fog was visible. The closer to the entrance, the lower the temperature. The wind blowing out carried a smell of decay and earth. Wang Yuro accompanied him to the canyon mouth and stopped. The boundary at the canyon mouth was clear, a thick red rope strung between the cliffs on both sides like a warning line. The rope was hung with bells, and it was said that when all the bells rang, a powerful anomaly was trying to emerge. Those outside the Forbidden Land would then prepare to fight or flee. Be careful. If you want to leave, light the red rope immediately, and he'll come with Hongxiu to call you. Don't worry, I'm going into the dungeon with top-tier gear. With that, Chinfong stepped into the area beyond the red rope. Not far from Chinfong and his group, 4 cultivators led a young couple to the red rope. The lead cultivator, a middle-aged man in a green crown and brocade robes, handed a bundle and a guidebook to the young man. If you can find and bring out any of the heavenly treasures recorded in this guide, we will grant you and your wife freedom, release you from servitude, and give you 100 silver taels to settle down. The young man, though dressed in tattered clothes like a peasant, was robust and appeared to be a mortal martial artist. Clutching the items from the green-crowned cultivator, he nodded with a resolute expression. Even if I don't make it back, you must give her the money and set her free. The green-crowned middle-aged cultivator laughed. Haha, very well. We swear by the heavens, all right. Whether you return or not, we will release her. Chinfong raised an eyebrow. This was the first time someone had sworn an oath in his presence. He couldn't help but glance up at the sky. Wang Yuro's lips twitched. No way does that actually work. Meanwhile, the enslaved young man cast a tender smile at the enslaved woman. Sanyang, wait for me. The enslaved woman embraced him, weeping. Ollie, woo-woo. After watching for a moment, the cultivators separated them. All right, if you don't want him to die, remember to scream louder. Go on in. With one last look at Sanyang, Ollie turned and resolutely stepped into the red rope zone, heading into the canyon without looking back. I'm going too. Chen Feng raised a hand in farewell to Wang Yuro and Si Hongxiu, then turned and strode into the canyon's depths. Si Hongxiu watched his retreating figure, hesitated, then couldn't help but call out loudly. Chen Feng, you must come back, you hear? I know, relax. Without looking back, Chen Feng replied and raised a hand in an okay gesture before continuing into the canyon. But unlike the somber slave, Ollie, Chen Feng soon began humming a tune, a peach blossom tucked in his lapel. With his left hand, he toyed with the frost moon's sword, while his right hand spun the heavenly Dao gold brick. He looked like a country squire on a stroll. Wang Yuro was speechless. This little disciple sometimes seemed utterly out of place. It was as if two different styles of painting had been forcibly stitched together, a truly peculiar sight. Once away from the crowd, Chinfong let himself go directly grumbling to his livestream audience. Seriously, what's wrong with me? I think I look pretty cool. All geared up, strolling and spinning my treasures. Cultivation and showing off go hand in hand. The audience's comments scrolled by. Chinfong was left speechless. He wanted to ask if they had any taste. His equipment was among the most extraordinary in the entire cultivation world. How could it be compared to gaudy gold chains? Ollie glanced oddly at Chen Feng, who had been muttering to himself as if possessed. He decided it was best to keep his distance. Ollie quickened his pace and vanished into the canyon's mist. Seeing him speed up, Chen Feng thought there must be something to it and followed suit. Plunging into the mist, his visibility shrank to a mere 10 meters. Everything was a blank white, a few turns, and he couldn't tell north from south. No wonder it's so hard to get out once you're deep in. Even without the forbidden zones, strange miasma, ordinary people would be lost. The audience replied that the view was clear from their end. Chen Feng was bewildered. Clear. No mist. Do you even hear yourselves? The audience joked that an evil Uchiha must be behind it, and then noticed bright spots on the minimap. Minimap. Chen Feng glanced at it and froze. 3 check-in markers had appeared. He excitedly addressed the stream. Holy crap, we've hit the jackpot, folks. There are 3 check-in spots here. The audience speculated that one of them must have the spider lily. Good point. Let's go. Chen Feng immediately headed for the nearest check-in point. Though the mist obscured his view, the glowing dots on the mini-map guided him. The audience warned him he was heading into a pit instead of the stone path to the left. Chen Feng stopped, realizing the viewers weren't affected by the mist. He had been so focused on his own perspective that he hadn't noticed. He walked 30 meters left and found the stone path. So that's it. I see mist with only about 10 meters of visibility. But you guys see the mist-free version through the system stream. Please help me keep an eye on the distance. When I get out, I'll put hundreds of caddies of spirit tea in the shopping cart as a thank you. The audience described the surroundings of vast expanse with wandering figures and a path with forks where he should take the middle one. Turn around while scout for you. Now set the nearest check-in marker as 12 o'clock. Alright, got it. Chen Feng slowly turned in place to give the audience a clear view. How is it? They reported that the slave boy was circling in a grove at 9 o'clock with 2 strange creatures lurking nearby. Whoa, boss, watch out at 6 o'clock. Something nasty is following you from 30 meters. 3 o'clock, someone got eaten. Can the system blur it? Gross. Chen Feng's heart raced. Something was already stalking him just beyond his sight. Something's wrong. The way back is gone. There's no canyon entrance. How is it all wilderness? Chen Feng realized the forbidden zone was another dimension. Even if he turned back, now he couldn't leave. Damn, this is trickier than I thought. But first I'll deal with the thing following me, then save that Ollie guy. The audience joked about using Ollie as a sacrificial pawn or to summon lightning tribulation. A true living king of hell. Chen Feng suddenly whirled around and sprinted, startling the several grotesque entities that had been cautiously tailing him at a distance. Before they could pivot to flee beyond his line of sight, he closed the gap in just a few swift strides. With his right hand, Chen Feng drew Frost Heaven Cold Moon and slashed twice, releasing 2 razor-sharp sword energies. The 5 wretched creatures were pathetically weak. Struck by the twin energies, they instantly disintegrated into ash. No wonder even mortal martial artists can handle them. So feeble after all. Chen Feng then strode toward the withered grove where Ollie was stranded. According to viewers in the live stream, the man had been circling endlessly within that desolate grove, barely an acre in size, perhaps doomed to wander until death without ever escaping. Once exhausted, and having depleted his provisions, he would likely starve for days only to become a feast for the foul things lurking at the grove's edge. Without the live stream as an external advantage, Chen Feng knew he'd be utterly lost in this mist. His visibility was severely limited, distant landmarks invisible, and he possessed no compass or directional instrument to guide him. A slight detour around a tree or stone could imperceptibly shift his bearing, sending him veering off course without realizing it. Suddenly, Chen Feng entered Ali's field of vision, startling him violently. Ali instantly raised a blade in wary defense. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, dug idly at his nostril, and said, "Brother, stop wandering aimlessly. Just follow me instead." He wiped his finger on the nearby tree trunk. "Bro, mind your image. Over 2 million people are watching." That wipe on the tree. Pure artistry. Tree, another peculiar fertilizer added. Chen Feng kept close watch on the live stream. After all, in emergencies, only the viewer's wide-angle vantage could spot threats beyond his own sight. He rolled his eyes again. "If my nose itches, must I hide it? I treat you all as family, yet you act so formal." An idol without pretense is terrifying. That's a different kind of cool, someone remarked. Ollie hesitated. Chen Feng seemed like a deranged simpleton constantly muttering to himself. One hand kept repeatedly drawing and sheathing his sword, a gesture oddly unrefined. Seeing Ollie's wariness, Chen Feng made no further demand. Whether you follow or not, those grotesque things behind you have been watching you for some time. When fatigue strikes, don't sleep. With that, Chen Feng turned and walked away. Ollie shuddered, glancing back. He'd sensed unseen eyes upon him for minutes. Now named aloud by Chen Feng, the realization sent chills racing down his spine. He dashed after Chen Feng, who was already vanishing into the mist. Wait, sir, I'll accompany you. Though strange, Chen Feng offered safety in numbers. One could rest while the other stood guard. Alone, even a martial artist would collapse within days from sleepless exhaustion. Chen Feng nodded. This man wasn't entirely foolish after all. Don't call me sir. My name is Chen Feng. On the cultivation path, they call me Brother Feng. You may do the same. Yes, Brother Feng. I'm Ollie, he replied with a smile. Chen Feng nodded again. Every few paces he paused to scan the surroundings, relying on Livestream viewers to relay terrain details beyond his visible range. Ollie had grown accustomed to Chen Feng's odd habit of conversing with unseen presences. After all, cultivators often bore mysterious artifacts or abilities. To his relief, the entity Chen Feng spoke with appeared capable of piercing the mist, guiding them unerringly. After hours of travel across barren plains, they arrived before a vast, twisted grove of deadwood. Its gnarled trunks bore bark patterns resembling anguished human faces, or wailing tormented spirits. Ollie swallowed hard. Brother Feng, must we enter? This place feels perilous. Where in this accursed realm isn't perilous? Chen Feng sighed, rolling his eyes. Besides, outside lies utter desolation. What rare treasures could possibly grow there? Have you forgotten why you came? Ah, fair point. Ollie scratched his head awkwardly. So far, Chen Feng had led every step and effortlessly dispatched every specter or rogue spirit Ollie himself would have fought desperately to survive. Such effortless mastery filled him with deep envy. He longed to cultivate, to become a revered cultivator, feared and honored alike. Yet poverty had condemned him to slavery, reduced to little more than a treasure-hunting tool for arrogant cultivators. Within the warped grove, light dimmed, but the mist thinned considerably. Their visibility expanded from 15 or 16 meters to 24 or 25, and the grove teemed with far more life than the wasteland outside. Though Chen Feng couldn't see hidden entities beyond his gaze, he gleaned their presence through viewer commentary. Good heavens, that's a corpse demon, like the colossal revenant from a Chinese ghost story. Some resemble World of Warcraft schools, desiccated, shambling corpses. Brother Feng, beware. Directly ahead, a nest of 3 maternal spider beasts with human faces. Chen Feng froze instantly, hand flying to his sword hilt. Ollie watched closely. When Chen Feng reacted, he tensed, scanning the shadows. Yet the next moment, Chen Feng relaxed. It fled. Brother Feng's divine artifact seems effective. The Xuan Realm denizens are avoiding us outright. Wait, not all the ghouls trailing us. The stronger ones flee instinctively. Lesser mindless fodder remain oblivious to the heavenly Tao golden brick and the peach blossoms aura. Chen Feng understood, just as low-tier cultivators couldn't sense oaths or tribulation clouds, certain mindless cannon fodder were immune to the golden brick's authority and the peach blossom's sanctity. A wry smile crossed his lips. So this trial required only eliminating the reckless, unwary pests, nothing more. He spun, pulled out an AK rifle, and infused every round in the magazine with sword energy, then opened fire in a controlled burst. BRRT. Muzzle flashes flared. From the mist behind came shrieks, ghouls writhing in agony. After all that effort, Master Chen still chose the AK to deliver salvation. Brother Feng, heat weapons truly suit his touch. Does this actually work against the foul things? Chen Feng grinned. Sword energy dissipates over distance. Its force wanes with range. But if bound to a ranged weapon, not only does reach extend, power may even amplify. Viewers erupted in epiphanies. Whoa, the Sunluo sword intent, all things may become swords, is essentially universal enchantment. Pair it with high radiofire, high damage firearms. Perfect synergy. Why not fuse it with sword nurturing art to empower a nuclear warhead? Others command swords. Brother Feng commands DF Express. DF 100 is also called Changjian 100, the long sword 100. Technically still a sword. Flawless logic. Chen Feng stroked his chin. His philosophy was one of boundless inclusivity. Even nurturing a few nuclear warheads demanded negligible effort. He opened the cultivation marketplace. Sure enough, warheads were listed. Prices started at 5 million, scaling upward with yield. Given sufficient funds, he could detonate a thermonuclear cataclysm capable of obliterating the entire cultivation world. But nukes are impractical to nurture now. Better start with rocket launchers first. Thus the Forbidden Zone gained a new figure, a dashing young man striding confidently, backpack slung with a rocket launcher, waist coiled with compact rocket pods. Within the forbidden land of the Yellow Springs in the Twisted Forest. Yes, that's it. The AK has a heavy recoil. Don't hold it, press it down, and then rattle it off. Of course, even though you're a novice, you're still a martial artist. The AK's recoil is nothing to you. Hold it however feels comfortable. After Chinfong finished teaching Ollie how to use the firearm, he took a few magazines infused with sword chi and hung them on him. He stroked his chin, studying Ollie, feeling something was missing. Right, tie this red cloth around your forehead. It will boost your attack power. Ollie was bewildered. How could tying a red cloth on his head increase his attack? Was this red cloth some kind of magical artifact? Ha ha ha, is this Stallone's half-brother from a different mother stallion? The madness is indeed contagious. Forced infection, cool, huh? Tying a red cloth on the head to increase attack power. They'll believe that when I see it. Chinfong glanced at the mini-map. They were still halfway to the first checkpoint. We need to pick up the pace. Are you still good on stamina? Yes, no problem. Then let's go. They had traveled about 2 li when they spotted 3 fierce ghosts perched on a pale, massive tree ahead. Oh, we found something. Ollie wanted to say that while it was indeed a fine, trouble came with it. Seeing Chen Feng's relaxed and carefree expression, he felt reassured. The pale tree had sparse foliage dotted with a few yellow fruits. Ollie took out the illustrated handbook and quickly found the entry. Yellow spring fruit. High-grade, top-tier spiritual fruit. It can strengthen the soul and temper the physique. The trunk is also an excellent material for making spiritual paper. Chen Feng also had a copy, but he was too lazy to look through it. He simply planned to take a portion of anything valuable he saw. The 3 fierce ghosts, seeing Chen Feng and Ollie, let out wary hisses and howls. They were dressed in red, blue, and black robes respectively. The black-clad ghost was the strongest, perched at the very top and center of the canopy. The blue-clad ghost was next, crouched on a left branch. The red-clad ghost was the weakest, huddled on a right branch. Because they had to guard the pale tree, they did not flee like other specters upon sensing Chen Feng's peculiarity. It was a classic case of men risking death for wealth, birds for food. The black-clad ghost warned in a hoarse voice, "Living ones, leave this place. We wish not to be your enemies." Chen Feng's eyes lit up. They could communicate. That made things easier. Rest assured, 3. I, Chen Feng, am a man of integrity and never engage in robbery. Look, this is a token granted to me by the heavenly Tao, and this a gift from the path of literature. The 3 ghosts were dumbfounded. Was this a threat? Was he threatening them? At that moment, the 3 ghosts felt like supermarket cashiers guarding a pile of cash. Suddenly, a bandit walks and slaps an AK and a shotgun on the counter and says he's not here to rob them. Who the hell would believe that? Chen Feng pulled out a handful of red crystals. These are top-grade blood crystals. I heard you enjoy these. 30 blood crystals plus 5,000 spirit stones for half of your fruit. The ghosts were stunned. What a guy. He could just take it by force, yet he's offering us things. Not enough. Chen Feng thought they were dissatisfied. He knew his offer was somewhat stingy, but the fruit didn't belong to them. It grew from the tree. Add another 5,000 spirit stones, and he'll burn a batch of candles, ingots, incense, and held banknotes for you. Is that acceptable? The 3 ghosts stared blankly at Chen Feng. Forgive their lack of experience, but they had never encountered such a situation before. For a moment, their minds couldn't process it. The 3 ghosts exchanged bewildered glances. After all, Chen Feng could have simply taken everything by force. Seeing they still wouldn't agree, Chen Feng's expression darkened. Damn it, enough. Don't be so greedy as ghosts. Forget it. They'll just kill you and deal directly with this big white tree. At least it won't refuse me. Is it that it won't refuse? The big white tree, if I had a mouth, I'd have a thing or two to say. I think they're not refusing, they're just stunned. Haha, they look ghost stunned. Seeing Chen Feng about to act, the black-clad ghost quickly spoke up. Wait. Agreed. We agree. Fine. Pick half of them. They'll leave your payment here. Chen Feng placed 30 blood crystals and 10,000 spirit crystals 10 meters from the tree. Then he stepped back to his original position. The black-clad ghost directed the other 2 to pick over a dozen fruits. They then went to where Chen Feng had placed the blood crystals and spirit stones, set down the fruit, took the payment, and retreated to the tree. The blue-clad and red-clad ghosts immediately gathered around, gleefully picking up the blood crystals and spirit stones bundled in the black-clad ghost's robe. The black-clad ghost frowned and tapped them, reminding them they were not alone. Chen Feng walked over, collected the 16 fruits, and returned to his original spot. Pleasure doing business. He'll burn the promised items for you now. Though he wasn't sure if it would work. But whether on Earth or here, candles and incense were used in rituals, so they must have some effect. He bought a bundle of white candles and incense sticks from the system space, stuck them into the ground, and lit them all with a windproof lighter. The smoke from the burning candles and incense rose into the air. The three ghosts, as if smelling a delicacy, flared their nostrils and mouths, inhaling deeply. The smoke split into 3 streams, which they greedily devoured. Seeing it work, Chen Feng took out an iron bucket and burned a pile of ingots and held banknotes. But after burning, there was no sign of anything happening. Chen Feng scratched his head. Xiao He, Xiao Lan, Xiao Hong, did you receive the money? The 3 ghosts paused, then realizing Chen Feng was addressing them, they checked their clothes. No. Could it be that hell banknotes don't work here? Although there are no legends of the underworld here, people still scatter them at funerals. Since these customs exist, there must be a reason. Chen Feng then turned to the live stream. Folks, any ideas? Maybe it's a currency issue. You're using Earth's hell banknotes. It's like using a sword from a former dynasty to behead an official of the current one. Haha, well described. But stop describing. Currency just needs official recognition, doesn't it? Whoa, and how do you get official recognition? An official seal. Doesn't one of our idiots have one? The heavenly Tao gold brick. Right? Why not dip the brick in cinnabar and stamp it? Chen Feng was a bit speechless. Would randomly stamping things really work? Using a random stamp is useless, right? Would you use a police station stamp at a bank? The words act on behalf of heavens will cover a wide scope. Issuing currency is also acting on behalf of heaven, isn't it? This isn't a police station stamp, it's the state council stamp. While that commenter gets full marks for understanding. Wolfeng, give it a try. Chen Feng took out cinnabar, poured it into spirit spring water, and mixed it into a paste. He then dipped the Heaven Walker's imperial seal into the fresh cinnabar paste and stamped it onto a funeral paper. The 4 characters acting on heaven's behalf glowed faintly, and the funeral paper spontaneously combusted with a yellow-green flame. No way, burning again. Chen Feng looked up at the sky and sighed in relief when no unusual phenomena appeared. The burning paper had transformed dramatically. The original Heaven and Earth Bank funeral note had become a Heaven and Earth merit coin. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, fellow viewers, stamping this thing seems to deduct merit. No doubt about it, it's definitely deducting yours. Haha, where else did you think merit comes from? No face value, so 1 sheet equals 1 merit point. True merit 1. This time, even knocking on the wooden fish won't help. It is said that funeral paper has the meaning of merit money. Those who died unjustly cannot cross the bridge of helplessness. It seems they can use merit money to hire the ferryman to cross the river of oblivion. Chen Feng put the merit coins away, deciding not to give them to the 3 vengeful spirits, as merit was not something that could be bought with spirit stones. The 3 vengeful spirits instinctively desired the merit coins in Chen Feng's hand, sensing that the item was extremely important to them. The black-clothed vengeful spirit said, all the fruits are yours, we need that paper just now. Chen Feng refused. No, that is a Heaven and Earth merit coin. The value of your fruits does not match. The black-clothed vengeful spirit was silent for a moment, then said, I know the locations of several more heavenly treasures in this ghost forest, as well as other intelligence about the Forbidden Zone. Chen Feng was in dire need of more information about the Yellow Spring Forbidden Zone. Rumor had it that the higher one's cultivation, the easier it was to encounter danger here, whether it was due to a great terror or some bizarre rule. All right, first tell me the intelligence, then take us to find the items, and this merit coin is yours. The black-clothed vengeful spirit nodded and instructed the other 2 spirits to pick all the Yellow Spring fruits. It then landed 3 meters in front of Chen Feng and sat directly on the ground. Let me start with the layout. The entire Yellow Spring Forbidden Zone is bisected by a terrifying river, its source and destination unknown. In the middle section of the river, there is a nameless broken bridge where many thousand-year-old ghosts and 10,000-year-old demons that wish to cross the river gather. Whenever we glimpse the opposite shore, we feel something calling us from there. Perhaps our paradise, perhaps the way out. The black-clothed vengeful spirit's hoarse voice gradually deepened, revealing its intense desire to reach the other side. On both riverbanks grow many red flowers. When you see them, their name appears in your mind, red spider lily. The red spider lilies on both banks bloom alternately once every 1,000 years. That area is also the most densely populated with all manner of demons and monsters in the entire Yellow Spring. The sunless Yellow Spring Forbidden Zone is like a prison. We sustain ourselves by inhaling the scent of the red spider lilies, reminiscing about the past, and sinking into dreams. Once we awaken and the fragrance fades, we slowly forget the past again. The black-clothed vengeful spirit pulled a wooden plaque from its bosom, inscribed with a line of blood characters. The past is unbearable to recall. I had forgotten everything outside the Forbidden Zone. Once wanting to recall memories by smelling the flowers, I discovered this wooden plaque I had written to myself. After confirming this, it put the plaque away and continued, "The current blooming season is on the opposite shore, but we can still smell the fragrance drifting over." Chinfong was taken aback. What bad luck, the blooming season was on the other side. The bridge of helplessness was broken, and the river of oblivion was impossible to swim across. It seemed he would not be able to gather the red spider lilies. The black-clothed, vengeful spirit continued. "Beyond the ghost forest lies the Triple Pass, and beyond that is the ghost wilderness, which connects to the riverbank. The strongest entity in the ghost forest is a nascent soul-stage corpse. The strongest in the Triple Pass are a fox-faced corpse demon, 6 old ghosts, and a headless swordsman. The ghost wilderness and the riverbank are overrun with all kinds of monsters. You never know what you might encounter along the way. If you run into danger, immediately throw blood crystals somewhere else and run for your life. Even we cannot truly see through the mist, we just have a slightly larger range than living humans. Divine sense cannot penetrate the mist either, and we can only track by smelling blood qi." Chen Feng nodded. Wang Yuro had told him the same thing when he entered. Good heavens, a forbidden zone spirit teaching you how to escape online. A traitorous spirit indeed. Red spider lilies blooming alternately on opposite shores. The name fits perfectly. The bridge of helplessness is broken, and the flowers are in bloom on the far side. Tough luck. Only the soul-nourishing grass is left. If even that is gone, won't this trip be for nothing? Chinfong then asked, "Do you know where the soul-nourishing grass is?" The black-clothed, vengeful spirit asked, "What does it look like?" This. Ali, who had been listening nearby, immediately pulled out an illustrated guide and showed it to the spirit. After looking at it, the spirit said, "Oh, this. It used to be here, but it has been completely eaten. You might need to check the Triple Pass. As for the ghost wilderness and the riverbank, aside from the red spider lilies, anything edible has been devoured by the monsters roaming there." Chinfong was somewhat speechless, but he found it quite normal. This was not a resource-rich paradise, but a prison-like forbidden zone with many predators and scant prey. How could there be many resources left for others? "What do you want the merit coin for?" "I don't know. I just instinctively feel it is very important to us," said the black-clothed, vengeful spirit. Seeing that the spirit had provided so much information, Chinfong decided to share what he knew. The river that cuts through the Yellow Spring Forbidden Zone is called the River of Oblivion, also known as the Forgetfulness River. The broken bridge is the Bridge of Helplessness. To reach the other shore, besides crossing the bridge, there is another way, using funeral paper or merit coins to pay the ferryman for passage. The black-clothed, vengeful spirit was astonished. So that's how it is. As for doubt, it did not think Chinfong had any reason to deceive it. Apart from its body, it had nothing left for Chinfong to covet. Chinfong invited my journey, might take me to the riverbank. We've cooperated well and had a pleasant talk. Would you like to join me? The black-clothed, vengeful spirit pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right. Not only had the exchange with Chinfong been genuinely enjoyable, but the fact that Chinfong carried treasures bestowed by the way of heaven and the way of literature was enough to convince the spirit that he could bring it a tremendous opportunity. Ali, however, looked distressed. "Brother Feng, that place is extremely dangerous. If it's not necessary, it's better not to go." "Don't worry, I can't die, so I'm not afraid," Chinfong said with a smile. Ali was speechless. No wonder Chinfong was fearless throughout the journey. It wasn't out of great confidence, but because he had a trump card for survival. "Then I guess I can't go with you." Chinfong nodded. "Indeed, you should also leave." He took out a yellow spring fruit and handed it to Ali. "Here, take this. Light the red string and go back. I'm giving you a good deal because I find you agreeable." Ali felt a bit embarrassed, but thinking of someone waiting for him outside, he accepted it with a thick face. "Brother Feng, I am truly grateful. I owe you 2 lives. Chinfong laughed and scolded, "You're just a rookie. Even if you owe me 10, it wouldn't matter. Now hurry up and get out of here." All right." Ali was deeply moved. "By the way, swear an oath. You can say I helped you, but you must not reveal anything about my abilities or plans." "All right, I swear I will never reveal anything that might harm Brother Feng." After swearing, Ali took out a red string and a fire starter from his pack. When the red string was lit, it turned into a shower of sparks like a sparkler, then vanished. Chinfong was also curious about the method to leave the Yellow Spring Forbidden Land, wondering if it was truly as the legend said. After the red string was lit, a long time passed without any movement, and Ali's expression grew somewhat awkward. According to the rules of the Yellow Spring Forbidden Land, if nothing was heard, it meant the two were not truly in love. 10 minutes had passed, and still no sound. Was it hopeless? Women were indeed unreliable. Ali's biggest mistake was claiming he couldn't escape on his own while begging those cultivators to free his wife. Stop joking. Maybe it's just a network delay. Could it be too far from where they came? Chinfong noticed Ali's embarrassment, but wasn't as pessimistic as the audience. He comforted Ali, saying, "Lighting the red string to send a message takes time. Even if the other end burns, she needs time to travel from the city into the Yellow Spring Forbidden Land. At this moment, you must not doubt. Once you waver, you'll truly never get out. Stay steadfast. Ali paused, then looked at Chen Feng with gratitude and nodded. Brother Feng, you're right. I was too impatient. Chen Feng ate as he spoke. Think more about your sweet memories together, everything you've been through. It might help. Ali responded heavily. Another 10 minutes passed, during which he continuously recalled every detail with his wife. His will grew stronger, his faith in his beloved unwavering. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a faint voice. He shot to his feet. San Yang. I hear her. San Yang is calling me. San Yang. Ali looked around excitedly, trying to pinpoint the direction of the sound. In his ears, the calling grew clearer. Do you hear it? San Yang is calling me. Chen Feng and the three fierce ghosts looked around, but heard nothing. Then Ali's figure began to blur, though he didn't notice. He searched for the source of the voice, but when he turned back, Chen Feng and the ghosts had vanished. Surrounded by thick fog, only one direction was bright, where the calling came from. He sprinted toward it. San Yang. Whoosh. He burst through the mist, arriving within the red string of the canyon. The cultivators at the canyon mouth heard him and stirred with excitement. He's out. Someone else made it out. Ask him how he did it. Don't push. He's from our divine spring mountain. Show some respect. The 6 green-crowned brocade-robed cultivators held everyone back. Ali crawled under the red string, tossed his bundle to them, and embraced his wife in joy. Brotherly. Sup, San Yang. I'm back, alive. I heard your voice and returned. The green-crowned cultivator pulled a yellow spring fruit from the bundle and cheered. Haha, yellow spring fruit. This trip was worth it. One disciple with a sly glint suggested, Master, this fellow's impressive. Why not send him in again? Ali and San Yang were shocked and furious. What a... Didn't you promise to free us after we retrieved something? Yes, you even swore an oath. The green-crowned cultivator pocketed the fruit and sneered. How did we say that? Who's the witness? As his words fell, thunder rumbled in the sky. Boom. The cultivator's expression froze instantly. As a golden core cultivator, he sensed the tribulation clouds gathering above him. The crowd gasped. Holy crap. Tribulation clouds. So words can be spoken carelessly, but oaths cannot. Time to bail. The onlookers scattered, retreating 300 meters away. The green-crowned cultivator quickly changed his tune. Just kidding. I was joking. Hurry, bring the silver and the slave contracts. A nearby disciple handed Ali a bag of silver and 2 deeds of indenture. The tribulation clouds slowly dissipated. Ali looked up in joy. Thank the heavens. Brotherly, let's go quickly. San Yang tugged at him. Ali glanced around. The other cultivators eyed them like prey. If they left now, they'd likely be captured again and used as treasure hunting tools. Everyone, the only reason I escaped this time was meeting a benefactor. Otherwise, I'd have been devoured by the ghosts inside. If I go in again without that help with my meager skills, I couldn't even avoid the wandering monsters, let alone pick spirit fruits under the ghost's watch. That's all I've been through. Please spare us. With that, Ali knelt and kowtowed 3 times to the surrounding crowd, his forehead bleeding. San Yang followed suit, kowtowing 3 times. They rose, heads bowed, and walked outward. The crowd parted, letting them leave. The green-crowned cultivator watched their retreating figures with a dark expression. Many in the crowd also had flickering eyes. Meanwhile, in the yellow spring, forbidden land. As Ali's form faded away, Chen Feng and the 3 ghosts knew he had safely departed. Sigh, I hope he makes it out unscathed. In the live stream, the audience had already begun pessimistic discussions. I fear those cultivators won't let him go easily. Yes, once he succeeds, they'll make him try again. He's just a mortal, no match for cultivators. Even if he succeeds a second time, what then? There will be countless attempts until he dies there. Brother Feng essentially gave him a power of mutual destruction. If someone truly threatens him, he can break the oath and take everyone down. Whoa, that's possible. Chen Feng didn't want to dwell on Ali's fate. After all, they were merely passing acquaintances. He scraped some bark from the yellow spring white tree to make spirit paper, then buried 10,000 spirit stones and a Bodhi fruit beneath it. Let's go. Show me the other treasures in the ghost forest. Led by the black-clad ghost, Chen Feng soon arrived near a black pool. By the pool stood a figure in a straw cloak, beside which grew a cluster of orchids with black leaves and white-yellow flowers. Only 2 blooms remained, with 4 or 5 empty spots on the stems. The cloaked figure turned, a skeleton with eerie green flames in its eye sockets. Chen Feng flipped through his compendium, but found no record of the orchid. Seems it's a species never picked before. The skeleton glanced at Chen Feng and the 3 ghosts. It opened its mouth and an aged voice emerged. Why are you with a living person? Chen Feng raised a hand to negotiate, but the black-clad ghost spoke first. Old skeleton, hand over 1 orchid and well leave. This lord is the chosen one. Don't be ungrateful. The green light in the skeleton's eye sockets slowly turned red. Clearly it was furious. Chen Feng cast a speechless glance at the black-clad malevolent spirit, then smiled at the straw-cloaked skeleton. Don't listen to its nonsense. I'm a thoroughly good person. With that he waved the heavenly Tao golden brick and a peach blossom branch. See, this is the seal bestowed upon me by the heavenly Tao Lord, inscribed with act on heaven's behalf, and this is granted by the literary Tao. Why are you leaving? Before Chen Feng could finish, the straw-cloaked skeleton turned and fled. He looked at the black-clad malevolent spirit in puzzlement. Why did it leave? Did you scare it? The black-clad malevolent spirit and the other two were left speechless. Who was really the one scaring it? Ha, that cracks me up. Do you see what you're holding? If someone waved a chainsaw and a revolver at you, you'd run even faster. The intimidation negotiation technique. Truly an underworld move. Oh well. If it had a bit of patience, it would have seen my good intentions. Chen Feng shook his head, tucked the items into his bosom, and walked over to pick the secluded orchid. He plucked only one bloom, then took out a yellow spring fruit, juiced it, and poured it onto the orchid's root. I take one flower from you and give you one fruit in return. We owe each other nothing. A gentle breeze blew from nowhere, and the orchid swayed slightly, dropping its other flower right before Chen Feng. Chen Feng paused, then smiled. All right, all about social grace and reciprocity. Hey, race another one. He took out another yellow spring fruit, juiced it, and watered the orchid's roots. When Brother Feng isn't being silly, he's truly handsome. He's so gentle. His charisma is boundless. Too bad deep down he's still a goofball. Little Feng dear. Hey, why are your words all stretched? LOL. The three malevolent spirits beside him were utterly mesmerized. They had never encountered someone like him before. Perhaps the heavenly Tao had its reasons for bestowing treasures upon him. After watering the orchid, Chen Feng rose. Let's go check the next spot. As you wish, sir. The malevolent spirits were now genuinely convinced. The second location had two malevolent spirits guarding a small fruit shrub. They were even more straightforward. Sensing the threat from Chen Feng, they picked most of the fruit and fled. Chen Feng gathered the remaining 4 small fruits, then buried 4 blood crystals and 100 spirit stones under the shrub. The third spot was guarded by an old corpse that had transformed from a soul separation stage cultivator. It guarded a patch of celestial herbs resembling sweet potato vines. The black-clad malevolent spirit said, the fruit is underground at the vine's roots. It's the best find in the ghost forest. The soul separation old corpse seemed lacking in reason. It stepped back warily at the sight of Chen Feng, then without a word lunged at him like a startled beast. Sir, beware, cried the black-clad malevolent spirit. The corpse's sharp fingernails aimed straight for Chen Feng's crown. As Chen Feng raised his hand to catch those sword-like fingers, 2 golden lights flared around him. One formed a bell-shaped shield emanating from the bronze golden bell at his chest. The other came from the heavenly Tao golden brick in his hand. The old corpse melted like snow under the scorching sun, vaporizing in an instant. What the? Chen Feng stared at the brick in his hand. So this was its power. If this was the case, he could swagger through without fear. The golden bell's phantom shrank back into the small bell on his chest, and the chubby little figure popped out. Wow, amazing, truly amazing. Truly a heavenly Tao-blessed artifact. Such divine majesty, a role model for us all. After flattering, the chubby figure retreated back into the bronze golden bell. Chen Feng echoed, yeah, so powerful, love it moi. He kissed the golden brick. I don't even know where to start with the sarcasm. Too much urea. Wait, it can't kill. Oh, it can't kill people, but it annihilates anything else. For a golden brick with a passive description of spirits and evils flee, demons disperse, that old corpse's actions were like trying to take a dump on its head. Great description, don't do it again. Haha, another comedic relief. Suddenly feels like the chubby one is perfect as Brother Feng's sidekick. Where there's a Wulong, there's a Feng Chu. The 3 malevolent spirits trembled nearby. The golden brick's radiance made them feel they were about to perish. And besides, the brick, Chen Feng also possessed a defensive spiritual treasure. With such gear, he could stroll by the riverbank or even relieve himself on the broken bridge without a care. Chen Feng chuckled as he put away the brick and pulled out a small gardening rake. He crouched by the sweet potato vines, digging along the roots. These really look like sweet potatoes. When he unearthed one, he nearly dropped it in shock. Its back bore a twisted little human face. Damn, scared me. Truly an underworld plant. Haha, Brother Feng almost threw it away. Can this thing even be eaten? Toss it in the furnace for alchemy. Who cares what it looks like? Chen Feng dug up a few yellow spring sweet potatoes and cut a vine. He buried some items in the soil again before leaving. At the 4th location, they found the spiritual plant hadn't bloomed or borne fruit, and no ghost guarded it. Sir, that's all in the ghost forest. The Triple Pass has better treasures. All right, let's go. The black-clad malevolent spirit led the way toward the light point on the mini-map. The Triple Pass consisted of 3 mountains. Bypassing them meant traversing the desert to the left or the swamp to the right. Both were godforsaken places within the godforsaken land, where even the black-clad spirit had lost its way for years before escaping. Moreover, according to the spirit, the more powerful the cultivator, the more susceptible they were to the Yellow Spring's corrosive power, sometimes even having their soul and body unknowingly separated. Thus, in the Yellow Spring Forbidden Land, encountering similar-looking ghosts and corpse demons was common. They might once have been a great cultivator's primordial spirit and physical body. Their powerful bodies also attracted the covetousness of ancient ghosts and demons. The Triple Pass was neither vast nor small. Chinfong tossed out 8 paper figures. The palm-sized figures landed, transforming into 8 masked cultivators in green robes. He distributed some hot weapons infused with nether sword chi to them. Scout around. The 8 paper figures nodded and dispersed in different directions. The black-clad malevolent spirit marveled again. Sir, this divine art is incredible. These paper figures lack the aura of the living, making them perfect for traversing the Yellow Spring Forbidden Land. Chinfong was somewhat amused, but the problem was that the paper figures had no protective treasures and couldn't consume pills. As they left, he sensed the corrosive Yellow Spring mist was fatal to them. Without the peach blossom branch's immunity to all evils and the golden brick's innate repulsion of spirits, Chinfong would have been guzzling the pills €1 had bought. And those pills might not have truly withstood the Yellow Spring's erosion of the body. At the Threefold Pass, in the yellow flower forest of the first barrier, Chen Feng was utterly stunned when he encountered the fox-faced corpse fiend. Initially, he thought it was a monster with a fox head and a human body, but it turned out to be a breathtakingly beautiful elder sister. Damn him into this. Me too. Line up, line up. Sorry, master, sorry, sect leader, sorry, Qingya, sorry. Good heavens, is the person above trying to apologize to every female character in this book. Brother Feng, don't kill her. Ooh, I have great use for her. What is the true meaning of life? Chen Feng glanced speechlessly at the live stream, then turned his gaze to the black-clad, vengeful spirit. Why did you name her fox-faced corpse fiend? You should call her jade-faced princess instead. How rude. The black-clad, vengeful spirit was silent for a long time before finally making up his mind. If you wish, sir, we can help you hold her down. The fox-faced corpse fiend. Chen Feng's expression instantly became complex. Good heavens, I'm utterly speechless. Old Black is a straightforward man. In his past life, he must have been an outstanding lackey. Haha, what are you waiting for, Brother Feng? Tissues ready. Is the premium content finally coming? Damn, don't talk nonsense. I'm an innocent young man, not some village bully. Chen Feng looked at the fox-faced corpse fiend whose expression had turned strange and explained, Miss Jadeface, don't listen to his nonsense. He's slandering me, slandering me. The black-clad, vengeful spirit was speechless. If you didn't mean it, why explain so much to her? Living people were such a bother. The fox-faced corpse fiend couldn't help but laugh. Jadeface. I like that name. The moment she spoke, Chinfong was stunned because her voice was incredibly beautiful. Damn, even her voice is this enchanting. She's seducing me, she's seducing me. Actually, it's nothing special. Why does the universe operate? Where should I go? This live stream is full of cowboys from the West. What does that mean? All quick-draw artists. LOL. Ahem, Miss Jadeface, I am Chen Tianqing, a truly good man. As Chen Feng finished speaking, he habitually pulled out the heavenly Dao gold brick and a peach blossom. You see, this is the certificate of good person bestowed upon me by Lord Heavenly Dao, and this is the blessed treasure gifted by the literary Dao. The fox-faced corpse fiend instantly leaped back over 10 paces. If not for the lack of fog in the yellow flower forest, she would have already vanished from sight. Chen Feng quickly explained, Hey, don't back away so far. I'm here to trade, not to rob. The fox-faced corpse fiend's expression was full of disbelief. You've already pulled out your weapons, and you say you're not here to rob. Haha, hilarious. You just love showing off your divine gear. When did Brother Feng start calling himself Chen Tianqing? Did your elders never tell you not to speak your true name in front of unclean things or in desolate mountains? Feng means to act like heaven. This fool actually has some cultural depth. Are you sure it's not from Heaven Walker Seal, meaning to act on behalf of heaven? Good heavens, no matter which one, Brother Feng, the style name Tianqing is a perfect match. I just want to say Miss Jadeface has such expressive expressions. LOL. Chen Feng seemed to understand her thoughts and said helplessly, I only brought these out to prove I'm a good person. Alright, I want to ask, does this first barrier have soul-nurturing grass? If so, I can trade with other heavenly treasures, spirit stones, and blood crystals. The fox-faced corpse fiend shook her head. No, it was all eaten long ago. Chen Feng felt a pang of frustration. His chance to obtain soul-nurturing grass had grown even slimmer. The fox-faced corpse fiend found Chen Feng quite agreeable, especially since he carried valuable treasures and had an extraordinary origin. She took the initiative to say, however, I do have some yellow spring plums here. Though their effects aren't as good as soul-nurturing grass, they serve a similar purpose. Great'll take half. Am willing to offer 20 blood crystals and 20,000 spirit stones. Chinfong tentatively made an offer. He expected the fox-faced corpse fiend to haggle, but to his surprise she agreed directly. Agreed, but I also need you to answer 3 of my questions. Chinfong nodded. 3 questions were not a big deal. All right, please ask. The fox-faced corpse fiend's beautiful eyes turned to the 3 vengeful spirits. Why are they willing to follow you? Chinfong replied. I'm heading to the riverside and they want to go there too. The fox-faced corpse fiend pondered for a moment, then a glint of eerie light flashed in her eyes as she hastily asked, Do you know how to get to the other side of the river? Chinfong nodded. Yes. The fox-faced corpse fiend's expression lit up with joy and she asked excitedly, Do you have a way to cross to the other side of the river? I do. Chinfong nodded again. The fox-faced corpse fiend said passionately, Take all the fruit. I don't want anything else, just send me across. Chinfong shook his head. No, I'm not certain of success either. The fox-faced corpse fiend's peach blossom eyes darted around as she said, I know where there's soul-nurturing grass. Chinfong immediately changed his tune. I can try my best. Great, it's a deal. The fox-faced corpse fiend clapped her hands in agreement. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have believed them. But Chinfong was trustworthy. Since he could have simply robbed her yet chose to act properly, it proved he was truly a good man and a person of his word. Moreover, when she decided to cooperate with Chinfong, she felt the threat from the 2 treasures in his hands diminish significantly. Earlier it was like having a knife held to her throat, but now it was as if he had sheathed the blade. Of course that knife could still be drawn at any moment to take her head. The fox-faced corpse fiend soon led Chinfong to the yellow spring plum tree at the center of the yellow flower forest. Of course the scene was rather horrifying. The ground around the yellow spring plum was covered in bones, and that was only the part exposed above the soil. How many lay beneath was anyone's guess. There were also some wandering spirits buried in the earth with only half their heads sticking out. Chinfong glanced at the fox-faced corpse fiend. This young lady wasn't as easygoing as she appeared on the surface. If not for his divine protection, he would have become fertilizer for this plum tree too. Suddenly beauty was as fierce as wolves and tigers. From now on he must never judge by appearances. Holy crap. The scene along the way was this terrifying. They'll leave this Miss Jadeface to you all. Farewell. After all, she's one of the overlords of the Threefold Pass. Such methods are normal. Her appearance is too deceptive. Indeed, you can tell she's usually very ferocious, but she just can't be tough against Brother Feng. Even a bully in an American school would apologize to a bullied classmate holding a submachine gun. You guys are really good with metaphors. Did you all get perfect scores in primary school Chinese exams? The fox-faced corpse fiend lifted her skirt hem, stepping barefoot on the heads of the wandering spirits protruding from the soil, as if they were stepping stones crossing the bone field. Her hair lengthened, transforming into flexible tentacles that plucked all the fruit from the yellow spring plum tree. Young Master Chen, please accept this humble offering. After Chinfong accepted all the plums, he asked, Now can you tell me where the soul-nurturing grass is? The soul-nourishing grass, the most potent spirit herb for nurturing the soul within the Yellow Springs forbidden land, had been reduced to mere roots over millennia as ghosts and monsters multiplied, devouring nearly every stalk. Either guard a single root and wait for it to regrow, or venture to the other shore where no ghost has ever set foot, ensuring an abundance of soul-nourishing grass. The fox-faced corpse demon said with a smile. Chinfong was speechless. Aren't you stating the obvious? If I could go to the other shore, why would I need soul-nourishing grass? I'd just pick the other shore flowers. The black-clad wraith hesitated, then said, Master, it seems she's mocking you. No need for your reminder, thank you. Chinfong shot him a glare. Did he have to point out such an embarrassing thing? Yet he was not angered. He could toy with the fox-faced corpse demon in return. The fox-faced corpse demon said aggrievedly, Young Master, I am not mocking you at all. I know. Chinfong then recalled the 8 paper effigies. But only 3 returned, all faded and nearly reverting to paper after being eroded by the white mist. Thinking of the paper effigies that could rival gods in the 9 heavens, and then his own Chinfong could only shake his head with a sigh. I'm still too weak. The same skill yielded vastly different effects with high versus low attribute bonuses. With the black-clad wraith leading the way, the group of 1 human and 4 ghosts advanced toward the second barrier. At the second barrier, beside a pond blooming with a yellow lotus, a 7-headed ghostly creature was feasting on a not-so-fresh corpse. When Chinfong and his companions arrived, the 7-headed old ghost dragged the corpse to the opposite bank of the pond, watching them warily. Chinfong raised his hand to count and asked in puzzlement, wasn't it supposed to have 6 heads? Why does it seem like 7? Feng guess focus is quite peculiar. Another gory scene. This thing doesn't get blurred, but the perks do. How annoying. The black-clad wraith was stunned. He also raised his hand to count. Indeed, it was 7 heads now. Probably a new one grew. Ghosts grow heads. The fox-faced corpse demon said this old ghost is too gluttonous. It devours without digesting, hence the extra heads. With too many heads, its thoughts are fragmented and chaotic beyond communication. It has ravaged everything edible on the mountain and below. Young master, you might as well eliminate it. The black-clad wraith nodded. Indeed. Once I merely passed by the foot of this mountain, and it nearly attacked me. Roar. Wah. The 7-headed old ghost howled and shrieked from the opposite bank like a beast driving intruders from its territory. Seeing that it was beyond reason, Chen Feng said to the black-clad wraith and fox-faced corpse demon, "All right, you two help me pick the lotus, and he'll deal with it." "Yes, master." Chen Feng unstrapped the rocket launcher from his back and loaded a rocket. "Hey, brothers, let's give this a try." Chen Feng aimed at the 7-headed old ghost across the pond and fired. Whoosh. Bang. He missed. The rocket exploded in the dark forest behind. The projectile was too slow, easily dodged. Chen Feng put away the rocket launcher in defeat. Turns out times haven't changed. Haha, even Ali could probably dodge that. Master Chen, all excited, found hot weapons not as handy as he thought. He might as well pull out his brick. Haha, damn. Chen Feng grabbed the golden brick and circled the pond to charge. The 7-headed old ghost, though chaotic, was not stupid. All 7 heads sensed Chen Feng's threat and, driven by instinct, made the body run on all fours. Chen Feng chased after it with the golden brick. "Damn it, don't run." Roar. Ow. The 7-headed old ghost ran and howled as if cursing. And so, a scene unfolded in the forest of the second barrier, a man chasing a dog with a brick. After running a distance, the voices of the black-clad wraith and fox-faced corpse demon came from behind. "Master, we've gathered the lotus." "Young master, stop chasing. Oh, let's move to the next barrier." Chen Feng put down the golden brick and returned to the pond. "I forgot to hurl insults at it back there, otherwise that dog wouldn't have gotten away." Puffy. The fox-faced corpse demon couldn't help but laugh. Thus the group of 1 human and 4 ghosts passed the second barrier and headed toward the third. The boss of the third barrier was the headless swordsman guarding a gray bamboo forest. Chen Feng flipped through the bestiary and discovered that the bamboo shoots and stalks in the forest were celestial treasures. Bamboo shoots could be cooked or used in alchemy. Bamboo stalks could be made into spirit paper or magical instruments like the soul-capturing shao or soul-capturing flute. Chen Feng pointed into the depths of the bamboo forest. "Is the headless swordsman in there?" The fox-faced corpse demon hid behind Chen Feng, peeking out. "The headless swordsman is very strong. Young master, be careful." The 3 wraiths huddled together, clearly wary of him as well. The black-clad wraith said in life he might have been a synthesis stage or tribulation transcendence cultivator. One of the few powerhouses in the entire Forbidden Land. Unless a powerful living cultivator enters the Forbidden Land, he never leaves this bamboo forest, making it one of the forbidden zones within the Forbidden Land. Chen Feng smiled, feeling remarkably relaxed. A swordsman. He feared swordsmen the least. A countermatch. Oh, I can win with my eyes closed. This isn't monkey beating Liu Bei, it's monkey beating Pangu. He can't even land a basic attack. I can picture it, but in the stunned monkey crying behind my mask. Haha, me too, damn. Step aside, everyone's sand sculpture foam is about to show off. Deep in the bamboo forest, the headless swordsman sat on a large rock. Though headless, one could sense him gazing at the sky. When Chen Feng saw the black longsword at his waist with a circular relief guard, he felt an urge to claim it for himself. The Sunluo sword heart told him it was a spirit-grade weapon, no less than the little fatty bell. Chen Feng promptly put away the heavenly Dao golden brick, leaving only a peach blossom branch tucked in his pocket. He glanced back at the black-clad wraith and fox-faced corpse demon who had halted and dared not approach. Can he communicate? Yes. They both nodded. Chen Feng patted the small golden bell hanging from his chest. Little fatty, don't interfere, either. I can handle this one. Okay, Feng, go. The small golden bell flickered, emitting little fatty's voice. Chen Feng took 3 steps forward. Sword aura spans 30,000 miles, a one sword chills 19 prefectures. Heaven did not birth me, Chun Tianxing. The way of the sword would be eternal night. No sooner had Chen Feng spoken these 2 lines than the headless swordsman gripped his sword and stood up. Too arrogant. No swordsman could endure such words. Headless swordsman, I can break all your sword techniques with bare hands. Do you believe me? Though headless, an angry voice emanated from him. Brat, you seek death. Seeing the swordsman provoked, Chen Feng added, if I win, your sword is mine. Deal. The next moment, the headless swordsman struck. Die. He drew the black sword exuding the aura of the yellow springs and delivered a lightning-fast slash. But Chen Feng's hand was quicker. The icy blade was caught between his fingers, frozen. The headless swordsman stood rigid. The next second, in the direction the blade had swept, a vast swath of bamboo forest trees and rocks collapsed. The fox-faced corpse demon and the three wraiths looked at the fallen bamboo beside them and collectively shuffled aside. One step short. Had Chinfong not caught the sword, they too would have been cleaved in two like the bamboo and trees. Striking means you accept the terms. Chen Feng smirked at the headless swordsman, though he couldn't see its face crumble in despair. So the sword is mine. Hand it over. Chen Feng clamped the headless swordsman's blade between his fingers and raised the heavenly Tao gold brick ready to strike. But the headless swordsman collapsed stiffly like a robot that had suddenly shut down. Chen Feng blinked, glancing at the gold brick in his hand, then at the live stream. Whoa, everyone saw that. I didn't even hit him, and he just dropped. This guy's a total drama king. Brother Feng, no worries, you are in the cultivation world now. Haha, that's so modern human of him. Pure instinct. A certain Judge Wang deserves the credit. LOL. The fox-faced corpse fiend and the three fierce ghosts were also taken aback. Not only had Chen Feng, a mere chi refining cultivator, caught a strike from a Tribulation transcendence swordsman's corpse without any artifact, but the fact that his opponent fell dead instantly after the parry left everyone bewildered. A headless corpse indeed had no head for thinking. Chen Feng reversed the sword in his grip and was about to poke the body when a force from the blade tugged at his consciousness. In the next moment, his awareness plunged into a pitch-black starry night. Sword spirit space. Chen Feng realized at once. After all, he had often entered Frost Heaven Cold Moon's sword spirit space to discipline her. A ghostly shadow suddenly lunged at him from the darkness. Slap. Chen Feng backhanded it away. He activated the Senluo sword heart. The Senluo sword intent was even darker than the black sword's starry space. Chaos appeared as black, yet it was a black fused from countless colors. The shadow had barely risen when the indescribable chaos seized it. Chen Feng finally saw its form. Hideous, utterly hideous. The black sword's exterior was so beautiful, yet its spirit was unspeakably ugly. Of course, it might have been corroded by the power of the yellow springs. Sorry, but I'm a sucker for looks. My sword can't have such an ugly spirit. Only beautiful maidens, young or old, will do. So go back to the forge. With that, Chen Feng used the Senluo sword intent to completely dissolve it. The Senluo sword cannon was forbidden by the heavenly Tao, and the Senluo sword heart was a taboo sword art. Its terror lay precisely here. A sword spirit that took centuries to birth was erased in seconds by Chen Feng. Swords were inherently countered by him, an unreasonable suppression. Withdrawing his consciousness from the sword spirit space, Chen Feng picked up the scabbard from the headless swordsman. He already understood what had happened. The headless swordsman was merely a sword slave to this black blade. Once Chen Feng subdued the sword, the corpse reverted to its stale state. When a man is controlled by a sword, he becomes its slave. Frost Heaven Cold Moon had once tried to enslave him, but now she was his sword slave. Chen Feng turned to the fox-faced corpse fiend and the three fierce ghosts. Help me gather the bamboo and trees this guy cut down. They're good materials for spirit paper. Don't waste them. Yes, my lord. The three fierce ghosts set to work at once. The fox-faced corpse fiend smiled. I'll dig up some bamboo shoots for you. Fine. Chen Feng nodded and strolled through the bamboo grove. Really just bamboo here, nothing else. Check the rock the headless swordsman sat on. Good call. With a crowd you think of everything. And search his body. Maybe he has a storage ring. Right, in the cultivation world you can be clueless, but you must know how to loot corpses. Plenty of great emperors and immortals climbed their way up by scavenging. LOL. Chen Feng chuckled wryly. A crowd sure had ideas. Speaking of corpses, when I killed the Cold Mountain Spirit's possession, I got two innate abilities. One is burial, the other absorption. Burying the living or dead lets you absorb everything they have as nourishment. Whoa, that's sinister. Brother Feng collects only underworld skills and comedic abilities. Why not bury the headless swordsman? Has Brother Feng ever quit a vice? With that skill, how can he resist burying people everywhere? Maybe it's gross, absorbing others as nutrients. It's against heaven's harmony. The dead should return to nature or reincarnation, but devouring their souls defies life and death ethics. Chen Feng nodded. It's not that I find it gross, but because it violates heaven's harmony, I dare not use these skills. This is the cultivation world. Offend heaven and you'll face divine punishment. I don't want to have fun early and suffer at the Tribulation transcendent stage, especially now that I'm holding this. Chen Feng tossed the heavenly Tao gold brick, signaling that he was now part of the heavenly Taoist establishment. Wearing gloves, Chen Feng searched the headless swordsman's body, finding nothing but clothes. Then he walked to the black boulder where the swordsman had sat. This seems to be the only rock in the whole grove. It looks like a meteorite. There are melting marks on the surface. True, ordinary stones don't have that texture unless someone polishes them, and the headless swordsman didn't seem the type to play with rocks. How would he polish such a big rock? Rub his whole body against it? Haha, I can picture that. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. The image was vivid albeit bizarre. Anyway, he'll just take the rock. After storing it, a well mouth was revealed on the ground. What the yay? What's going on? Chen Feng didn't peer into the well. Who knew what might jump out? Had watched plenty of horror movies. This was where paper figures came in handy. He tossed one down. The feedback was a continuous, endless fall. Half an hour later, the fox-faced corpse fiend and the three fierce ghosts had finished their tasks and crouched beside Chinfong, staring at the well. Master, has it hit bottom yet? Not yet. The paper figure is still falling. Could this well lead to the heavens, eh? Let's wait another half hour. If it doesn't reach bottom, we leave. Okay, everyone have a snack. Chinfong brought out chips, sunflower seeds, and soda, sharing them with the four spirits. They all crouched by the well. Chatting and munching, they waited for the paper figure to land. Chinfong asked, "What do you usually do for fun?" The black-clad fierce ghost replied, "Mostly sleep and eat fruit. After that I wander around looking for other good things to eat." Chinfong said, "So you've eaten all the soul-nourishing grass?" The ghost stammered, and you jade face." The fox-faced corpse fiend said, "Same here. There used to be plenty of chickens and dogs in the second and third passes, but they're all gone now. Also, to make the plum tree bear more fruit, I hunt ghosts and fiends to feed it. Occasionally, if someone tries to steal my plums, I use them as fertilizer." Chinfong said, "Chickens and dogs. Yellow Springs breeds. I'd love to try them. By the way, how long have you all been here?" The black-clad ghost shook his head. "There's no sunrise or sunset here, so we don't know. I think at least 2,000 years. I've seen one bloom of the spider lilies." The fox-faced fiend said, "By that count, I've been here 3,000 or 4,000 years. Little Red and Little Blue have probably been here 200 or 300 years. An hour passed, and the paper figure still hadn't hit bottom. Chinfong decided not to wait. He covered the well with a stone slab and led the four spirits past the third pass, heading across the ghost wilds toward the riverbank. In the ghost wilds teeming with demons and monsters, even cannon fodder, wandering souls and ghouls were nowhere to be seen. The weakest were at Little Red and Little Blue's level. Sensing the terrifying aura from Chinfong from afar, they all scattered. After walking for about 2 hours across the ghost wilds, the livestream audience spotted the riverbank in the distance. Chinfong glanced at the check-in markers and speculated, the first check-in point is by the banks of the Wangshuan River on this shore. The second point is slightly farther ahead, a bit more prominent than this shore, possibly on the broken bridge. As for the third point, it's quite far away, likely on the other shore. So it's a headache. There's a chance we might not reach one of the check-in points." Chinfong pressed his forehead. Some viewers in the live stream, based on the layout described by the black-clad vengeful spirit and the intervals and relative positions of the check-in points on the minimap, also guessed that one point was on the other shore. "It seems we have no choice but to cross to the other shore. If there's no ferryman on the Wangshuan River, we can only check in at 2 points. 2 is enough. Contentment brings happiness. It's not like we have to check in at all 3 to leave." "True. It's a pity we couldn't gather the other shore flowers and soul-nourishing grass. I wonder if the 4th senior sister can substitute other celestial treasures. Also, not reaching the other shore feels a bit regrettable." Chinfong chuckled. "If we can cross, we will. If not, there's no helping it. It's not like I can swim across." Since the spiritual treasure had a spirit, the fox-faced cadaver demon and the black-clad vengeful spirit didn't think Chinfong was acting strangely. They assumed he was chatting with the treasure on him. Soon they arrived at the riverbank. The riverside was the only place without mist, and the vast view brought Chinfong much relief. However, the turbulent Wangshuan River appeared murky and dirty, its waters a mix of yellow and red. The wind carried a floral scent mingled with a stench of rot. When you gazed into the river, the water seemed to turn transparent, revealing countless ghostly souls submerged at the bottom, waving their hands as if to drag you down or pleading to be pulled up. Look away and you'd only see the yellow-red waters again. On the opposite bank, the other shore flowers bloomed brilliantly, like flames dancing in the wind. On this side, there were only green leaves and stems. Strange, the check-in point seems to be further up along the riverbank. Chinfong led the 4 specters along the riverbank's other shore grass toward the check-in point. To his shock, the first check-in point turned out to be the broken bridge. Moreover, there was no mist nearby, so he could clearly see the bridge surrounded by grotesque old ghosts, ancient demons, and other monstrous beings. A living person has come here. He seems to carry something terrifying. Do you feel it too? It feels deadly." Chinfong took a deep breath, raised the heavenly Dao golden brick high, and shouted through a loudspeaker, "Move aside. The heavenly Dao's envoy is on business. Obstruct me, and you die." Sensing the terrifying aura from the heavenly Dao golden brick, the old ghosts and demons swiftly fled the Naiha Bridge and retreated to the riverbank. Chinfong led his group onto the 4-meter-wide Naiha Bridge. The bridge extended 7 or 8 meters from the bank before breaking off with a gap of over 200 meters to the other section on the opposite shore. Detected streamer has arrived at the broken Niha Bridge in the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone and stayed for 3 minutes. Check-in successful. Finally, folks, the first wave of check-ins is done. Check-in location rewards 14 types. Please draw 2 cards at random. Chen Feng's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap. Double draw. Double draw. Brother Feng is about to hit the jackpot. He always draws underworld skills, and now he's drawing in the real underworld. 100% underworld prediction. Soon 14 cards appeared laid out in the live stream. Chen Feng snapped back to reality and tapped 2 in the middle, the others vanished. Both cards flipped over, flooding the screen with a dazzling rainbow light. Big Slap Wangchuan Limited Edition. The harder you slap, the more the victim forgets what you want them to forget. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why does my face hurt so much? Bridge and road building. Without corpses. True Underworld Edition. You can use corpses to repair any road or bridge. Chinfong was speechless. I knew it. Funny skill 1, Underworld skill 1. So that's what bridge and road building without corpses means. The system's top-tier interpretation. Speaking of which, using the second skill to repair the Niha Bridge would be a game-changer. Chinfong couldn't help but laugh. I thought of that too. The system is so thoughtful. But soon dissenting voices emerged in the live stream. I think it's better not to rashly repair the bridge. Maybe it's broken for a reason. Good point. What if there's a way out on the other side? Wouldn't we be unleashing all these monsters onto the human world? Or maybe the other side is a peaceful underworld paradise. Releasing these ghosts there would be like letting a pack of huskies into a chicken coop. So until we know what's on the other side, don't fix the bridge. Don't do good deeds that turn into disasters. Chen Feng read these comments and instantly snapped back to clarity. Indeed, with more people we consider things more thoroughly. This Niha Bridge really shouldn't be fixed casually. Then he took out a drone with a camera and tried to fly it to the opposite shore. But as soon as the drone left the broken bridge, a sudden wave dozens of meters high from the Wangchuan River slammed it down. Damn, 10,000 yuan down the drain. Haha, literally a splash in the water. Why not buy a cheap one for a few hundred? Brother Feng is rich, but foolish. By the way, hasn't Brother Feng realized a serious problem? The way Ali left, your peach blossom guidance didn't seem to work. Holy crap, that's true. Chen Feng was stunned. He hadn't thought of that. Look at this goof's face. He never realized it. We're trapped. We're screwed. Just practice the farmer's 3 punches in this forbidden zone for 100 years, then break out with 1 punch. That should work. 1 punch calms the wind and rain no gods under heaven. Looking forward to it. 666. Great idea. Out of 3 million people, am I the only one with a brain as short-circuited as Brother Feng's? Don't worry, you're not alone. We're here too. 3 million people. Half are here for cultivation, half are goofs of a feather. 23333. Chen Feng rubbed his brow in exasperation and took out a peach blossom branch. He plucked a petal, held it to his lips, and after a moment of thought recited, "Grieve not, for from this day forth all things rise and fall." The peach blossom sends a message, a formal note, though near yet mountains apart. Few are the joyful meetings, many the partings, so hard it is. Not that feelings fade in ordinary times, but for a while letters cease and music rests. Do not wait in vain, the return date is near. First, this message of safety. Chen Feng gently blew the petal away. It danced in the air, drifted off the broken Niha Bridge, crossed the Wangchuan River, and floated to the other shore. Finally, it vanished into the distance. Chen Feng smiled, but also frowned. Chen Feng smiled because there was a way out that he could take directly rather than relying solely on being summoned by his beloved to leave. What troubled him was that if he repaired the bridge of helplessness to leave, a large horde of demons and monsters might also follow. Damn, there's actually a way out at the other shore. According to the logic of the Yellow Spring Road and the underworld, how could the other shore have an exit? Whatever an exit is good, otherwise would have to cultivate here until we can break the forbidden land with a single punch. Who knows how long that would take? The problem is to cross, we need to build the bridge, and building it will let other ghosts and monsters cross too. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Who cares about that much? Chen Feng shook his head and said, let's not think about that for now. Let's go to the second checkpoint first. He turned and walked down the broken bridge of helplessness with the fox-faced corpse demon and the 3 fierce ghosts following him. The old ghosts and ancient demons exchanged glances. One zombie resembling a white-furred gorilla spoke in human tongue. This living human is strange. It seems he has a way to reach the other shore. The green-faced fanged ghost swordsman said, the peach blossoms he blew out just now floated across. This is the first time, besides the scent of flowers, that something has safely flown over this river. The seductive female ghost with half her face a skull and dressed scantily sneered. Let's just follow him, and see then well no. If he really has a way to leave we must not miss it. The withered corpse Taoist with 3 souls hanging behind him agreed. The nearby demons hesitated, but his identity seems somewhat unusual. A ghost growled fiercely, with so many of us are we afraid of one living human. Right, maybe he's just throwing his weight around. Many ghosts and monsters responded, and a large dark crowd followed behind Chen Feng and his group. Chen Feng and the others naturally noticed. However, with the heavenly Dao gold brick in hand, Chen Feng was not afraid at all. Of course, the fox-faced corpse demon and the 3 black-clad ghost siblings were somewhat uneasy, as there were far too many beings stronger than them in that crowd. A few were even on the same level as the headless swordsman. After walking for about half an hour, Chen Feng discovered a ferry port on the riverbank, which was the second checkpoint. A ferry port by the Bridge of Helplessness. Brothers, it seems we don't have to worry about the bridge. Brother Feng, there's a ferry but no boat. If there were a ferryman, the black-clad ghosts would probably know about it. So like the broken bridge, this is a ferry port without a ferryman. Chen Feng's smile instantly froze, but as a goofball, maintaining a good attitude was a necessary skill. Oh well. Never mind, that let's go check in first. There were also some ghosts at the ferry, but when they saw a large crowd of big shots following a living human with a terrifying aura, they wisely left the port entirely. The ferry, built of piled blue stones, extended about 5 meters from the riverbank and looked quite dilapidated. Standing at the edge of the ferry, Chen Feng held a string of merit coins in one hand and a loudspeaker in the other, shouting towards the river of forgetfulness. Anyone there? Ferryman, come out and take a customer. Ferryman, don't you want to do business? The kind that pays with merit coins. The fox-faced corpse demon and the black-clad ghosts exchanged glances, all feeling somewhat dejected. It seemed Chen Feng couldn't cross either. The watching demons behind them also shook their heads. There's no ferryman on this river. Sigh, all that excitement for nothing. In the live stream, it seems there really is no ferryman. Waiting to see the check-in for an underworld skill. Haha, checking in at a ferry port, maybe a boat will come. Wouldn't it be cooler to just become the ferryman yourself? Detected that the streamer has arrived at the Forgotten River ferry of the Yellow Spring Forbidden Land and stayed there for 5 minutes. Check-in successful. 4 types of rewards related to the check-in location are available. Please randomly draw 2 cards. Chen Feng's eyes lit up again. A double draw again. Are all Forbidden Land check-ins double draws? Damn, isn't this forcing me to go down to Forbidden Lands to check in and farm skills? Woo, taking off again. Flip the cards. 4 cards appeared on the screen, and Chen Feng, as usual, chose the middle ones. When the other 2 disappeared, the 2 cards Chen Feng had chosen flipped over automatically in a burst of colorful light. The other Shore of Forgetfulness True Underworld Edition. If Buddha does not ferry, then I will. Transform into a ferryman, summoning a boat that never sinks. The price after becoming a ferryman, you cannot leave the river of forgetfulness freely. Holy shit. Let us row the oars. True Underworld Edition on the ferry boat, as long as you wish. The oars can knock anything into the river of forgetfulness, sinking it for all eternity. Holy shit. Chen Feng was stunned. Had the fans' mouths been blessed, he could actually summon a boat and really become a ferryman. Who said that just now? Quick say, I will become the Jade Emperor in the future, ruling over the 3 realms, 6 paths, 9 directions, and 10 lands. They'll send you all ferries. Ah, this coincidence. Goofball Phone will become the Jade Emperor in the future, ruling the 3 realms, 6 paths, 9 directions, and 10 lands, and hell, send me a ferry. With that ability, why don't you just wish for yourself to get rich and lucky? Because I don't have it. Ha ha ha, so true. If you can really send a ferry, give me one. Just don't put it in the little yellow cart. I'm afraid I can't outrun those bastards. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head, getting off track. The biggest problem now is that becoming a ferryman means I can't leave the river of forgetfulness freely. According to workplace logic, cannot leave the post freely means you can leave if there's business. Cannot leave freely doesn't mean you can't take leave or find someone to cover your shift, right? In the Heavenly Court and Underworld systems, I recall you can use avatars to hold multiple posts. Damn, you guys are really talented. With the Heavenly Walker seal in hand, writing yourself a leave slip is a piece of cake, right? 66666. Chen Feng was suddenly enlightened. The skill description itself didn't say he absolutely couldn't leave. There was indeed some flexibility. And using a paper avatar to substitute would definitely work. Afraid the paper avatar would be corroded by the Yellow Spring's power. Then use trees and bamboo native to the Yellow Spring to make the paper avatar. The Yellow Spring power might not only fail to harm the paper avatar, but could also charge it, turning it into a perpetual motion machine. Even if there is still wear and tear, just make more paper avatars and replace them every 100 years. Chen Feng turned and looked at the dark crowd of demons surrounding him, their faces all bearing ill intent. They were probably all watching to see if he could cross the river. If he could, these ghosts would likely attack him despite the pressure of the heavenly Tao gold brick. There's no ferryman, we can't cross. Let's go back to the bamboo forest at the third barrier first. Yes, sir. The black-clad ghosts and the fox-faced corpse demon were somewhat disappointed, but they felt that as long as they stayed with Chinfong, there would always be a way. An existence like Chinfong's couldn't be trapped in a place like this. Just as the one human and 4 demons were about to leave the riverbank, a blood-rusted cleaver from among the ghosts suddenly flew in a sneak attack towards Chinfong. Young master, be careful, the fox-faced corpse demon exclaimed. No one had expected a ghost to suddenly ambush Chinfong. Before Chinfong could react, his hand moved on its own. It caught the cleaver steadily at an extremely tricky angle. He looked at the filthy cleaver pinched between his fingers, then turned to face the crowd of ghosts. Who threw that? Who threw that? Facing Chinfong's interrogation, none of the ghosts admitted to it, nor did any point fingers. They all feigned ignorance. Some even looked at Chinfong with provocative expressions, utterly disregarding the oppressive aura. Many ghosts had already dismissed him as a paper tiger. Chinfong released his grip on the cleaver, which fell to the ground and embedded itself into the earth. He stepped onto the handle, staring at the specters with an impassive face. Hand over the owner of this cleaver, or all of you will die. At that moment, every ghost and demon's expression shifted. They all glared at Chinfong with hostility. Some timid onlookers began to retreat slowly, while the ancient ghosts and demons at the forefront stood their ground out of pride, still confronting him. Then I'll have some real fun with you. Chinfong produced his own paper effigies and tossed them out alongside Li Gaosh's 4 paper figures. The paper figures landed beside Chinfong, each bearing a musical instrument. Amidst the ensemble, the fox-faced corpse fiend and the 3 black-clad vengeful spirits were bewildered. What's he trying to do? Chinfong took the small bell into his hand. Borrowing you for some accompaniment. No problem, brother Feng, use me as you wish. The chubby bell, a legacy artifact of the Hong Bell lineage from the Commerce Peak of White Heron Sect, possessed power equivalent to a mid-stage unity cultivator. That was why it could withstand attacks from the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Yet entering the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land as a spiritual artifact was perilous. Had it not been for the treasures on Chinfong that shielded it from the erosion of Yellow Springs' power, it would have been crying to flee. With the amplification from the mystic copper golden bell at the Unity stage, Zai's upper limit soared to the mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence. Even if beings in the Forbidden Land had been at the Tribulation Transcendent stage in life, their power was greatly diminished after death. Their aura remained at that level, but their strength might have dropped by an entire major realm. So this time Chinfong had these fiends cornered. The paper eru player began to play, followed by the pianist. A sorrowful melody resounded by the riverbank. In that instant, the white mist of the entire Yellow Springs Forbidden Land seethed. What was this, a terrain boost? Performing underworld music in the underworld, is Brother Feng about to achieve a new feat? The opposition is starting to realize the gravity of the situation. You mess with Brother Feng, didn't you know the protagonist of a comedy is untouchable? Rolling white mist surged like a terrifying tsunami from behind Chinfong, engulfing the previously mist-free riverbank in Yellow Springs fog. The ghosts, seeing the thick, white fog swallowing their lower bodies, were utterly panicked. In their millennia here, they had never witnessed such an omen across the entire Forbidden Land. The withered corpse Taoist's face turned ashen as he retreated. No good. He can mobilize the power of the Forbidden Land. He truly has the ability to kill us. The malicious ghost swordsman cursed at those nearby. Damn it, why did you have to provoke him? The half-faced seductive ghost tried to appease. Young master, don't be upset, we'll find the culprit right away. The white-haired zombie roared at the demons and ghosts. Who was it? Who threw a knife at this lord? Suddenly a ghost cried out. It was the butcher. He threw the knife. He couldn't resist wanting to eat the intestines of a living soul. A crowd of demons quickly parted, revealing a pot-bellied, slit-mouthed giant clad only in a vest. The butcher stumbled back in panic, turning to flee. But the white-haired zombie and other ancient fiends seized him and hurled him before Chinfong. The butcher stared at Chinfong in terror. Chinfong, however, didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he used the small bell as a percussion instrument, keeping time with the music, and began to sing. On the 18th of the first month, an auspicious day, the sorghum is lifted bearing red garments, each inch a regret hastily cut. Cut away the good man, but he returns not so, I feign a smile. The red sandalwood clappers tell it lightly, truly hard to fathom. As Chinfong sang, the rolling white mist deepened in hue, fully tainted by the murky color of the Yellow Springs. Only then did the ancient ghosts and demons truly grasp the severity. Damn, he's no longer listening. No, we can't move. This fog has trapped us. Spare us, great lord. We want dare again, we pledge allegiance to you. Let us help you unify the Yellow Springs, forbidden land. Release us. But Chen Feng had no intention of stopping the performance, for if you strike a snake, but fail to kill it, it will return to bite you. Since he had chosen enmity, he would see it through to the end. The pipa and jazz drum paper figures joined the rhythm, infusing the mournful melody with a tense, murderous undertone. Listen, at the hour of Mao rise beyond those 3 miles. Rhyme, hoofbeats rise severing sorrow, words unfold. Chen Feng sang with immersion, his emotions growing more intense. Guess how she laughed while crying. Crying, see how she cried while laughing. A bow to heaven and earth. With a high-pitched operatic cry from the female paper figure, the redand white paper figures flanking Chen Feng blew into their swaness. In that moment, the entire world was filled with a melody of immense joy and sorrow. All ghosts felt their scalps tingle, every hair on their bodies standing on end, their souls trembling uncontrollably. The fox-faced corpse fiend and the 3 black-clad vengeful spirits had curled into balls. Beyond the musical formation, the ghosts shared but one thought: this melody would send them into a deeper death. The thick fog rolled, the swanas blared. From the yellow mist emerged 2 processions, one red and one white. They carried no aura of cultivation, yet they brought even greater despair to the enemies. They seemed like incarnations of the Yellow Springs, with an ineffable presence. Wherever they passed, all things returned to the Yellow Springs utterly decayed. The chubby bell also cowered in its artifact spirit space, trembling. It covered its ears and closed its eyes, not daring to look outside, fearing it would be taken away if it knew too much. After all, it had witnessed Chinfong obliterate the spirit of a black sword, a spiritual artifact no weaker than itself, without a second thought. Outside the forbidden land, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, gales howled, and thunder roared. On the high peaks surrounding the forbidden land, cultivators watched the suddenly yellowed mist, sensing impending doom. They fled the mountaintops as if their lives depended on it, distancing themselves from the Yellow Springs forbidden land. The guardians at the canyon entrance were on high alert as the white mist surged out. Fortunately, the phenomenon came and went quickly. Soon all returned to calm. By the banks of the Xuan River at the ferry crossing, the song ended. The yellow mist sank and the white fog receded from the riverbank. Only Chen Feng's group remained by the riverside. Of course, beyond 3 miles away, some ghosts like the chubby bell dared not listen or watch, covering their ears and eyes, huddled together and trembling. Really, why provoke me? Don't you agree? Yes, yes. The fox-faced corpse fiend and the 3 vengeful spirits nodded rapidly like chicks pecking at rice. To be able to mobilize the power of the Yellow Springs forbidden land, was this an expedition? This young master was strolling through his own backyard. Because Chen Feng had cleared a large area along the riverbank, the other ghosts dared not approach. He set up camp there, preparing to establish a small paper-making workshop. Since he had started a paper mill, he needed to hire workers. So Chen Feng set up a loudspeaker by the river. Hiring now. Hiring now. The Yellow Spring Paper Mill is hiring. Work 8 shurchen and you'll receive 10 incense sticks, 2 candles, and 1 live chicken. Don't miss this opportunity. You've got nothing better to do anyway, so come work for me. Work for 1,000 years, and if you earn the Outstanding Employee Award, you'll get a ticket to the other shore. Whether the ghosts were shocked or not, the audience in the live stream was utterly stunned. Good heavens, I'm absolutely speechless. Damn, nothing can stump him. When he decided to open a paper mill in the Yellow Spring forbidden ground, I knew this wouldn't be ordinary. 8 shurchen is about 16 hours, right? Work 8 shurchen for 10 incense sticks, 2 candles, and 1 chicken. Even a capitalist would weep. Why 8 shurchen instead of daily? Because ghosts don't need rest. 1,000 years for the Outstanding Employee Award. Suddenly my ruthless boss seems like a saint. Comrades, come quick, there's a capitalist here. What, he's not exploiting humans, so no one cares. The Yellow Spring sweatshop is now open for business. No sickness, no rest, no entertainment. The ultimate workhorses. Chen Feng broadcasted with the loudspeaker for half a day, but not a single ghost dared to sign up, leaving him feeling quite wounded. Such great benefits and not even a ghost shows up. How outrageous. You've wasted so many years in idleness, oh why keep slacking off? Yumi and Lao Hei am leaving the hiring to you. Catch 100 of them. Once the paper is made, it'll ferry you to the other shore. Yes, young master, leave it to us. The black-clothed fierce ghost replied with excitement. The fox-faced corpse demon said coquettishly, going to the other shore isn't that important anymore. This humble one simply enjoys serving you, young master. Chen Feng immediately gave the fox-faced corpse demon a thumbs up, promising, I like your spirit. The black-clothed fierce ghost looked at the fox-faced corpse demon speechlessly. Was this already a competition for favor? The black-clothed fierce ghost glanced at Xiaolon and Xiaohong. Xiaolon was handsome, but Chen Feng didn't seem to be interested in men. Xiaohong wasn't as beautiful as the fox-faced corpse demon, but she had a pure charm. Maybe he should teach Xiao Hong to act coy. After all, following the young master wouldn't lead to any loss. The three siblings, the black-clothed fierce ghost, immediately moved along the riverbank. Hey, if you don't run, stop. Several ghostly beings at the golden core stage looked at them in confusion. What do you want? The black-clothed fierce ghost started scolding them through the loudspeaker. Lazing around in this forbidden ground all day, aren't you ashamed? The ghosts exchanged bewildered glances. Huh, isn't this normal? Yeah, as if there's anything else to do. The black-clothed fierce ghost waved his hand, and Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong immediately opened the recruitment notice for them to see. Of course there's something else. Our young master's paper mill needs workers. Show some ambition and go work there. The ghosts were all stunned. A paper mill? Work? Had the outside world's mills become so competitive that they now extended into the forbidden ground? The black-clothed fierce ghost pointed at the recruitment notice. Work 8 shurchen and get 10 incense sticks, 2 candles, and 1 live chicken. Work 1,000 years and get a ticket to the other shore. But the ghosts were skeptical. Don't lie to us. Where would live chickens come from in this place? And if you can go to the other shore, why are you still here? The black-clothed fierce ghost grew angry. Stop asking so many questions. Come back with us and see. If you anger our young master, the consequences will be severe. He then showed a cruel expression. The ghosts immediately backed down. No need for violence. We're civilized ghosts. You don't be like that. We'll go with you, all right. Sigh as the world becomes so harsh. The black-clothed fierce ghost led 6 ghostly beings to the riverbank where construction was underway. In the short time had been away, Chinfong had already started large-scale construction. Mechanical contraptions like steel beasts controlled by paper figures worked in orderly fashion. Chen Feng was quite conspicuous. All the paper figures wore little yellow hats while he alone donned a little red hat. The black-clothed fierce ghost shoved the 6 ghosts before Chen Feng to take credit. Young master, we hired 6 workers. Chen Feng looked at the ghosts who wore expressions like they'd lost their fathers and asked with a smile, are they all willing? The 6 ghosts all looked at the black-clothed fierce ghost. He patted his chest and grinned menacingly. Of course they're willing. We didn't tie them up. Fine, if you say they're willing, they're willing. You're tough, we can't mess with you. Chen Feng nodded and said, wait here then. Once everyone's here, I'll tell you what work to do. The black-clothed fierce ghost said, young master, could you give us 2 live chickens or some merit money for recruitment? Otherwise, these ghostly creatures won't believe us. Slap. Chen Feng clapped his hands, realizing had been painting a pie without showing them what it looked like. He praised, good point, I didn't think it through. Laohe, you're good at handling things. Chen Feng then exchanged a basket of incense sticks and a basket of candles from the system. He also exchanged 2 transparent plastic boxes and placed several live chickens inside. The boxes were nearly airtight with only a few ventilation holes, ensuring the chickens could survive longer in this environment. He then took out 2 carrying poles. Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong understood and took the poles. Xiao Lan carried the incense and candles, while Xiao Hong carried the 2 boxes of chickens. Finally, Chinfong gave the merit money to Laohe. When the 6 ghosts saw the live chickens, they swallowed their saliva, and their eyes turned green at the sight of the merit money. They didn't recognize it, but they knew it was crucial and highly useful for them. Laohe grinned so wide with the merit money that his mouth nearly twisted. See, I didn't lie to you. This is called merit money. It's like a ticket to leave this place. The 6 ghosts were finally convinced, seeing the large-scale construction of the workshop by the river and the incense, candles, and live chickens on display. Whether that merit money was truly a ticket no longer mattered, as long as they could obtain it. This was in a sense another form of money, makes the ghosts turn the mill. On the other side, the fox-faced corpse demon used her hair as ropes, dragging over a dozen battered ghosts. Chen Feng was speechless. He thought Laohe's forceful tactics were already rude. But this one was on another level entirely. Since the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land had no distinction between day and night, Chen Feng could only gauge how many days he had been there through the livestream. The construction of the workshop was already in full swing. After leveling 10 acres of land by the riverside, they built the workshop using Yellow Springs trees native to the Ghost Forest. It had to be said, having a group of specters all at least at the Golden Core stage working was incredibly efficient. Leveling a main road from the ferry riverside straight to the triple barrier only took half an hour. In less than a day, they had set up a reasonably functional workshop. Then Chinfong began assigning tasks to the specters he had recruited. Some were responsible for planting and nurturing spiritual herbs at the triple barrier, others for transporting firewood to the papermaking workshop. There were also those in charge of papermaking guard duties and village construction. The work was actually quite easy and very flexible. For Chen Feng, the papermaking workshop's output only needed to be sufficient for his own use. His main intention was to use the papermaking workshop to plant the seeds of order in the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land to make all the specters realize they could do many things. Gradually radiating outward from the workshop, order would slowly take root in this chaotic land. About 7 days later, Chinfong produced his first batch of Yellow Springs spirit paper. The paper figures he cut out were indeed highly resistant to the erosion of Yellow Springs' power. As long as they weren't maliciously damaged, a single paper figure could last a whole year. He spent another 5 days cutting and charging 100 paper figures. In the factory manager's office, Chinfong packed his things and called out to the 3 fierce ghost siblings playing cards outside. Tell all the workers to gather at the ferry. Inform them we're preparing to go to the other shore. Yes, young master. Old Black immediately dropped his cards, grabbed a megaphone, and left. Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong also put down their cards to notify the employees at the Triple Barrier and Ghost Forest. The fox-faced corpse demon, dressed in a sexy black silk office outfit, placed a cup of hot tea on the table before Chinfong. While massaging his shoulders, she asked, "Young master, if we all leave, what about the workshop?" Chinfong picked up the tea, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, I have a way to make them work obediently." All it took was a vow. There was no need to worry about the workshop ghosts causing trouble after they left. In the live stream, the viewers knew Chinfong best. But he's going to make them all swear an oath. "Heavenly Tao, as the overseer, aren't you scared? Heavenly Tao, I've become a tool for a heartless capitalist." "Bro Fong, weren't you going to put Yummy in a white silk made outfit yesterday?" Yeah. Make her change. I already sent gifts." "When's the bikini coming?" "Silly Fong bikini. We'll check it out for you when the stream ends." Small-minded, just looking isn't enough. A bunch of old perverts. Little brother Fong isn't that kind of person. Chen Feng glanced at the comments, then clapped his hands and stood up. Smack. "Damn, no wonder I felt like I forgot something." The fox-faced corpse demon tilted her head, somewhat confused. It wasn't until Chen Feng pulled out a maid outfit and wiggled his eyebrows at her that the fox-faced corpse demon understood and took the outfit to the back bedroom to change. Soon she emerged wearing a pink-themed white silk maid outfit that made her appear less seductive and more playful and cute. Chen Feng rubbed his chin and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad." The fox-faced corpse demon giggled. "As long as the young master is pleased." "Well, why isn't it me in this cultivation world? Because if it were you, you'd be stuck in the brothel of the newbie village." "Ha ha ha, so true. Where are the people from Springwater Hall? Make me a life-sized Yummy figure." "Nice, this guy's the practical type." After admiring the fox-faced corpse demon in her maid outfit, Chinfong led her to the ferry. By then, many Spectre employees had already gathered by the riverside. Seeing Chinfong and the fox-faced corpse demon, they greeted them one after another. "Hello, boss." "Hello, Secretary Yumian." Chinfong nodded and stood at the ferry waiting for the others to arrive. After about 10 minutes, the employees from the Triple Barrier and Ghost Forest also came. A dense crowd of over 200 specters, all at the Golden Core stage or above, stood orderly by the riverside, including some at the fusion and soul separation stages. This was because some had witnessed Chinfong's awe-inspiring display, using a single tune to harness the power of the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land and instantly eliminate a horde of old ghosts, demons, and monsters. After hearing about it, while working together, the other specters now regarded Chinfong with great reverence. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chinfong called out to the River of Oblivion. "Boat come." A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the River of Oblivion, and a black horn emerged from its center. As the black horn gradually rose, the specters saw clearly that it was a boat. A 4-meter-long black ferry with double oars. The boat slowly drifted to the dock and came to a steady stop. A black bamboo had also appeared on Chinfong's head, bearing a white character for ferry. At the same time, a wealth of information about ferrymen flooded his mind. So that's how it is. So that's how merit money is used. He took off the bamboo hat, summoned a paper figure clone, placed the hat on its head, and stuffed a large handful of small paper figures into its arms. After the paper figure clone jumped onto the ferry, a straw rain cape materialized on it. Clad in this cape, the paper figure was under the protection of the laws, forever immune to external harm while on the boat. However, the paper figure itself had a limited lifespan, so it had to periodically replace itself using the small paper figures in its arms. The fox-faced corpse demon and Old Black and his siblings were already numb to it. No ferryman. Then become the ferryman yourself. What else could be called a chosen one? The surrounding specters all erupted in excitement. Wow, a boat, a boat, a boat that won't sink. The boss can really take us to the other shore. Great, 1,000 years is nothing, I can wait. I've been here for over 2,000 years finally. I've seen the other shore flowers bloom 4 or 5 times already. Who gets it, bros? Chen Feng gestured for silence, and Old Black immediately raised the megaphone and shouted, "Everyone quiet. The young master is going to speak." The specters instantly fell silent, all looking at Chen Feng expectantly. Chen Feng took the megaphone from Old Black and said, "Next we're going to leave first. You'll need to complete the subsequent work on your own. Every so often I'll send paper figures to deliver supplies. Also, to prevent anyone from slacking off bullying others or disrupting my plans, I now ask all of you to swear an oath before me. You must obey all the rules I've set. If you violate them, may you be struck by lightning." Chen Feng pointed to the first person in line. "Begin, one by one from left to right." To avoid any trickery, Chen Feng chose to have them swear individually. Although it was a bit time-consuming with only a little over 200 oaths, Chen Feng could afford to wait. 2 hours later, the specters finished swearing. The complicated expressions on their faces showed they understood the power of the oath. "All right, let's go." Chen Feng stepped onto the ferry with a smile, and Old Black and his 2 siblings along with the fox-faced corpse demon immediately followed. The paper figure rode the oars, and the ferry glided over the turbulent river of oblivion as if on solid ground. On the other shore, flowers bloomed like fire, swaying gently in the wind. Upon reaching the far bank, Chen Feng strode to the river's edge and plucked a bienhua, drawing its scent to his nose. No wonder it's a bienhua. Its fragrance is intoxicating. He looked back at Yu Mian, Lao He, and the others. "By the way, don't you usually eat bienhua?" The 4 of them shook their heads in unison. "We don't. It's poisonous." "What the a?" Startled, Chen Feng held the flower well away from his face. Lao He suddenly said, "When bienhua is refined together with duanchenko, it can treat all soul wounds. Moreover, once a bienhua leaves the Huangquan forbidden land, it can only remain viable for at most 10 days. He finished speaking and wept blood-streaked tears. Chen Feng was taken aback. "You remembered your memories from before you died?" "Yes. It all came back. I entered the forbidden land to seek bienhua for my wife." Lao He covered his face and wailed in despair. "Alas, fate is cruel. I finally reached the riverbank only to find the bloom on the opposite shore. Waiting and waiting, I ceased to be myself. How bitter. So I take heart." Chen Feng patted Lao He's shoulder in consolation. No sooner had he finished than Xiao Lan threw her head back and howled, shivering in fright. She clutched her head and dropped to her knees, overcome with grief. "Junior sister. I'm sorry, boo-hoo." Chen Feng, speechless, patted Xiao Lan and comforted her, "Take heart as well." Then, struck by a sudden thought, he stroked his chin and said, "Look at it another way. If they died, weren't you all dead too? Perhaps they have been reborn into great wealth and happiness, far better than your miserable existence in the Forbidden Land. So what is there to grieve?" Lao He and Xiao Lan suddenly found their emotions disjointed. His words had a ring of logic to them. Yet, why did they feel even sadder? Seeing that their grief had taken on an odd expression, Chen Feng gave up attempting to console them. "All right, cry then. Let it out. You might feel better afterwards." He finished and glanced at expressionless Xiao Hong and Yu Mian, whose face was a tangle of emotions. "By the way, Yu Mian and Xiao Hong, if you want to cry, I can offer my chest for you to lean on." Xiao Hong shook her head as she felt no sadness at all. Yu Mian had already flung herself into Chen Feng's arms, sniffling, "Wu, young master, if in my past life I was a monstrous, which would you still want me?" "Of course I would. You've been here 3,000 or 4,000 years. Who outside would remember you?" Chen Feng patted her back. "Besides, you are a corpse demon, now not the person you once were. You are essentially a different kind of being." Yu Mian fell silent. "What do you mean by a different kind of being? If you don't know how to comfort me, just hold me quietly." Chen Feng asked with curiosity, "Then why did you come in the first place?" Yu Mian sighed and looked toward the opposite bank. "Betrayed by my sisters, ambushed and hunted. Once I went in, I could not get out. In the end, my soul and body separated, and I died here. My body then underwent corpse transformation and revived into what I am now." Chen Feng asked, "What became of your soul?" Yu Mian looked at Chen Feng oddly. "Chances are you cleansed it that day." "Ah." Chen Feng glanced awkwardly at the nearby bienhua. Yu Mian giggled. "Never mind, it doesn't matter. She was the true she-demon, am only an innocent body. Young master, you needn't feel guilty." Chen Feng wanted to protest, "Where's my guilt? I'm merely embarrassed." Chen Feng was speechless. His tastes were not that extreme. He planned to groom Yu Mian as a subordinate. He then looked at Xiao Hong. "And you? Why did you enter?" Xiao Hong's expression turned uneasy. Chen Feng grew even more interested. "It's fine, there's no one else here. Speak up." Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Hong finally lowered her head. "I didn't know this was the Huangquan Forbidden Land. It was the 3rd day of my descent for trial. As I flew over the summit, I saw the valley below shrouded in smoke, and curiosity drew me down." Lao He and Xiao Lan, almost done crying, were the first to burst into laughter. The fox-faced corpse demon could not help but smile. "I didn't expect you to be such a sweet little thing." Chen Feng laughed uproariously, hand on Xiao Hong's shoulder. "It's all right. Be more careful in your next life." Xiao Hong shot Chen Feng a resentful look. Do you even hear yourself? Do I look like I have a next life? Chen Feng wiped tears of laughter from his eyes and then began to harvest the bienhua. Although their shelf life was only 10 days, selling them within that window could yield considerable profit. Naturally, harvesting too many would depress the price. He therefore plucked only 10 blooms, and beneath each rootstock he planted 10 spirit crystals and some high-grade composite fertilizer. With the bienhua, there's no longer much need for soul-nurturing herbs. Next, we must reach the third checkpoint to complete the check-in, then leave this place as quickly as possible. Although the opposite bank was misty, they saw no apparitions on this side. Chen Feng and his companions kept a brisk pace. Half an hour later, they arrived at the third checkpoint. Chen Feng stared at the third checkpoint before him and felt a chill. Looming ahead was a massive fortress gate of black obsidian-like stone. The gate bore a faded blood-red hue. There was no plaque over the gate. Plaques are generally hung on the outside, not within. Goushou Guan. Chen Feng muttered the 3 words in a daze.